Chapter 1. The struggle continues? Must we still struggle? In the hot spring, the woman who had just been released by the man fell into the water, her fingers tightly clutching his wrist, her entire body trembling as she fervently shook. Her head, her eyes, misty with steam, instinctively leaned back, unwilling to press against his muscular chest. No, her voice was soft, laced with an unmistakable fear. Seemingly pleased with her response, a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips, his broad hand grasped her delicate waist, drawing her closer, and she instinctively leaned against his shoulder. Despite the warmth of the hot spring, she felt a chilling cold envelop her. If we were to engage in marital intimacy, do you believe he would still desire you? His warm breath brushed against her ear, causing her body to momentarily weaken. She bit her lip, struggling to suppress the involuntary reactions coursing through her. Her long lashes, as dense as raven feathers, quivered incessantly. In the next instant, the sheer fabric of her garment was torn away. "No, stop," she instinctively protested, yearning to flee. Yet, his grip on her slender waist was unyielding, rendering her escape impossible. His gaze was indifferent and detached, his fingers increasingly forceful. Pain radiated from her waist throughout her body as she struggled, but before she could make any headway, his fervent kiss descended upon her. Like a tempest, swift as lightning and thunder. No, the woman, sprawled over a small table in the carriage, suddenly opened her eyes wide, sitting upright with rapid breaths, her heart pounding violently as though it would leap from her chest. She rubbed her palms, slick with cold sweat, as the feeling of despair lingered in her heart. For days, she had been plagued by the same dream. In her dreams, a man confined her, forcibly violating her in the hot spring. Though she was vehemently unwilling, she found herself compelled to acquiesce. She could not articulate why she experienced such dreams. The man's visage was vivid within her dreams, yet upon waking, it dissipated like wisps of smoke, leaving only a vague silhouette. Only his chilling, deep voice lingered, reminiscent of the winter wind that swept through her, causing her to shudder involuntarily. "Miss, have you had another nightmare?" The maid, Yuyao, held a handkerchief, gently wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. Yuyao furrowed her brow. "It is the same dream as before." She leaned against the wall of the carriage, lifting her delicate hand to part the beaded curtain. Outside, snowflakes fell in a flurry, growing ever heavier. The sound of the carriage wheels crunching over the thick snow echoed in a crisp manner that left Yuyao feeling somewhat breathless. Her hand slipped, causing the curtain to fall. Yuyao poured a cup of tea and handed it to her, softly reassuring, "Perhaps it is due to the sorrow of recent days. Now that we have arrived in the capital, once we see young Master Lin, you will have a kin in the city." Mentioning Lin Qingzhou slowly eased the turmoil within Yuyao's heart, and a gentle smile graced her lips, her clear eyes sparkling with light. "Brother Qingzhou is exceptionally talented and skilled in martial arts. He will surely excel this time. Then we can open a shop and purchase a residence, establishing ourselves firmly in the capital." Indeed, you are right, Miss," Yuyao replied with a beaming smile. Yuyao and Lin Qingzhou have been childhood sweethearts, bound by a profound affection and a promise to remain together for life. 3 months ago, Lin Qingzhou traveled to the capital to participate in the martial examination. During his time away, he frequently sent letters, each one expressing his intention to propose to her once he passed, and to bring her to the capital. However, fate took a turn when the regent's carriage arrived ahead of Lin Qingzhou's 2 months prior. The regent, Xiao Jingyan, had survived an assassination attempt while investigating a corruption case in Qingzhou. At that time, Yuyao's brother, Su Jiangru, served as the chief constable in Qingzhou. In a moment of peril, Su Jiangru lost his life while attempting to save Xiao Jingyan. Upon learning that the siblings were dependent on each other and that her brother had died in his service, the regent sent someone to escort her to the capital for her care. "Yuyao, once we are settled, we shall seek out Brother Qingzhou." "Yes, Miss, I am certain that young Master Lin will be overjoyed to see you." Yuyao linked her arm with Yuyao's, eager to say more when the voice of the coachman interrupted from outside. "Miss Su, we have arrived." The carriage came to a gentle halt as the snow fell ever more heavily, resembling endless white silk ribbons dancing in the air. The chill permeated the atmosphere. Yuyao was the first to alight from the carriage, unfurling the oil paper umbrella. Yuyao adjusted her attire, and followed Xiuli down. Upon raising her eyes, she beheld a grand entrance, majestic and towering, adorned with exquisite carvings that exuded opulence. Above the entrance, a plaque with a pure gold background bore the imposing characters, Regent's Mansion. Two stone lions stood sentinel at the entrance, unmoving, their forms still radiating power and authority despite the snow settling upon them. As they disembarked, several matrons emerged to greet them. "Miss, the Lord has instructed us to await your arrival at any time." The speaker was a matron of about 40, robust in stature, yet her face bore no traces of age. "Thank you, ma'am," Yuyao replied with a nod. "This old servant is merely following orders. The snow is heavy outside. Please allow me to escort you in." Matrons Zhao raised her hand to guide Yuyao. They passed through the flower-draped gate and entered the corridor. Xiuli tucked away the oil paper umbrella. At that moment, a woman draped in a luxurious white fox fur cloak approached, exuding an air of arrogance. She was Xiao Muyu, the regent's younger sister. Matron Zhao halted, bowed respectfully, and introduced, "Second Miss, this is Yuyao. As per the Lord's orders, she will be residing here temporarily." After the introduction, Yuyao also offered a courteous bow. Second Mississippi Xiao Muyu's gaze drifted past Matron Zhao, scrutinizing Yuyao behind her. This young woman possessed an extraordinary beauty, her face akin to a blossoming peach, lips naturally tinted crimson, and brows elegantly defined without embellishment. Particularly striking was her graceful figure, poetic and picturesque, eclipsing even the grandeur of Xiao Muyu's own attire. A surge of jealousy welled within Xiao Muyu, a fleeting shadow passing through her eyes. Without a word, she turned aside. Matron Zhao continued to lead Yuyao forward until they arrived at a courtyard on the western side of the inner compound. As she pushed open the door, she said, "Miss Su, this hibiscus courtyard has been arranged by the Regent Prince for your stay. Although the courtyard is modest, it is well equipped, and all the daily necessities have been prepared. Should you require anything further, please do not hesitate to inform me." Upon finishing her words, she turned and gestured to the four maidservants behind her, stating, "These young ladies will remain in your courtyard, ready to attend to your needs." Yuyao nodded in acknowledgement, yet a slight frown appeared on her brow. She had hoped to meet the Regent Prince, as it would be rather inappropriate to reside in his household without having even laid eyes on him. However, upon reflection, she considered that the esteemed Regent Prince, occupied with state affairs, likely had little time to meet with someone of her humble status. It seemed that Granny Zhao had anticipated Yuyao's thoughts, as she added, "The prince is engaged in official duties all day and is currently at the palace, yet to return to the residence. Please do not worry once he has finished his obligations. He will certainly make time to see you." Chapter 2. The region of the Great Zhou is coming. The snow continued to fall recklessly, showing no signs of abating. Within the inner courtyard's main hall, Li, the matriarch of the Xiao family and mother of the regent Xiao Jingyan, sat in the principal seat sipping tea while perusing the account books of several shops. Suddenly, Xiao Muyu burst through the heavy door curtain, carrying with her a flurry of large snowflakes. Following her entrance, a biting cold wind surged into the room like a wild stallion, swiftly enveloping the entire hall. Li lifted her gaze and noticed her daughter entering with a displeased expression, causing her hand to pause over the account books. At her age, why did she still not possess the demeanor of a young lady? Xiao Muyu, having been pampered since childhood, had developed a rather spoiled disposition. Upon hearing her mother's remark, she immediately retorted, "If I lack the appearance of a lady, then feel free to raise that newcomer as your own daughter." "Foolish girl, what nonsense are you speaking?" Li exclaimed, taken aback. "Has the girl your brother sent for from Qingzhou arrived?" "Yes, she has. I believe Nurse Zhao has already settled her in." "Ah, splendid," Li remarked with a hint of sympathy. "That girl has endured much hardship, without parents since childhood, relying solely on her brother. Now, with her only brother having passed away while saving your brother, she is truly an orphan. It is only right that we extend her some care." "Humph." Xiao Muyu clearly had no words to retort. Yet, the mere thought of the girl's appearance ignited a simmering anger within her. Why should a commoner be more beautiful than herself? "What, has the girl offended you upon her arrival?" Li inquired, closing the account book and grasping Xiao Muyu's hand. Xiao Muyu pouted and rolled her eyes. "Not exactly. I just find her displeasing. Li understood her daughter well. She recognized that Xiao Muyu's jealousy stemmed from the girl's beauty, which had inexplicably provoked her ire. Gently patting the back of Xiao Muyu's hand, she continued, "In the Great Zhou, our Xiao family stands at the pinnacle of noble houses. The current emperor is your nephew, and the regent is your brother. Even the princesses of the court must show you respect. Why sully your spirit over a mere common girl?" Listening to her mother's words of consolation, Xiao Muyu felt somewhat reassured and softly replied, "I understand, mother." In the Furong courtyard, after everything was arranged, Yuyao lay exhausted on a small couch and drifted into a deep slumber. In her shallow dreams, she once again encountered the man from the hot springs. Just as she was about to wed her beloved, he arrived amidst a whirlwind and, with a gleaming sword, forcibly claimed her for himself. She pleaded with him in tears, but all he offered in return was a cold dismissal. "You are mine in life and mine in death. You shall never escape my grasp for all eternity." The joy of nearly marrying her beloved swiftly transformed into a profound sense of loss, churning within her heart. In a frenzy, she clawed at him, biting with all her might, yet his grip remained unyielding. Desperately, she struggled to free herself from this bondage, but all her efforts were in vain. Yuyao found herself at a loss for words to encapsulate the feelings of the moment. A suffocating sense of despair and profound helplessness enveloped her, akin to an invisible shackle binding her tightly, dragging her from the heights of paradise into the depths of hell. The tumult of her emotions was overwhelming. Even when she jolted awake from her dreams, she could still sense the air around her thickening, rendering it difficult to breathe. The fire within the room blazed brightly, yet her entire being was drenched in a cold sweat, beads of perspiration dotting her forehead. She yearned to escape, to flee from this stifling space. Pressing her lips together, Yuyao rose and lifted the door curtain, stepping into the corridor. She inhaled several breaths of the crisp air, finally feeling a semblance of relief. Flakes of snow danced through the air like ethereal spirits. Yuyao reached out to catch them, watching as they melted in her palm, the chill radiating from her hand, easing the oppressive weight she felt. Curiously, since the Regent had sent someone to fetch her, the frequency of these dreams had increased. Today, she even dreamt during a brief nap. As before, she still could not discern the man's face, only recalling his cool, indifferent voice. The maid, Xiueli, emerged from the adjacent room, cradling a bowl of hot ginger soup. Upon seeing her young mistress standing beneath the eaves in thin clothing, she rushed over. "Miss, what are you doing out here? Your health has been fragile lately. If you catch a chill, what will happen? Come inside and drink some ginger soup to ward off the cold." The two entered the room together. Xiueli handed the ginger soup to Yuyao before speaking again. "Miss, just now, Granny Wang from Jinyuan came to convey a message, saying that after lunch, you are to go over. Madame Xiao wishes to see you." "Madame Xiao?" "Yes. She is the mother of the regent and the matriarch of the Xiao family," Xiueli replied with a smile. "Understood." As the afternoon unfolded, the snow continued to fall without respite. Lady Li, aware that Yuyao was new to the estate and unfamiliar with its paths, had specially sent a young maid to guide her. Commoner Yuyao pays her respects to the lady. Yuyao performed a graceful curtsy to Lady Li. "There's no need for formality. Your brother sacrificed himself to save Yandere. He is a great benefactor of our Xiao family. From now on, consider the Xiao residence your own home." "Thank you, madam," Yuyao replied as she rose. "Come here. Let me have a good look at you." Yuyao walked over with poise. Clad in simple attire and draped in a white cashmere cloak, her ebony hair was elegantly secured in a bun with a silver hairpin. Her unadorned face, untouched by makeup, could not conceal her extraordinary beauty. Even in a crowd, she would stand out unmistakably. "Truly remarkable," Lady Li could not help but exclaim. Although her own daughters were pampered and were among the most beautiful in the capital, they paled in comparison to the striking Yuyao. While physical appearance may be superficial, even if Yuyao surpassed her daughters in beauty, her lack of a prominent status ultimately rendered her future prospects less favorable in comparison. Upon this realization, Lady Li felt a modicum of relief. "How old is Miss Su?" Yuyao paused momentarily before respectfully replying. "She has just reached the age of 15. having recently celebrated her coming-of-age ceremony. Has she been betrothed? Not yet. Lady Li nodded with a smile, taking her hand. Should you find a suitable gentleman in the future, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall assist you in the matter. Su Yuyao expressed her gratitude to Lady Li. As her words faded, they were interrupted by the respectful greetings of the snow-clearing servant outside. Your Highness. Xiao Jingyan approached, his expression impassive as he ascended the steps toward the room. Su Yuyao's heart tightened at once, instinctively clutching the handkerchief in her grasp. The regent of the Great Zhou was about to enter, the very man for whom her brother had risked his life and family. Chapter 3: The Voice of the Dreamer. As the heavy curtain was lifted, Su Yuyao instinctively shifted to the side, raising her gaze towards the entrance. A tall figure entered, with sharp brows and cold, indifferent eyes. Clad in a dark robe, speckled with snowflakes that melted into droplets upon entering the room. I pay my respects to Mother, Xiao Jingyan greeted, his voice devoid of any anomaly. Yet, for reasons unknown, a profound fear surged within Su Yuyao. The voice bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the man from her dreams, chilling and austere. Memories of being imprisoned, of being forcefully confined in a hot spring, and of being taken from her wedding replayed vividly in her mind. Her fingers subconsciously tightened within her sleeves. She had long since begun to perspire, the cold sweat dampening her white undergarments, clinging uncomfortably to her skin. Yandere, come look, this girl is the one you just sent someone to retrieve from Qingzhou. Lady Li introduced. Xiao Jingyan turned, his gaze settling upon Su Yuyao. You are Su Jiangran's sister? His cold voice resonated once more. Startled, Su Yuyao trembled. The terrifying scenes that haunted her thoughts seemed to dissipate, and she hurriedly bowed. This humble girl, Su Yuyao, pays her respects to His Highness. Listening to her melodious voice, Xiao Jingyan found himself captivated. The young woman before him had her eyes lowered, her delicate lashes trembling, her skin as fair as snow, and her soft pink lips unwittingly stained with a deep crimson, exuding an aura of demure elegance. Although clad in a thick cloak, her slender form was evident, her waist delicate enough to be encircled with but a single hand. An impulse to reach out and touch her surged within him, but he instinctively furrowed his brow and suppressed this yearning. Does Miss Su find it comfortable residing in the manor? Should you lack anything in the garden, do not hesitate to speak, either to my mother or to me. Feel free to treat this place as your home, he offered. Thank you, Your Highness, Su Yuyao replied, pressing her lips together and bowing her head in gratitude. Lady Li smiled warmly, pleased to have such accomplished and filial offspring. Please take a seat. I have matters to discuss with you. She gestured towards the seat on her right, inviting him to sit. Su Yuyao followed suit, taking her place opposite Xiao Jingyan. Yandere, Yuyao's brother perished while saving you. Now Yuyao is left all alone. Why not accept her as a sworn sister? This way, she can reside here in peace. Lady Li suggested. Xiao Jingyan remained silent. Upon hearing Lady Li's words, Su Yuyao felt a wave of panic wash over her. She immediately stood, her lashes fluttering as she lowered her eyes and bowed toward Lady Li. I am grateful for your kindness, madam. My brother, as the head constable, acted as any honorable man would in the face of danger to His Highness. Your compassion in bringing me here is a great favor. I dare not wish for more. Lady Li's smile broadened. This girl truly understands. She is neither humble nor arrogant, nor does she covet wealth and power. Xiao Jingyan cast his gaze downward, momentarily pausing as he rotated the jade ring on his finger. It was astonishing that there were still those in this world who deemed him benevolent. How amusing, for they were merely ignorant of his true nature. Yuyao, do not refuse any longer. Your brother is aware of your well-being, and he shall rest in peace beneath the earth. Li glanced at Xiao Jingyan and, noting the tranquility etched upon his face, continued. Then it is settled. Henceforth, you shall be sworn brother and sister. Upon the mention of her brother, Su Yuyao ceased her objections. She offered a slight bow and resumed her seat. Thereafter, Li engaged Xiao Jingyan in casual conversation, inquiring about the recent affairs of the court. Is the court particularly busy of late? Xiao Jingyan lifted the teacup from the table and took a sip. It is manageable for now, but soon I shall be quite occupied. The selection for the martial champion, originally scheduled for late autumn, has been delayed due to the late emperor's passing. Preparations are now in full swing, and I estimate I shall be engrossed in this for 3 to 5 days. Upon hearing about the martial champion selection, Su Yuyao's eyes sparkled with interest. She yearned to inquire whether Lin Qingyuan's name appeared on the list of candidates. Yet, recalling her previous dream and considering her unfamiliarity with the Shao family, she opened her mouth several times only to swallow her words back down. Nevertheless, Xiao Jingyan perceptively noted her demeanor. Li, oblivious to the undercurrents, reminded Xiao Jingyan that amidst his duties, he ought to pay heed to his health. Once this matter was settled, she unveiled her plans for a plum blossom banquet. Our estate is blessed with numerous plum trees that have all blossomed, and with the recent snowfall, the scene of snowflakes upon the plum blossoms is unparalleled. I propose we take advantage of this winter spectacle to host a plum blossom banquet, firstly to seek suitable matches for the young ladies of our household, and secondly to find a suitable matriarch for our Shao family. What are your thoughts on this, Mother? Xiao Jingyan set down his teacup, his deep-set eyes glancing at Su Yuyao across the table. He gently caressed the jade ring on his finger, maintaining an impassive countenance. While it is certainly permissible to seek companions for his sisters, it would be best if his mother refrained from concerning herself with his own affairs. How can I not be concerned? You are no longer a child, and your marriage remains unresolved. Our Shao family's lineage is at stake. How can you expect me to remain untroubled? Over the past few years, countless suitors have been proposed to him, with numerous noble ladies attempting to forge connections. Even the Grand Princess's household had expressed interest in alliances, yet he had remained steadfastly silent. To this day, he continued to cite the busy state of court affairs as his reason for refusal, stating he was unable to attend to his own matters. Li fell silent, pressing her lips together and letting out a sigh. Her son was exemplary in every aspect, yet his approach to marriage was a source of great worry. At 22, Xiao Jingyan stood as the regent of the great Zhou, the maternal uncle of the current emperor. He possessed a striking presence and remarkable capabilities. At the tender age of 12, he commanded troops to repel invaders, fortifying the borders for 3 years. By 18, he had engaged in naval battles against pirates, demonstrating the might of great Zhou's naval forces and expanding the coastline by 300 miles. At 20, he quelled internal strife, subduing 3 imperial uncles who sought to usurp power during the prince's youth. Thus, he held a position second only to the emperor himself. Very well. Whether you agree or not, it shall be done. Li pondered. The plum blossom banquet must be held. I shall select a few candidates for him, and perhaps he will find someone to his liking. Mother, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Xiao Jingyan rose, bowed, and departed. Li waved her hand and turned to Su Yuyao. Yuyao, in a few days, the manor will host a plum blossom banquet. You should accompany me to take a look. If you find a gentleman to your fancy, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall assist you. Thank you, madam. In the Qingzhou courtyard, Xiao Jingyan returned from the Jinyu courtyard and immediately seated himself at his desk, where a plethora of documents cluttered the expansive sandalwood surface. He began to peruse them one by one, annotating as he went. However, after only a few, the image of the young lady he had just encountered surfaced in his mind, graceful and charming, evoking a disquieting stir within him. His restlessness grew, and he found himself unable to continue his official duties. Resigned, he set aside the documents, pushed open the door, and stepped into the corridor. Gazing dreamily at the heavy snowfall outside, Qixi and Baxi stood at either side of the entrance, ever ready for their lord's command. The 2 attendants, having served Xiao Jingyan for many years, knew him well. In the past, he had been a mere instrument of duty, laboring from dawn till dusk, with little time to appreciate the snow. What had changed now? After a visit to the Jinyu courtyard, he suddenly had the leisure to admire the scenery. Something fell amiss. As they contemplated this, their lord commanded, "Go see if Miss Su has come out of the Jinyu courtyard. If she has, invite her to come here." The 2 attendants exchanged glances. Qixi bowed respectfully, saying, "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately." On his way, Qixi encountered Su Yuyao emerging from the Jinyu courtyard. Amidst the swirling snow, the young woman's beauty was striking, delicate, and enchanting, standing beneath her umbrella, causing even Qingzhou to momentarily lose his composure. He stumbled slightly, almost losing his footing. Unable to contain herself, Xueli stifled a laugh. "Be careful." Regaining his balance, Qingzhou touched his nose and shrugged awkwardly before saying, "Miss Su, the prince requests your presence at the Qingzhou courtyard." Upon hearing this, Su Yuyao's body tensed, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. Her fingers instinctively curled tightly, and she feigned calmness, replying, "Is there something urgent?" Qingzhou, unsure of the specifics, could not inquire further. It was best for the young lady to accompany him. After all, returning to the Furong courtyard would necessitate passing through the Qingzhou courtyard. Su Yuyao nodded in agreement. Chapter 4. Falling into his embrace in the courtyard of Qingzhou Garden. Xiao Jingyan stood beneath the corridor, his gaze drawn toward the entrance upon hearing a sound. Su Yuyao, while walking, glanced toward him. Their eyes met. Upon encountering his icy stare, Su Yuyao felt her blood freeze in an instant, her heartbeat faltering, and a shiver coursed through her. She ascended the steps of the corridor, but distracted, lost her footing and slipped. In that moment, Xiao Jingyan swiftly grasped her arm, pulling her upright. Su Yuyao found herself nestled in his embrace. Enveloped in the chilling breath of his arms, the faint scent of sandalwood invading her senses, both delicate and intoxicating. Momentarily dazed, Su Yuyao abruptly regained her composure, hastily pushing away from Xiao Jingyan and performing a respectful bow. "Thank you, Your Highness." Although Lady Li had previously suggested they refer to each other as brother and sister, Su Yuyao could not bring herself to utter such words. Xiao Jingyan lowered his gaze. The woman in his arms bowed her head, appearing obedient yet tinged with shyness and a hint of fear. Unconsciously, he leaned closer, catching the faint fragrance of orchids that lingered around her, subtle yet captivating. "Your Highness." Su Yuyao trembled slightly, unfamiliar with such proximity to a man, uncertain of his intentions, instinctively retreating a few steps. Snowflakes clung to her hair, melting and leaving her susceptible to the cold. He raised his hand to brush away the snowflakes. "Earlier in Jinyu Garden, I mentioned the selection for the martial arts champion. You seem to have something to say. Do you know someone within?" Su Yuyao raised her gaze. The regent's eyes were dark and profound, his piercing gaze reminiscent of cold stars. His brows arched like painted strokes, exuding an imposing presence that instilled an unspoken pressure. In that fleeting moment, Su Yuyao absurdly thought that this man bore an uncanny resemblance not only in voice, but also in demeanor to the figure from her dreams. The fear she had managed to suppress surged once more, prompting her to hastily lower her head. Her heart tightened, fingers clenched in her palm, digging in her flesh, seeking pain to steady her racing thoughts. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. "A fellow townsman came to participate. I am uncertain if he has entered the palace examination." Xiao Jingyan's cold fingertips barely flickered, yet his eyes betrayed no emotion. "Oh, what is his name? I can assist you in finding him." Su Yuyao paused before replying. "Lin Qingyuan." "Lin Qingyuan." Xiao Jingyan repeated the name thoughtfully. A moment passed, and he said nothing further, turning to step into the room, leaving behind a flat statement devoid of emotion. "I understand. I will keep an eye out." With that, he closed the door casually. Su Yuyao cast a puzzled glance at the firmly shut door, somewhat surprised. Was she summoned merely to be asked this one question? Yet, why did she have the impression that the regent was angry, as if he were upset with her? Qingzhou and Baxi, standing in the corridor, sensed the disquiet as well. They exchanged glances, realizing their master's mood was far from pleasant. They turned to Su Yuyao, saying, "Miss Su, you may return now." Su Yuyao slightly bowed her body, supporting Xueli as she carefully descended the steps. Upon returning to Furong courtyard, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. The atmosphere of this royal residence, coupled with the oppressive presence of the regent, weighed heavily upon her. Furthermore, his voice bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the man who had imprisoned and seized her in her dreams. Regardless of the circumstances, she resolved to keep her distance from him and minimize any connections. "Miss, after an hour outside, my hands are frozen stiff. Come and warm yourself by the hearth," Xueli urged, lifting the lid of the stove and placing a charcoal ball within. Su Yuyang o nosenet had kalok. draping it casually over a rack before settling near the fire to warm her hands. "Xueli, let us inquire about Brother Qingyuan's whereabouts tomorrow," she stated. Having known him since childhood, Lin Qingyuan occupied a cherished place in Su Yuyao's heart, second only to her brother. Unaware of the similarity between the regent's voice and that of her dream man, Xueli paused briefly before responding. "Why the urgency, miss? Did not the regent just offer to help you find young Master Lin?" Su Yuyao, resolute in her decision, replied, "Residing in someone else's household is always inconvenient. We came to the capital with the regent's carriage specifically to search for Brother Qingyuan. It is best not to waste any more time." Xueli nodded in agreement, declaring her unwavering support for whatever her mistress wished to undertake. The following day, after breakfast, Su Yuyao set out with Xueli. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingyan had already gone to the palace for the morning court. Just after the session concluded, and as he prepared to exit, he was intercepted by Yun Rongji. Yun Rongji, casually playing with a folding fan, regarded Xiao Jingyan with a lazy demeanor, akin to a spectator at a spectacle. "I hear you've brought a beauty back to your residence. Are you planning to take her as a concubine?" Xiao Jingyan's expression remained frosty as he brushed past Yun Rongji. "Enough with the gossip. That is Su Jiangran's sister." Upon comprehending Xiao Jingyan's words, Yun Rongji lazily unfurled his fan, fanning himself with a nonchalant air. His eyes sparkled with mischief as he replied, "Isn't that splendid? The regent marrying the sister of his savior. Such a tale would surely endear you to the populace." Xiao Jingyan remained unperturbed. After walking a short distance, he halted and turned back. Yun Rongji smirked. "What? Do you find my reasoning compelling?" With a steely gaze, Xiao Jingyan responded, "There is a matter that requires your investigation." Sensing the gravity of his tone, Yun Rongji swiftly abandoned his casual demeanor. To the world, the regent was seen as a paragon of virtue and elegance, a gentleman of impeccable conduct. However, to Yun Rongji, who truly understood Xiao Jingyan, he was a man of ruthless cunning and unyielding resolve. 3 months had passed since the late emperor's demise, leaving behind an 8-year-old crown prince. The throne was a coveted prize, with 3 uncles poised to seize power. Yet, in the midst of this turmoil, Xiao Jingyan managed to suppress the ambitions of the 3 uncles and support the young prince's ascension to the throne. It is evident how many treacherous individuals he has dispatched behind the scenes. Now that the court is gradually stabilizing, one cannot deny his contributions to the great Zhou. "What is it?" Yun Rongji abruptly snapped shut his folding fan and approached Xiao Jingyan. "Please check the list of the top martial scholars. See if Lin Qingyuan's name is among them." Yun Rongji was taken aback. "Since when have you taken an interest in such matters?" The selection of civil and military scholars has always been the responsibility of the third prince, Jun Wulin. At most, you would only assess them during the examinations. There is no need for further inquiry. Simply look into it. With that, Xiao Jingyan turned away. As an afterthought, he seemed to recall something, pointing at the folding fan in Yun Rongji's hand with a blank expression, and said, "An item like this should be put away in the depths of winter. If you feel warm, go outside and cool off in the snow." Yun Rongji rolled his eyes, took a breath, and nodded like a chick pecking at rice, replying, "Very well." Chapter 5. Outside. The chill of winter enveloped the air, and the prince offered to escort her a short distance through the streets of the capital. Due to the heavy snowfall, only a handful of pedestrians could be seen hurrying along, their footsteps quickened by the biting cold. The shops lining the streets were mostly deserted, their doors firmly shut against the elements. Xueli held an umbrella for Su Yuyao, but soon her hands became numb and turned a shade of purple. "Miss, where shall we search for young Master Lin?" she asked. The relentless snow and howling wind stung their faces and hands as if biting into their very bones. Su Yuyao adjusted her cloak, tucking her fair skin further into the fur collar. "Let's first visit the address left by Brother Qingyuan in his letter," she suggested. Zhuangyuan Building. The address given by Lin Qingyuan to Su Yuyao was indeed Zhuangyuan Building, a favorite among those who came to the capital for the imperial examinations. The name held auspicious connotations. Who among the candidates for the civil or military examinations would not desire to achieve the esteemed title of Zhuangyuan? Consequently, the inn was perpetually full during the examination months. Su Yuyao and Shueli inquired about Zhuang Yuan building and approached the innkeeper. "Excuse me, sir. Is there a student by the name of Lin Qingyuan residing here?" The innkeeper, a man in his 50s wearing reading glasses, paused from his ledger upon hearing the inquiry and looked up. He beheld a charming young lady, delicate and graceful, accompanied by a maid. After appraising them, he responded, "Miss, the Lin Qingyuan you seek is preparing for this year's military examination, is he not?" Su Yuyao nodded vigorously, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. "Yes, he has come from Qingzhou to participate in a military examination. He has moved." What? The flicker of hope in Su Yuyao's heart was swiftly extinguished. "Do you know where he has relocated?" With the palace examination approaching, he has certainly moved to the examination hall. Examination hall? Where is that? Su Yuyao inquired. "May I enter to search for him?" The innkeeper scrutinized Su Yuyao and Shueli once more. "You must be from out of town," he remarked. Su Yuyao nodded in affirmation. The examination hall is located within the palace. To ensure fairness in the examination, all candidates entering the palace examination must remain in the examination hall, where they cannot communicate with the outside world, nor can outsiders reach them. "My dear girl, it will be best for you to wait. The palace examination is just a few days away. You may seek him out after it concludes." "Thank you, innkeeper." Su Yuyao stepped out of Zhuang Yuan building, her heart heavy with disappointment. The cold wind whipped snowflakes against her face, and Shueli hurriedly opened the umbrella to shield her. "Do not lose hope, Mississippi. Let us wait a few more days. After the palace examination, we will return to find young Master Lin." As the snow continued to fall, the sky remained overcast even in daylight. A luxurious carriage rolled slowly through the snow-laden street. Inside, a subtle scent of sandalwood incense wafted through the air, and four corner-mounted luminous pearls cast a soft, elegant glow, creating a warm and comfortable haven amidst the icy world outside. Xiao Jingyan sat upright, his demeanor serious and devoid of any discernible emotion. "Your Highness, it appears that Miss Su is ahead." The carriage came to a slight halt as Qixi reported to Xiao Jingyan through the curtain. Xiao Jingyan lifted the carriage curtain with a graceful motion. In the distance, a solitary figure walked along the snow-laden street. An inexplicable emotion stirred within him. Was it envy or jealousy? He could not quite discern. With lowered eyes, Xiao Jingyan released the curtain, his long fingers tightening slightly as he instructed, "Please, Miss Su, step into the carriage." Qixi was taken aback. Xiao Jingyan had never been one to show such benevolence. He was not the type to engage in acts of chivalry, seemingly immune to the allure of women. Yet, in recent days, his demeanor toward Miss Su had indeed been rather unusual, evoking in his loyal subordinate two sentiments, concern and jealousy. However, this notion was fleeting. After all, Miss Su's brother had perished saving the prince, leaving her as the sole survivor of the Su family. It was only natural for the prince to show her kindness and gratitude for her brother's sacrifice. Moreover, the lady had explicitly stated that henceforth they would refer to each other as brother and sister. Without further delay, Qixi hurriedly replied, "Yes." He urged the horses onward, hastening to catch up with Su Yuyao, pulling on the reins as he called out, "Whoa." The carriage came to a stop. "Miss Su, the prince requests your presence in the carriage." Upon hearing Qixi's voice, Su Yuyao froze in place, realizing that Xiao Jingyan must be inside. She had no desire to see him. His presence invoked the haunting nightmares that had plagued her for days. Why? Why must she encounter him, even while walking on the street? "Miss Su?" When she did not respond, Qixi called out again. "The prince kindly invites you to enter the carriage." Shueli gently tugged at Su Yuyao's sleeve, whispering, "Miss, it is the Regent." Su Yuyao suddenly snapped back to reality, her feet feeling as heavy as lead as she took slow, deliberate steps toward the carriage. She halted 3 paces away, bowing respectfully. Her fingers, already chilled, felt even colder in the bitter air. "Does His Highness have a matter to discuss?" After a brief pause, a voice emerged from within the carriage. "It is cold outside. I can offer you a ride." "Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness, but I can manage on my own." The cramped space of the carriage already made her feel uncomfortable, let alone sharing it with someone she feared. An uneasy silence enveloped the air. Xiao Jingyan's composed demeanor darkened momentarily at her refusal. Did she truly wish to distance herself from him so fervently? Qingzhou stood in astonishment, never having witnessed such benevolence from the prince, only to have it declined. He could scarcely imagine the extent to which Xiao Jingyan's expression had contorted. Enter the carriage. Xiao Jingyan spoke once more. His voice remained calm, yet to Su Yuyao, it resonated with an unyielding authority, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. After a moment's hesitation, Qingzhou gently urged, "Miss Su, the prince's intentions are well-meaning. You should accept the offer." Inside the carriage, Su Yuyao sat quietly in a corner, enveloped in a profound stillness. With her head bowed and fingers clenched tightly, her anxious nails dug into her flesh, oblivious to the pain. Is she truly this anxious? His indifferent gaze settled upon her frail waist. Indeed, it appeared so slender that he felt he could grasp it with a single hand. Su Yuyao lifted her eyes, meeting his gaze. Their eyes locked for a fleeting moment before she quickly lowered her head again. It seems you share a deep bond with that fellow townsman. Su Yuyao made no attempt to conceal her feelings. We grew up together, sharing a close relationship. Xiao Jingyan's cold eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized her every movement, his expression remaining unchanged. Yet, within his heart, an inexplicable surge of jealousy arose. The lofty regent, the head of a noble family, a close minister to the emperor, wielding power over countless others. Could he truly feel jealousy? He suppressed this unsettling emotion and gradually spoke. "I have dispatched someone to investigate. Once the information is uncovered, I shall inform you. In the future, you need not venture out in such extreme weather." Chapter 6. Embracing her waist, the carriage swayed gently, arriving at the estate gate after approximately half an hour. At this moment, the snowfall had diminished, with only a few delicate flakes drifting through the air. Qingzhou tightened the reins and brought the carriage to a halt. Xiao Jingyan lifted the curtain of the carriage and alighted. Su Yuyao exhaled a long breath inside the carriage. At last, they had arrived. Although the carriage was spacious, the stifling atmosphere within made her feel as if she were suffocating. The discomfort was overwhelming. She lifted the curtain, and Qingzhou had already lowered the footstool. As soon as she set her foot upon it, a sharp tug jolted her ankle. She stumbled slightly, reaching out instinctively for the nearby Shiweli. Before she could extend her hand, a large palm firmly grasped her waist and drew her into an embrace. Su Yuyao's mind momentarily blanked. Immediately, a faint scent of sandalwood invaded her senses. Instinctively, she looked up, only to meet Xiao Jingyan's gaze, which hung low. One was filled with trepidation, while the other remained calm and composed. "Your Highness," Su Yuyao tilted her head back slightly, her body instinctively leaning away, attempting to maintain some distance. "Are you all right?" Xiao Jingyan inquired. Su Yuyao found it peculiar how he always managed to intervene at the perfect moment. Her eyelashes fluttered as she shook her head. "I am fine." As she spoke, she exerted force to pull away from his embrace. Feeling her resistance, Xiao Jingyan's hand gradually released her waist. As Su Yuyao bent slightly, preparing to step away, an excruciating pain shot through her ankle once more, causing her brows to furrow. Her footing faltered, and she nearly fell. Xiao Jingyan swiftly extended his hand to steady her. With her delicate waist once more cradled in his grasp, he felt a tightening in his throat, as if something foreign had lodged there, creating a sense of suffocation. "Have you sprained it?" Su Yao's forehead was already beaded with perspiration from the pain, and she gasped, "I think so." Shiweli, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. Once she regained her composure, she hurried forward to support her young mistress. However, before her hand could touch Su Yuyao's arm, she witnessed the regent, a figure of immense authority, effortlessly lift her mistress into his arms. In an instant, Shiweli's eyes widened in astonishment. How could her mistress be carried like this? At that moment, Su Yuyao, cradled in Xiao Jingyan's arms, felt equally astonished. A wave of discomfort washed over her, and her entire being was taut with tension. Your Highness, I can walk by myself." "Walk by yourself?" The distance to Furong Courtyard was not short, and with your ankle sprained, continuing to walk might cause further injury to the bone. "I am merely returning to Qingzhou Courtyard and will escort you back along the way." He intended to carry her back to Furong Courtyard, given the propriety between men and women. She did not wish to engage in further contact with Xiao Jingyan and intended to refuse. However, before she could voice her objection, the pressure around her waist intensified. Faced with his piercing and commanding gaze, Yuyao hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Noticing her reluctance fading, he took the opportunity to instruct the attendant behind him. Quickly summon the physician. As they entered the courtyard, Xiao Jingyan held Yuyao closely in his arms and unexpectedly encountered the elegantly dressed Xiao Muyu, who was about to step outside. "Brother, what is this?" Upon witnessing the intimate embrace between Xiao Jingyan and Yuyao, Xiao Muyu's eyes widened, filled with astonishment as if struck by lightning. Xiao Jingyan cast a fleeting glance at her, his stride unwavering as he continued forward. "Brother." Xiao Muyu hastened after him, her agitated demeanor resembling that of a shrew. She positioned herself in front of Xiao Jingyan, angrily pointing at Yuyao in his arms. "How can you hold her? You have never shown such concern for me. Why should this commoner receive what she had never attained?" With a gaze akin to a blazing torch, Xiao Jingyan swept past her. Perhaps it was the imposing aura of his high status. For Xiao Mu, you had always held a certain fear of him. Just that single look instilled a sense of trepidation within her. Stunned, she stood aside, stamping her foot in frustration. As she passed by, she paused momentarily beside her. "Second Miss Yuyao is the prince's sworn sister." She twisted her ankle just as she alighted from the carriage, implicitly offering comfort to Xiao Muyu, suggesting that the prince's treatment of Yuyao stemmed from a brother's concern for his sister. Upon hearing this, Xiao Muyu's fury intensified. Her face contorted as she bitterly complained, "Sworn sister? Yet I am his biological sister." Throughout the journey, both Xueli and she had a jog to keep pace with Xiao Jingyan. Finally arriving at Furong Courtyard, Xiao Jingyan directly carried Yuyao into the inner chamber, gently placing her upon the couch. Her feet dangled over the edge as Xiao Jingyan lowered his gaze to examine her ankle. He bent down, intending to remove her shoe to assess the injury, but just as his fingertips neared her footwear, Yuyao, in a panic, withdrew her foot. His hand froze in midair as he lifted his eyes to meet hers. Yuyao bit her lip, her dense eyelashes trembling slightly, casting shadows across her eyes. "Your Highness, it is inappropriate for men and women to have such close contact." Xiao Jingyan retracted his hand, rising silently. He instructed Xueli to take good care of Yuyao before leaving Furong Courtyard. The Xiao residence employed 2 physicians who alternated their duties. The physician who came to Furong Courtyard was named Lu Chunjiang, renowned for his exceptional medical skills and successful treatment of numerous difficult ailments, earning him the title of Divine Physician Lu among the household. After his examination, he remarked to Yuyao, "There is nothing serious, merely a strain in your tendons. With timely application of ointment and a day or 2 of rest, you will recover fully." Upon finishing, he retrieved a bottle of ointment from his medical kit, handing it to Xueli while explaining the application method and dosage. Yuyao, still enveloped in the tension and fear from earlier, did not fully comprehend the physician's words. Meanwhile, Xiao Muyu was seething with resentment, her teeth clenched in anger. Even her plans for leisure were overshadowed by her fury as she dashed towards Li Shi's Jinyu courtyard to recount everything she had witnessed. "Mother, I witnessed my brother bringing that woman into our residence. It is evident that he has admitted a seductress. Look, she has already ensnared him upon her arrival." Li Shi placed her teacup heavily upon the table. "Nonsense," she exclaimed, her rare anger flaring. "Your brother is notoriously indifferent to the fairer sex. He has disregarded so many dignified, virtuous, and gentle young ladies from esteemed families. How could he possibly be attracted to a girl from a humble background? Mother, I saw it with my own eyes. He usually pays me no mind, yet he embraced that woman. You must admit if she had not bewitched him. How could he have held her so?" Li Shi took a deep breath, suppressing her inner turmoil, and replied, "Do not speak such foolishness henceforth. Your brother is the sworn brother of Yuyao, a bond one personally established. It is only natural for a brother to care for his sister. There can be no other relationship between them." Xiao Muyu wished to protest further, but was silenced by Li Shi's gesture. Li Shi waved her hand dismissively. I am weary. You may leave now. After Xiao Muyu departed, Wang Mama brought over another cup of tea. Madam, there is no need for concern. Although Miss Su is charming, the prince would not be taken by her. He is a man who values gratitude and loyalty. He likely simply feels compassion for her, given her solitary plight. Despite these reassurances, Li Shi remained subtly apprehensive. She was well aware of her son's temperament. He had never shown such attentiveness even to his own two sisters. This was merely the younger sister of a benefactor he rescued, and allowing her into the household. Granting her the title of sister-in-law was already a significant favor. Even if she twisted her ankle, must he personally carry her back? Are the maids and servants in the residence mere decorations? Order them to prepare for the plum blossom banquet promptly. It shall be held as soon as the snow ceases. We must ensure Yandere finds a suitable companion. Chapter 7. Having prepared a hawthorn cake, sent a portion to this prince. 2 days later, due to the rebellion of the 3 imperial uncles, Xiao Jingyan visited the Ministry of Justice. Upon exiting, he encountered Yun Rongji. Ever since Xiao Jingyan had subtly pointed something out to him yesterday, Yun Rongji had put away his folding fan, replacing it with 2 walnuts in his hands. Hey, weren't you the one who asked me to investigate the list of candidates for the Martial Champion Hall yesterday? He said, idly toying with the walnuts while casting a languid glance at Xiao Jingyan. Indeed, there is someone named Lin Qingyuan on the list. What is your connection to him? Yun Rongji ventured cautiously, testing the waters. I took a brief look at his background. He hails from Qingzhou. I recall the young lady you brought back is also from Qingzhou. Could it be they share an affection? Upon finishing his words, Yun Rongji squinted his alluring eyes at Xiao Jingyan. Sensing the chilling gaze of Xiao Jingyan, Yun Rongji quickly composed his demeanor. I have heard that Lin Qingyuan is exceptionally skilled in martial arts and possesses handsome features. He is one of the most promising candidates for this year's martial champion. Xiao Jingyan nodded slightly. Yun Rongji raised his hand, eager to inquire further, but before the question could escape his lips, Xiao Jingyan had already vanished from his sight. What kind of person is this? Even after I gather information, he doesn't utter a word of thanks. Yun Rongji muttered to himself as he watched Xiao Jingyan depart. Never mind, I shan't hold it against you. That's just how you are. Upon returning to his residence, Xiao Jingyan immediately inquired about Su Yuyao. Is Miss Su in the hibiscus courtyard? Bashi hesitated momentarily before replying. She should be. I haven't seen her leave the premises. Without further ado, Xiao Jingyan strode towards the hibiscus courtyard. Bashi exchanged a glance with Qi Shi, cautiously following behind, their eyes communicating. What is going on? Qi Shi gestured in response. I don't know. Both servants had noticed the change in their master since Miss Su arrived at the residence. Previously cold and ruthless, he would never allow others' matters to impede his own time. He was wholly engrossed in official duties. Even when seeking someone, it was customary to send a messenger to his Qingzhou courtyard. There was no need for him to visit personally. The 2 subordinates dared not speak further and simply accompanied their master to the hibiscus courtyard. Since the day Xiao Jingyan carried Su Yuyao back to the hibiscus courtyard, she had not stepped beyond its gates. Firstly, she could not find Lin Qingyuan outside. Secondly, she feared encountering Xiao Jingyan again, akin to a ghostly apparition. She wished to sever any ties with him and intended to wait for the martial examination to conclude before seeking Lin Qingyuan, thereafter moving out of the Xiao residence, distancing herself from the man whose voice and demeanor resembled that of her dreams. At this moment, it was 1/4 the hour of the snake. Su Yuyao sat at her table, counting her silver and jewelry. Although she did not come from a prominent family in Qingzhou, nor was she born into a wealthy merchant clan, she still possessed some silver in her possession. Her brother serves as the chief constable of Qingzhou County, receiving a monthly salary of 2 taels of silver. In addition, Su Yuyao engages in needlework and sells a few pastries, allowing them to save over 80 taels of silver through frugality. Initially, these funds were intended as a dowry for her brother's future bride, with a match already agreed upon. However, fate had other plans. Now, Su Yuyao has brought all the 80 taels to the capital, hopeful that if her brother Qingyuan excels in the martial examinations, his yearly salary could amount to several dozens of taels, providing them the means to purchase a modest residence in the city. With this thought, Su Yuyao called out to Xiuli, suggesting they buy some hawthorn to make hawthorn cakes. Miss, are you planning to make hawthorn cakes? Xiuli inquired, her surprise evident. Su Yuyao's skill in crafting these delicacies is remarkable. Each batch sells out swiftly. However, having spent many days at the Regent's residence in a melancholic mood, it is heartening to see her finally regain some spirit and desire to create culinary delights. This is truly wonderful. Su Yuyao retrieved one tael of silver and handed it to Xiuli. With the palace examination in just 2 days, Qingzhou loves the hawthorn cakes I make. Prepare some for him, and I assure you he will be delighted upon receiving them. Xiuli pouted playfully. Miss, regardless of whether you offer hawthorn cakes, young Master Lin will be pleased. Leaning closer to Su Yuyao, she jested, as long as you are present, young Master Lin will be happy. Impudent girl, you tease me again. Just wait until I silence you. Su Yuyao chased Xiuli around the room. Miss, I won't do it again. Please spare me. Outside, snowflakes continued to fall, albeit smaller in size and descending more slowly. A thin layer covered the stone path in the courtyard. Xiao Jingyan stood beneath the eaves, his fingers clenching tightly, and his ink-black eyes momentarily concealed a turbulent darkness. Seizure followed closely behind, feeling intimidated by his chilling presence, causing him to shudder involuntarily, even stumbling over his words. Your Highness, shall we go inside? Xiao Jingyan ignored him, lifting the curtain and stepping inside. Su Yuyao was in the room, playfully chasing Xiuli, her face radiant with a warm smile. Upon seeing Xiao Jingyan's sudden entrance, her body stiffened, and her smile faded swiftly. Your Highness, she greeted, approaching him to perform a respectful bow, her astonishment evident. She had believed that as long as she remained indoors, she would not encounter Xiao Jingyan again. To her surprise, he had personally come to her hibiscus garden. Xiao Jingyan nodded, brushing off the snowflakes from his shoulders. Will you not offer this prince a cup of tea? Su Yuyao paused for a moment before hastily moving to pour tea into an empty cup. He pulled out a chair and sat down, surveying the room's simple and tidy arrangement before speaking. The individual you mentioned, Lin Xingyan, has been verified. He is indeed on the list for the martial examination. A wave of joy surged within Su Yuyao, and she expressed her gratitude to Xiao Jingyan, saying, Thank you, Your Highness, for your assistance. Xiao Jingyan picked up the teacup from the table and took a small sip. He rose to his feet, his gaze settling upon her delicate visage. The young maiden's face was flushed from her recent exertion, her pair of dark, glistening eyes undeniably alluring. He casually inquired, How shall I be thanked? Su Yuyao was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, she lifted her eyes to meet his frigid stare. Her mind raced as she pondered what she could possibly offer him as a token of gratitude. After much contemplation, she found herself at a loss. One was a humble commoner, while the other was a lofty regent. What could he possibly lack? Fortunately, Su Yuyao's quick wit prevailed. How does Your Highness wish for me to express my gratitude? She deftly articulated, alleviating her momentary distress. Xiao Jingyan took a step forward. Qi promptly lifted the curtain. As he crossed the threshold, he left her with the words, Prepare some hawthorn cake and send a portion to me. Chapter 8 Meeting with the beloved 2 days had passed. Outside the grand hall of the palace, Yin Rongji leisurely toyed with a mountain walnut as he approached Xiao Jingyan, engaging him in conversation about the results of the martial arts examination held that day. Have you nothing to say regarding the outcome of the martial arts champion selection? What is there to say? Replied Xiao Jingyan, having finished his affairs and preparing to leave the palace for his residence. He had little time to entertain the whims of this frivolous young lord. As for the selection of the martial arts champion, it was indeed his duty to oversee the proceedings, yet he was preoccupied with the remnants of his 3 imperial uncles' conspiracies for power and had neglected this particular event. You are still unaware of who the martial arts champion is, are you? Xiao Jingyan furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of impatience. Does it matter? He is merely a champion destined to become an 8th-rank official, who will likely have no further dealings with me. Yin Rongji chuckled and shook his head. Who says there will be no dealings? Just a few days ago, you were inquiring about that individual's name. At this, Xiao Jingyan paused, lifting his gaze to the carefree Yin Rongji. Are you referring to Lin Qingyuan? He has secured the title of champion? Indeed, that is him, Yin Rongji replied, continuing to play with the walnut. I have encountered him. He possesses an impressive appearance and a vigorous demeanor, reminiscent of your own valiant spirit when you battled the pirates at sea. Look, there he's ahead. Excitedly, Yin Rongji tapped Xiao Jingyan's arm, urging him to look forward. Following Yin Rongji's gaze, a tall figure, resembling a long, flowing ribbon, came into view. Xiao Jingyan's brow furrowed even deeper, a chill rising in his eyes. It felt as though a heavy stone had lodged in his chest, constricting his breath. Unaware of Xiao Jingyan's escalating discomfort, Yin Rongji continued, "By the way, I heard that the young lady you brought back to your residence has become your sworn sister. This is excellent news. She and Lin Qingyuan both hail from Qingzhou, providing them ample common ground. Why not play matchmaker for them? Once their union is established, with a little nurturing, Lin Qingyuan will undoubtedly become your right-hand man." As soon as Yin Rongji finished speaking, Xiao Jingyan shot him a glance before turning on his heel to leave. "Wait, I've been brainstorming for your benefit, and you have yet to utter a word of thanks?" Yin Rongji hurried after him. "Is there no trace of gratitude in your heart?" In Furong Courtyard, Su Yuyao felt considerably more at ease upon confirming that Lin Qingyuan was indeed on the selection list for the martial arts champion. For the past 2 days, she had remained within the confines of the courtyard, solely focused on preparing hawthorn cakes. At long last, the day of the selection had arrived. After lunch, she eagerly clutched the freshly made hawthorn cakes, waiting at the palace gates. Beginning from the hour of shun, candidates began to exit the palace, some appearing dejected, while others were exuberantly jubilant. Su Yuyao craned her neck in anticipation, certain that her exceptionally talented brother Qingyuan would emerge with a smile. The snowfall had ceased that morning, and the sunlight was unexpectedly bright, even coaxing the birds to take flight, joyfully singing upon the branches. "Miss," she pointed out to the most conspicuous figure in the crowd. "It appears to be young Master Lin." Su Yuyao focused her gaze and, to her astonishment, recognized her beloved elder brother, Qingyuan. Brother Qingyuan. Her eyes sparkled as she looked towards the approaching figure. Lin Qingyuan, upon hearing the familiar voice, lifted his head and was delighted to see the person he had longed for day and night. His face radiated warmth, and he hurried over, exuding an aura akin to a gentle spring breeze. "Yuyao." A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but the thrill of unexpectedly encountering his beloved overshadowed it. "What brings you to the capital?" She was as exuberant as a charming young fawn. Upon seeing her cherished one, all her previous despair melted away. "It was the Regent who sent someone to fetch me." The mention of the Regent caused Lin Qingyuan's smile to falter momentarily, and a hint of tension flashed in his eyes. "What purpose does the Regent have in bringing you here?" Su Yuyao hesitated, recalling her previous correspondence with Lin Qingyuan, where she had mentioned her brother's sacrifice for the Regent. Lin Qingyuan, reminiscent of the past, affectionately ruffled her hair, his tone gentle. "Let us not dwell on sorrowful matters. Our reunion is a joyous occasion. From now on, Brother Qingyuan shall be your support." "Brother Qingyuan, why have you not written to me for so long? I was so worried about you." Thus, when the Regent sent for me, I immediately followed, solely to seek you in the capital. Su Yuyao voiced the lingering question that had resided in her heart. Learning that Su Yuyao had come to the capital out of concern for him only deepened the joy on Lin Qingyuan's face. "I intended to reply to you. However, circumstances changed abruptly. A month before the examination, the court hastily summoned us to the palace examination quarters. To ensure fairness, we were prohibited from any external communication, which is why I could not respond. I understand that my silence may have caused you worry. I did consider ways to send you a message, but ultimately, I was unable to dispatch it." As he spoke, Lin Qingyuan retrieved several sheets of stationery from his sleeve, slightly yellowed from perspiration. "These are letters I wrote to you while preparing for my examinations in the palace, but I could not send them, so I have carried them with me." Su Yuyao accepted the letters and opened them, glancing at the familiar handwriting and sweet nothings inscribed within. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she smiled softly. "By the way, Brother Qingyuan, how did you fare in your examinations?" Overwhelmed with joy at their reunion, she had momentarily forgotten to inquire about the imperial examination. Lin Qingyuan affectionately ruffled her hair again, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "I was fortunate enough to achieve the top position." "That is wonderful. Congratulations, Brother Qingyuan." I knew you would succeed. Suddenly recalling something, Lin Qingyuan suggested, the palace gates are chilly, not the ideal place for a lengthy conversation. Let's find an inn where we can dine and chat. Su Yuyao's brows relaxed, and without hesitation, she agreed. A splendid carriage slowly emerged from the palace, where Xiao Jingyan sat inside, momentarily lost in thought. Yin Rongji languidly leaned against the carriage wall, pondering which of his words had provoked the displeasure of the exquisite and unparalleled regent. After much contemplation, he could not discern the cause. He casually lifted the carriage curtain to take a breath of fresh air. In an unguarded moment, he caught a glimpse of a figure. It was none other than Lin Qingyuan. Beside him stood a woman of enchanting beauty, her features delicate and captivating. The two were engaged in light-hearted conversation, appearing remarkably intimate. Yin Rongji poured himself a cup of tea from the table, downing it in one gulp. So, that was why you were angry earlier. It seems you have an interest in someone else. He shrugged helplessly, letting out a sigh. Jingyan, we have been friends for many years. If you are upset, you ought to clarify the reason with me. Next time, I shall be better informed. Yet here I am, left to discover it on my own. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingyan realized that Yin Rongji had witnessed something significant. His long fingers arched slightly as he peered through the curtain's gap, witnessing a scene that shocked him. While he had been treated with disdain, here she was, laughing and engaging with Lin Qingyuan, displaying a vivacity he had never witnessed before. Chapter 9. Why has the hawthorn cake promised to this prince not yet arrived? Here is an opportunity for you to rectify your mistake. Yin Rongji, oblivious to the unusual demeanor of Xiao Jingyan, paused momentarily in her task of turning the walnut, her eyes widening as she leaned closer to him and inquired, what opportunity? Immediately assigned some tasks to the newly appointed champion of martial arts and summoned him back to the palace. Yin Rongji was utterly perplexed. What was going on? This sudden arrangement clearly intended to prevent Lin Qingyuan from lingering with that woman. She peered out from beneath the carriage curtain, and a conjecture formed in her mind. That young lady, could she be the one you brought back from Qingzhou? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingyan's lowered gaze swiftly lifted, his eyes cold, as if stained with blood. His voice was frigid and his tone blunt. And if so, Yin Rongji was momentarily taken aback, a hint of awkward amusement tugging at the corners of her lips. Half jokingly, she remarked, you can't possibly be infatuated with her, can you? Having known Xiao Jingyan for many years, she understood his character profoundly. Perhaps due to his noble birth and years spent in positions of power, he remained indifferent to everything but his official duties, perpetually shrouded in an air of cold detachment. Moreover, he seemed to possess an innate immunity towards women, never allowing himself to become emotionally invested, even with his own sisters. This was the sole exception. For the first time, she discerned jealousy and anger in his eyes, stirred by a mere girl. Not going? Xiao Jingyan lowered his eyelids, casually twirling the ring on his finger. Yet, Yin Rongji recognized this as the calm before the storm. If he did not hasten to exit the carriage, he would soon face the consequences of being forcibly ejected. At the palace gate, Su Yuwei cheerfully walked alongside Lin Qingyuan towards Zhuke Street, eager to find a tavern where they could sit down and converse at length. At that moment, Yin Rongji caught up with them. Champion, wait a moment. Lin Qingyuan and Su Yuwei turned back. It was then that Yin Rongji clearly saw the woman's visage. She was gentle in appearance, exuding a rich beauty, her eyes bright and clear, unmistakably untouched by the corrupt world. He halted, taking a breath. There are some pressing matters at the Ministry of Justice. I would appreciate it if you could accompany me to address them, as it would broaden your horizons. After speaking, Yin Rongji offered a slight smile to Su Yuwei and nodded apologetically. Lin Qingyuan turned to exchange a glance with Su Yuwei, his eyes filled with reluctance. Yuwei, I cannot accompany you today. Another day, when I have some free time, I shall seek you out so we can meticulously plan our future together. Su Yuwei nodded in agreement. Very well. As Lin Qingyuan turned to follow Yin Rongji back to the palace, a sudden thought struck him and he spun around. Yuwei, I will be residing at the Champion's Pavilion for the next few days. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to seek me out. Yin Rongji glanced at the carriage waiting at the palace gate, urging, Champion, we must take our leave. As they watched Lin Qingyuan depart, Shueli suddenly remembered the package of hawthorn cake she held in her hands and exclaimed, "Miss, there is still this." Su Yuyao hurriedly took the initiative to call out to Lin Qingyuan. "Brother Qingyuan." She quickly ran over. "I personally made this hawthorn cake. Take it with you to enjoy as you walk." Inside the carriage, a fleeting coldness passed through the man's eyes, his fingertips rhythmically tapping on the table. "Have Su Yuyao get on the carriage." Upon receiving the command, Qi immediately set off to drive the carriage. The distance was not great, and it took only a moment to catch up with Su Yuyao. "Miss Yuyao, the prince requests your presence." Still lost in the joy of their reunion, Su Yuyao was abruptly struck by these words, and her heart plummeted from the heights of elation to the depths of despair. What a cruel twist of fate to encounter the very person who instilled fear in her. Aware that refusal was not an option, she gracefully boarded the carriage. Upon seeing Xiao Jingyan seated on one side, she inquired, "May I ask what the prince wishes to discuss?" Xiao Jingyan lowered his gaze, observing the delicate fingers of the woman before him. These jade-like fingers were slender and tender, leaving her hawthorn cakes flavor a mystery. Noticing Xiao Jingyan's prolonged silence, Su Yuyao followed his gaze and caught sight of her own hands. Instinctively, her fingertips curled slightly, and her breath quickened. She lifted her gaze, meeting his dark, ink-like eyes. In that instant, her heart raced violently, as though it might leap from her chest. The fear she felt towards him surged anew, intensifying her desperate desire to flee. Xiao Jingyan maintained a composed expression as he watched her every movement. He nonchalantly adjusted his robe and calmly inquired, "You promised to deliver a hawthorn cake to me a few days ago. Why has it yet to arrive?" Su Yuyao's body trembled slightly. Suppressing her fear, she replied, "I have not had the chance yet." In the next breath, she added, "I will deliver it to the prince as soon as I return." "Not had the chance? Yet you have delivered to Lin Qingyuan, and you have not had the opportunity to deliver to me?" He resided in the same manner, clearly closer than Lin Qingyuan. He quelled the inexplicable anger rising within him and replied with a thin smile, "Very well, I shall await your delivery." Xiao Jingyan, too, could not fathom why he cared so much for this woman of humble origins, to the extent of being averse to her interactions with any man other than himself. The carriage swayed gently, arriving at the prince's residence in a quarter of an hour. Having learned from previous experiences, Shueli stood guard by the carriage as soon as it stopped, ready to assist Su Yuyao as she lifted the curtain. Once she disembarked, Su Yuyao bowed to Xiao Jingyan, saying, "Thank you, your highness, for the ride. The hawthorn cake will be delivered shortly." Xiao Jingyan nodded and swiftly turned to walk into the manor. Until his figure disappeared from view, Su Yuyao remained apprehensive. Observing her tense demeanor, Shueli glanced in the direction of Xiao Jingyan's retreating figure and asked, "Miss, are you all right?" As soon as she spoke, she recalled how Su Yuyao always appeared frightened in the presence of Xiao Jingyan, prompting her to ask again, "Miss, are you afraid of the regent?" Indeed, she was afraid, terrified of him. Shueli pondered for a moment before saying, "Indeed, the regent prince occupies a position of great authority. Anyone who encounters him would naturally feel a sense of trepidation, myself included. Nevertheless, he has shown a certain kindness towards you, my lady." Shueli recalled the heavy snowfall when she and Su Yuyao ventured out in search of Master Lin, during which the regent prince graciously offered them his carriage for their return to the manor. Furthermore, when Su Yuyao had twisted her ankle, he personally carried her back to Furong Courtyard. Although propriety dictates that men and women should maintain their distance, the urgency of the situation rendered such conventions excusable. Once again, he had extended the same courtesy by allowing them to use his carriage on this occasion. Noting that Su Yuyao's complexion remained pale, she promptly stepped forward to embrace her. Expressing her concern, "If you find it too daunting, we can discuss relocating after our next meeting with Master Lin, thus sparing you from frequent encounters with the prince." This sentiment resonated deeply with Su Yuyao. "Come, let us proceed inside." With a deep sigh, she lifted her foot and crossed the threshold of the manor, heading towards Furong Courtyard. Chapter 10, Why did you not deliver it when it was just completed? In the Jingyu courtyard, Lady Li reclined on the soft couch. Her head bowed as she rubbed her forehead. Granny Wang replaced the incense with a milder fragrance and presented a cup of tea. "My lady, is your headache troubling you again?" Lady Li accepted the tea, responding with a weary hum. I shall send someone to fetch the physician, Granny Wang insisted. Lady Li stopped her, saying, It's nothing serious, just a slight discomfort. A bit of massage will suffice. Allow me to assist you with that, my lady, Granny Wang offered, standing behind Lady Li to massage her forehead. At that moment, a voice from outside announced, My lady, the prince has returned. Lady Li nodded in acknowledgement. Additionally, the young servant hesitated, unsure if he should report further. Granny Wang urged, What else is there? When have you ever been so hesitant before my lady? Speak quickly. The young servant glanced at Lady Li before mustering the courage to say, Miss Su returned in the same carriage as the prince. Lady Li was taken aback by this revelation, halting Granny Wang's massage and casting a piercing gaze at the kneeling servant. Are you certain of this? Absolutely. I witnessed it with my own eyes. After a moment of silence, Lady Li waved her hand, dismissing him. Once the servant exited, Granny Wang offered a fresh cup of tea. My lady, the prince has always kept his distance from women. It must be Miss Su who has captivated him. Indeed, Yan has never shown interest in women, not even toward his own sister, yet he is now so attentive to an outsider. Last time, Muyu saw him carrying Su Yuyao back to the Furong courtyard, and now they are together again. Logically, Su Yuyao's brother is Yan's savior, and we ought to treat her with kindness, but her background. Lady Li sighed. Her status is indeed not commendable. Granny Wang concurred. You speak true, my lady. The prince may have awakened to romantic feelings. Once he has a legitimate wife, he will likely cease any entanglements with Miss Su. Lady Li took a sip of tea, nodding in agreement. She then picked up the calendar from the table and flipped through its pages. In 2 days, there is an auspicious occasion. You must send out invitations to the esteemed young ladies and talented young men of the capital to come to our Shao residence to admire the plum blossoms. Yes, I will take care of it immediately, Granny Wang replied, stepping towards the door. By the way, the results of the martial examination were announced today. Please invite the top 3 to join us for the plum blossom viewing. Understood. Back at the Furong courtyard, Su Yuyao instructed Xueli to gather the leftover hawthorn cakes from the table. However, she found herself staring blankly at the plate of cakes. Sensing her distress, Xueli said, If you do not wish to see the regent, I can deliver it on your behalf. In Xueli's mind, though the regent held a lofty position that instilled fear in everyone, she would brave any danger for her young mistress. Su Yuyao gently pressed her hand down. I will deliver it myself. It shows greater sincerity. The winter sky darkened abruptly. In an instant, the sun blazed brightly, only to be eclipsed by the encroaching twilight. Su Yuweiing, holding a plate of hawthorn cake, made her way toward the Qingzhou Yuan. Had I known that night would descend so swiftly, I would have chosen to deliver it on the morrow. Behind her, Xueli glanced up at the sky and remarked, Miss, perhaps it would be wiser to wait until dawn to make the delivery. After all, one night is of no consequence. With only a sliver of sunset remaining, by the time we reach Qingzhou Yuan, darkness will have fully enveloped the land. If word of this spreads, it could tarnish your reputation. Su Yuweiing paused, furrowing her brow in contemplation. I mentioned at the gate that I would deliver it shortly. If I fail to do so, and he visits Furanjuan again, it could pose complications. We are still unfamiliar with his character, and we have already traversed half the distance. Let us hasten, deliver this hawthorn cake, and sever any ties with him thereafter. With that, Su Yuweiing quickened her pace. The Shao residence was vast, though Furanjuan and Qingzhou Yuan were adjacent. It would still take a leisurely quarter of an hour to walk from the entrance of Furanjuan to that of Qingzhou Yuan. Su Yuweiing quickened her steps, reaching Qingzhou Yuan's entrance in less than that time. The security was stringent. Countless guards, both seen and unseen, ensured that without Shao Jingyan's command, not even a mosquito could breach its gates. Upon seeing Su Yuweiing approach, Qixi immediately went to report her arrival. Inside Qingzhou Yuan, silence reigned. The only sound was the gentle swaying of the horn-shaped glass lanterns in the cold wind, casting a faint glow. Shortly thereafter, Qixi emerged, respectfully announcing, Miss Su, please enter. Su Yuweiing nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. Qixi led the way directly to the entrance of Shao Jingyan's study. Miss Su, the prince awaits you inside. With a slight nod, Su Yuweiing held her plate and ascended the steps, one by one. Xueli followed closely behind, but was halted by Qixi. Miss Xueli, the study is a place of great importance in the prince's residence. Without the prince's command, no one may approach. Xueli halted, her gaze drifting to her mistress. Worry etched upon her face. Miss, I shall wait for you outside. Watching Su Yuing enter the study, her anxiety grew, and she anxiously paced on her toes. Wringing her hands, despite his status as a prince, a solitary man and woman in a room at night could lead to damaging gossip regarding the young lady's reputation. Had she known, she would have fervently dissuaded her mistress from making the delivery, suggesting they wait until morning instead. Your Highness, I have brought you some hawthorn cake, Su Yuing said, bending slightly in a respectful gesture. Xiao Jingyan set down his pen, closed the confidential letter, and raised his gaze to her. Please, place it here. At his words, Su Yuing carefully approached the desk, which was cluttered with official documents. She set the hawthorn cake in one corner. Just as she was about to take her leave, Xiao Jingyan's voice resonated. Why did you not come to deliver it while it was freshly made? His tone was calm, yet it bore an undeniable weight that instilled a sense of pressure in Su Yuing. Her thick eyelashes fluttered with trepidation. Biting her lip, she pondered for a moment before crafting a response. It was only this noon that I completed it, and I presumed you had gone to the palace, which is why I refrained from delivering it, patiently awaiting your return. Oh, is that so? Miss Su, did you come to see this prince? Xiao Jingyan's dark, profound gaze swept over her, inquiring if there were any words she wished to convey directly to him. Yet it was not him she yearned to see, nor did she harbor anything to express. It was merely that her elder brother Qingyuan held far greater significance for her. Naturally, when one possesses something delightful, it is only fitting to share it first with those who matter most, nothing more. Yet now, she found herself cornered by Xiao Jingyan. Bowing her head, she racked her brain for an appropriate response. To speak the unvarnished truth would be to put him in an awkward position, while to claim she wished to see him would be an outright falsehood. She could scarcely avoid him, let alone desire to encounter him. Su Yuyao's eyes flickered. Her fingers clenched tightly as she stated, Your Highness, I am immensely grateful for your assistance in reviewing the selection list for the palace. It is only fitting that I personally present the hawthorn cake to you as a token of my sincere appreciation. Chapter 11. The two stood so close that their noses almost brushed against each other. What profound gratitude! Xiao Jingyan pondered over this phrase, and with each contemplation, a tempest brewed within him. He felt an inexplicable shadow darkening his gaze. Lin Qingyuan was indeed that significant to him. Xiao Jingyan found it difficult to articulate his emotions. Was it anger, jealousy, or something else entirely? Such feelings were foreign to him. She, perplexed, looked on with confusion. Of course, Brother Qingyuan is important, she replied, treating him as family. Before Su Yuyao could voice her thoughts, Xiao Jingyan seized a piece of hawthorn cake from the plate and took a bite. It was smooth and delicate, a delightful blend of tart and sweet flavors, truly exquisite. This hawthorn cake was far superior to the pastries in the palace. As long as the prince enjoys it, she thought. Su Yuyao, eager to depart, noted the late hour. If the prince has no further matters, I shall take my leave. Upon seeing Xiao Jingyan nod, she prepared to bow and exit. Misu. Xiao Jingyan rose, retrieving his recently worn cloak from the rack behind him. It's chilly outside. Please wear this cloak before you go. He extended it towards her. Su Yuyao froze, hesitating to move. A cloak? Was he truly offering his cloak for her to wear home? How could she accept such an act? Setting aside the fact that she would need to return it later, what would the household think if they saw her wearing it? Perhaps sensing her hesitation, Xiao Jingyan ran his fingers over the fabric of the cloak. It is cold this evening, and you came to deliver hawthorn cake to this prince. Should you catch a chill, it would be regrettable. Wear it, so I may feel at ease. If anyone dares to gossip about it, I shall not spare them. Do you find my gesture distasteful? He added, making it clear that a decline further would be impolite. She raised her hand, about to accept it. Yet, before her fingers could touch the cloak, her wrist was unexpectedly pulled forward by him. Su Yuyao's body jolted as if drawn by a magnet into Xiao Jingyan's embrace. It was only when her face nearly met his solid chest that she managed to steady herself. Startled, she recoiled instinctively. Nevertheless, they were still close enough that if she raised her head, their noses would touch. Su Yuyao was momentarily stunned. In that instant, even her breath seemed to pause. Xiao Jingyan displayed no sign of surprise, calmly draping the cloak over her shoulders. He secured the ties and then turned, returning to his seat at the table with an air of tranquility, as if nothing extraordinary had just transpired. No ripple of emotion stirred within him. It is getting late. You may leave now. Su Yuyao, unsure how to exit the study, stepped out with a heart racing with uncertainty. As the door closed behind her, her heart fluttered anxiously. Miss Xueli, waiting anxiously, paced back and forth in the courtyard. Upon seeing Su Yuyao emerge, she finally relaxed. However, just as she exhaled in relief, her heart raced once more. Miss you. Xueli's gaze fixed on the black cloak draped over Su Yuyao's shoulders, her expression one of astonishment. We shall discuss it later, Su Yuyao replied. With hurried steps, Su Yuyao remained silent, while Xueli dared not inquire. It was not until they returned to Furong Courtyard that Su Yuyao swiftly unfastened the strap, removed the cloak, and handed it to Xueli, finally exhaling a heavy sigh of relief. Take this cloak to be washed. Return it when we depart later. Xueli took the cloak and placed it in the laundry basket, then poured a cup of hot tea and handed it over, casually remarking, "The prince is indeed kind-hearted. However, if others see you draped in his cloak, it will surely invite gossip." Su Yuyao said little, still shaken by the events. After sipping her tea, she retreated to the inner chamber. Meanwhile, in Qingzhou Garden, the guards at the study's door, Qixi and Baxi, exchanged glances. Having accompanied the prince for many years, they had never witnessed such tenderness towards a woman. In the past, when a noble lady had playfully tugged at his cloak in the streets, the prince had discarded it upon his return. Could it be that the prince has truly developed feelings for Miss Su? Qixi speculated. Baxi shot him a wary glance and whispered, "Let us refrain from speculating about our master's affairs. Indeed, a careless word could cost us our heads." 2 days later, the Shao residence hosted a plum appreciation banquet. The entire household bustled with activity. Su Yuyao rose early, and Xueli assisted her with her grooming, startled by the dark circles under her eyes. "Miss, your dark circles are even worse than yesterday," she remarked, beginning to dab at her own tears. "Did you not sleep well again last night?" "Yes. I was plagued by nightmares and only managed to fall asleep in the early hours." "It's nothing. Just apply more powder," Su Yuyao replied. Lately, her nightmares had become increasingly frequent. As soon as she closed her eyes, the scene from the hot spring would flood back with overwhelming force. Xueli expressed her concern. "Had I known you would still be troubled after coming to the capital, perhaps it would have been better not to come at all." Su Yuyao gently tapped Xueli on the head and said, "Once we leave the prince's residence, it should improve." Xueli wiped her tears and nodded. "Yes. With young Master Lin now having achieved the highest honor in martial arts, he will surely propose to you soon, allowing us to move out of the prince's residence with ease." Xueli selected the finest jade hairpin from the dressing box to adorn Su Yuyao for today's plum banquet. "This jade hairpin will surely elevate your spirit." However, Su Yuyao chose a simple wooden pin instead, saying, "Let us use this one." Xueli was taken aback for a moment. "Why would you wish for such simplicity? Today's attendees are all high-born ladies or accomplished young gentlemen. Such plainness seems." "Precisely for that reason. I wish to maintain a modest appearance." "Do you know the true purpose of this plum banquet?" Xueli had heard some details. "It is primarily to select a wife for the prince and a mistress for the residence, and secondarily to allow the young ladies to meet capable young men in preparation for future suitors. The noble daughters, in their pursuit of suitable spouses, are not alone. Young gentlemen equally seek their brides. The young ladies of the regent's residence, adorned with lofty status, possess the privilege of selecting their consorts at will. However, what of our own daughter? If she were to catch the eye of a powerful young lord, one cannot guarantee her safety within the confines of the regent's abode." Xueli smacked her forehead, realizing her oversight. Indeed, this wooden hairpin is most appropriate, and as for her attire, it must be simple and unassuming, avoiding any ostentation. Chapter 12. The Plum Blossom Banquet. He has arrived. This year's Plum Blossom Banquet was held in the back garden of the Shao residence. Ladily adored plum blossoms, and the garden was adorned with an array of plum trees, showcasing various exquisite varieties. It was winter, and the blossoms were in full bloom, complemented by a fresh layer of snow, rendering the entire courtyard extraordinarily beautiful. "Are you Sister Yuyao?" As Su Yuyao stepped into the plum garden, she heard a voice calling out to her. Turning around, she saw a young lady in a light plum-colored snow fox coat approaching. "I'm Xiao Yunk. I usually serve as a companion reader for the princess in the palace and seldom return home, so we have not met before. Upon hearing that my mother was hosting a plum blossom banquet, I specifically requested leave to come and take a look." "Xiao Yunk?" Su Yuyao furrowed her brow in contemplation. Although her time at the Xiao residence had been brief, and she rarely ventured out of the Furong courtyard, she had heard some news from the maids regarding the family. The current regent had an elder sister and two younger sisters. The elder sister was married to the late emperor and was the legitimate empress, but tragically passed away during childbirth while giving birth to the current sovereign. Now, there were two younger sisters remaining in the household. One was Xiao Muyu, whom she had met upon entering the residence, referred to as the second miss by the matron. Thus, Xiao Yunk must be the third Mississippi. Su Yuyao had indeed encountered the third miss before. She slightly curtsied and offered a greeting. "Please rise. I heard some time ago that a young lady from Qingzhou was residing in the household. It truly is you." Xiao Yunk examined Su Yuyao from head to toe, noting her modest attire, even down to the wooden hairpin adorning her hair, which caused her brow to furrow slightly. "You are remarkably lovely. However, today is the Plum Blossom Banquet, and many young ladies and gentlemen from noble families will be attending. Why have you chosen such a plain outfit? Surely, the servants in the household are not treating you poorly?" Xiao Yunk stamped her foot in indignation. "Those servants are accustomed to favoritism. When I return, I shall teach them a lesson. You are the sister of my brother's savior, and I have heard that my mother has recognized you as a sworn sister. How dare they mistreat you?" Su Yuyao quickly interjected, "It is no concern of theirs. I chose to dress this way myself." "Why?" Xiao Yunk asked, puzzled. "Your beauty is so striking. With just a little embellishment, you would outshine all the noble ladies in the garden. Do you not relish the thought of being praised by others?" Su Yuyao shook her head. She could not reveal that her choice of attire was to avoid drawing too much attention. "It has been but a short time since my brother passed away. Dressing too flamboyantly does not sit well with me." "That is a valid point." Xiao Yunk took Su Yuyao by the hand and led her further in. "Since you are new here and do not know anyone, come, let me introduce you around." "Very well. I appreciate your kindness. Third Mississippi." "What third miss?" "You are my brother's sworn sister and a few years my senior. Thus, I shall simply refer to you as my elder sister, and we shall address each other as sisters from now on." Su Yuyao smiled gently in acquiescence. The two young ladies entered the plum garden hand in hand. As they passed the pavilion, they were surprised to see the usually gentle lady Li in a fit of anger. "You say Yandere will not be coming?" The young servant kneeling on the ground trembled as he replied. "The prince said he has official duties to attend to today and cannot participate in the plum blossom banquet." Li was quite upset, clenching her fingers and biting her teeth as she angrily exclaimed, "What official business? He is merely avoiding it. Today's gathering of all the noble ladies in the capital is specifically for him to meet, yet he refuses to even glance our way." Xiao Yunka, pulling Su Yuyao along, ascended the steps to the pavilion. "Mother, please calm down. Brother has always been like this. Do not let it harm your health. Your brother has many admirable qualities, but his marriage is a constant source of concern. He has reached the age to settle down, yet he drags it out endlessly. This plum appreciation banquet was arranged specifically for him, and he wanted to even show his face. How can I not feel distressed?" Xiao Yunka intertwined her arm with Li's and leaned her cheek against her, affectionately suggesting, "Since brother is so occupied with his duties, why not allow mother to select a suitable daughter-in-law on his behalf?" Li's gaze swept over Su Yuyao. Su Yuyao bowed and greeted, "Greetings, madam." Though she was strikingly beautiful, her humble origins rendered her chances of marrying into the Xiao family nearly impossible. If she could find a suitable match for Yandere through this plum appreciation banquet and marry off Su Yuyao, then there would be no need for further worries regarding this matter. Li retracted her earlier stern demeanor and spoke gently. "Yuyao should also take a look around. If there is a young gentleman from a reputable family whom you fancy, the Xiao family can assist in your courtship." Su Yuyao nodded. "Very well, you two may explore. I still have to entertain a few countess ladies later, Li said before departing the pavilion. Xiao Yunke led Su Yuyao to the floral hall hosting the plum banquet. Upon entering, they were met with a dazzling array of noble ladies, all exquisitely adorned in splendid attire. At the window seats sat the gentlemen, with Lin Qingyuan alongside the other two newly selected top candidates. Spotting Su Yuyao, Lin Qingyuan smiled at her from afar. Su Yuyao, puzzled, returned a smile amidst the crowd. At the forefront of the noble ladies, elegantly dressed, was Xiao Muyu, who appeared remarkably dignified and graceful, a departure from her usual demeanor. However, her eyes, though seemingly obscure, burned with intensity as they fixed upon the male seats. Following her gaze, Su Yao saw Lin Qingyuan adjusting his robes. Allow me to introduce everyone. Xiao Yunke cleared her throat and called out, "This is Miss Su Yuyao, my brother's sworn sister and now my sister as well. Do remember to invite her to future gatherings." All eyes in the room turned towards them. Xiao Muyu cast a glance filled with jealousy and disdain. Yet, the next moment, as if recalling something, she suppressed her emotions, adopting an air of magnanimity and composure. Before Su Yuyao could say a word, a gentleman from the male seats, dressed in a light blue brocade robe embellished with silver floral patterns, stood up. "You are the young lady that my elder brother brought back from Qingzhou?" He wore a jade pendant at his waist, which jingled softly as he rose, exuding the charm of a refined gentleman. His ardent gaze fell upon Su Yuyao, making her feel quite uncomfortable. She frowned slightly and turned her face away. In that fleeting moment, she perceived Xiao Ruoming's gaze akin to that of a lion beholding a goat. Su Yuyao lowered her eyes for a brief moment to compose herself before lifting them again, saying, "I have come from Qingzhou, sent for by the prince's emissaries. My name is Xiao Ruoming, the eldest son of the prince's second uncle. I had heard tales of a young lady arriving from Qingzhou, but I never anticipated she would possess such a gentle and enchanting demeanor. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." He continued, "I reside next to the prince's manor, quite nearby. Merely inform the gatekeeper, and he will relay the message to me." Su Yuyao smiled gently and replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, young master. I am quite well at the prince's residence, and both the lady and the prince have shown me great care. There is nothing I require assistance with." Chapter 13. As long as this prince desires, nothing is beyond reach, including people. Brother, quickly stow away those mischievous thoughts. Should you dare to cast your gaze upon Sister Yuyao, be wary of my informing sister-in-law. Xiao Yunke timely intervened. She knew Xiao Ruoming all too well, as he frequented the brothels, often found being dragged out by sister-in-law by his large ears from such murky establishments. Xiao Ruoming was nothing more than a dissipated young scion. The mention of sister-in-law did temper his demeanor somewhat. He pouted and fell silent. The purpose of this plum viewing banquet was well understood by the noble ladies present. At that moment, with a servant's announcement, Lady Li entered. The absence of Xiao Jingyan made her feel somewhat embarrassed. However, her noble lineage and decades of experience as the matriarch endowed her with a remarkable ability to shift her emotions. Upon entering, she smiled and said, "Yin has urgent matters to attend to and truly cannot be present today. He left early and has yet to return. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the refreshments here and feel free to admire the flowers in the courtyard. The recent snowfall has adorned the plum blossoms beautifully." It was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Song Wanru, who spoke, dressed in opulence, with golden threads and silver linings. Her attire showcased the boundless wealth and grandeur of the ducal family. Her voice, akin to the gentle chime of pearls, resonated sweetly, captivating all who heard. Upon hearing Song Wanru's words, Lady Li felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Wanru is truly a considerate child. She beckoned her to sit beside her. Wanru rose, gracefully carrying tea with a radiant smile, and approached. "For today's plum viewing banquet, Annie must be quite weary. Please sip some tea to soothe your throat." Lady Li's affection for Song Wanru grew with each glance. After a morning fraught with annoyance and overseeing the household's affairs, she was indeed parched. Taking a small sip from the tea, she said, "Come sit beside me, Wanru." Although the Duke of Song's household was not as affluent as in the previous generation, it still held prestige. Moreover, Lady Li's family had ties to the Duke's family, rendering them distant relatives. Having watched Wanru grow up, Lady Li found herself increasingly fond of her. If Wanru could marry her son and become the matriarch of the Shao family, it would certainly alleviate many of her concerns. Their backgrounds, personalities, and appearances were a perfect match for Yin. Seated beside Lady Li, Song Wanru engaged in warm conversation, while the others in attendance made their own conjectures. It seemed that the matriarch of the Shao family had made her decision. Su Yuyao cared little for who would become the matriarch of the Shao family. Her presence at the banquet was merely a formality, as she resided in the Shao household. Casting a glance at Lin Qingyuan, she seized the opportunity when no one was watching and slipped away from the flower hall. Beside a rockery in the plum garden, Lin Qingyuan found Su Yuyao. Yuyao. Su Yuyao halted, turning around. After surveying the surroundings and confirming their solitude, she approached Lin Qingyuan. Brother Qingyuan, what brings you here? Lin Qingyuan approached with a warm smile, gracing his face, habitually ruffling her hair. I came to see you, and fortuitously received an invitation from the Regent's residence. So I decided to visit today. Su Yuyao intended to discuss her departure from the Shao residence with Lin Qingyuan, but before she could utter a word, he spoke first. Sister Yuyao, I have something to say to you. Su Yuyao was taken aback, her long lashes fluttering as she nodded. I have won the title of martial champion, and the Emperor has bestowed upon me a modest residence. While it may not be grand, it suffices for our stay in the capital. I have arranged for my mother and sister to come here, so they can make the house ready, and then I shall formally propose to you. Upon hearing that her elder brother Qingyuan wished to propose, Su Yao's heart raced like a startled fawn, and she shyly lowered her gaze. Lin Qingyuan, noticing her bashfulness, understood that she was more than willing to marry him. However, recognizing the gravity of such a lifelong commitment, he was determined to prepare adequately and grant his beloved a splendid wedding. Yuyao, marriage is indeed a significant matter for a lifetime. Please take your time to consider, and do not hesitate to voice any requests. I shall comply with all of them. Su Yao bit her lip and nodded emphatically, saying all right. The thought of soon marrying her cherished Qingyuan brother alleviated her worries. It was merely a matter of staying a few more days at the Shao residence. As long as she remained away from the Furong courtyard, those days would swiftly pass. Once wed to Qingyuan brother, she could rightfully move out. After parting ways with Lin Qingyuan, Su Yuyao did not return to the flower hall, but directly headed back to the Furong courtyard. By the time she arrived, the plum viewing banquet had concluded, and Xiao Jingyan had just returned home. Yun Rongji, having nothing pressing to attend to, accompanied him. He lazily twirled a walnut in his hand and remarked, You know, your mother organized this plum viewing banquet just for you, and your absence is quite disrespectful. So many young ladies of noble families are waiting for you to make your selection. Such treatment is unique to you in the Dezhou. I've already stated I would not attend this banquet, yet she insisted on holding it. Although peace reigns in the Dezhou, the remnants of the three usurping uncles have yet to be dealt with, and the third uncle lurks, waiting for an opportunity. How can this prince afford to indulge in romantic affairs? There's one thing I don't quite understand. Xiao Jingyan did not respond, continuing to peruse the documents on his desk. Yin Rongji leaned forward, resting his forearm on the table, and fixed his gaze upon Xiao Jingyan's eyes, inquiring, You must be honest with me. Is there some on your mind? That day when you instructed me to transfer Lin Qingyuan, was it because... He paused, emphasizing his words. Were you jealous? The moment those words escaped his lips, Yin Rongji noticed Xiao Jingyan's hand, which had been flipping through the documents, hesitated. In that instant, he realized he had hit the mark. Having been friends for many years, he understood Xiao Jingyan well. He was a man well-versed in military strategy, capable of applying the knowledge he gleaned from books to practical scenarios, which is why he achieved remarkable military successes at such a young age, becoming the regent, second only to the emperor. Yet this man has always shunned the company of women. It is truly inconceivable that he would feel jealousy over a common girl. A moment of silence ensued. Xiao Jingyan maintained his usual demeanor, calmly speaking. Since you are already aware, why pose such a question? There was no attempt at concealment. Yin Rongji twitched his lips, confirming his suspicions. After a brief pause, he inquired once more, Do you wish to take her as a concubine? At that moment, Yin Rongji could only think along those lines. For a commoner like Su Yuyao to become a concubine of the regent was already an extraordinary elevation. Xiao Jingyan closed the official document he had been reviewing and turned his gaze towards Yin Rongji. Can one who genuinely loves another truly desire her as a concubine? Moreover, her brother died in order to save me. Is my life not worth more than merely exchanging it for the position of a primary consort? In other words, Xiao Jingyan had no intention of making Su Yuyao a concubine. A concubine is merely an object, one that can be sold that will should the primary consort desire it. This statement struck Yin Rongji like a heavy blow to the head. If you wish to marry her, does she share your sentiments? Although Xiao Jingyan wishes to take her as his wife, what are her thoughts? That day, at the palace gates, the way she looked at Lin Qingyuan was filled with admiration. Even if you desire to marry her, she may not necessarily consent. As soon as Yin Rongji finished speaking, the study fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, Xiao Jingyan finally spoke. His tone was calm, yet laced with a sense of coercion. If I desire something, there is nothing I cannot obtain. He paused momentarily, then added, this applies to people as well. In other words, regardless of whether she is willing or not, as long as he desires her, he will stop at nothing to possess her. Xiao Jingyan had always been this way, indifferent to how others perceived him. Yin Rongji furrowed his brows and advised, emotions are not like possessions. They require mutual affection. A forcibly acquired fruit is never sweet. You must tread carefully. Xiao Jingyan lowered his eyes and took a deep breath. Have you come here merely to dispense platitudes? If there is nothing else, be gone. I have a multitude of official matters to attend to. Chapter 14. The marriage. Just as Yin Rongji was about to rise and depart, a crisp knock echoed from outside. With the Duke's permission, Qi pushed the door open. He offered a slight nod to Yin Rongji, then reported to Xiao Jingyan, Your Highness. The secret guards have just informed me that there were no anomalies at today's Plum Appreciation Banquet, except for Miss Su conversing with the martial champion Lin Qingyuan near the lakeside's rockery. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the study grew tense. Even Yin Rongji could not suppress a shiver. Behind the desk, Xiao Jingyan sat rigidly, his jaw clenched, his face a mask of rigidity. His obsidian eyes betrayed no emotion. The sound of documents being slammed shut echoed sharply, revealing the intensity of the owner's frustration. Deep within, an uncontrollable jealousy simmered, intertwining with a dark rage, stirring a tempest within him. Noticing the precarious situation, Yin Rongji hastily considered an escape. Just as her fingertips grazed the door, a cold, harsh voice called from behind. Why the rush? Yin Rongji paused, turning around with an awkward smile. What is it? Do you have further instructions? Xiao Jingyan, his expression icy, deliberately rotated the jade ring on his finger. The martial champion? Lin Qingyuan seems to have far too much leisure time, attending a plum appreciation banquet while neglecting his duties to the court. If he is unable to see the responsibilities at hand, perhaps you should enlighten him, so he can better serve the court and his majesty. Yin Rongji nodded vigorously. Yes, I will arrange official duties for him immediately. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Xiao Jingyan averted his gaze, remaining silent. In a flurry, Yin Rongji exited the room. One more thing, Qi reported. What is it? Madam sent someone to request your highness's presence. Having been unsettled by the previous matter, Xiao Jingyan was disinterested in dealing with official affairs and replied curtly, Understood. In the Jinyu courtyard, Song Wanru was delicately applying rouge to Li Shi. And this rouge was made by my own hands. Just look at this vibrant color. After wearing it for a night, you will shine brilliantly by morning. Li Shi watched as Song Wanru carefully painted her nails, her affection for the girl growing deeper. I never expected you to possess such skill, crafting this yourself. If Yin could marry you, it would indeed be a blessing. As the topic of marriage arose, Song Wanru's cheeks flushed slightly. After finishing Li Shi's nails, she curtsied. To marry the Duke and enter the Xiao household would be Wanru's fortune. I ask for nothing more, and I shall wholeheartedly support the Duke and serve you diligently. Such a good child, truly a good child. You shall dine here tonight, Li Shi said, her expression brightening. Song Wanru gently lowered her eyes, nodding joyfully. Li Shi then turned to Wang Momo, saying, Have we sent someone to summon Yin? Madam, we have already dispatched someone. The Duke will arrive shortly. Li Shi nodded, then suddenly seemed to recall something. Today, I am in high spirits. Have the kitchen prepare an abundance of dishes, and invite Miss Yuyao as well. Understood. Xiao Jingyan paused briefly in his study before stepping out. Upon arriving at Jun, he chanced upon Su Yuyao, who graciously curtsied, addressing him as Your Highness. As he approached her, he observed her delicate demeanor, yet she dared to clandestinely meet her lover within his abode, which astounded him. Instinctively, his eyes darkened, tumultuous anger simmering within. What brings you here? His tone remained calm, yet Su Yuyao could distinctly sense the underlying ire. Uncertain of the cause, as she had not provoked him, she replied nonchalantly, The lady of the house summoned me, stating there are matters to discuss. Matters to discuss? What could possibly require her to consult you? And why summon me as well? Since he was already present, he decided to enter and see for himself. Gulme, let us proceed inside. Xiao Jingyan led the way. In the courtyard, the sounds of greetings from servants and maids echoed. In the main hall, Song Wanru felt a flurry of emotions, unable to remain composed as she anxiously peered towards the entrance. More than anything, she was filled with a blend of excitement and shyness at the prospect of meeting her beloved. Li Shi, having experienced similar situations, observed everything with a knowing smile. In just a moment, Xiao Jingyan strode into the hall. The instant he entered, Song Wanru rose promptly, performing a formal greeting. Greetings, Your Highness. Xiao Jingyan cast a glance at her, but chose to ignore her, directing his attention towards Li Shi instead. What matter has prompted you to call for me, mother? Li Shi, her eyes twinkling with mirth, gestured towards the seat on her right. Please have a seat. Xiao Jingyan turned and took his place, with Yuyao following suit. Observing the scene, Su Yuyao realized that Li Shi intended to formally introduce Song Wanru to Xiao Jingyan. Yet she was puzzled as to why she had been summoned as well. What concern was it of hers who the prince chose to marry? Nevertheless, since Li Shi had invited her, she could only comply and sat down on the left. Song Wanru, having just performed her greeting, felt a wave of embarrassment as Xiao Jingyan did not even glance her way. She stood frozen, biting her lip tightly. However, being a noble woman, her adaptability was commendable. Noticing Xiao Jingyan seated, she quickly poured a cup of tea and offered it to him. Your Highness, it is chilly outside. Please warm yourself with some tea. As she presented the tea, she stole a furtive glance at Xiao Jingyan. In the past, she had only admired him from afar, but now she found herself in such close proximity. Up close, his features appeared even more striking, resembling a divine being untouched by the mundane world. His slightly upturned eyes exuding a hint of mischief. However, his demeanor was distinctly frigid, an aura of coldness and indifference emanating from him, which unsettled her. Yandere, Wanru is kindly serving you tea. Do enjoy it, Li Shi encouraged. Xiao Jingyan, his brow furrowing slightly, replied coolly, Set it down for now. Song Wanru, feeling awkward, complied. She had long heard of the Regent Prince Xiao Jingyan's aloofness and disinterest in women, and he proved to be just as the tales foretold. However, she thought to herself, This is for the best. The prince shall not develop affections for other women. Once I marry him and serve him devotedly, I believe that even the coldest heart shall eventually thaw. Su Yao sat quietly beside her, refraining from uttering a single word, striving to diminish her presence. Lady Li took a sip of tea and continued. Yandere, you did not make an appearance at today's plum appreciation banquet, which truly reflects poorly on the esteemed families. Nevertheless, that is now behind us. The reason for summoning you is not to reproach, but rather to discuss your marriage. You are no longer a child. While it is important to attend to official duties, one must not neglect the establishment of a family. Wanru, I have watched her grow since childhood. She hails from a noble lineage, possesses a gentle temperament, and is quite compatible with you. If you have no objections, then your mother shall take charge. Select an auspicious date and finalize the marriage arrangements. Chapter 15. If you wish, the Japanese king may bestow upon you before Xiao Jingyan could utter a word. Li's gaze fell upon Su Yuyao. Yuyao, Li addressed her with customary politeness. As the of Jingyan, what are your thoughts on this marriage? Su Yuyao, initially lost in contemplation with her head bowed, lifted her gaze upon being directly called. Her eyes met Li's momentarily before she diverted them toward Xiao Jingyan, who regarded her with an intense, inky stare, seemingly intrigued by her forthcoming response. Su Yuyao pressed her lips together and cast a glance at Song Wanru, offering a warm and gentle smile. She perceived the prince as dashing and noble, while Miss Song possessed unparalleled beauty and grace, making them a splendid match. If they were to unite in matrimony, it would surely become a celebrated tale of talented scholars and enchanting ladies. Upon hearing this, Li's delight was evident, her smile widening. It seemed she had misjudged the situation. Perhaps Su Yuyao's affections did not lie with her son after all. Even Song Wanru basked in the praise, believing that the marriage was all but settled. Rising to her feet, Li approached Su Yuyao and took a small porcelain jar from a nearby maid, presenting it to her. Sister Yuyao, this is a jar of the fragrant oil I personally blended. Each sister has one, and since you left early, I hadn't had the chance to gift it to you until now. Su Yuyao stood to express her gratitude. However, at the moment she accepted the jar, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of Xiao Jingyan's countenance. His expression was dark, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. In the next instant, he rose to his feet. Mother, the situation in the court is unstable, and I have no plans for marriage at this time. Let's put an end to this discussion. I have official duties to attend to and shall take my leave. Without allowing Li to respond, he swept aside the curtain and departed. With Xiao Jingyan's abrupt dismissal, Li lost her appetite for dinner. After offering a few words of comfort to Song Wanru, she sent someone to escort her out of the residence. Moments later, Su Yuyao emerged from Jinyuan, making her way back to Furanjuan. Upon entering the courtyard, she sensed an unusual atmosphere. Typically at this hour, the maidservants would be chatting and laughing, yet now silence enveloped the area, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Qixi stood outside the main hall of Furanjuan and, upon seeing Su Yuyao return, hurried down the steps. Miss Su, you have returned. The prince has been waiting for you for quite some time. Xueli furrowed her brow and inquired, the prince has come to Furanjuan? What brings him here? With a pained expression, Qixi shook her head. The prince's demeanor is quite grim. He came here immediately after leaving the madam. Xueli wished to ask further questions, but was interrupted by Su Yuyao. Ascending the steps, she pushed open the door. Xiao Jingyan, clad in a dark robe, sat in a circular chair, toying with a ring on his finger. Upon hearing the door creak open, he lifted his gaze, his eyes dark and penetrating as they fixed upon her. It felt as though a sword were poised at her throat, rendering her unable to breathe. Su Yuyao instinctively shivered, a foreboding sense of dread creeping into her heart. Suppressing her trepidation, she stepped over the threshold and entered. Your Highness, what brings you here? Xiao Jingyan maintained a calm demeanor while gently caressing the jade ring on his finger. I have been waiting for you. Su Yuyao felt a cold sweat break out upon hearing this. She clenched her icy fingers into her palm, took a deep breath, and asked, Is your Highness waiting for me regarding an important matter? Xiao Jingyan retracted his hand and rested his arm on the armchair, a slight smirk playing on his lips, as if mocking her. Is it forbidden to come if there is no urgent business? Su Yuyao was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though something was lodged in her throat, rendering her speechless. She gulped hard, her heart racing as she thought, this is the royal residence. Every inch of this land belongs to him. Yet, considering his busy affairs and the lateness of the hour, it seemed illogical for him to come to this humble courtyard. Quite the eloquent speaker, he remarked, rising and approaching her. Su Yuyao's mind was in a haze, unsure of what to say to prevent him from coming closer. As he drew nearer, she instinctively stepped back. The distinction between genders weighed heavily on her. She did not wish to be so close to him, especially given the overwhelming sense of pressure he exuded. He halted when they were just 2 steps apart. I came here to retrieve my cloak. His fierce gaze mingled with a hint of mockery. After all this time, does Miss Su wish to keep it as a memento? A memento? What nonsense! Su Yuyao felt as if she had been struck by a sudden realization. She merely intended to avoid any further entanglement, planning to return it when she left. She never anticipated that a simple robe would warrant his personal request. Calling for Xueli, she instructed her to bring out the washed cloak to return to him. Xiao Jingyan accepted the garment and turned to leave. Su Yuyao suppressed her racing heart as she followed him, eager to close the door behind him. In her haste, she stumbled as he turned around, nearly colliding with him. He reached out, grasping her wrist to steady her. Su Yuyao instinctively held her breath. After a moment, she attempted to pull her wrist free from his grasp. But as she exerted force, he tightened his grip considerably. "Your Highness." Shuali began to speak, but was silenced by a fierce glance from Xiao Jingyan. At that moment, as Su Yuyao looked up in panic, he raised his arm and swiftly snatched the small vial of fragrant oil that Song Wanru had just given her. One must be cautious about accepting gifts from outsiders. They may bring misfortune to the royal house. His expression was devoid of emotion, yet the intensity in his gaze remained unyielding. Su Yuyao felt her body tense. Her breath caught in her throat as an unprecedented sense of confinement enveloped her once more. In the next instant, his lips parted again. "Miss Su, if you desire this item, I shall gift it to you on another occasion." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he loosened his grip, causing the small porcelain jar to tumble to the ground. It shattered upon impact, producing a sharp, clear sound and splattered crimson droplets across the floor, vivid and striking like blood. Xiao Jingyan released her wrist and turned it apart. Su Yuyao sat on the ground, her wrist still throbbing with pain. Shuali hurried to her side, her gaze fixated on the stark imprint upon her mistress's fair wrist, her heart heavy with sorrow. "My lady, you merely accepted a jar of fragrant oil from Miss Song. Must the prince resort to such force? Moreover, you're not the only one who received it. His two younger sisters did as well. Why does he not confront them?" Su Yuyao inhaled deeply. The chill seeping in through the doorway pierced her lungs, accompanied by a sharp, biting pain. Gradually, her expression regained composure. It must be that my words in the Jinyu garden incited his wrath. She realized belatedly that his disdain for Song Wanru rendered her comments displeasing to him. Shuali assisted Su Yuyao to her feet. Indeed, the thoughts of this regent prince are enigmatic. One misstep can ignite the flames of ire. "You are right, my lady. We should hasten our departure from this place." Chapter 16. Personally selecting coat and oil for her after bidding farewell to Song Wanru, Li's expression was one of deep concern. How can Yandere be like this? Other young masters from prominent families of his age are already finding companions, yet he remains unbothered about seeking a partner. As his mother, I have endeavored to find someone for him, but he is utterly resistant. What am I to do? Wang Mama lowered her head, suggesting, "Perhaps Miss Song does not capture the prince's interest, not to his liking." This plum appreciation banquet was arranged specifically for him, with so many noble young ladies available for his selection, yet he stubbornly refuses to attend. Who could be blamed for this? Li slammed her palm on the table in frustration. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Since Yandere shows no interest in Song Wanru, let him choose for himself. Her gaze sharpened as she focused on the teacup before her. Send for an artist to paint portraits of those young ladies. Understood. Wang Mama left promptly to execute the task. The following day, at the third quarter of the noon hour, Xiao Jingyan concluded his affairs at the palace and made a special visit to the Anxiang Pavilion. Renowned in the capital, Anxiang Pavilion was a favored establishment for noble ladies seeking cosmetics, frequented even by dignitaries from the palace. Upon his arrival, it was already the second quarter of the evening, and the shop was devoid of customers, with the proprietor on the verge of closing for the day. Just then, Qingzhou intercepted the shopkeeper. Initially intending to inform the visitor of their closure, the shopkeeper, upon noticing the luxurious attire and distinguished demeanor of the guest, respectfully opened the door to welcome him. Xiao Jingyan entered with composure and, at the shopkeeper's recommendation, selected the most expensive and fashionable coat and oil to take back to his residence. Outside the study, Qingzhou and Bax awaited orders. They found it perplexing that the prince had merely dropped Miss Su's coat and oil. Although he had mentioned last night that he would send it to her if she desired it, there seemed no urgency to purchase it today. With the recent apprehension of several remnants of the treasonous royal uncles, his official duties were demanding, leaving little time for such errands. Moreover, if he wished to procure it, he could simply delegate the task to them. There was no need for him to go personally. The two pondered, unable to fathom the prince's intentions. "Qingzhou, do you think the prince's recent peculiar behavior all related to Miss Su, could mean he has developed feelings for her? Before the thought was fully articulated, Qingzhou interrupted. We, as his subordinates, should not presume to speculate on the prince's thoughts. Our duty is to perform our tasks diligently and await his summons. A voice from within the study called out coldly, "Come in." Qingzhou immediately pushed the door open. "What is thy command, my lord?" Xiao Jingyan's gaze swept to the upper right corner of the desk. "Deliver this to Furong Garden for Miss Su." Following the prince's line of sight, Qingzhou spotted a blue porcelain bottle on the desk, the very coat and oil purchased from Anshan Pavilion after the court session. "Yes, I shall deliver it at once." With great care, Qingzhou picked up the porcelain bottle and respectfully exited the study. Furong Garden. Since Xiao Jingyan's departure yesterday, Su Yuyao had been seated alone on the couch for an extended period. Perhaps it was due to attending the plum blossom banquet during the day, where the chill of the weather seeped into her very bones, or perhaps she was startled by Xiao Jingyan. But the following morning, she was seized by a fever. Snow Pear, in a state of alarm, immediately summoned the physician from the manor. Upon his arrival and examination, he declared there was no grave concern and prescribed some medicine before taking his leave. At that moment, the maidservants in the courtyard were bustling about, some fetching water while others prepared medicine. Seeing the commotion, Qingzhou hurriedly intercepted one of the maidservants. "What is happening?" The maidservant, anxious to brew the medicine, replied hurriedly, "Miss Su has fallen ill and is unconscious." Without a moment's hesitation, Qingzhou grasped the medicinal oil and rushed back to Qingzhou Garden. "How did you return so quickly?" Ba Shi, waiting at the door, noticed Qingzhou's frantic demeanor, the medicinal oil still unpresented. "Is Miss Su not in the courtyard?" She shook her head, too anxious to explain, and knocked heavily on the study door. "Come in," came Xiao Jingyan's voice. Only then did she step inside. "Your Highness, Miss Su has succumbed to fever and fainting. The maidservants in the courtyard are all busy preparing medicine." She presented the medicinal oil, adding, "I have not yet delivered this." Xiao Jingyan paused, his brush halted midair. What was the importance of such trivialities? The matter of life and death took precedence. He immediately set down the brush, rose, and strode towards the door, with Qingzhou and Ba Shi nervously trailing behind him. In the tranquil ambience of Furong Garden, a tense atmosphere enveloped the space as the maidservants quickly set aside their tasks, kneeling to pay their respects upon the regent's arrival. Xiao Jingyan did not pause his steps, ascending the stairs and entering the inner chamber with purpose. As he crossed the threshold, a strong aroma of medicinal soup assailed his senses, causing him to furrow his brow before he entered the inner room with determined strides. At that moment, in the courtyard, the maidservants had just finished preparing the medicine, and Snow Pear was about to feed Su Yuyao. Upon hearing the footsteps, she looked up to see the man in a dark robe striding in. Momentarily taken aback, she hastily set down the soup and knelt. "I pay my respects to your Highness. How is Miss Su now?" Xiao Jingyan inquired. Snow Pear quickly rose to follow. "The young lady continues to burn with fever and remains unconscious." Xiao Jingyan bypassed Snow Pear and approached the bedside. Raising his gaze, he beheld Su Yuing's troubled, sleeping visage, her brows tightly knitted. At this moment, her eyes were firmly shut, her lips pale, yet her complexion bore an unusual flush. Her long lashes quivered slightly, her body occasionally shuddering. Despite being covered by two thick quilts, a chill lingered. Xiao Jingyan seated himself beside the bed and reached out to touch Su Yuing's forehead, instantly met with a wave of searing heat. His brow furrowed in concern. "Has the physician been summoned?" Snow Pear promptly responded. "He has come and prescribed medicine. But the young lady remains unconscious, and we cannot administer the medicine." Xiao Jingyan's gaze fell upon the medicinal bowl on the side table. "Bring the medicine here. I shall feed it to her myself." Snow Pear hesitated for a moment, but the next instant she turned to retrieve the warmed medicinal soup from the table. As she turned around, she beheld Xiao Jingyan gently lifting his young lady from beneath the covers, cradling her in his embrace, their posture exuding an intimate familiarity. Shui Li's body stiffened. Her feet felt as if they were weighed down with lead, rendering her unable to move. "Your Highness, this," she stammered, wishing to assert the distinction between the genders and offer her assistance to the young lady, Yet she was met with Xiao Jingyan's commanding tone. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and bring the medicine." Staring into his profound and cold gaze, her throat felt constricted, rendering her utterly speechless. Like a lifeless automaton, she presented the medicine to him, placing it in his hands. Xiao Jingyan paid no heed to Shui Li's astonishment. He took the concoction, stirred it with a spoon, and raised a spoonful to Su Yueying's lips, slowly administering the dose. However, in the next moment, she spat it all out, staining her collar, with some even splattering onto Xiao Jingyan's hands and garments. His expression remained unchanged, devoid of any sign of disdain. "Your Highness, allow me to assist," Shui Li urged anxiously, observing Su Yueying's inability to consume the medicine, fearing Xiao Jingyan's ire. The man did not rise, but merely extended his hand. "Bring me a cloth." Shui Li had approached the bedside, poised to receive Su Yueying, yet saw Xiao Jingyan persistently reaching out. Instinctively, she straightened her posture, retrieved a cloth from a table, and handed it to him. Xiao Jingyan grasped the cloth tightly, meticulously wiping himself clean before discarding it to the floor. He then lifted his hand, grasping Su Yueying's chin to compel her to open her mouth. With careful precision, he placed the medicine bowl beside him and fed her spoonful by spoonful, demonstrating remarkable patience until the entire bowl was consumed. Only after completing the task did he pass the bowl to Shui Li, gently laying the young lady back upon the bed. Chapter 17. Leaning down to claim her, Xiao Jingyan rose and surveyed the inner chamber before approaching the bedside, casting a glance at the woman who had taken her medicine and peacefully drifted into slumber. Without uttering a single word, he bent down and, with both her and the blanket, lifted her horizontally into his arms. Shui Li panicked and quickly rose, mustering her courage to ask, "Your Highness, what do you intend to do?" Xiao Jingyan replied in a deep voice, "It is too cold here, and your young lady has been burning with fever. It is best to move her to the Qingzhou garden for her recuperation." Shui Li glanced at the fire stove in the room. Was it really cold? The flames burned fiercely. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage once more, hoping to persuade Xiao Jingyan to set her young lady down. "Your Highness, I will add more charcoal, and if that does not suffice, I will light 2 more braziers." However, Xiao Jingyan paid no heed to her words, commanding instead, "Fetch a cotton cap for your young lady to wear." His tone left no room for debate. A flicker of astonishment crossed Shui Li's eyes, but under the weight of Xiao Jingyan's authority, she dared not resist further. In a hurry, she rummaged through the wardrobe for a hat, securing it tightly on Su Yuyao's head. Xiao Jingyan then carried her straight out of the room. His strides were firm and brisk, while Shui Li trailed behind like an ant on a hot pan, anxiously wishing for her mistress to awaken. Yet, even upon reaching the Qingzhou garden, Su Yuyao remained in her deep slumber. Upon arriving at Xiao Jingyan's quarters, Shui Li attempted to follow inside, only to be halted by him. "Step back." Shui Li paused for a moment, ready to protest, but was simultaneously restrained by Qi Shi and Ba Shi. "Miss Shui Li, please wait." Anxiously, Shui Li peered inside, but in the next moment the door was slammed shut from within. She stamped her foot and called out, "Your Highness, my lady needs my care. Please allow me to enter." Earlier, the prince had exhibited familiarity towards her young lady, and now he carried her into his chamber, an isolated man and woman together in a room. If word of this spread, how could her lady ever find a suitable match? Silence enveloped the space. Qi Shi advised, "Miss Shui Li, cease your cries. The decision made by the prince cannot be altered, no matter how loud you shout." Desperate, Shui Li stood on her tiptoes, trying to glimpse inside, but the door remained tightly shut, leaving her in a state of anxiety outside. After a brief moment, the door opened. Xiao Jingyan handed a waist token to Ba Shi, instructing, "Go to the palace and summon the imperial physician." "Yes, your highness," Ba Shi replied. Shui Li saw a glimmer of hope and was about to step forward to request entry, yet the door was once again unfeelingly closed. Inside the chamber, Xiao Jingyan placed Su Yuyao on his soft couch. Still drowsy from the forcibly administered medicine, Su Yuyao remained unaware of her surroundings, occasionally frowning due to her discomfort. Xiao Jingyan sat beside her, his posture upright, his gaze lowered upon the woman. The sky had darkened, and the flickering candlelight cast a gentle glow. As the light danced across her face, her brow furrowed even more tightly. Raising his hand, he lowered the bed curtain, allowing her brow to relax slightly. He simply sat there beside her, watching her for a considerable time. The woman on the couch fluttered her eyelids repeatedly, seemingly on the verge of awakening. However, her eyelids remained heavy, and despite her efforts, they did not part. Instead, she succumbed to nightmares, exacerbated by her fever. Her thick eyelashes resembled butterfly wings, occasionally stirring in the cold breeze. A scalding tear rolled from the corner of her eye, tracing her temple and dampening the pillow. Her pale lips had gained a hint of color, parting slightly as if she wished to utter something. Xiao Jingyan's gaze lingered on her lips for a moment before he leaned closer, pressing his ear to her mouth. A few indistinct words escaped her lips. "Brother, come back." The voice was laden with longing. Subsequently, another wave of warmth flowed from the corner of her eye. Xiao Jingyan closed his eyes briefly, inhaling deeply before opening them again. He raised his hand, the rough pads of his fingers brushing away the tear at her eye's edge. Before he could withdraw his fingers, the woman suddenly grasped his wrist tightly. Xiao Jingyan's body stiffened as he looked at her. She remained with her eyes tightly shut, her eyelashes occasionally quivering, clearly still lost in her dreams. Just as he intended to pull his hand away, he felt her grip tightening, as if she could not bear to let him go. An unusual attachment evident. The tears at her eye's corner increased in intensity, as if she regarded him as someone of utmost significance or a source of solace. "Qingzhou, brother, my brother, he won't come back." The low, choked voice carried a weight of pain and yearning. Her icy fingertips penetrated Xiao Jingyan's skin, reaching into his very blood, coursing through him. His brow furrowed involuntarily, his knuckles clenching into fists. He cast a dark gaze upon her, the chill in his eyes gradually seeping outward, causing the atmosphere to plummet to a freezing point. Beads of sweat gathered on her forehead, her consciousness clouded, and her grip on his wrist showed no sign of loosening. "Qingzhou, brother, from now on, you are all I have." In that moment, the tightly suppressed string within Xiao Jingyan snapped, jealousy rapidly permeating through his entire being. He forcefully pried her fingers apart, his face darkening, his gaze as intense as spilled ink, emotions long restrained surging forth unchecked. His jaw tightened, fingers coiling into fists, veins bulging on the back of his hand as he leaned in, intent on claiming her. Just then, a knock resounded from outside. "Your Highness, the physician has arrived," reported Qi with utmost respect. Xiao Jingyan's motion halted abruptly. After a brief moment of stillness, he rose to open the door. Without waiting for the physician to bow, he spoke, "Quickly check on her. Why is she not awakened for so long?" The physician wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "Yes." Enduring the cold, oppressive aura emanating from Xiao Jingyan, he placed his fingers on Su Yuyao's delicate, fair wrist. Shortly after, he withdrew his fingers, glanced at Su Yuyao's complexion, and rose to respond. This young lady's health was adequate, but she may have been overly distressed recently, leading to some weakness. Coupled with exposure to cold air, she caught a chill, hence the fever. The physician then inquired, "What fever-reducing medicine did the young lady take earlier?" Xiao Jingyan was unaware and called for Xueli. As Xueli entered the inner chamber, she anxiously cast a glance at Su Yuyao lying on the couch. Upon seeing nothing amiss, she felt reassured and withdrew the prescription issued by the house physician from her sleeve, presenting it to the imperial physician. After reviewing it, the physician nodded in approval. The prescription was indeed effective in alleviating common fevers. However, given that the young lady had been in a weakened state lately and had experienced prolonged high fever, this remedy alone would not suffice to bring about a swift recovery. The humble minister suggested adding an additional ingredient to the prescription, assuring that after brewing and consuming the concoction, the fever would soon subside. Nevertheless, it was imperative that she remains well covered to avoid any further chill and to rest adequately for a few days. As if struck by a thought, Xiao Jingyan spoke up again. Hadn't it just been mentioned that she was plagued by excessive worries and frailty? It would be prudent to also prepare a prescription aimed at soothing her spirit and nourishing her body. "Indeed, Your Highness," replied Qi, as she accompanied the imperial physician to formulate the prescription. Chapter 18. What? Waking up and preparing to leave. After administering the medicine, its effects would manifest in half an hour. The high fever had subsided, and a hint of color returned to Su Yuyao's pale face. Due to visitors from the palace, Xiao Jingyan was conversing in the outer hall, leaving only Xueli to attend to the inner chamber. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Su Yuyao gradually regained consciousness. She was aware that she had dreamt extensively, but the remnants of those dreams eluded her, clouded by the lingering effects of the fever. "My lady, you are awake?" Xueli approached with urgency, inquiring if anything was amiss. Su Yuyao pressed her hands against her head, feeling a lingering dizziness. Observing her lady's pallid lips, Xueli tenderly suggested, "Allow me to help you sit up and sip some water to moisten your lips." "Very well," Su Yuyao acquiesced, her thirst overwhelming, as the fever had caused her to sweat profusely, leading to significant dehydration. She propped herself up on her elbows, and Xueli swiftly fetched a soft cushion to support her. After this commotion, Su Yuyao suddenly realized that she was not in her own room. Her pupils widened, and clarity washed over her. Where is this? Everything around her was foreign, not only larger than her own quarters, but also more exquisite. A fine pearwood table, an ornate screen, and even the quilt enveloping her was crafted from luxurious silk. As Xueli poured tea and turned to present it, she explained, "This is Qingzhou Courtyard." "Qingzhou Courtyard? Is that not the prince's residence? How'd I end up here?" Xueli, holding the cup delicately, lowered her head slightly, her voice barely a whisper. "Last night, you were delirious with fever. The prince came and carried you here, even summoning the imperial physician to attend to you. I tried to stop him." Her voice trailed off, growing even softer, but I couldn't. Su Yuyao felt as though her heart had been struck heavily, pausing for several breaths. "He carried me here?" Xueli timidly lifted her gaze to meet Su Yuyao's questioning eyes and nodded emphatically. Frowning slightly, Su Yuyao surveyed the room once more before inquiring, "Who else is aware of this matter?" After a moment's contemplation, Xueli replied, "It was late last night, and the sky was overcast. The prince moved swiftly, so no one else witnessed it, except for the 4 sisters in our courtyard and Qixi and Baxi from Qingzhou Courtyard. No one else knows." Su Yuyao narrowed her eyes and commanded the servants in the courtyard to keep this matter confidential. Xueli promptly complied, understood. Outside, Qixi whispered to Xiao Jingyan, "Your Highness, Miss Yuyao has awakened." Xiao Jingyan immediately rose and made his way to the inner chamber. The sunlight outside was perfect, while the charcoal fire inside blazed warmly. The tall figure of the man, clad only in a thin inner garment, entered the room. Upon seeing him, the tension that had momentarily eased in Su Yuyao's heart immediately tightened once more, feeling the intense gaze bearing down upon her. Su Yuyao inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety within her. Startled, she straightened her body against the soft cushion. "Your Highness," realizing she was clad only in her undergarments. She hastily grasped the quilt and pulled it up to conceal her modesty. Observing her nervous demeanor, Xiao Jingyan let out an ambiguous chuckle before striding towards the bedside. He reached out and touched her forehead. The coolness of his hand relieved his concern. At last, her fever had subsided. Su Yuyao, momentarily taken aback, instinctively recoiled. "Thank you for summoning the physician for me last night, Your Highness. I am feeling better now and shall return to Furong Garden." Xiao Jingyan disregarded her words, sitting down beside her instead. Lowering his gaze, he smirked slightly. "What? Are you leaving as soon as you awaken? Burning bridges?" Su Yuyao bit her lip. Was it really appropriate for her to remain here? "No, I caught a chill. If I stay here any longer, I might pass the illness on to you," she defended, her voice hoarse and strained. She glanced at the cup of water in Xueli's hands, which she hadn't had the chance to drink before Xiao Jingyan's arrival. Her throat parched. With a stern expression, Xiao Jingyan pressed her back down. "Furong Garden is cold. You should recuperate here." Su Yuyao clutched the bedding, her eyes reflecting her confusion. Did he expect her to remain until she fully recovered? That was simply unacceptable. She yearned to refuse once more. But a sudden fit of coughing overtook her, causing her previously flushed face to redden further. Xiao Jingyan's expression darkened as he extended his hand toward Xueli. "Bring it here. If you cannot even care for your own lady, what use is a servant like you?" Yuli dared not argue and obediently handed over the cup. Yuyao quickly seized it and drank thirstily. Calm down, Xiao Jingyan admonished, patting her back as if someone were stealing her drink. Feeling a certain intimacy in their proximity, Yuyao's mind raced with thoughts of how to escape. Why was he keeping her here? His Qingzhou garden was not a place for ordinary folk. Although he had insisted she form a sibling bond with Xiao Jingyan, they were not blood relatives, and it was inappropriate for her to linger. As she furrowed her brow in contemplation, he stood up first. His cool silhouette blocked half the sunlight streaming through the window, casting her into shadow, intensifying the unease and oppression that enveloped her. Now that your fever has receded, take a few days to recuperate here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. As he walked away, he cast a glance at Yuli. Take good care of your lady. Yuli responded respectfully. It was only after his figure disappeared at the door that Yuyao's taut nerves began to relax. Her body involuntarily leaned back, falling heavily onto the soft cushion behind her. Staring up at the ceiling, she exhaled deeply. Yuli cast a glance towards the entrance before hastily stepping forward. Miss, must we truly linger here for several days? Yuyao furrowed her brows and replied, No, now that my fever has subsided, we cannot remain here any longer. Yuli promptly nodded and inquired, When shall we depart? After a moment's contemplation, Yuyao instructed, Please check at the door. If the prince is absent, we shall leave immediately. Yuli, having no objections, responded, Miss, I shall return to Furong Courtyard briefly to instruct the maidens to stoke the fire in our room. So it will be warm upon your return. Very well, go ahead, Yuyao acquiesced. Due to the effects of the medication, once Yuli had departed, the room fell into a profound silence. Yuyao, nestled in the warmth of the bed, soon drifted into a deep slumber once more. Chapter 19. Let her recuperate in the bamboo garden in the study. Xiao Jingyan sat with his head bowed, reviewing documents. Distracted by Yuyao's high fever, he had lost interest in handling state affairs, and the pile of memorials accumulated since last night had transformed his spacious desk into a miniature mountain. Qi Shi and Ba Shi stood by the door with their hands at their sides, awaiting orders. Ba Shi glanced inside and remarked to Qi Shi, The prince hasn't closed his eyes since last night. Perhaps you should persuade him to rest. Qi Shi shot Ba Shi a disapproving look and retorted, If anyone should go, it should be you. Their whispered exchange, however, caught Xiao Jingyan's attention. What are you two murmuring about? He inquired. Ba Shi nudged Qi Shi's arm, urging him to respond. But Qi Shi remained silent, standing quietly to the side. You're so unhelpful, Ba Shi muttered under his breath. With no other choice, he summoned his courage and spoke up. Your Highness, I was just saying that you haven't slept for a day and a night. For the sake of your health, you should rest. At that moment, Xiao Jingyan did feel somewhat fatigued. He placed his red brush down on the inkstone and reclined lazily in his chair. His voice soft as he instructed, Prepare the adjoining chamber next to the bedroom. I will be resting there for the next few days. Both Qi Shi and Ba Shi were momentarily taken aback, exchanging puzzled glances. Ba Shi asked, Why does your Highness wish to rest there? Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Jingyan had arranged for Yuyao to recuperate in the bamboo garden. In a rare good mood, he added, Miss Yuyao is recuperating in the bamboo garden. Make sure to report anything she may need promptly. This statement further astonished Qi Shi and Ba Shi. When had the prince ever shown such meticulous care for anyone? After serving him for over a decade, they had experienced ailments themselves, yet he had never summoned a physician for them or allowed them to recuperate in his main chamber. Ba Shi hesitated, unsure of how to respond. After a brief pause, he ventured, Your Highness, perhaps I should have Miss Yuyao stay in the adjoining chamber while you remain in the main chamber. The adjoining chamber is just as warm and would ensure that Miss Yuyao does not catch a chill. As Xiao Jingyan lifted his gaze, a piercing look shot towards Ba Shi, sending chills down his spine. He immediately fell silent. When Yuli returned, Yuyao finally opened her eyes again. How is it? Is anyone outside? She asked. Yuli excitedly shook her head. Miss, there is no one outside. Should we leave quickly while we have the chance? The sun is exceptionally bright today. If we leave now, we need not worry about the cold. Having taken a short nap, Yuyao felt somewhat revitalized. She dressed herself and proceeded to step outside. Qi Shi and Ba Shi, who had just received Xiao Jingyan's orders to prepare the adjoining chamber, were startled to see Su Yuyao walking out. "Miss Yuyao, what are you doing out? Are you going for a stroll?" Initially intending to sneak back, Su Yuyao decided to be honest upon being spotted. "I'm going back." Qi Shi was taken aback and promptly inquired, "Why are you leaving so soon?" "My fever has subsided. It would be inconvenient to remain here any longer. I prefer to return to Furong Courtyard." Upon hearing the news, Ba Shi felt a flicker of joy. If Su Yuyao were to return to the Furong Courtyard, they would not need to tidy up the secondary chamber. The prince could simply rest in the main chamber. "Allow me to see off Miss Su," he suggested. Qi Shi tugged at his arm, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? The prince has just instructed that Miss Yuyao should remain here until she has fully recovered. If we let her leave now, we would surely face punishment." "Miss Yuyao," Qi Shi continued, "the prince has specifically asked you to rest here until you regain your strength. Do not worry. He has instructed us to prepare the secondary chamber for him, where he will take his rest." As she spoke, Qi Shi gestured toward the adjacent room. "The prince has also assured us that if you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. We will do our utmost to accommodate you." As Su Yao met Shiwali's concerned gaze and then looked back at Qi Shi, she realized that leaving was not an option at the moment. "Then I shall trouble you," she replied, turning back to her quarters. "Miss, are we to remain here indefinitely?" Shiwali inquired, glancing around the room. Indeed, it was superior to the Furong Courtyard. Yet residing in the same courtyard as the prince would surely attract gossip. Su Yuyao pressed her lips together and returned to the couch, resolving to stay for one more night, promising herself she would leave by noon the following day. Around the hour of Xiao Jingyan received urgent news of the remnants of the rebellious fourth Prince Jun Wuhui spotted on the outskirts of the city. In his determination to cleanse the court swiftly, he personally set out with Yun Rongji to apprehend the fugitives, remaining absent throughout the night. Qi Shi accompanied Xiao Jingyan on his official duties, leaving Ba Shi to manage the affairs of the household alone. The following day, Su Yuyao departed from the Qingzhou garden. Ba Shi offered a few words of persuasion, but Su Yuyao steadfastly asserted that she was well, and he did not press further. As she stepped through the entrance, she glanced around and noticed the absence of onlookers, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as no one witnessed her leaving Qingzhou garden, she would be safe. Once outside, she slowed her pace, making her way toward Furong Courtyard. However, as she passed by the rockery, she overheard a few maidservants whispering. "Did you hear? The prince carried someone back to Qingzhou garden the night before last." "I didn't see that," one replied. "Neither did I. Was it a woman?" Another speculated. "I can't be sure. It was too far away, but the figure appeared to be feminine." Su Yuyao's complexion paled, and she clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. "Miss, are you all right?" Shiwali asked softly, supporting her. Su Yuyao shook her head. "I am fine." Meanwhile, the oblivious maidservants continued their gossip. "No way. The prince has always been indifferent to women, dignified and reserved. Even the legitimate daughter of the Song family, Song Wanru, couldn't capture his heart. How could he possibly carry a woman back to Qingzhou garden?" "Didn't T.U. inquire further?" the first maidservant asked, shaking her head. "No, as you know, the people of Qingzhou garden are notoriously tight-lipped. They would never divulge a word of information." Upon hearing this, Su Yuyao felt a sense of relief and said to Shiwali, "Let us depart." The two began to walk away. As they navigated through the winding paths, nearing Furong garden, Su Yuyao heard someone calling her from behind. "Sister Yuyao?" The voice sounded familiar. She turned around to discover it was Miss Xiao Yunke, the third daughter of the Xiao family. They had exchanged a few words during the Plum Appreciation Banquet, and Miss Xiao held a favorable impression of her. "Miss," Su Yuyao said, slightly bowing as a gesture of respect. Shiwali followed suit in greeting. "What brings you back to the residence, miss?" Su Yuyao inquired. Xiao Yunke replied, "Today, our instructor has granted us a day off, and I just visited my mother, intending to seek you out." Chapter 20. You can come, but can this prince not? Looking for me? Su Yuyao was taken aback. What could the third miss want with her? Her immediate thought was that Xiao Yunke had discovered the incident of her being carried to the Qingzhou garden by Xiao Jingyan. Her palms were now slick with nervousness. "Look here." Xiao Yunke suddenly raised her arm, revealing a bamboo cage before Su Yuyao. She had not noticed it until now, and only then did Su Yuyao realize that Xiao Yunke was holding a bamboo cage. Leaning closer, she observed that inside the cage was a small white rabbit. Her eyes widened with curiosity. The little creature, with its snow-white fur, had black ears and dark rings around its eyes, its nose twitching adorably. Hee, isn't incredibly cute? Xiao Yunke explained enthusiastically. I bought this on my way back. When I went to see Mother just now, she wouldn't allow it in the Jinyu courtyard. Since I have to go to the palace for tutoring, I thought you could take care of this little white rabbit. It could also alleviate your boredom. And I can come to see her in your courtyard when I leave the palace. What do you think? Sure, Su Yuyao nodded. Although she would soon be departing, she felt a bit bored during her time in the royal residence. Having an adorable little rabbit to play with would be delightful. All right, let me accompany you to take the rabbit over. As they walked towards the Furong courtyard, Xiao Yunke was quite talkative, sharing amusing tales from the palace that had Su Yuyao laughing heartily from time to time. How fragrant! Xiao Yunke sniffed the air, exclaiming. It's the scent of plum blossoms. Look how beautiful they are. Shiuli pointed excitedly at a few nearby winter sweet trees. Following Shiuli's direction, Su Yuyao and Xiao Yunke beheld clusters of red and yellow flowers blooming on the branches, casting a charming sheen under the sunlight. As a gentle breeze passed, the blossoms swayed back and forth, adding a vibrant touch to the wintry scene. Plum must yield to snow and whiteness, but snow cannot surpass the fragrance of plum. Su Yuyao marveled. Do you like them? Xiao Yunke asked. Su Yuyao nodded. I do. If you like them, then pick a few to bring inside. It will add some vitality, Xiao Yunke suggested, stepping towards the plum tree to pluck some. Third miss, be careful not to hurt your hands, Su Yuyao quickly advised. Hurrying over with Shiuli, some petals still held droplets of dew, which cascaded down onto them as the three girls gently shook the branches. Miss, let me help, Shiuli said, concerned for Su Yuyao's health. You just recovered. You mustn't catch a chill again. The branches they gathered were adorned with both blooming flowers and budding ones. A beautiful mix of reds and yellows. Take them all. Su Yuyao smiled brightly. Thank you, Third Mississippi. She had always cherished beautiful flowers and plants. And the plum blossoms in the Regent's residence were even more splendid than those outside. She had long desired to gather some to brighten her room. However, she resided beneath another's roof, which made it imprudent to casually disturb the belongings therein. Presently, the exquisite flower, gifted to her by Xiao Yunke, could be displayed in her abode without hesitation. Su Yuyao held it gently, allowing it to dangle slightly as she brought it close to her nose to inhale its enchanting fragrance. How delightful! Her eyes sparkled with joy. Despite having suffered from a high fever the night before, the attentive care of the Qingzhou staff and the skilled imperial physician summoned by Xiao Jingyan had facilitated her swift recovery. At this moment, her cheeks bore a subtle flush, the vibrant bloom accentuating her allure. The flower, resplendent as a fairy, paired with her beauty, rendered her even more captivating. Xiao Yunke gazed at her with admiration, envious of Su Yuyao's exquisite appearance, wishing she could possess such beauty herself. Miss, let us depart, Shiuli gently reminded her. Although the young lady had recovered from her cold, it was prudent not to linger outdoors for too long. All right, upon Xiao Jingyan's return to Qingzhou, he inquired immediately about Su Yuyao's condition. Baxi, trembling, reported. Miss Yuyao said she has recovered from her cold and departed at the hour of way. Xiao Jingyan cast him a dismissive glance and, still clad in armor, made his way to Furong courtyard. When he arrived, Shiuli was arranging flowers while Su Yuyao and Xiao Yunke were playfully engaging with a small white rabbit. Shiuli, spotting Xiao Jingyan at the entrance, paused with her scissors, instinctively wanting to speak, but was silenced by Xiao Jingyan's gesture. Su Yuyao and Xiao Yunke knelt on the ground, offering carrots to the rabbit. Shiuli, please fetch some more carrots. These are nearly finished, called out Xiao Yunke. Why are you hesitating? Xiao Yunke turned to look at Shiuli. In that moment, she caught sight of Xiao Jingyan standing at the door, causing her to jump in surprise. She quickly stood up. Brother, what brings you here? Xiao Jingyan stood at the entrance, his demeanor stern. If you can come, why can't I? With a 7 or 8 year age difference, and their father having passed away early, Xiao Yunka felt a tinge of fear towards her elder brother. Bowing her head, she was momentarily at a loss for words. Hearing the commotion, Yuyao also instinctively stood and turned around, clad in armor and a battle robe that burned like fire. With twin swords hanging at his waist, Xiao Jingyan's hawk-like gaze was sharp and penetrating. "What are you doing?" Yuyao felt intimidated under his piercing gaze and quickly averted her eyes, shifting her body aside. Gathering her courage, Xiao Yunka explained, "This morning, I saw it on the street and found it adorable, so I purchased it. Mother wouldn't allow it in Jinyuan, so I brought it for Sister Yuyao to take care of. Do you like it?" As Yuyao hung her head, admiring the ribbon tied at her waist, she heard the man's voice beside her and lifted her gaze to meet his. Before she could respond, Xiao Yunka's eyes sparkled as she interjected, "Brother, Sister Yuyao likes it very much." Yuyao instinctively nodded in agreement. Xiao Jingyan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Xiao Yunka. After a moment of silence, he pointed towards the door. "Return. It is time to review your studies." Xiao Yunka was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by her brother's words. What does this have to do with her studies? "Brother, I rarely have a day off. Can't we set the schoolwork aside for now?" With her head bowed, Xiao Yunka approached bashfully, tugging at Xiao Jingyan's sleeve in a plea. Xiao Jingyan remained silent, his gaze piercing as it fixed on Xiao Yunka. She hurriedly stepped forward, advising, "Third miss, your studies are of utmost importance. You should promptly review your materials." Feeling the weight of Xiao Jingyan's stern look, Xiao Yunka pouted and withdrew her hand. "Fine, I shall return once I have finished my studies." As she stepped over the threshold, she turned back to remind Yuyao, "Sister Yuyao, do take good care of our little bunny. I will return shortly." Chapter 21 Bold Confession. It was only after Xiao Yunkai's figure vanished from sight that Xiao Jingyan turned around, his gaze fixed intently upon Yuyao. The scrutiny made Yuyao feel quite uncomfortable. She wondered if he had come to reproach her, and before he could utter a word, she hastily departed from Qingzhou Garden. As she contemplated how to respond, a cool voice broke the silence. "Is your cold better?" Reacting instinctively, Yuyao nodded. "Yes, it is. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." Although she had recovered, she knew she must still take the medicine prescribed by the physician punctually, without delay. Yuyao replied affirmatively, her gaze lifting to meet his. Contrary to her earlier assumptions, he did not blame her. Instead, his words were filled with genuine concern, which caught her off guard. Just as her tense nerves began to relax, he slowly revealed his purpose under her surprised gaze. "I have been preoccupied with official duties of late and have lost my appetite due to an imbalance in my stomach. After having tasted the hawthorn cake made by Miss Yuyao, I felt some relief. I wonder if you might have the time to prepare it for me once more." Yuyao furuit herberoth. An upset stomach? Why not consult the physician? Yet, she could not bring herself to utter a refusal. Moreover, having stayed in his residence, where he had summoned the physician during her feverish delirium, she found it difficult to decline. Making a hawthorn cake was a trivial matter. With the thought that she would soon leave the estate and have no further ties to him, she acquiesced. "Very well. However, while the hawthorn cake aids digestion, it is merely a dietary remedy. To thoroughly treat your stomach issues, Your Highness should consult a physician." Xiao Jingyan lowered his gaze, leisurely toying with the jade ring on his finger. "You speak wisely." After he had spoken, Xiao Jingyan showed no intention of lingering and took his leave. At Jinyu Courtyard, Song Wanru made a sudden visit. Lady Li, aware of Song Wanru's intentions, but knowing that Xiao Jingyan harbored no affection for her, lost her desire to meet her and claimed she was in prayer, instructing Xiao Muyu to attend to her. "Sister Ro, the rouge oil you gifted me last time is splendid. I searched for ages in the cosmetic shop and could not find anything as effective," Xiao Muyu proclaimed, extending her finger to showcase the vibrant hue that had remained so bright after all these days. Song Wanru smiled gently. "If you like it, I shall bring you another box next time." As she spoke, she produced a small porcelain jar and handed it to her. "This is blush, made from freshly gathered flowers. For you." "Thank you, Sister Wanru," Xiao Muyu exclaimed joyfully, taking it in her hands. She opened the lid and tested it on the back of her hand, her eyes alight with delight. After pocketing it, she linked her arm with Wanru's and affectionately said, "If only you could marry my brother and become my sister-in-law. Then I would never need to buy cosmetics again. Song Wanru suppressed a smile. Sister Muyu, the sun is delightful today. Shall I take you for a stroll in the courtyard? Certainly. Xiao Muyu, with her arm entwined with Song Wanru's, stepped outside. As they turned by the lotus pond, they overheard a few maids chatting nearby. The conversation naturally revolved around the scandal of Xiao Jingyan returning to Qingzhou late at night while embracing a woman. Upon hearing this, Song Wanru's expression shifted slightly, and her fingers instinctively curled. How audacious! These lowly maidservants dare to speak of their master in such a manner. Could it be that their skin has grown tighter? The few young maidens, upon hearing the rebuke, immediately fell silent, kneeling and pleading for mercy. We acknowledge our transgressions. We shall not dare to do so again. Please forgive us, Second Mississippi. You dare to discuss your master in the manner? Go and receive 20 lashes. Should this occur again, you shall be sold to a brothel. The maidservants hurriedly bowed their heads, repeatedly thanking the second miss for her mercy. Having delivered her reprimand, Xiao Muyu disregarded the maidservants and took Song Wanru's hand, leading her away. Sister Wanru, do not heed the foolish words of those servants. My brother is a man of integrity, renowned for his purity and indifference to women. How could he possibly carry a woman back to the estate in the dead of night? Surely, those lowly maidens must have misinterpreted what they saw. Comforted by Xiao Muyu's words, Song Wanru's expression softened. At that moment, Xiao Jingyan approached from the direction of Furanjuan, and the two sisters encountered him. Brother, Xiao Muyu called out, have you returned? Observing the path Xiao Jingyan took, she furrowed her brow. He was still clad in armor, and he had not just returned from outside the estate, but was coming from the northwest corner. The northwest corner? That is Furanjuan. Upon his return, he did not seek an audience with mother nor return to Qingzhou, but instead went to Furanjuan. However, with others present, Xiao Muyu refrained from voicing her thoughts. In the next moment, she noticed Song Wanru's cheeks flush as she stepped forward, nervously performing a slight curtsy. Your Highness, overwhelmed by anxiety. The decorative hairpins atop her head trembled. Xiao Jingyan paid her no heed and continued walking forward. Song Wanru rose, realizing that this was a rare opportunity to encounter him. Summoning her courage, she hastily approached him and blocked his path. Your Highness, I have specially prepared a box of pastries for you to taste, and they are currently in the main hall of Jinyu Garden. I shall fetch them for you now. A fleeting look of disdain crossed Xiao Jingyan's eyes. I have no taste for such delicacies. Save them for my mother. Your Highness. Song Wanru wished to say more, but found herself at a loss for words. Miss Song, do you have any further matters to discuss? His demeanor was exceedingly indifferent and distant. Biting her lip, Song Wanru spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Your Highness, I have long admired you. I implore you to grant me the opportunity to serve you and remain by your side. Among the noble ladies of the capital, Song Wanru's beauty could be considered exceptional. Yet, standing before the formidable and aloof Xiao Jingyan, who wielded great power, she felt as though she were reaching too high. Nevertheless, it was common for women to aspire to marry well, while men sought lower status brides. In this light, her aspirations seemed unblemished. Hearing such a bold confession, Xiao Jingyan finally regarded Song Wanru with earnest scrutiny. His cold gaze was like a sharp blade, causing her to waver unsteadily on her feet. His handsome profile was half illuminated by the sunlight, while the other half remained shrouded in shadow, and the corners of his lips curled into a meaningful arc. Did you not hear a single word I uttered last time? He inquired. Brother. Xiao Muyu sensed that the situation was amiss and shouted in a desperate attempt to prevent Xiao Jingyan from delivering his forthcoming blunt refusal. Xiao Jingyan, wishing to avoid expending further energy on such matters, continued, since you did not hear clearly, allow me to reiterate. The current situation at court remains unstable, and I have no intentions of marrying. I entreat Miss Song to refrain from broaching such trivial matters again. His tone was cold and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Without waiting for Song Wanru's response, Xiao Jingyan turned and departed. Chapter 22. How dare you, Su Yuyao, let a rabbit bite me in the Fuyuan courtyard. After Xiao Jingyan departed, Su Yuyao sat in a chair, her gaze vacant as she fixated on the little rabbit confined within its cage. For reasons unknown, a wave of compassion washed over her. The rabbit was undeniably adorable, and being trapped in such a small enclosure all day must be quite stifling. Xueli, please close the door, she instructed. Xueli, oblivious to the underlying reasons, promptly set aside her scissors and obeyed her mistress's command. Once the door was securely shut, Yuyao opened the cage and gently lifted the small white rabbit into her arms. Miss, be careful not to get scratched, Xueli cautioned with concern. Yuyao looked down at the rabbit nestled in her embrace, her eyes softening with a smile. It's all right. The rabbit seemed to possess a certain sensitivity, lifting its gaze to meet Yuyao's before nuzzling affectionately against her palm. She caressed its fur tenderly before setting it down on the ground, allowing it to leap about the room and stretch its legs. As soon as the rabbit was released, it sprang to life, bounding around the room, sniffing this corner and that, even raising its front legs to peer inquisitively at higher places, which elicited peals of laughter from Yuyao. Xueli had not witnessed her mistress laugh so heartily in quite some time, and tears unexpectedly welled in the corners of her eyes. The young lady had endured much hardship. She and her brother had relied on each other for support through modest means. Now, with her brother gone, sacrificing his life to save the Regent, she was left alone. Were it not for the steadfast support of Master Lin, Xueli feared for how Yuyao would navigate her days ahead. Taking advantage of Yuyao's distraction, Xueli quickly wiped away the tears from her eyes and set about trimming the plum blossoms. A quarter of an hour later, she placed the freshly cut blooms into a vase and, holding it aloft, eagerly asked, Miss, do you think my arrangement is beautiful? Yuyao shifted her gaze from the rabbit, admiring the flowers. The layers are distinct. It looks splendid. She then added her praises. Your floral artistry has improved remarkably. If you were to enter a flower arrangement competition, you would surely secure a prize. It is all thanks to your teachings, Mississippi. If you participated in the competition, you would undoubtedly clinch the top prize, Xueli replied, having been Yuyao's companion for 5 long years. Abducted by human traffickers in her youth, she had endured numerous hardships before finding herself in Qingzhou. It was during a chance encounter with Su Jiangran, who was performing her duties, that Xueli was rescued when Su Jiangran kindly purchased her freedom with silver. Initially, Su Jiangran intended to reunite Xueli with her biological family, but the girl had been too young to remember her origins. Resigned to her fate, she expressed her desire to serve Yuyao. Su Fiangran, believing it would be beneficial for her sister to have someone to care for, consented to the arrangement. Yuyao, with her kind nature and similar age, formed a bond with Xueli that resembled that of sisters. She playfully tapped Xueli's nose and smiled. You do have a silver tongue. Since the passing of Su Jiangran, Yuyao had been enveloped in sorrow, struggling to regain her spirits. However, the presence of this little white rabbit had brought her a rare moment of joy. Just as Xueli finished arranging the vase, the sound of several servants kneeling in the courtyard reached her ears. The servant greeted the second Mississippi, without allowing them to rise. Xiao Muyu directly inquired, Where is Yuyao? Inside, a maid quietly replied, sensing Xiao Muyu's temperament. Before Xueli could reach the door, a series of vigorous knocks resounded. Xueli hurriedly opened the door, and upon seeing Xiao Muyu, promptly bowed, saying, Greetings, second Mississippi, ignoring her. Xiao Muyu strode into the room. Yuyao, still bowing, greeted, second Mississippi dressed in splendid attire today. Xiao Muyu exuded an air of arrogance and disdain. Upon entering, she did not speak immediately, but surveyed the room, her gaze ultimately fixating on a vase at the center of the wooden table. Approaching it, she pressed her waist against the table and reached for the vase. Xueli furrowed her brow slightly and stepped forward. Yuyao shook her head, signaling her to refrain from acting impulsively. Then, Xiao Muyu's sharp and caustic words pierced the air. What a beautiful bouquet of plum blossoms. The fragrance fills the entire room. For reasons unknown, Xiao Muyu had taken an immediate dislike to Yuyao upon their first encounter. Although Yuyao's background was lesser than hers, Xiao Muyu was consumed by jealousy, envying her exquisite beauty, graceful figure, and lithe waist, attributes that a noble lady like herself could never attain. This jealousy was never concealed, nor did she feel the need to do so. The Shao family was the foremost among the century-old aristocracy, with her sister being the current empress. Though her sister had passed, her brother held significant power as the regent, rendering Yuyao, a mere country girl, infinitely inferior by comparison. However, we of the Shao residents provide your lodging and sustenance. Yet you have no permission to recklessly damage our possessions. The plum blossoms here are rare treasures bestowed upon us. Tell me, how will you account for the ones you have broken? Shueli stepped forward to defend her mistress. Second miss these plum blossoms. But before she could finish, a slap from Xiao Muyu silenced her. Instantly, Shueli's face swelled red. Xiao Muyu cast a haughty glance at her, her tone growing colder and her voice rising. How dare a lowly servant like you interject while the master speaks? Feeling aggrieved, Shueli covered her face and looked towards Yuyao. Unperturbed, Xiao Muyu continued, Miss Su, you ought to manage your servants. If you let others oversee them, it will not be a mere slap you contend with. Upon witnessing Shueli being struck, Yuyao momentarily froze, then regained her composure, saying, Second miss, Shueli is not a servant. She is my sister. Moreover, regarding the plum blossoms, I did not pluck them. The third miss gave them to me. Just as Xiao Muyu was about to respond, she felt a sharp pain in her foot. Looking down, she discovered a furry creature gnawing at her shoe, having already chewed a hole into it. Startled, she quickly stepped back, and only after retreating several paces did she realize the creature was a rabbit. You audacious Yuyao, how dare you unleash a rabbit to bite me? Behold as I skin this wretched creature, pulling its tendons and preparing it for roasting, exclaimed Xiao Muyu, squatting down to seize the rabbit. Upon witnessing her intent, the rabbit scurried in every direction. Miss Second, please do not catch it. This rabbit has been entrusted to my care by Miss Third. If you roast it, how shall I explain it to her? Xiao Muyu, undeterred, was resolute in her pursuit, crawling beneath the bed and the table in her relentless quest. Just then, the door swung open. What are you doing? Inquired Xiao Yunku, stepping over the threshold and into the room. She was taken aback by the disarray on the floor and the figure hidden beneath the bed. Third miss. Just now the little white rabbit chewed on Miss Second's shoe, and she's trying to catch it. Please save it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunku exclaimed in alarm. Sister, Xiao Muyu finally emerged from beneath the bed, her makeup in disarray, hair unkempt, and hairpins scattered. She had yet to capture a single strand of rabbit fur. Xiao Yunku approached and brushed aside the disheveled hair from her forehead. Sister, are you truly my sister? She burst into laughter, observing Xiao Muyu's disheveled appearance reminiscent of a madwoman. Sister, you must look in the mirror. Your current appearance is simply hilarious. Enraged, Xiao Muyu stamped her foot and dashed out of the room. Behind her, Xiao Yunku called out, Sister, this rabbit is being cared for with the help of Sister Yuyao. Do not harbor any ill intentions towards my rabbit, or I shall inform brother. Chapter 23. To please her, watching Xiao Muyu flee in disarray, Yuyao's heart finally settled. Sister Yuyao, are you all right? Xiao Yunku inquired with concern. Yuyao shook her head, replying, I am fine. She then glanced at Shueli, remarking that it was this girl who had received a slap from the second young lady. Shueli quickly spoke up, wishing to alleviate her mistress's worries. Mistress, I am unscathed. Just a bit of rubbing will reduce the swelling. Xiao Yunku turned her attention to Shueli, whose face was evidently swollen on one side, marked with 5 distinct fingerprints. She promptly called out to the maids outside. Hurry and fetch the physician to examine Miss Shueli's face. We must ensure there are no scars, for that would be unsightly. Yes, the maids responded immediately and set off to summon the physician. Within the room, Xiao Yunku took Yuyao's hand and seated her. Sister Yuyao, my second sister has always been so overbearing, ever since childhood. However, I shall share a secret with you. What secret? Yuyao leaned in to listen. Both of us have always feared our brother. I am often away from the manor, but should she dare to bully you again, simply inform our brother. I assure you, she will behave herself when he arrives. Seek the prince? Yuyao raised an eyebrow. She avoids him at all costs. Yuyao nodded in agreement, though in her heart, she dismissed the notion entirely. The two girls played with a little white rabbit until dusk, at which point they returned it to its cage. Just then, the physician arrived. He examined Shui Li's face, leaving a box of ointment for her to apply over the next 2 days before departing. Xiao Yunku and Su Yuyao engaged in delightful conversation, and it was not until they shared dinner that she reluctantly took her leave. The following day, Xiao Jingyan went to the Ministry of Justice to interrogate the remnants of the usurper, the fourth prince, who had been captured days prior. It was not until noon that he gleaned some insights. He chose not to return to the palace, opting instead to ride back to the manor. As he passed through Zhuke Street, he heard a vendor calling out, "Parrots for sale. Talking parrots, don't miss out. Come take a look. If I don't speak, it's free." At that moment, the sun shone brightly, and the street was bustling with activity, the sounds of vendors ringing out in a lively chorus. The parrot seller, carrying a bird cage, walked in front of the carriage, calling out as he went. Xiao Jingyan, reclining in the spacious carriage with his back against the wall, slowly opened his eyes upon hearing the commotion. He lifted the curtain to look outside. A plain-looking farmer, aged around 50, was calling out while holding the birdcage. Qingzhou, who was driving the carriage, found it laborious. Sensing the disturbance from within, he assumed the prince was impatient with the pace, and thus urged loudly, "Bird seller, hurry along and clear the way." As soon as he finished speaking, a deep voice resonated from within the carriage. "Stop the carriage." "Your Highness, what is it?" Qingzhou asked, as he maneuvered the carriage to the side of the street. Pulling the reins to bring the horses to a halt. "Summon that parrot seller over here." The voice was neither too salty nor too bland, and Qingzhou could not discern the emotions within. He merely bowed his head and acknowledged with a hurried yes, then quickly called out to the vendor. Meanwhile, he could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for the seller of the parrot. Upon hearing someone call for him, the vendor beamed with delight and promptly approached with the birdcage in hand. Qingzhou stood respectfully to the side, prepared to endure the thunderous reprimand from Xiao Jingyan. When he heard the latter inquire, "Does this parrot truly speak?" The vendor, eager to please, replied, "Esteemed one, this parrot indeed has the ability to converse. If you do not believe me, I shall have it speak a few words right now." He lifted the cage, and Xiao Jingyan glanced inside, spotting a parrot with immaculate white feathers, resplendent in appearance. This parrot sported a tuft of yellow plumage atop its head, its round eyes gleaming with an air of haughtiness, resembling a divine bird untouched by the mundane world. "Lanlan, speak a few words." As soon as the vendor finished speaking, the pristine parrot squawked, "Wishing you good fortune and prosperity." Qingzhou, standing beside the carriage, was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. To his astonishment, the parrot truly could speak. "Purchase it," Xiao Jingyan commanded succinctly, then closed his eyes once more. Qingzhou momentarily hesitated before obediently handing over the silver coins. As the carriage resumed its journey, Qingzhou felt bewildered. The prince had grown up in the military, living a life steeped in bloodshed, mercilessly slaying his enemies. He had never shown any affection for small animals. So what had prompted him to desire a parrot? Though it was a talking parrot, it remained merely a plaything. Qingzhou found himself utterly perplexed. Yet he acknowledged that his master's thoughts were beyond his comprehension. Shaking his head, he continued to drive the carriage. Upon returning to Qingzhou Garden, Qingzhou held the parrot and was about to inquire how Xiao Jingyan wished to settle it when he heard the prince say, "Take it to Furong Courtyard." Not daring to ponder further, Qingzhou quickly nodded in agreement. At Furong Courtyard, Su Yuyao was feeding a small white rabbit. Just as she offered a blade of grass to its mouth, she heard Qingzhou's voice outside. "Miss Su, are you there?" Hastily, she fed the rabbit and rose to go outside. In the courtyard, Qingzhou, holding the parrot, greeted Su Yuyao with a cheerful smile. "Miss Su, the prince has instructed me to bring this parrot for you to care for." Su Yuyao hurried down the steps, gazing in astonishment at the parrot in Qingzhou's hands, questioning, "What does the prince mean by this? Is he treating my place as a zoo, sending all manner of creatures here? I am unaware of his intentions. I simply carry out the orders given to me," Qingzhou replied. After a brief pause, he added, "This parrot can speak. During your leisure, you may entertain it and alleviate your boredom." At that moment, the parrot with its round, gleaming eyes spotted Su Yuyao and excitedly squawked from the cage, "Pretty, pretty." Su Yuyao was taken aback. "It truly can talk." "Indeed," Qingzhou responded. "Its name is Lanlan. In your spare time, miss, you can teach it to say more words. The vendor mentioned it is quite intelligent, and with a little effort, it can learn basic daily conversations. Yuyao reached out and gently prodded the cage, whereupon the parrot eagerly leaned its head toward her finger, rubbing against it as if they were old acquaintances. Her eyes instantly softened with a smile. What an adorable little creature. In the Qingzhou garden study, after delivering the parrot, Qixi reported to Xiao Jingyan, who was reviewing documents. Does she like it? He inquired. Your Highness, replied Qixi. Miss Su was quite astonished to hear the parrot speak, and she appears to be very fond of it. Xiao Jingyan instinctively curled his lips into a rare, gentle smile. Ever since he witnessed her playing with the little rabbit, he had discerned her fondness for small animals. Indeed, this gift had truly touched her heart. In truth, any small creature she adored could be kept in the residence, as long as she felt secure and joyful here. He would be content. Chapter 24. You will not find a wife this way the following day. As Su Yuyao awoke, Xueli rushed in from outside, breathless with excitement. Miss, a letter from young Master Lin has arrived. With jubilant hands, she clutched the envelope and, upon spotting Su Yuyao, promptly handed it over. Su Yuyao accepted the letter and opened it, her heart racing with anticipation. Xueli, standing anxiously beside her, inquired eagerly, Miss, what does young Master Lin say in his letter? With a radiant smile, Su Yuyao instructed Xueli to fetch ink and paper. Observing her mistress's delight, Xueli hurried off, returning with the necessary writing materials neatly arranged. As Su Yuyao composed a reply, she remarked, Brother Qingyuan writes that his mother and sister have arrived in the capital, and they're hosting a banquet at Zui Xian Lu tomorrow at noon, inviting me to join them. Will you attend, miss? After speaking, she instinctively covered her mouth. Realizing her folly, how foolish of me to ask. Of course, you will go. Casting a glance at her, Su Yuyao completed her letter and, once the ink had dried, folded it and placed it in the envelope, handing it to Xueli. Please see that this is delivered to Brother Qingyuan. The regent's residence employed a dedicated servant for handling correspondence. Xueli needed only to entrust the letter to him, and he would ensure it reached the intended recipient. Miss, Xueli exclaimed, as per young Master Lin's previous words, with Madame Lin and Miss Lin in the capital preparing the residence bestowed by His Majesty. The discussion of your marriage will soon follow. This brings us one step closer to leaving the Wang residence. Su Yuyao smiled gently, nodding in agreement. After a restful night, she had been fortunate to be free from the haunting dreams that had plagued her of late. On the following morning, Su Yuyao arose early to freshen up, while Xueli meticulously styled her hair in the latest fashionable updo from the capital. She admired her reflection in the bronze mirror, pausing only when she was thoroughly satisfied. Xueli teased, Miss, you are about to meet your future mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Surely you must be nervous? Su Yuyao playfully tapped her on the head. What nonsense you speak. You little imp, I have known Madame Lin since childhood, and I grew up playing with Miss Lin. Why would I feel nervous? Ah, but it is different now. Previously, we were in Qingzhou, and now we are in the capital. Moreover, young Master Lin has a position now, which certainly elevates the situation. I trust Brother Qingyuan. Regardless of his rank, his affection for me remains unchanged. Indeed, young Master Lin cherishes you deeply, and my words were ill-considered. Please forgive me, Mississippi. Xueli assumed a posture of exaggerated contrition, eliciting a hearty laugh from Su Yuyao. Time passed swiftly, and Xueli lifted the curtain to glance at the sky. Miss, it is already 1/4 the hour. We must be on our way. Very well. The two women exited Furong Courtyard, one after the other. Meanwhile, at Qingzhou Garden, Yun Rongji, a longtime friend of Xiao Jingyan, observed his friend toiling away like a workaholic. This morning, he had taken it upon himself to visit Zhao's residence, inviting him out for tea and a moment of relaxation. For reasons unknown, Xiao Jingyan inexplicably agreed. Under ordinary circumstances, even the slightest coaxing from Yun would have been insufficient to draw him out. Two individuals walked side by side towards the entrance. Yun Rongji remained as he had been, with a folding fan in hand during the summer, now clutching a mountain walnut. Upon reaching the drooping flower gate, Yun Rongji caught sight of a familiar silhouette ahead. His pace of twirling the walnut abruptly slowed. He raised a hand to tap Xiao Jingyan's arm and, with an air of mischief, leaned closer to him, saying, "Your young lady is about to step out." Xiao Jingyan lifted his inky gaze to look ahead. The woman was adorned in a pale green brocade, cloak trimmed with fur. Her figure enveloped modestly, exuding an air of delicate grace. A silver butterfly hairpin nestled in her hair, although not as resplendent as gold, shimmered like a sprite, quivering gently with her movements, offering a delightful visual experience. She had clearly put considerable effort into her appearance. Xiao Jingyan paused momentarily. As his dark eyes lingered on the woman ahead, an undercurrent of tumult surged within him. He quickened his steps, while Yun Rongji trailed slightly behind. "Miss Yuyao," he called, his voice low and somber. Su Yuyao halted, turning back. The instant she laid eyes on Xiao Jingyan, an inexplicable chill gripped her heart. Nevertheless, she steadied herself and performed a courtesy, saying, "Your Highness." He cast his gaze downward, obscuring the emotions within, and inquired, "Where are you headed?" Su Yuyao bit her lip and respectfully replied, "I am to attend a gathering with an old acquaintance." Xiao Jingyan furrowed his brow. The palpable tension in the air thickened, rendering the atmosphere suffocating. Indeed, had silence lingered any longer, Su Yuyao felt she might suffocate from lack of breath. Fortunately, he broke the silence. "An old acquaintance?" He articulated each word with precision. "Is it that fellow townsman of yours?" Su Yuyao's heart skipped a beat. His voice, his tone, mirrored that of the man from her dreams. Clenching her fingers tightly to maintain her composure, she steadied herself. She could not quite fathom why such a sensation arose within her, nor why each encounter with Xiao Jingyan felt like an invisible net tightening around her, rendering her unable to escape. That harrowing thought flickered once more in her mind. Could he truly be the man who had haunted her dreams all along? Meanwhile, Yun Rongji light-heartedly shattered the oppressive atmosphere. "I say, Your Highness, if the young lady is merely going out to meet an acquaintance, why must you pry so deeply? One might think you were her husband." Xiao Jingyan smirked slightly, a hint of amusement gracing his features. "Very well," he replied, fixing his gaze upon her. "Let us proceed." Just as Su Yuyao felt a weight lift from her heart, his next words caused her apprehension to resurface. "Miss Yuyao, remember, for your own safety and that of the palace, do not take what you should not, nor promise what you ought not." A more peculiar sensation welled within her. What could she possibly take, and what could she promise? Previously, when Song Wanru simply gifted her a jar of fragrant balm, he had delivered a stern lecture. How could a mere jar of balm escalate to a matter of such gravity concerning the palace's safety? However, Su Yuyao found herself without the luxury of time to ponder further. She hurriedly acquiesced and gracefully departed, observing the retreating figure of the young woman. Yun Rongji smiled and kindly cautioned, "Your Highness, look how frightened she is. Such behavior will not win you a bride. I advise you to treat young ladies with gentleness." Xiao Jingyan shot him a glare, his dark eyes ablaze with impending fury. "Your Highness, I have erred. I shall refrain from speaking out of turn henceforth," Yin Rongji exclaimed as he scampered away. Chapter 25. Meeting with Lin Qingyuan's family, Su Yuyao arrived at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion at the appointed time, accompanied by Xueli. Inside, Lin Qingyuan had already reserved a private room. Standing at the entrance, he smiled as he saw her descend from the carriage, his face illuminated by the radiant sunlight. "Yao Yao, over here." Upon raising her eyes, Su Yuyao instantly spotted him. Her brows arched in delight as she joyfully exclaimed, "Brother Qingyuan," in his presence. She radiated happiness akin to a carefree girl, unburdened by pretense, free to reveal her true self. Lin Qingyuan, with a warm smile, assisted her in disembarking. "Have you missed me in the days we've been apart?" Shaili, Su Yuyao Nadif. Xueli chimed in with playful teasing, not just missed, but she has been so lovesick for young Master Lin that she fell ill. Su Yuyao playfully smacked Xueli's head. "You silly girl, why speak such nonsense upon our reunion?" Lin Qingyuan's expression turned serious as he inquired, "Is that true? Yao Yao, have you really been unwell?" "It was merely a slight chill, but I am well now." Brother Qingyuan need not worry. "Truly well?" With her chin held high, Su Yuyao replied, "Of course. Do I seem like someone who is unwell?" Lin Qingyuan scrutinized her from head to toe, reassured by her appearance that she indeed looked fine. I recently returned to my hometown in Qingzhou and was unaware of your illness. It is my oversight. I shall reflect on it moving forward. Do not blame yourself. Brother Qingyuan, it was just a little cold. I recovered with some medicine. By the way, has Auntie and Wanru arrived? They have indeed, and they are waiting for you upstairs. He affectionately ruffled Su Yuyao's hair. Come, let's go up. On the second floor, Lin Qingyuan led Su Yuyao through the door to the private room. Mother, Wanru Yao is here. The two women were engaged in lively conversation about the curiosities they encountered in the capital. Upon hearing Lin Qingyuan's voice, they turned their gazes towards the entrance in unison. Seeing Su Yuyao, Wanru immediately leaped up and rushed over, grasping Su Yuyao's hand with exuberance. Sister Yao, I miss you dearly. How have you been? 3 years younger than Su Yuyao, Lin Wanru had always followed her around since childhood, forming a bond akin to that of close friends. Su Yuyao beamed like a blossoming flower as she tightened her grip on Wanru's hand. I am well. And how was your journey? Very well. Brother took great care of us. We encountered no troubles at all. With tears glistening in her eyes, Lin's mother approached Su Yuyao and clasped her hands tightly. Good child, you have endured much suffering. Seeing Lin's mother in tears, Su Yuyao too felt her heart swell, and tears brimmed in her eyes. Auntie, now, meeting one another should be a joyous occasion. Why must we weep? Lin Qingyuan gently guided them to the table. Today, we gather together. Let's not speak of sorrow. Lin's mother wiped her tears and said, Yao, should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to seek out Qingyuan. There's no need for formality. Su Yuyao nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Xueli sat quietly to the side, watching the heartwarming reunion unfold, a smile of contentment gracing her lips. Su Yuyao and Lin Qingyuan have been childhood friends. Lin's mother and Lin Wanru treat Su Yuyao well, and if she could marry into the Lin family, even Xueli would rejoice for her. The dishes have arrived. Let us eat. Lin Qingyuan personally serves Su Yuyao, and laughter fills the private room. Across from the drunken immortal tower, in a tea house on the third floor by the window, Yin Rongji sits opposite Xiao Jingyan, one hand cradling a walnut while the other delicately holds a teacup. You spend your days consumed by court affairs. You ought to take a breath now and then. I worry that one day you might collapse under the pressure. The prince has no leisure for such concerns. The political situation is only just stabilizing, yet remnants of several rebellious uncles remain. Additionally, the tax scandal in Qingzhou involves far-reaching implications. I must personally visit Qingzhou in a few days to conduct a thorough investigation. Yin Rongji sips his tea, straightening his aching back, and sighs, transforming into a concerned matron. Though you're the regent, you must also attend to your health. If you exhaust yourself, do you think that young emperor could? Before he could finish, he casually glanced outside, and, in an instant, his gaze fixed upon the second-floor private room of the drunken immortal tower. Xiao Jingyan, preoccupied with contemplating solutions for the salt tax issue in Qingzhou, noticed Yin Rongji's stillness and inquired, What gossip have you spotted now? Yin Rongji absent-mindedly set down his teacup, resting his chin on one hand as he peered out the window. Indeed, it was gossip. He chuckled mischievously, remarking, It concerns a certain young lady from your household. As the words escaped his lips, Yin Rongji felt an immediate pang of regret. He recalled Xiao Jingyan's particular interest in this young woman. Should he see her enjoying a meal with another man, one could only imagine the tempest that would ensue. A shiver ran down his spine as he quickly withdrew, covering his mouth, fearful of uttering another indiscretion. Xiao Jingyan leaned closer to the window, glancing down. He quickly spotted a table of jovial diners in the private room across the way, where Lin Qingyuan frequently rose to serve dishes to Su Yuyao. Her lips curved upward, her eyes sparkling with joy, appearing utterly relaxed and content. Yin Rongji slowly shifted his gaze back to Xiao Jingyan's face, a myriad of unspoken sighs flickering in his eyes. Look at them. They are truly a family, genuinely delighted. The union of a man and woman also speaks to the importance of social standing. You and that girl. Considering Xiao Jingyan's feelings, Yin Rongji refrained from completing his thought. Yet, the implication was not lost on Xiao Jingyan. He clenched his fists, suppressing the simmering anger within. Just as he prepared to divert his gaze, he noticed Lin Qingyuan rising to approach Su Yuyao. He adjusted his collar, inhaled deeply, and retrieved a jade hairpin from his sleeve, intricately carved with two blooming plum blossoms, their petals layered gracefully. This hairpin was purchased with last month's salary. I remember you mentioned your fondness for plum blossoms, so I chose this design for you. I hope you will like it. Su Yuyao's eyes widened in surprise. Momentarily taken aback, gently grasping the plum blossom hairpin, her fingertips caressed the delicate petals, and her voice, soft as a whisper, chimed, "It's exquisite. I adore it." "Thank you, Brother Qingyuan." With a tender smile, she removed the butterfly hairpin from her hair and affixed the plum blossom pin in its place, her eyes shimmering like a galaxy of stars. Lin Wanru rose, beaming, and took Su Yuyao's hand. "Sister Yuyao, now that you have accepted my brother's hairpin, you shall henceforth be my sister-in-law." She turned to Lin's mother, inquiring, "Does this mean I may address you differently now?" Lin's mother, casting a fond glance her way, replied, "As you wish." Delighted at the prospect of Su Yuyao becoming her daughter-in-law, she felt reassured. After all, she had watched Yuyao grow up and knew her character and temperament were beyond reproach. Entrusting her son to Yuyao's care filled her heart with peace. Yet, the customary steps towards marriage must still be observed, including the engagement and the betrothal gifts, all of which must not be overlooked. Lin Qingyuan added, "Yao Yao, please wait a few days. Mother and Wanru have arrived. Once we tidy up the house, I shall present you with the betrothal gifts to welcome you into our family." Chapter 26. Do not. I am your adopted sister on the third floor of the tea house. As Yin Rongji witnessed Su Yuyao delicately fastening the hairpin gifted by Lin Qingyin into her hair, he instinctively wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Turning back to see the darkened gaze of his friend, he sensed a surging wave of fervor accumulating within, causing the entire private room to feel colder than a frigid cellar. With a sudden grip on his teacup, the exquisite blue and white porcelain shattered in his hand. Scalding tea cascaded onto his fingers, while shards of porcelain embedded themselves into his skin, causing beads of blood to emerge like mung beans from the lacerated flesh. Yin Rongji was taken aback. I just remembered I have matters to attend to at the Dali Temple. I shall take my leave now. Do remember to tend to your wound." With that, he slipped away as if his feet were greased. Upon returning to her residence, Su Yuyao was in high spirits. In the carriage, she tenderly caressed the hairpin, her excitement evident in her eyes. Now that the entire Lin family had consented to their union, she only needed to endure a few more days at the Regent's residence before she could openly reside with Lin Qingyuan as Mrs. Lin. The carriage rolled through the twilight, transitioning from the bustling marketplace to the solemn and imposing entrance of the Regent's estate. Just as her emotions shifted from exuberance to a more tempered caution, she arrived at Furong Courtyard. The sky was already dimming. Along the way from the estate gate to Furong Courtyard, Xueli animatedly recounted the intriguing sights she had witnessed on the streets that day, such as acrobatics and sugar figurines, which filled her with nostalgia. However, as they reached the entrance of Furong Courtyard, Xueli's chatter abruptly ceased upon sighting the imposing guards. Upon seeing Su Yuyao return, Qixi immediately approached her. "Miss Su, you have finally returned." Xueli, puzzled, inquired, "Qixi, is something amiss at Furong Courtyard?" Qixi remained tight-lipped, merely stating, "You will understand once you enter." With pursed lips, Su Yuyao ascended the steps, and the guards automatically opened the door for her. Xueli attempted to follow, but Qixi swiftly intercepted her. "Miss Xueli, the prince has instructed that only Miss Su may enter." Miss Xueli protested. Turning back for a moment, Su Yuyao reassured her, "Do not worry. Wait outside." Creaking open, the door closed behind Su Yuyao as she stepped inside. Instinctively, she glanced back at the firmly shut door, a frown creasing her brow as an unsettling feeling washed over her. Inside, a man sat at the 8 Immortals table. His gaze lowered as he caressed the jade ring in his hand. "Your Highness," Su Yuyao approached respectfully, bowing slightly. After a lengthy silence with no response, Su Yuyao sensed the situation was growing dire. She called out again, "Your Highness, do you have something to discuss?" Finally, Xiao Jingyan lifted his gaze, his attention shifting from the ring to the bowing Su Yuyao. His expression seemed tranquil, Yet beneath the surface, a tempest brewed. Why have you returned so late? Yuyao pondered silently. She was not a servant here. Moreover, she was the sister of her savior. Did she have to relinquish her freedom as well? Despite her thoughts, she dared not be reckless. Suppressing the resentment within her, she maintained a soft tone. The journey was quite long, which caused some delay. Is that so? Xiao Jingyan rose, his expression cold as he approached her menacingly. As he drew nearer, Yuyao instinctively stepped back, wishing to maintain some distance. Yet he pressed closer. The chilling scent of sandalwood surrounded her, invading her senses. He showed no sign of relenting until her back pressed tightly against the door. The man lifted his wrist, and in the blink of an eye, grasped her chin. He leaned down, his thin lips almost brushing against her red ones, sending a shiver down her spine. Your Highness, please, I am your sworn sister. Sworn sister? Xiao Jingyan's face suddenly broke into a mocking smile. He applied slight pressure with his calloused fingers, causing her jaw to ache. Have you ever called me your elder brother? Yuyao's heart raced like a drum, and she blinked, loosening her grip on her clothing. I fear, hence I do not dare to address you so. He scoffed, tightening his hold on her jaw, his gaze fixed on the plum blossom hairpin atop her head, the darkness in his eyes surging. With a gentle lift of his hand, a sharp crack echoed in her ears. She looked down to see the hairpin, a gift from Lin Qingyun, lying shattered on the ground. The green pin and pale blossoms falling apart. Moments later, Xiao Jingyan released her. Yuyao crumpled to the floor like a deflated balloon. Picking up the fragments of the pin, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. The jealousy that had stirred within the man dissipated slightly, yet as he observed her, his dark eyes grew even more turbulent. Did she cherish the broken pin from Lin Qingyun so dearly? Even in ruins, she sought to gather the pieces. Did she intend to reassemble it for wear? He bent down, grasping her arms and pulling her up from the ground. Prizing open her hands, he snatched away the broken shards and tossed them into the coal fire. Since this hairpin has been destroyed by me, it is only fitting that I replace it. With that, he turned and walked to the 8 Immortals table, retrieving a golden hairpin adorned with double blooming lotus and begonia from a pearwood box, gently affixing it in her hair. This golden hairpin, both in craftsmanship and material, is of superior quality and suits you far better. Having achieved his objective, he straightened his robe and strode out of the Furong courtyard. Yuyao's complexion turned pale, her mind in a daze as she once more fell from the chair to the ground. Her jaw still throbbed from his grip. Watching the flames in the coal basin grow fiercer, the green hairpin gradually transforming into a charred mass, her heart ached more than her jaw. Qingyuan, dear brother. The hairpin. Her thoughts were in disarray. Just moments ago, Xiao Jingyan had attempted to kiss her forcefully. In the ensuing chaos, the hairpin gifted by Qingyuan had fallen to the ground and shattered. Furthermore, he had pried it from her hand and tossed it into the flames. All these memories flashed through her mind. As soon as Xiao Jingyan departed, Xueli rushed in. Upon seeing her mistress collapsed on the floor, dazed and disoriented, her heart ached with concern. Why are you sitting on the ground? It's cold, and you're already in a delicate state. What will happen if you catch a chill? Xueli gently assisted Yuyao to her feet and settled her onto the couch. Just as she was about to rise, Xueli noticed that Yuyao's hairpin had been changed. She paused, taken aback. Tentatively, she inquired, Mistress, may I ask about the hairpin on your head? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Finally, Yuyao spoke. It was given by the prince. And what about the one given to you by young Master Lin? Xueli instinctively glanced around the nearby table and scanned the floor, but the hairpin from Lin Qingyuan was nowhere to be found. There, Yuyao pointed with her gaze. Following her line of sight, Xueli observed the charcoal fire in the brazier, ablaze with intensity, containing not only charcoal, but also several small, charred remnants. She stood in stunned silence for a moment before recovering, exclaiming in disbelief, the prince burned it? Chapter 27 Departure Imminent. Xueli leaped up in a frenzy. How could this be? The hairpin is a token of affection between a man and a woman. Does the prince not understand this? Impossible. How could he be unaware? He had prepared the hairpin in advance. Just moments ago, he had deliberately broken the one gifted to her by brother Qingyuan, only to present her with another. Yuyao clenched her fingers tightly, her brows furrowed, and blinked forcefully to suppress the moisture gathering in her eyes. I sensed that the prince harbors other intentions toward me. Su Yuyao stated calmly. What intentions? Xiuli, caught off guard, instinctively inquired. Upon witnessing Su Yuyao remove the golden hairpin from her hair, understanding dawned upon her in an instant. The prince was not ignorant of the significance of the hairpin. Rather, it was precisely because he was aware that he had destroyed the one gifted by young Master Lin. Could it be that the prince has taken a liking to our young lady? Xiuli was taken aback by her own conjecture. After a moment's reflection on the myriad events of recent days, from the time the young lady sprained her ankle and he carried her back to Furong Courtyard, to when he embraced her to take her to Qingzhou Garden to recuperate from her high fever, was it merely because she was the sister of his life-saving benefactor? Xiuli shook her head. This thought struck her like a thunderclap, leaving her mind buzzing. The young lady was enchanting, surpassing even the noble women of the capital. It was no surprise that anyone would take an interest in her. What shall we do now, my lady? Xiuli inquired anxiously. She was acutely aware that her mistress's affections were directed towards young Master Lin, making it impossible for her to wed the prince. Su Yuyao placed the golden hairpin on the small table beside the couch. Taking a deep breath to quell her inner trepidation, she steadied her voice and said, We can no longer remain in the Regent's palace, Xiuli. Pack our belongings. We shall procure some ingredients for making hawthorn cakes tomorrow morning. And once prepared, I will present them to the prince and bid him farewell. Very well, Xiuli readily assented. However, my lady, where shall we reside after our departure? It is indeed inappropriate for you to stay with young Master Lin before your engagement. In the Great Zhou, it is customary for men and women not to meet before their betrothal, as it is deemed inauspicious. Su Yuyao pondered for a moment and replied, Do we not have some silver? Her brother had previously worked diligently in the government office in Qingzhou, and with her earnings from selling hawthorn cakes and doing embroidery, she had saved over 80 taels of silver, initially intended for her brother to marry. But alas, he has passed. 80 taels is quite a substantial sum for an ordinary citizen in Qingzhou. Even in the capital, it could suffice to rent a shop for several years. Renting a shop typically costs around 1 to 2 taels monthly. Calculated over a year, that amounts to 12 taels. Excluding other expenses, this sum could allow for 6 or 7 years of rent. Never mind. I shall accompany you to the market tomorrow. We must find a place to live and devise a means of generating income. Ideally, we should seek a shop that allows for both residence and a small business, which would ease the burden on Qingyuan when I eventually marry him. It cannot be the case that several mouths must rely solely on his salary to survive. Xiuli nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. The young lady from her family is truly both beautiful and virtuous. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for young Master Lin to have married her. Upon returning to Qingzhou Garden, Xiao Jingyan found himself seated before a large desk, surrounded by stacks of documents, yet he could not summon the focus to review them. As he gazed at the healed wound on his finger, memories of the scene he had witnessed at the tea house resurfaced in his mind. She interacted so harmoniously with Lin Qingyuan's family, accepting the hairpin from him with such composure, her smile radiating joy. She genuinely adored that man. But what of himself? Must he suppress his own affections? No. He was the regent, second only to the emperor, wielding immense power. The woman he had set his sights upon must not slip away from him. Qixi, he called in a low voice. Qixi, who was waiting by the door, immediately pushed it open upon hearing his master's summons. My lord, what are your orders? Xiao Jingyan's dark eyes glinted with a chilling intensity. In 3 days, when the court is in recess, you shall seek out Lin Qingyuan and invite him to the manor, stating that I have matters of importance to discuss with him. Qixi hesitated for a moment before swiftly responding. He had been closely following Xiao Jingyan these past few days and was well aware of the unfolding events. At this juncture, could the regent genuinely be calling Lin Qingyuan for official business? In a fleeting moment, he dismissed his speculation. Lin Qingyuan was merely an 8th-rank official, a minor figure. What could possibly warrant the regent's personal summons? It seemed evident that the lord's intent in inviting him was related to Miss Su. Qixi shook his head, feeling a wave of concern for Lin Qingyuan. The following day, Su Yuyao, accompanied by Xiuli, ventured out of the residence to purchase some hawthorn and casually inquired about several rental storefronts. 3 establishments caught her eye, all reasonably priced and suitably located, with provisions for business in the front and living quarters in the back. Although she had yet to decide which one to rent, she resolved to return and prepare hawthorn cakes, knowing that once she made her choice and paid the fee, she could take over the shop at any time. Upon returning home, Yuyao began steaming the hawthorn to prepare the cakes. By evening, the hawthorn was ready, needing to cool for a day. With time on her hands, she started to feed the little white rabbit. Shuli entered with some hay. "Miss, what will happen to the little rabbit and the parrot if we leave?" Yuyao had not previously considered this, but Shuli's question prompted her to reflect. The parrot was a gift from Xiaojingyan, and she could simply return it to him upon their departure. But what about the little rabbit? It had been entrusted to her by Xiao Yunke, who was currently in the palace for her studies and would not be returning for several days. The parrot could be left in the care of Qixi, while the little rabbit could be looked after by the maidservants until Miss San returned. Shuli nodded. "Miss, we have cared for them for some time. The thought of parting with these 2 little creatures makes me quite reluctant." "I too feel a pang of reluctance, but there is no other way," Yuyao replied, as she took a piece of hay and inserted it through the bars of the cage. The little rabbit, noticing the food, quickly turned around and began to munch eagerly. The little mouth moved playfully, and the cheeks puffed adorably, truly delightful. Yuyao was utterly smitten. She opened the cage and released the little white rabbit, which began to hop and nibble on the grass. Watching its charming antics, Yuyao contemplated allowing it to frolic outside the cage a while longer while she attended to the clothes she had brought from Qingzhou, preparing for potential departure. Unbeknownst to her, the sky had darkened. During this time, Shuli had been bustling about, stoking the fire and boiling water, never at rest. Once Yuyao finished organizing her garments and turned to retrieve the little rabbit, she realized it had vanished without a trace. Chapter 28. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek out this prince. It would bring me great joy. Just as Shuli entered from outside, Yuyao anxiously inquired, "Have you seen the little white rabbit?" Shuli shook her head. "No, I haven't." She set down the water jug and began searching the room alongside Yuyao. They scoured every conceivable nook and cranny, peering beneath tables and beds, yet the elusive creature remained unfound. "Oh dear, could it have escaped?" Shuli realized. "I came in and out just now, and I think I forgot to close the door. What shall we do if we lose the rabbit? Third Miss will surely be heartbroken upon her return. It's all my fault. I was careless." Shuli pinched herself hard in frustration. Yuyao rose to offer comfort. "Do not blame yourself just yet. Let us venture outside, and perhaps we shall find it." "Yes, Miss," Shuli replied. The 2 exited the room together. Yuyao summoned the maid responsible for the outer courtyard and inquired whether she had seen the little white rabbit. The maid shook her head in confusion. "Very well. Since no one has seen it, let us split up and search. Many hands make light work. It surely cannot have escaped the estate, and we will find it." The 6 of them set off in different directions to search for the rabbit. Yuyao called out while searching every corner. Unbeknownst to her, she wandered out of Furong courtyard and, following a secluded path, arrived at a small bamboo grove within the estate. Suddenly, she thought she caught a glimpse of white fur darting through the bamboo. Assuming it to be the little white rabbit, she hurriedly followed. Through the dappled light filtering through the bamboo leaves, she spotted 2 figures in the distance. Just as she was about to approach and inquire about the rabbit, she heard a melodious voice. "Brother Jingyan, it took me great effort to escape the palace, solely to see you here." The young woman calling out to Brother Jingyan was draped in a luxurious white fox fur cloak, her head adorned with exquisite hairpins, exuding an air of nobility from afar. The man stood a head taller, his hair bound with a jade crown, radiating an imposing presence. She had come to the Great Zhou to seek the regent, Xiaojingyan. 2 years prior, Xiaojingyan had led troops to repel invaders and fortuitously save the princess of Xueji Kingdom, who had been taken hostage. Since then, her affection for him had taken root in her heart. Over the past 2 years, she had penned dozens of letters to Xiaojingyan, but had yet to receive a single reply. Now, on the cusp of maturity, she could no longer remain passive. Thus, seizing the opportunity when her royal brother was dispatched to Great Zhou, she fervently pleaded until he relented and brought her along. She had initially thought she could speak with Xiao Jingyan in the imperial palace, but he had persistently declined to meet her, citing pressing official duties. Left with no choice, she had to seek him out in person. Brother Jingyan, all these years you have not married or found a suitable lady. Why can you not consider me? As the princess of Qingzhou Kingdom, was her status not superior to that of the noble women of Qingzhou? Although Qingzhou Kingdom lay far from Qingzhou, her parents were fully aware of her affections for him and wholeheartedly endorsed her pursuit. As the woman spoke, tears like pearls streamed from her eyes. She raised her hand and gently dabbed at them with her sleeve. Moreover, if I were to marry you, it would greatly benefit the diplomatic relations between our two nations and solidify the security of the Great Zhou's borders. Is this not a case of killing two birds with one stone? Upon finishing her words, she reached out to grasp the sleeve of Xiao Jingyan. Listening to the incessant chatter of the princess from the Qingzhou Kingdom, he felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. He harbored no feelings for the princess, neither love nor disdain. His previous act of saving her had merely been a matter of convenience, and he never anticipated it would entangle him in such unwanted affections. Had it not been for her status as a princess, had she dared to intrude upon the Xiao residence today, he would have undoubtedly dealt with her severely. The safety of the Great Zhou's borders and the diplomatic ties between our nations should not be bartered for the sake of an individual's marital connections. Princess, please take your leave. His words were delivered with an icy detachment, entirely disregarding the dignity of the woman before him. No, the woman exclaimed, her expression turning more agitated as she seized the moment to step forward and embrace him. Xiao Jingyan was taken aback by her boldness and instinctively pushed her away. She stumbled and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Yuyao, who had been stealthily preparing to leave the bamboo grove, unexpectedly turned and bumped her head against a bamboo stalk. With a loud thud, the entire bamboo swayed violently. Who? A deep, cold voice echoed ominously, and in an instant, Yuyao found herself brought before the man. Eavesdropping, even from a young age, was considered impolite. On a larger scale, it could be deemed an act of espionage against the court. Yuyao feared that Xiao Jingyan would punish her for this infraction. Before he could utter a word, she noticed the princess rising from the ground. Dusting off the leaves and dirt from her hands, she furrowed her brow and fixed a piercing gaze upon her, pointing an accusatory finger at Yuyao. Who is this girl, daring to eavesdrop on a conversation between this princess and the regent? After all, as a princess, it was indeed disgraceful for the Qingzhou princess to be seen in such a disheveled state. Yuyao quickly vowed, Your Highness, Your Grace, I cannot afford to offend either of you. I heard nothing. I was merely searching for my lost pet rabbit, and upon arriving here, I was discovered by your grace. I beg for your forgiveness. In that moment, Yuyao had no choice but to fabricate a story. She could not admit to having overheard their entire conversation, for surely the princess would tear her apart. Nonsense. The princess looked up at Xiao Jingyan. Brother Jingyan, this girl is utterly audacious. She must be punished severely. Just as Yuyao was about to defend herself further, she heard the man's low voice command, Someone, escort the princess back to the palace. Brother Jingyan, please reconsider what I said earlier. I shall await your response. Her voice faded into the distance, the last echoes dissipating above the bamboo grove. As twilight deepened, the final blush of sunset vanished beyond the horizon. An unusual stillness enveloped the bamboo grove, while Yuyao's heart raced violently, as if it might leap from her chest. Your Grace, I truly heard nothing. I was simply searching for my rabbit. Xiao Jingyan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a fleeting glance in her direction. He expressed his delight at her coming to him for assistance. Yuyao momentarily lost her train of thought. Had he misunderstood? She had clearly stated she was searching for a rabbit, never mentioning him. Suddenly, his deep, cold voice resonated once more. Send the order down. Ensure that Miss Sue's rabbit is retrieved. Bashi accepted the command and promptly vanished from their sight. Yuyao awkwardly bowed. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall also go in search of the rabbit. Miss Sue may remain here. The numerous dark guards in the residence will surely find it in no time. Yuyao clutched the hem of her garment, standing there like a startled fawn. lost in her thoughts. The man gazed at the obedient and docile woman before him. His mood significantly improved. Chapter 29. Is it fear or reluctance? At this moment, the bamboo grove fell into a serene stillness. Xiao Jingyan's gaze fell upon her. Observing her tightly biting her lower lip, her complexion pale with panic, and her breath coming in quick gasps. Even the thick layers of clothing could not conceal the undulating curves of her chest. Was he truly that frightening to her? The man advanced a couple of steps, halting less than half a meter away from her. He slightly bent forward, scrutinizing her face at close range. Upon meeting his cold, piercing gaze, Yuyao involuntarily shivered, instinctively taking a step back. Your Highness, although I came seeking a rabbit, I have intruded upon you, and I sincerely apologize. I implore your Highness for forgiveness. As she spoke, Yuyao once again bowed deeply. Apology? How could one atone? Noticing her extreme fright, Xiao Jingyan felt a peculiar amusement stir within him. He stepped closer, lifting her chin with his hand, teasingly inquiring, will you offer yourself in recompense? Tears welled in Yuyao's eyes, and she turned her face away, her voice trembling as she replied, Your Highness is always noble and honorable. There are many esteemed ladies who wish to share your Highness's bed. I, being of lowly status, am acutely aware of the vast chasm between us and would never dare to act in such a manner. Indeed, her words flowed eloquently. Xiao Jingyan raised an eyebrow, his gaze icy, his lips parting slightly. Is it fear or reluctance? Your Highness, Miss Su, I have found a rabbit. Bashi appeared before them, cradling a fluffy, snow-white bundle, effectively shattering the chilling atmosphere. Xiao Jingyan cast a sidelong glance at him. That glance left Bashi bewildered. Had he erred again? His innocent little eyes darted around as he pondered how to salvage the situation when Yuyao approached to take the little white rabbit from him. Thank you, Lord Bashi. Thank you, Your Highness. As she stroked the little rabbit, a profound sense of comfort enveloped her. If Your Highness has no further matters, I shall take my leave. As Yuyao turned to depart, Xiao Jingyan spoke softly. In the future, should Miss Su encounter any difficulties, you may always seek me. He relished her dependence on him. He wished to protect her. Thank you, Your Highness, Yuyao replied out of courtesy. However, she was on the verge of leaving, and once she did, she would ensure that there would be no further entanglements with him, nor would she seek him again. The following day, the weather was clear and bright, dispelling the damp chill that had lingered for days. By the time the hawthorn cake was ready, Yuyao pondered when she might deliver it to Xiao Jingyan. This time, she resolved to bid him farewell. The thought of soon departing the manor lifted her spirits considerably. Standing in the corridor, she closed her eyes, savoring the warmth of the sun upon her skin. So warm. Shueli entered from the doorway. Miss, I inquired just now, and the prince is currently not in the manor. Do they know when he will return? Yuyao opened her eyes and asked. No. Lord Bashi mentioned that he likely will not return until afternoon. Yuyao nodded. Keep a watchful eye. The moment the prince returns, we shall go. Finally, Yuyao added, if he has not returned by the hour of the rat, we shall visit again tomorrow. It is imperative that she avoids any suspicion in the evening. Yes, my lady. Have all the preparations been made? We must depart at the latest by the day after tomorrow. Everything is in order. At 1:15 the hour of the rat, Yuyao received word that Xiao Jingyan had returned to the residence. She glanced at the sky. The sun was just right, and thus instructed Shueli to bring the hawthorn cake to the Qingzhou. The backyard of Qingzhou featured a natural hot spring, surrounded by cliffs and cascading waterfalls, a vibrant scene of lush greenery and blooming flowers. The hot spring nestled within the ochre rocks resembled a jade earring dropped by a goddess, with steam rising to awaken the ice and snow trapped in the crevices, forming droplets that hung from the verdant pine needles. Upon returning home, Xiao Jingyan made his way here. The water of this hot spring possessed healing properties. He visited twice a month, soaking for at least an hour each time. He navigated through the intricacies of the artificial mountain beside Qingzhou, shedding his garments to reveal his well-defined pectorals before stepping into the hot spring. Yuyao and Shueli hurried along the path, arriving at Qingzhou at 1:15 to the hour of the rat. Master Baxi, is the prince in? Last time, the prince mentioned that his stomach was unsettled and requested another hawthorn cake be made. It is now ready to be delivered. Baxi cast a glance at Su Yuyao, then down at the plate of hawthorn cake, appearing somewhat troubled. What is it? Is the prince not in? Shweli pressed, having heard that he had returned just a quarter of an hour ago. Could he have left again? Actually, he is, Baxi sighed, but he is currently enjoying a soak in the hot spring. What do you mean? Su Yuyao inquired. If it is inconvenient, you need not take the hawthorn cake inside. We can postpone the farewell until tomorrow. Knowing the prince's affections for Su Yuyao, Baxi dared not make an independent decision, especially recalling the blunder made in the bamboo forest the previous night. He felt even more at a loss. Very well, Miss Su. Please wait here while I go inform the prince. Thank you, Master Baxi. Not at all. Baxi replied courteously before disappearing through the door. Before long, Baxi reappeared at the entrance. Miss Su, the prince requests your presence. Thank you. Su Yuyao stepped into Qingzhou. Shweli attempted to follow, but Baxi blocked her at the door, stating that the prince had only permitted Miss Su to enter, and that Miss Shue should wait outside. Though Shweli had grown accustomed to such occurrences, a sense of unease lingered for her lady. Turning back, Su Yuyao took the plate from Shweli's hands, offering reassurance. Do not worry, all will be well. Shweli nodded anxiously. Yet, for reasons unknown, a feeling of foreboding gnawed at her heart, as if something ill-fated were destined to transpire that day. My lady, she called out to Su Yuyao, unsure of what to say, finally settling on. I shall wait for you here. Bashi observed the two individuals as if they were parting in a heart-wrenching farewell, and with a smile, reassured, do not worry. Miss Shweli, the prince is no ferocious beast. This is Qingzhou Garden, undoubtedly the safest place within the entire royal residence. You may rest assured regarding your young lady. Su Yuyao turned back and nodded at her, soon disappearing from her line of sight. She guided Su Yuyao through the courtyard, weaving around the rock formations several times. Su Yuyao, perplexed, inquired, Bashi, where are you taking me? Bashi, scratching his nose, replied, Isn't it your desire to meet the prince? He is right here. In truth, he felt a tinge of awkwardness. The prince had never permitted maidservants to be present during his baths or soaks in the hot springs. Yet this time was an exception. Over the years, he had harbored concerns about the prince's well-being. Now that the iron tree was finally blossoming, he felt a sense of joy for the prince's newfound prospects. Chapter 30. The forceful seizure. Su Yuyao followed closely behind Baxi, having walked for quite some time, when she was suddenly greeted by the sound of flowing water. Was there truly water here? Could it be that Xiao Jingyan awaited her at the pavilion in the center of the lake? As she pondered this, the two emerged from the rocky path. Before her lay a natural pool, enveloped in a haze of steam. Su Yuyao could feel that the temperature here was significantly warmer than outside. Clad in a light blue fleece cloak, she was already beginning to perspire. Your Highness, Miss Su has arrived, Baxi respectfully announced to the hot spring pool. Your Highness? Su Yuyao mused, her gaze quickly scanning the vicinity for Xiao Jingyan's figure. After a thorough search, she finally spotted a silhouette in the hot spring, specifically, the head of a man. The man reclined against the rocky wall of the pool, his body immersed in the warm water, with only his head above the surface. If one did not look closely, they might easily overlook the presence of another person in the water. She was momentarily startled, her hands nearly losing grip on the plate she held, almost dropping it onto the ground. Be careful, Miss Su, Baxi kindly cautioned, offering a slight support to steady the plate in her hands. Noticing that Xiao Jingyan had not issued further instructions, he discreetly withdrew. At that moment, they were alone, the air thick with steam that quickly enveloped her. Su Yuyao felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as the nightmares that had haunted her thoughts for days were suddenly reignited. The vision of the hot spring in her dreams began to merge with the one before her. In the depths of the spring, she was ensnared by a man, his fervent kisses flooding her mind once more. Her breath grew heavy, and she felt as though she could scarcely draw air. The hawthorn cake lay on the stone table beside her. A sudden, deep, and chilling voice startled her anew. Su Yuyao froze for a moment, yearning to escape this hot spring that had ensnared her in dreams for months. She fought to suppress the tumult within her, almost as if compelled by an unseen force. She moved to the stone table, hastily placing the plate of hawthorn cake upon it. Your Highness, I have come today not only to deliver the hawthorn cake as promised, but also to discuss another matter with you. Yuyao concealed her hands within her sleeves. Her icy fingertips clenched tightly to maintain her composure. What matters? The man opened his eyes, turning his head, his voice as deep and steady as ever. Yuyao slightly raised her gaze, meeting the man's indifferent stare. She immediately lowered her head again, her lips trembling as she spoke. I'm immensely grateful for your protection these past days, Your Highness. Now, I wish to trouble you no longer and intend to depart from the manor tomorrow. I have come to bid you farewell today. A profound silence enveloped the hot spring, a heavy sense of danger and oppression wrapping around her tightly. Xiao Jingyan closed his eyes briefly, intentionally or not stretching his neck a little. Has Miss Su made up her mind? His voice was calm, devoid of any ripples. Yet to Yuyao, it felt as tumultuous as a raging sea. Though they were beside the hot spring, surrounded by the warmth of steam, Yuyao felt an icy chill wash over her. She endeavored to maintain an expression of calm, curving her lips into a smile. I have made up my mind. The warm, humid air surrounding them gradually turned cold. It was uncertain how much time had passed when Yuyao was prepared to bow and take her leave, only to be met with his sudden, light laughter. Come here. Yuyao's heart skipped a beat, as if time itself had momentarily halted. After a brief pause, she hesitantly approached along the cobblestone path. He raised a hand, signaling for her to crouch down. Confused yet cautious, she complied without question. As thoughts of finding him lingered in her mind, she heard his words laced with hidden meaning. Instinctively, she wished to rise and explain herself, but the man seized her delicate wrist. Your Highness, Yuyao gasped, attempting to pull her hand away, only to find herself unexpectedly yanked into the hot spring. Splash! The water erupted in a large spray, and Yuyao choked on the liquid. Cough, cough, cough. The water was deep and lacking the ability to swim. She flailed helplessly, instinctively clutching at Xiao Jingyan's sleeve as if it were her last lifeline. The man wrapped his arm around her waist, steadying her in the water. Having swallowed water, her makeup was smudged, and her complexion flushed, yet her bare face radiated a fresh, unpretentious beauty. Tell me, if he knew that you and I were embracing like this in the water, would he still want you? His words struck her, and she suddenly became acutely aware of her embarrassing predicament. Your Highness. Her flushed cheeks turned pale, and she struggled to free herself from his grasp. Xiao Jingyan, observing her panicked demeanor, found himself increasingly exhilarated. He feigned compliance, loosening his hold. Yuyao plunged back into the water. Only when she appeared to be losing strength did he leisurely swim over and bring her back to the surface. Cough, cough, cough. Another fit of coughing ensued. Do you wish to struggle further? He taunted, cruelly gripping her waist. Once she expelled the water she had swallowed, he seized the back of her neck, compelling her to arch her slender neck, stifling her breath, and pressed his lips against hers. In that fleeting moment, as his hand tightened around her waist, he pressed her entire body against his chest. His dark eyes fluttered shut as long-restrained desires were finally unleashed. He caressed her lips, teasing and sucking, exploring inch by inch, each movement liberating his pent-up longing. He craved to possess her with reckless abandon. Yuyao instinctively pressed her lips together, attempting to prevent his invasive advance. However, this resistance only drove him into a deeper frenzy. He forcefully pried her lips apart, regardless of her consent, and claimed her territory with a domineering kiss. Their mouths intertwined, and she was forced to endure his insistent demands. Please, Yuyao whimpered, her long lashes trembling like raven feathers, tears spilling from the corners of her eyes like scattered beads. His kiss was fierce and commanding. She shook her head, her delicate waist quivering in his grasp. He savagely kissed her, consuming every muffled whimper that escaped her lips. Unaware of how long the kiss lingered, he finally withdrew from her lips, only when a rich, metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. The woman's once delicate lips were now swollen, with crimson droplets seeping from the corners. He raised his hand, his fingertips brushing against her lip, wiping away the blood with a blend of tenderness and dominance in his gaze. Has he kissed you like this? His tone remained calm. devoid of any discernible emotion. Yuyao shook her head, sobbing softly, her form curled before him, damp strands of hair clinging to her face, while her frantic hands found no refuge. The water of the hot spring was warm, yet she felt as though she were trapped in an ice cellar. Chilled to the bone, observing the trembling figure before him, the man ultimately suppressed the urge to forcefully claim her and stepped out of the spring. Before departing, he approached the stone table and casually picked up a piece of hawthorn cake, popping it into his mouth. "Miss Su, this hawthorn cake is sour. I shall have you prepare another for me on another day." Chapter 31. Having kissed, what is there to hesitate about? Yuyao spent a sleepless night, finally drifting into a light slumber just before dawn. Upon waking, she sat before the bronze mirror, gazing at her still slightly swollen lips. As memories of the fervent kisses from the previous day in the hot spring surged back in her mind, the man who had so forcefully claimed her in her dreams began to merge with the visage of Shao Jingyan from yesterday. It was him, indeed. The man who had been haunting her dreams for days was none other than Shao Jingyan. Yuyao pressed her fingers against the cracked corners of her lips, a frown forming on her brow. Ouch! It still hurt a bit. Shueli entered, carrying a basin. "Miss, come wash your face." Yuyao nodded. She had made up her mind to leave after breakfast. Shao Jingyan had not forbidden her departure, and besides, she was not a mere servant bound to this place. She certainly possessed the right to leave. Just then, Qixi from Qingzhou Garden approached. "Miss Su, the prince requests your presence at Qingzhou Garden." A tremor ran through Yuyao's heart. Cautiously, she inquired, "What does the prince want?" Qixi, known for his discretion, had not expected to divulge anything, yet unexpectedly replied, "The prince mentioned that there are guests arriving today and asked you to meet them." What do the guests possibly want with her? Although Yuyao was reluctant to set foot in Qingzhou Garden again, Shao Jingyan had sent for her, and she felt compelled to comply. Seeing Yuyao's silence, Qixi added, "Miss Su, will you not accompany me?" She only noticed Yuyao lost in thought and quickly interjected, "Lord Qixi, the young lady did not sleep well last night and rose late today. She is yet to freshen up or eat. Would it not be better for her to have her meal first?" Qixi rubbed his nose and replied, "Miss Su may take her time to freshen up and dine. I shall wait outside. I estimate that the guests will not arrive for another hour or so." "Thank you, Lord Qixi," Shueli said with a graceful bow. After Qixi stepped aside to wait, Yuyao returned indoors with Shueli to prepare herself and have her meal. Approximately half an hour later, after finishing her breakfast, Yuyao followed Qixi to Qingzhou Garden. The study door stood wide open, revealing Shao Jingyan seated at the chessboard, engaged in a game against himself. Clad in a dark brocade robe with a silver crown securing his hair, his handsome face was partially shrouded in shadow, while the other half basked in light. His long eyelashes fluttered gently, his expression melancholic and distant. A soft breeze wafted through the doorway, brushing a stray lock of hair across his face, lending a touch of warmth to his otherwise cold demeanor. Yuyao lingered at the threshold, observing the scene before her, a myriad of emotions swirling within her. In terms of appearance alone, few could rival him in this world. Yet, in truth, he was a man of ruthless disposition, an aura of chilling intensity surrounding him that deterred any approach. He suddenly lifted his gaze, blandly remarking, "Since you have come, why do you not enter?" With a gentle demeanor, she stepped over the threshold, bowing gracefully. "I pay my respects to the prince. Do you know how to play chess?" Glancing at the chessboard, she shook her head. "I do not. Chess is a refined art, an essential skill for the noble sons and daughters of ancient aristocracy. How could a commoner like her possibly master it?" "Come here. I shall teach you," he offered. "No, thank you, your highness. I have no desire to learn," she replied. "Even if I did, it would serve little purpose." She did not inhabit the upper echelons of society. Learning chess would be far less practical than acquiring skills in knitting. A diverse skill set is never a burden. "Come, sit." His tone was remarkably calm, yet it imparted an undeniable sense of oppression upon Yuyao. She stepped closer, intending to take a seat opposite him, only to hear his icy voice command, "Sit here." He then patted his thigh, realizing he intended for her to perch upon him. Yuyao halted, her head bowed, gripping the edge of her garment. her lips murmuring, "Your Highness, there are distinctions between men and women." She barely finished her sentence when he abruptly stood, pulling her into his embrace and resuming his position beside the chessboard. Having already engaged in such intimacy, did they still need to adhere to such distinctions? Outside, Qixi and Baxin stood on either side, and upon witnessing this scene, they instantly lowered their heads, minimizing their presence. Seated upon his lap, Yuyao felt an overwhelming discomfort. She yearned to rise but found herself ensnared by his hold around her waist, immobile. She had not anticipated that Xiao Jingyan would be so audacious. The door remained ajar, and the onlookers were neither deaf nor blind. A mere glance upward would reveal everything. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Xiao Jingyan inquired, observing her swollen, discolored eyelids with concern. "Yes, I had matters weighing on my mind, which delayed my rest." "You shall grow accustomed to it. I will take responsibility for you," he remarked with an indifferent expression. Yuyao's heart quivered at his words. Responsibility? She desired nothing more than for him to maintain his distance. She sat gingerly upon his lap, and when he fell silent, she ventured, "Your Highness, were you not going to teach me chess? I would learn much quicker standing." She sought an excuse to rise, yet he would not permit it. "Chess requires a calm mind. Today, Miss Su, your mood appears rather restless. It would be best to engage in a different activity to steady your spirit." Yuyao's heart jolted. What did he intend? In her contemplation, she felt his hand grasp her nape, leaning in closer. His lips met hers with precision. This time his touch gentle, lacking the previous day's roughness. Instinctively, Yuyao turned her face away, rejecting his advances. "What unwilling?" he scoffed, a cold laughter escaping his throat. Just then, a voice from outside broke the moment. "Your Highness, young Master Lin has arrived." Qixi remained with her head bowed, not daring to glance inside. "Young Master Lin?" Yuyao paused, instinctively lifting her gaze toward the door. Not far away, a youth clad in green, resembling bamboo, approached with a flowing sash and a long sword in hand. It was her elder brother, Qingzhou. Her heart momentarily halted, and seizing the opportunity while the man was distracted, she stood from his lap. "Since your Highness has a guest, I shall take my leave," she declared, turning to depart. Xiao Jingyan remained unperturbed as he casually picked up a black piece from the porcelain jar and placed it on the chessboard. His expression was indifferent as he remarked, "I summoned the martial champion here for official business. However, Miss Su's presence does not pose an inconvenience, for you are both from the same hometown and can surely exchange a few words." Yuyao hesitated, feeling as if the air had been drained from her lungs. "Gulme, sit upon this royal lap." The weight of her feet felt as though they were laden with lead, rendering them immobile. "Did you not hear?" His countenance remained serene, yet the softness in his voice had dissipated, replaced by a chilling, menacing tone. "Do you believe that I could not arrange for Lin Qingyuan to enter standing and leave horizontally?" Yuyao's body quivered at his words, and she lifted her gaze to meet his. Indeed, he was the exalted regent, and while her brother Qingyuan possessed unparalleled martial skills, the hidden guards lurking in every corner of Qingzhou Garden were not to be underestimated. With a mere command from him, it was likely that her brother would not survive the journey to the study. In an instant, the corners of her eyes glistened with tears, and she lowered her head, reluctantly stepping closer to him, one hesitant step at a time. "That is more obedient," he mused, surveying her with satisfaction, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. Chapter 32. The Arena of Demons. 3 days prior, Lin Qingyuan received a message from the Regency Prince's residence, requesting a discussion on matters of significance and inviting him to the Shao Manor during his day of rest. Initially, he found it somewhat peculiar that, given the importance of the discussion, he was summoned to the residence rather than being received at the palace. However, upon reflection, he considered it fortuitous, as it would afford him the opportunity to meet with his sister Yuyao, who was also in the manor. Early this morning, he made a deliberate effort to present himself well, harboring the hope of encountering Yuyao. Guided by the manor's guards, he strolled through the verdant bamboo garden, his spirits buoyant as he occasionally glanced down to ensure his attire and shoes were in order. Yet, as he approached the study, approximately 200 meters away, he caught sight of the study door ajar, revealing the Regency prince seated upon a small couch, with a woman perched upon his lap. Though her back was turned to him, Lin Qingyuan felt an unsettling familiarity in her silhouette and attire, reminiscent of that worn by Yuyao on a previous occasion. A foreboding sensation surged within him. Inside the study, Xiao Jingyan, with a sidelong glance at Lin Qingyuan in the distance, turned his attention to Su Yuyao, who sat rigidly on his lap, appearing distressed. With a cold voice, he commanded, "Embrace this prince." In an instant, Su Yuyao felt as if thunder had struck her. Was he asking her to embrace him? Tears brimmed in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Xiao Jingyan, unfazed, leaned closer, his lips brushing against her ear as he softly declared, "Due to your disobedience, I have now changed my mind." After a brief pause, he continued in an indifferent tone, "Choose between Lin Qingyuan's demise and your loyalty to me." Since tearing away the facade yesterday, Xiao Jingyan had ceased to feign civility in her presence, overtly coercing her into submission. Su Yuyao stifled her inner resistance, closing her eyes as she leaned in to kiss him. Crystal tears streamed from her eyes, dampening his sleeve. Her lips were soft and moist, and Xiao Jingyan sat there impassively, allowing her to tenderly kiss him like a chick pecking at grain, experiencing immense satisfaction within. Only when he noticed Lin Qingyuan approaching did he reluctantly push her away. "A visitor has arrived. Yao, do take your leave," he said, his tone suddenly tender, as if they were a pair of deeply affectionate lovers. Though his voice was low, it was still audible to those standing at the door of the study. "Yuyao?" Lin Qingyuan's body instinctively stiffened. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the woman had dismounted from the man's lap and turned to face him. They were now less than 100 meters apart. Upon seeing him, Su Yuyao quickly lowered her head, wishing to conceal her appearance. How could she face him after just agreeing to his proposal, only to be found in such an intimate position with another man? Lin Qingyuan stood frozen at the entrance of the study, his lips parted as he struggled to find words. His heart was a tumult of confusion as he stared blankly at Su Yuyao, who brushed past him. Once she had distanced herself a few steps, he abruptly came to his senses and called out, "Yuyao." Su Yuyao paused briefly before continuing on her way, leaving Lin Qingyuan in a daze as he watched her figure gradually fade from view. "Young Master Lin, since you are here, why do you not come in?" Xiao Jingyan said in a calm tone. Qixi intercepted the sword in Lin Qingyuan's hand and placed it by the door, inviting him into the study. Lin Qingyuan performed a respectful bow, addressing the regent, "I greet your highness." Xiao Jingyan observed Lin Qingyuan's distracted demeanor, feeling a sense of triumph within. He subtly lifted his gaze and feigned ignorance, asking in a nonchalant manner, "Young Master Lin, I heard you call for Yuyao just now. Do you know her?" Lin Qingyuan's hands rested at his sides, his pale fingers clenched tightly. A bold conjecture took root in his mind. He had long heard that the regent was indifferent to women, never having one by his side, yet here he was brazenly revealing an intimate scene with Yuyao. Could this be intentional? Pushing aside his thoughts, he swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty. "In response to your highness, I am a fellow townsman with Su Yuyao." The memory of his sister Yuyao, sitting on the regent's lap, affectionately close, made Lin Qingyuan feel unsteady, causing him to stagger back a couple of steps. Xiao Jingyan's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as he picked a white piece from the jade jar, rolling it between his fingers. "Young Master Lin, you appear pale. Are you unwell?" Without waiting for Lin Qingyuan's response, he instructed Qixi to prepare tea and warm the esteemed official. "Yes," Qixi replied, turning to brew tea for Lin Qingyuan. Lin Qingyuan's mind felt blank. He longed to leave this place quickly to inquire about his sister Yuyao. He dug his nails into his palm, using the pain to bring himself to clarity, and then addressed the matter at hand. "Thank you, your highness. I am at your service. May I inquire why you summoned me today?" After placing the white piece on the chessboard, Xiao Jingyan raised his gaze. "I have heard of your exceptional martial skills and remarkable talent, and now you have achieved the title of champion in martial arts. I believe that a mere 8th rank official cannot truly showcase your abilities. Henceforth, I appoint Lin Qingyuan as the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, with the expectation that you will diligently safeguard the Imperial City." Lin Qingyuan was taken aback. The position of deputy commander was a fourth-rank official title. The head of the Imperial Guard, primarily responsible for managing the troops. Aside from being deployed to the battlefield during wartime, the role was quite favorable. Regardless, this was a promotion from the 8th to the 4th rank, a significant advancement. His palms began to sweat, and he quickly declined. I fear my qualifications are insufficient for the role of deputy commander. There is no need for modesty, Deputy Commander Lin. I believe you are deserving of this position, Xiao Jingyan stated, his words imbued with an authoritative tone that left no room for refusal. In that moment, Lin Qingyuan's earlier conjecture solidified further. The regent was indeed acting with intention. His complexion paled even more, yet he ultimately acquiesced, expressing his resolve. Thank you for your trust. Your Highness, I shall not disgrace my mission and will ensure the safety of the imperial city. Xiao Jingyan's eyes darkened with a predatory glint. Yet his voice remained as calm as ever. You may leave. Lin Qingyuan respectfully bowed and exited the study. Under the guidance of the guards, he walked out of the regent's residence in a daze. Meanwhile, Yuyao emerged from Qingzhou in tears, hastily making her way to her Furong courtyard. Just as she approached the Furong courtyard and passed under the crescent-shaped archway, a man clad in silver finery approached her. Upon noticing her, he quickly stepped forward and in a seemingly concerned tone inquired, Miss Su, are you all right? Why are you crying so sorrowfully? Yuyao halted her steps and raised her gaze. Her brows instinctively knitted together. She did not expect to encounter Xiao Ruoming here. Chapter 33 Yao Yao. Where are you headed? Yuyao recalled Xiao Ruoming, the eldest son of the second branch of the Xiao family. He had been present at the plum appreciation banquet a few days prior. Subsequently, she overheard the servants discussing Xiao Ruoming's notorious reputation for womanizing. Although he was married, he was strictly managed by his wife, and aside from a minor concubine, there were no other women in his household. Yet, this did not deter him from seeking the company of other women, as he frequently frequented the brothels and had numerous intimate acquaintances. Nothing, just a speck of dust in my eye, Yuyao quickly replied, dabbing the corner of her eye with a handkerchief to wipe away the tears. Xiao Ruoming was of average height, slightly portly, with his lips curled in a smirk. His gaze fixed on Yuyao with an intensity akin to a hunter eyeing his prey, filled with desire. After a moment, he glanced behind her, confirming she had come from the direction of the Qingzhou garden, leading him to form a conjecture. He stepped closer to Yuyao, attempting to grasp her hand. Just as his hand reached out, Yuyao stiffened as if struck by a jolt of electricity, retreating a few steps back. My elder brother is solely occupied with affairs of state, never indulging in the company of women, nor does he possess an understanding of tenderness. Please do not take offense. Miss Su, his responsibilities dictate his demeanor. Swallowing hard, Xiao Ruoming continued, although Miss Su resides in the Wangfu, I can still visit frequently. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me. Unlike my elder brother, I am not so burdened and shall certainly assist you. There are no difficulties, Yuyao replied, curtly, feeling no fondness for Xiao Ruoming. She sensed a peculiar glint in his eyes, hinting at ulterior motives, and thus wished to depart quickly, offering a polite yet hasty response. Xiao Ruoming, basking in the sunlight as he beheld Yuyao, recognized her as a beauty, her complexion as flawless as a freshly shelled egg, unmarred by any blemish. Despite her reddened eyes, they added an enchanting allure to her appearance. He was aware that Xiao Jingyan had little interest in women and presumed that Yuyao's visit was an attempt to entice him, only to be scolded, which led her to flee in tears. A smile played at the corners of Xiao Ruoming's lips as he admired the exquisite beauty before him. If he could entice her into his household, even the wrath of his formidable wife would be worth it. If you have no pressing matters, I shall take my leave, Yuyao declared, not waiting for Xiao Ruoming to speak before attempting to pass by him. At that moment, Xiao Ruoming hurriedly turned, seizing her arm. I still have matters to discuss. Please wait a moment, Miss Su. Yuyao was startled, pulling her arm back with force. Master Xiao, propriety dictates that men and women maintain a respectful distance. If you have something to say, please do so without physical contact. I truly have something to discuss. Xiao Ruoming insisted, then produced a jade bracelet from his sleeve, attempting to place it on her wrist while declaring, "Miss Su, please accept this bracelet. I've been enchanted by you since the moment I laid eyes upon you. In my household, there exists only one wife and one concubine. If I were to take you as my concubine, I assure you there would be minimal conflict, and I would cherish and adore you. If you agree." Before Xiao Ruoming could finish, Su Yuyao interrupted him. "Young Master Xiao, I am unwilling." The pent-up resentment and anger within me surged forth. Such words should never be uttered again. Su Yuyao struggled to pull her arm back. With a sharp crack, the emerald bracelet fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Seizing the moment when Xiao Ruoming was momentarily distracted, Su Yuyao yanked her arm free and fled swiftly. The sting of rejection gnawed at Xiao Ruoming's heart. Was she not merely a woman of lowly status? Did she think herself a noble lady descended from a prestigious lineage? He believed he had granted her sufficient honor by offering her a place as his concubine, yet she remained so unappreciative. The smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a cold gaze that followed the retreating figure of the woman until she vanished from view. He turned and walked away. In Furong Courtyard, Su Yuyao sat by the intricately carved window, lost in thought as she gazed at the icicles melting from the eaves, reflecting on the events that had just transpired, tears once again blurring her vision. "My lady, let us depart and seek young Master Lin. All this will be behind us," Xueli gently consoled. "All behind us." Su Yuyao let out a self-deprecating laugh. "I am no longer pure. How can I face Brother Qingyuan?" Xueli's throat tightened, and she choked out, "If young Master Lin were to know you were coerced, he would surely pity you. Besides, you and young Master Lin have been childhood friends. He undoubtedly understands you without the need for excessive explanation." Su Yuyao cast her eyes downward and shook her head precisely because of that. "I have even less face to meet Brother Qingyuan furthermore. With Xiao Jingyan's overwhelming power, Brother Qingyuan is but a lowly official. It would take merely a word for him to end Brother Qingyuan's life. She could not drag Brother Qingyuan into this turmoil any longer. She must leave this place, return to her hometown in Qingzhou, and live alone by her brother's grave. Xueli, we must leave now." With a swift motion, Su Yuyao wiped her tears and leapt to her feet, reaching for the already packed bundle. She had to depart, regardless of Xiao Jingyan's consent. The two had brought little with them to the capital, and as they left the manor, each carried a single bundle. Su Yuyao did not use the manor's carriage. She and Xueli walked out of the Wang residence. The moment they stepped beyond the gates, she glanced back at the gilded plaque, exhaling deeply. She would never set foot here again. "Let us go, my lady," Xueli reminded her at the opportune moment. Su Yuyao turned her head, but before she could take a step, a low, chilling voice echoed from behind. "Yaya, where are you headed?" The sudden question made Su Yuyao instinctively shiver. Her heart missed a beat. Upon confirming it was Xiao Jingyan's voice, her heart raced, pounding like a frightened deer, leaving her at a loss for words. Though she was ostensibly free, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped her. The ease she had felt upon leaving the manor vanished entirely. The sun hung high above, and numerous guards lined up in 2 rows, as if the Wang residents were facing some urgent matter. "My lady, what shall we do?" Xueli asked in a hushed tone, barely audible. "We leave," Su Yuyao replied. Suppressing the fear that lurked within her, Su Yuyao tightened her grip on the bundle in her hands, lowering her head as she hastened her steps forward, disregarding the voices behind her. The man's words were unnecessary. The guards swiftly encircled her with their gleaming swords. Clad in a flowing purple robe, the jade pendant at his waist jingled softly as he approached her with measured grace. Xiao Jingyan's visage was partially illuminated by the sunlight, while the other half was shrouded in shadow, his eyes glinting with a chilling aura of menace as they fixated upon her. Suo's heartbeat faltered abruptly, and her complexion instantly turned pale. She cast a hesitant glance at the densely packed guards surrounding her, her fingers tightening once more, only to hear his frigid voice pierce the air. "Yao Yao has yet to respond to this, Prince. Pray tell, where do you intend to go?" Chapter 34. Are you still contemplating leaving the residence to seek him out? Just moments ago, the sun shone brightly, but in an instant, the sky turned overcast, and the chilling wind swept in relentlessly. The octagonal glazed lanterns flanking the entrance of the Wang Fu spun wildly, while the crimson tassels flailed in the air. Su Yuyao's hair fluttered against her delicate face. She felt a chill penetrate her very bones, her body being swept away by the gusts, forcing her to stagger several steps. Xiao Jingyan strode forward, exerting his strength to deny her any chance of resistance, seizing her wrist firmly in his grasp. A gasp escaped her lips, trembling with fear, as her bundle slipped from her hands and fell to the ground. Su Yuyao found herself tumbling into his expansive embrace. The crisp scent of sandalwood surged into her nostrils, invading her very core. In the bitter cold of winter, her palms grew clammy with sweat, and her breaths quickened. Her slender waist was ensnared in his grip as he tilted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Yao Yao," he inquired, "where is it that you intend to go?" Pain radiated from her chin under his hold, and she struggled to free herself from his grasp. Yet, after several attempts, not only did she fail to escape, but his grip tightened further. Tears began to well in her eyes as she averted her gaze, fervently shaking her head to break free from his hold on her chin. "I wish to return to my hometown in Qingzhou. I do not wish to remain in the capital, nor am I a part of the Regent's household. Why must the Regent stop me? I possess immense power. Even the current emperor must heed my words. Is there truly any need for a reason to pursue a woman?" Before Su Yuyao could respond, he dragged her towards the residence. "No, I will not go back. There are countless women in this world. Why must you cling to me?" Su Yuyao pressed her feet firmly against the ground, resisting with all her might, unwilling to return when she had finally managed to leave. Suddenly, summoning every ounce of strength, she pushed Xiao Jingyan away and turned to flee. Yet before she could take 2 steps, he swiftly pulled her back. With a slight lift of his powerful arm, Su Yuyao found herself hoisted over his shoulder. "Let me go. Put me down," she cried, thrashing her arms wildly against his back in desperation. Yet he remained unmoved, steadfastly carrying her back to the residence. Behind them, Shueli called out in a frantic attempt to rescue her mistress. But she was intercepted by the surrounding guards before she could reach them. Upon their return to Furong Courtyard, the entire yard lay in silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Maids knelt on the ground, heads bowed, their faces pale. Xiao Jingyan did not spare them a glance as he kicked the door open and entered the inner chamber, unceremoniously tossing her onto the bed. Days from the fall, Su Yuyao felt as though her body had been shattered. Tears brimmed in her eyes, spilling forth in an instant. When she regained her senses, she found Xiao Jingyan leaning over her, his voice icy and devoid of warmth. "So, you wish to leave the Regent's residence to seek Lin Qingyuan, do you?" He mused with a sudden, chilling laugh. "Yao Yao, it appears that our progress over the past few days has not sufficed to distance you from Lin Qingyuan. Very well, let us now hasten our pace." As the words left his lips, the sound of tearing fabric echoed in the air. She struggled to retreat, but the bed was too small, and his towering figure easily seized her ankle, pulling her forth. He mounted the bed, pinning her beneath him. "Get up!" A wave of unprecedented terror and panic engulfed her, permeating every cell of her being. She resisted his approach, her legs trapped beneath him, rendering her immobile. She resorted to flailing her arms to strike and push him away. Yet, the disparity in strength between man and woman was insurmountable. Her feeble attempts did not budge him an inch. Instead, her resistance only incited him to bind her hands above her head. "Let go!" A long, cold finger grasped her chin, leaning in to seal her crimson lips with a heavy kiss. All her protests were crushed between their mouths. His kiss was fierce and fervent, depriving her of breath, as even the air in her lungs was gradually siphoned away. He spared her no mercy, prying open her lips, conquering and claiming her with a domineering kiss. Su Yuyao exerted every ounce of strength to push against the bedding beneath her, tears cascading from her eyes, soaking the mattress beneath. The man's gaze momentarily faltered, his movements slowing. Yet, the thought of her repulsion and resistance for Lin Qingyuan stirred his displeasure anew. The fervor of his kiss surged once more. Just as she thought she might catch her breath, her lips were ravaged again. With no recourse left, she resorted to biting him. A sharp pain blossomed at the corner of her mouth, the taste of iron spreading through her mouth. This sting only fueled his frenzy, intensifying his kiss. He ceased only when she had been utterly drained of the last breath within her. Pulling away from her lips, his dark, profound gaze loomed over her. Icy fingers brushing against the blood at her mouth's edge. Yuyao, still thinking of leaving the manor to find him. Are you? His voice dripped with a chilling malice as the sound of tearing cloth followed. I shall see how you fare after we have consummated our marriage, and whether Lin Qingyuan can still lay claim to you. No, please no. Yuyao shook her head vehemently as he prepared to rend the last layer of her clothing. Her eyes glistened with tears, and she grasped the silk ribbon at her waist, confronting him directly. My brother perished saving you. Do you intend to repay kindness with malice? These words halted the frenzied Xiao Jingyan in his tracks. He returned to a state of cold composure, the earlier madness seemingly erased. He dismounted the bed, his eyes still harboring a chill, fixating on the sight of Yuyao huddled in a corner, hands clutching her knees in fear. Xiao Jingyan smirked slightly. Before departing, he reminded her, Yao, remember, you are not to have any further contact with Lin Qingyuan, nor should you entertain thoughts of leaving the royal manor. If there is a next time, it will not conclude so hastily. With that, he cast her one last glance before turning to leave. Until his figure vanished at the doorway, the terror and anxiety within Yuyao gradually began to dissipate. Her arms, clasped around her knees, were tightly interlocked, and tears fell like scattered pearls on her lap. The hurried sound of footsteps echoed from the open door, causing her heart to tighten, instinctively holding her breath. It was only upon seeing Xueli's silhouette that she finally exhaled in relief. My lady, are you all right? Xueli approached the bedside, grasping Yuyao's hand with concern. She had been halted by the guards and had been deeply worried for her mistress. Yuyao shook her head. I am fine. However, Xueli, noticing the swelling of Yuyao's lips and the torn outer garment strewn across the floor, could not help but shed tears. My lady, allow me to fetch you some water. She tactfully shifted the conversation, using the moment to wipe away her tears as she turned to pour the water. As Yuyao drank, Xueli gently assisted her in lying down and tucked her in with the covers. My lady, please rest for now. Set aside all matters until you awaken. Chapter 35. Meeting her with her eyes closed, Yuyao lay cocooned in her bedding, her body curled up like a shrimp, her fingers tightly gripping the edge of the quilt, a sight that evoked deep sympathy. Xueli, we cannot leave. Xueli hurriedly leaned over the edge of the bed, extending her hand beneath the covers to clasp Yuyao's hand firmly. Fighting back the tears that threatened to spill, she offered words of comfort. Do not be anxious. My lady, let us deliberate our next steps with patience. Fearing the presence of the prince's spies outside, she bent closer to Yuyao's ear, whispering softly, the prince harbors certain intentions towards you. You must remain composed and acquiesce to him for now. Once he lowers his guard, we shall seek our opportunity to escape. We must not act rashly at this juncture, nor oppose the prince. Should we fail to depart again, the consequences would be dire. For the next 3 days, Yuyao remained in Furong Garden, not stepping foot outside the manor. Xiao Jingyan did not come to seek her out, nor did he summon her to Qingzhou Garden. It was not until the 4th day that the sun shone brilliantly outside, with not a whisper of wind, as if winter had passed. At the beginning of the afternoon, Qixi arrived at Furong Garden. Miss Su, the prince requests your presence at Qingzhou Garden. Yuyao's heart sank at the sudden realization that escape was impossible. She could only suppress her underlying panic and follow Qixi to Qingzhou Garden. As the year-end approached, court affairs became increasingly hectic. Xiao Jingyan had just returned from the palace and immediately immersed himself in the piles of documents within his study. Had it not been for the recent influx of correspondence, he would have personally visited Furong Garden. Just as he finished a secret letter and folded the paper, Qixi entered quietly to report, My lord, Miss Su has arrived. Xiao Jingyan set aside the letter casually and remarked, Let her in. When Yuyao entered, Xiao Jingyan was reclining in his chair, looking with keen interest towards the door. She halted 2 meters from the table, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to the prince. Xiao Jingyan nonchalantly pushed a small porcelain vial on the table in her direction. His demeanor calm and his tone indifferent, as if the passionate kiss from days prior had never occurred. This is a gift I promised you. Take a look. Do you like it? The small vial contained Ko-Dan oil, which Xiao Jingyan had personally selected for her from Anxiang Pavilion some days ago. Originally intended for delivery by Qi, it had been brought back when Su Yuyao fell ill. Xiao Jingyan had placed it on the shelf, only to rediscover it today while searching for a book, prompting him to summon Su Yuyao to inquire if she liked it. Pick it up and see if you like it, he encouraged once more. If it does not suit your taste, I shall procure another in a different color. Although Su Yuyao was unaware of Xiao Jingyan's true intentions, she adhered to her principle of avoiding his ire. She pressed her lips together, took 2 steps forward, and grasped the small porcelain jar, opening it to take a look. I like it. Thank you, my lord. Xiao Jingyan offered a serene smile, gazing at her with calmness as he spoke. This prince is not well versed in the whims of young ladies. The proprietor of Anxiang Pavilion assured me that this material is the finest, the color most exquisite. Thus, I made the purchase. Should you tire of this hue, I shall procure another. Su Yao nodded gently, responding softly, understood. Yuyao will remember. Xiao Jingyan did not allow Su Yuyao to linger in the study, stating directly, the year-end approaches, and I have numerous affairs to attend to. You may return now. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyao felt an immediate release of tension in her heart. She respectfully bowed and swiftly exited. It was not until she left the Qingzhou courtyard that her entire being relaxed. Since witnessing Su Yuyao kiss Xiao Jingyan at the regent's residence, Lin Qingyuan had been profoundly affected, returning in a daze and grappling with turmoil for several days. It was only today that he resolved to write a letter to Su Yuyao. Half a day later, Xueli dashed in, clutching the letter close to her heart, her emotions in turmoil, both elated and apprehensive. Miss, a letter has arrived from young Master Lin, Xueli whispered, quietly retrieving the letter from her bosom and presenting it to Su Yuyao. Su Yuyao paused momentarily before accepting the letter from Xueli's hands. The letter contained only a few brief sentences, primarily expressing a desire for Su Yuyao to meet him outside the residence. They needed to speak openly. Su Yuyao held the letter for a long while, and despite her earlier buoyancy, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Xueli, concerned, peered at the letter. Upon discerning its contents, she looked back at Su Yuyao, puzzled. Miss, do you truly intend to leave the residence to meet young Master Lin? A few days prior, they had been brought back by Xiao Jingyan, who merely issued a warning without forbidding their outings, thus allowing them a degree of freedom. Su Yuyao folded the letter, placing it in a hidden compartment beside her bed, and moved to the window, gazing outside. Should I write a response to young Master Lin? Xueli inquired again. After a prolonged silence, Su Yuyao replied, there is no need. She could not bear to face Brother Qingyuan, nor could she endure the thought of his disappointment or disdain for her. He had already witnessed her indecision. There was no need for further encounters or correspondence. Xueli sighed. Miss, I have witnessed the bond between you and young Master Lin. Can you truly sever this connection? Su Yuyao returned to her soft chair, her expression melancholic. I do not wish for my actions to bring misfortune upon Brother Qingyuan. He deserves a brighter future. Xiao Jingyan had already warned her that should she meet Lin Qingyuan again or respond to his letter, both she and Lin Qingyuan would face dire consequences if he were to discover it. Xueli understood her mistress's resolute nature. Once a decision was made, it was immutable. Thus, she refrained from further discussion. Observing the despondent young lady, Xueli gently suggested, Miss, you have been cooped up in Furong courtyard for several days. With the sun shining brightly, shall we step outside for a stroll? Surveying the stifling atmosphere of the room, Su Yuyao acquiesced. Very well. In truth, Su Yuyao harbored other intentions within her heart. During these days, apart from a visit to the Qingzhou, she had remained within the confines of Furong Garden, uncertain whether the guards of the residence would attempt to stop her or follow her upon her departure. Thus, she resolved to put her theory to the test. As before, Su Yuyao exited Furong Garden and strolled along the winding corridor, reaching the Chuehua Gate without encountering any hindrance. With her heart in her throat, she continued toward the estate's entrance. Ignoring all distractions, she boldly made her way outside, and still, no one obstructed her. She meandered around the vicinity of the regent's residence, having no intention of leaving just yet. After all, following her previous brazen escape that had resulted in her being recaptured. She knew that her next attempt to leave must be executed with utmost caution and meticulous planning. The winter days were brief, and soon the sun began its descent towards the horizon. Watching the fiery orb gradually sink, Yuyao turned and retraced her steps. Chapter 36. Had you but consented to be my concubine sooner, you would not be enduring such torment. The sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting a molten gold hue across the sky, while the evening clouds intertwined beautifully. How could Sister Yuyao bear to depart so swiftly? Yuyao turned to see Xiao Ruoming gazing intently at her. This was truly uncanny. Their previous encounter had already left her shaken, and now fate had conspired to bring them together once more. Yuyao had no desire to engage with him and resolutely turned to walk away. Xiao Ruoming hastened to position himself before her, obstructing her path. "Why the haste, Miss Yuyao?" he inquired, advancing step by step. "Since you have left the Regent's residence, why not grace my abode with your presence for a brief visit?" As he beheld Yuyao's flawless visage and delicate waist, his breath quickened, and his pupils dilated with excitement. He thought to himself, if he were to tarnish her purity, she would inevitably submit to his whims. Should anyone question their relationship, he would simply assert that she had provocatively enticed him. After all, she was merely a woman from a remote town, while he was a prince's cousin. In terms of familial ties, he was far closer to her than she could ever be to him. Naturally, Xiao Jingyan would not turn against him for the sake of this woman. Seeing that Xiao Ruoming approached with ill intent, Xueli immediately positioned herself in front of Yuyao and stated, "Young Master Xiao, the hour grows late, and we must return home. We cannot linger." With that, she grasped Yuyao's arm and attempted to lead her past Xiao Ruoming. Xiao Ruoming signaled to a nearby servant, who promptly understood his intent. "Miss Xueli, I have delightful treats. Do come and sample them," he beckoned, and the servant swiftly advanced, catching Xueli off guard and pulling her away. Yuyao was left alone. Xueli, release her," she cried out in desperation. At that moment, Xiao Ruoming seized her arm, forcefully thrusting a brown pill into her mouth. "What have you made me consume?" Yuyao gasped in terror, clutching her throat in an attempt to expel the pill. Before she could react, a large hand covered her mouth, dragging her into a nearby alley. The pill melted in her mouth, its bitter taste spreading across her tongue and coursing through her body. Yuyao instantly felt her legs weaken, her strength dissipating, and an unsettling sensation akin to countless ants gnawing at her insides overwhelmed her. Though she was unaware of the nature of this substance, she understood that if Xiao Ruoming were to take her away, she would surely face violation, perhaps even death. Summoning the last vestiges of her reason, she exerted all her strength to pinch his arm. A cry of pain escaped Xiao Ruoming as he reluctantly loosened his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Yuyao broke free, gasping for air. However, at that moment, she sensed her body growing increasingly agitated, her temperature rising, and her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, her thoughts spiraling into a haze. "You wretched girl!" Xiao Ruoming exclaimed, rubbing his injured arm, revealing a vicious expression. "Run! By all means run! Let's see where you can escape to. Had you been more agreeable and consented to be my concubine sooner, you would not be suffering this torment. Nevertheless, this may be fortuitous, allowing me to savor the experience of your charming demeanor when you take the initiative." In the Hall of Political Affairs within the Imperial Palace, several high-ranking ministers respectfully reported their duties to Xiao Jingyan, while Yun Rongji languidly sat in a circle chair, idly toying with a walnut. After the ministers had concluded their reports, they exchanged glances as they noticed Xiao Jingyan preparing to depart, and collectively rose to exclaim, "Regent, please stay. What further matters are at hand?" Xiao Jingyan's pace faltered slightly as he turned to regard the assembled officials. Lord Changsun, a veteran of 3 reigns, stepped forward first, bowing respectfully as he spoke. "Regent, with the year-end approaching, many nations have sent envoys to our great Zhou, and naturally, the kingdom of Xueji is among them. The increasing strength of Xueji is evident, and their king has dispatched his 3rd prince, demonstrating the significance they place upon our great Zhou. Given that his majesty is still young and not of marrying age, and you, as the powerful regent. Hold the reins of our nation's destiny. I boldly request that you represent the imperial family of Great Zhou in an alliance with Xueji, thus solidifying our amicable relations. Upon hearing Lord Qingzhou's proposal, the other officials nodded in agreement. Coincidentally, Princess Xuan had accompanied the third prince to Great Zhou. Her noble stature and ethereal beauty made this potential union seem advantageous. Indeed, I have heard that Princess Xu has come specifically to seek the regent. One minister, uttering this, caught the warning gaze of Xiao Jingyan and promptly silenced himself, swallowing the remainder of his words. Yin Rongji paused in his walnut pastime, relishing the tranquility before the impending storm. Xiao Jingyan surveyed the ministers with a piercing glare that ignited his fury. His eyes, cold as a hidden lake, radiated an intimidating chill, and his countenance darkened ominously. Do you believe that the stability of the Great Zhou can be secured solely through marriage alliances? His sharp gaze swept across each minister present. In an abrupt motion, Xiao Jingyan turned, his sleeves swirling as he departed the hall with a palpable aura of coldness. Alas! Yin Rongji observed the ministers, who exchanged glances, their spirits dampened, and smiled wryly. You all know the temperament of the regent. How could you press him so? Upon exiting the hall, Xiao Jingyan mounted his carriage and made his way home. Meanwhile, in the narrow alley between the regent's residence and the second branch of the Xiao family, Xiao Ruoming advanced menacingly towards Yuyao. Her eyes began to glaze over, retreating step by step until her back met a wall. In a moment of desperation, she cried out, "Help! Help!" Fearing that their cries would attract the attention of those in the regent's residence, Xiao Ruoming rushed forward to restrain Su Yuyao, covering her mouth once more. MMM. MMM. Su Yuyao struggled anew, but just as she felt her strength waning, the guards of the regent's residence approached, drawn by her cries. What is happening? Who shouted for help? One guard inquired. Did you hear incorrectly? There is no one calling out, another guard muttered. That is not right. I distinctly heard something just now. Over there. Let's investigate. Two guards tightened their grips on their gleaming swords as they approached the narrow alleyway. Xiao Ruoming momentarily froze, and upon regaining his composure, instinctively attempted to pull Su Yuyao towards the corner gate of the Xiao family's second residence. However, dragging someone along required considerable effort, and with the guards from the regent's residence nearing, he reluctantly abandoned Su Yuyao, hastily darting through the corner gate into the estate. Su Yuyao, feeling utterly powerless, collapsed onto the ground. Miss Su, what are you doing here? The two guards exclaimed upon spotting her, rushing over in alarm. Chapter 37. This is my exclusive mark. Help me. Su Yuyao's voice was faint and fragile, as if she were a mere whisper. She struggled to lift an arm. Just as a guard was about to step forward to assist her, a voice called out from behind. What is happening? The two guards paused, turning to face the source of the inquiry. Lord Qixi, it seems Miss Su is injured. Qixi hurriedly dismounted from his carriage and rushed over to assess the situation. Upon seeing Su Yuyao's flushed face and her dazed expression, he gasped in astonishment, covering his mouth. Miss Su, what has happened to you? Observing her pale complexion and the evident fever consuming her, Qixi's mind began to race with conjectures. The carriage came to a halt, and as Xiao Jingyan descended, he heard Qixi call out to Su Yuyao. Instinctively, he altered his intended path towards the manor's entrance and veered towards the side alley. Su Yuyao felt herself growing increasingly weak, waves of heat radiating from her body. Xiao Jingyan's pupils constricted as he pushed past those nearby and strode into the alley. What is going on? He asked urgently, his brow furrowing in concern. Noticing her delicate frame trembling and her face flushed to an alarming degree, he crouched down and instinctively touched her forehead with the back of his hand. The moment his skin made contact, the heat emanating from her head transferred to him. Without waiting for her to speak, he commanded Qixi quickly summon the physician. Then, he bent down and lifted her into his arms, striding purposefully towards the manor, heading for the Furlong courtyard. Su Yao's mind was hazy, her entire being feeling limp. However, the moment the refreshing scent of sandalwood wafted into her nostrils, she regained a semblance of clarity. Glancing up at the tension in the man's jaw, she instinctively wished to struggle free, yet found herself utterly devoid of strength. Helplessly, she let him carry her as he hurried onward. Qingzhou closely followed behind Xiao Jingyan. "Your Highness, it appears Miss Su may have been affected by a love potion," Qingzhou whispered cautiously. Xiao Jingyan did not respond, directly carrying Su Yuyao to the bedroom in the Furong courtyard. As he laid her down, the last vestiges of her rationality faded away. At that moment, the concoction coursing through her veins ignited a fire within her chest, leaving her feeling unbearably hot. "Whimper, whimper." Her lips parted and closed, instinctively murmuring softly. Her delicate fingers anxiously tugged at her collar. "Hot, so hot." Xiao Jingyan again placed the back of his hand upon her forehead, intent on gauging her temperature. The instant his cool skin touched her brow, a shiver ran through her, prompting her to grasp his wrist tightly, pressing his hand against her face. When his palm enveloped her flushed cheek, she experienced a fleeting moment of comfort. Yet, it was not long before she drained the warmth from his hand, and once more she began to whimper softly. Xiao Jingyan's brows knitted tightly. As his hand met her fevered, delicate face, he suddenly felt his body tense. With her discomfort unresolved, Su Yuyao writhed restlessly, her hands wandering restlessly towards his chest. Xiao Jingyan recoiled slightly, urging, "Do not move. The physician will arrive shortly." The discomfort was overwhelming. Su Yuyao's consciousness was fading. Sweat trickled down her cheeks, and strands of hair clung to her face. Her eyes were tinged with redness, glistening with moisture, and her fair shoulders were partially exposed. Xiao Jingyan felt a tremor in his heart, his throat constricting as his breath quickened. "Brother Qingyuan, Yuyao feels so unwell. Could you assist me?" Su Yuyao's sudden plea struck Xiao Jingyan like a thunderclap. His brows furrowed, and his dark, ink-like eyes hardened with intensity. He abruptly tightened his grip on her wrist, channeling his strength. "What did you just call me?" She struggled to focus her bleary eyes on the man before her. "Brother Qingyuan, what is wrong? Your loud voice frightens me." Her soft, delicate tone held a hint of grievance as she disregarded the fierceness in his gaze and leaned closer. Xiao Jingyan inhaled deeply, tightening his grip further, pulling her into his embrace. He held her nape and leaned in, biting down fiercely on her shoulder. "Ah, it hurts." A sharp pain radiated from her shoulder, jolting Su Yuyao back to clarity. After a moment, her vision sharpened. Cradling her shoulder, she looked up at the man, her eyes glistening. "Your Highness, why?" As she spoke, she struggled to escape his embrace. Yet, Xiao Jingyan tightened his hold, his other hand tracing the distinct bite mark on her shoulder, leaning close to her ear. "This is my exclusive mark. I warn you, do not harbor thoughts about someone you should not." As his words lingered, he descended upon her lips. Su Yuyao resisted momentarily, but as the pain in her shoulder subsided, the effects of the aphrodisiac resurfaced. Gradually, her body softened, tilting her head to entwine her lips with his. The last vestiges of twilight faded from the horizon, and the dim room remained unlit by candles. Under the influence of the drug, her restlessness grew, and she began to fumble with the jade belt around his waist. Having never engaged in such intimate affairs, her attempts were clumsy and inexperienced. After much effort, she finally loosened the jade belt, sighing with relief, eager to advance further when Qingzhou and the physician hurried in. "Your Highness, Mr. Liu has arrived." Qingzhou, upon witnessing the scene, was instantly drenched in cold sweat. "How unfortunate! I should have allowed Mr. Liu to enter alone." Mr. Liu, surprised by the sight before him, was equally astonished. Having served as the physician in Zhao's residence for many years, he knew well that Xiao Jingyan was notoriously indifferent to matters of the heart, never inclined towards the allure of women. Over the years, many noble families had sought to place their daughters in the regent's household, even as concubines or secondary wives. Yet Xiao Jingyan had turned them all away without exception. Yet this Miss Su, a mere peasant girl from the countryside, had managed to elicit an exception from him. It was truly astonishing. "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and let her see," commanded Xiao Jingyan, rising from his seat. "Yes, my lord." The candles had already been lit within the room, casting a warm golden glow that illuminated the entire space. Lu Chunjiang stepped forward to examine Su Yuyao's pulse, and after a moment, his brows knitted in concern. Xiao Jingyan, noticing his expression, inquired, "What is it?" "Your Highness," Lu Chunjiang replied. "Miss Su has been afflicted by the Hahuan powder. The Hahuan powder is a love potion, once ensnared by its effects. A person of either gender can break the enchantment by engaging in intimate relations with the opposite sex, thus serving as the most direct and effective antidote." Lu Chunjiang had observed the evident interest Xiao Jingyan held for Su Yuyao, and if the two could share a moment of passion, there would be no need for him to intervene further. "Why are you still hesitating? Administer the antidote." Xiao Jingyan's voice, laced with a palpable irritation, reverberated in the air. Lu Chunjiang dared not utter another word, and promptly acquiesced. "Yes, I shall proceed to treat Miss Su." He withdrew the silk cloth and retrieved silver needles, meticulously preparing for the acupuncture. Meanwhile, with his back turned to the flickering candlelight, Xiao Jingyan lowered his eyelids, obscuring the emotions swirling within his gaze. As a cold and steely voice escaped his lips, "Go investigate. Find out who possesses the audacity to act so recklessly at the gates of the palace." "Your Highness," Qixi interjected. Miss Su was situated in the alleyway between the Wangfu and the second branch of the Xiao family. That location conveniently has a side gate, suggesting the assailant is aware that upon discovery, they could retreat into the second branch's estate. A glimmer of icy resolve sparked in Xiao Jingyan's eyes as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the window, his tone sharp and frigid. "Was it the people from the second branch?" Qixi continued. "It is uncertain if they were from the second branch, but it appears the perpetrator fled into their residence. Then we shall pursue this lead." "Understood." After Lu Chunjiang administered the acupuncture, Su Yuyao fell into a deep slumber. Xiao Jingyan did not depart, but seated himself beside the 8 immortals table, pressing his fingers against his temples, appearing somewhat fatigued. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in the courtyard, and Shuali rushed in, visibly agitated. Spotting the maid on duty, she inquired, "Has the young lady returned?" "She has returned and is currently inside." Ignoring the rest of the maid's words, Shuali hastily ascended the steps toward the room. Young lady," she called out while pushing open the door, and before she reached the bed, she saw Xiao Jingyan standing at the threshold. Shuali quickly restrained her steps and bowed respectfully. "My lord, the young lady. Your young lady is unharmed and currently in a deep sleep. Must you raise your voice so loudly that you risk waking her?" Upon hearing that Su Yuyao was safe, Shuali felt a wave of relief wash over her. Xiao Jingyan gently closed the door to the room and, with a calm demeanor, inquired now, "Tell me, what exactly transpired?" Chapter 38. Castrated Shuali, in a state of agitation, wept as she spoke. "Your Highness, it was Xiao Ruoming. I was at the entrance with the young lady, enjoying the sunset, when he emerged to block her path and had a servant drag me back to his residence. After that, I lost track of what happened to the young lady. At his home, I was nearly violated. Had it not been for his mother's timely intervention, my honor would have been irreparably tarnished." At that moment, Qixi rushed in with urgency. "Your Highness, I have uncovered the truth. Xiao Ruoming's servant has confessed that he administered an aphrodisiac to Miss Su, intending to violate her." "Xiao Ruoming." Xiao Jingyan repeated the name, his expression inscrutable, yet a fierce and ruthless glimmer shone in his eyes, akin to the heated surges of a volcanic eruption. In the Golden Jade courtyard, Lady Li had recently returned from offering incense at the Delin temple. Just as she intended to rest, a maid hastily entered with news. "Madam, you are exhausted and on the verge of sleep. What could be so urgent that it cannot wait until tomorrow?" Wang Momo approached softly at the door. The timid maid, head bowed, replied, "It is the second lady who has come, stating she has important matters to discuss with you." Lady Li, though known for her kindness in the presence of others, sighed and turned to enter the room. Having not yet undressed, she emerged from her chamber to the main hall. "Sister-in-law," Zhang Shi exclaimed upon seeing Lady Li, immediately stepping forward to embrace her. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Zhang Shi helped Lady Li to sit, sighed deeply, and, after a moment's hesitation, said, "It is regarding my wayward son. While he may lack the capabilities and spirit of your Jingyan, I find myself burdened with the troubles of his household." Lady Li, understanding her intentions, surmised that it was yet again about issues concerning Xiao Ruoming. Emboldened by the influence of the Xiao family, he was incompetent and frivolous, unable to resist the allure of beautiful women, leaving a trail of scandal in his wake. Lady Li sighed at the thought. Her son, Xiao Jingyan, though exceptionally capable, remained without a partner, creating a stark contrast to Xiao Ruoming's reckless pursuits. What has transpired? Has his wife caused another scene? Lady Li inquired cautiously. It was common knowledge that Xiao Ruoming's wife was a formidable woman, quick to anger at any hint of her husband's indiscretions. At such times, it fell upon Zhang Shi, as the matriarch, to mediate. In truth, Zhang Shi was a commendable mother-in-law. As a maid served tea, Zhang Shi took a sip and remarked, "This has nothing to do with Ru'er. It pertains to Ruoming's affairs. Sister-in-law, I have heard that you have a young lady from Qingzhou here." Lady Li felt a twinge of apprehension, suspecting Zhang Shi's ulterior motives. She nodded. Indeed, her name is Su Yueying. She was raised alongside her brother, who perished while saving Jingyan. We cannot allow this orphan girl to be bullied, so Jingyan arranged for her to be brought here. Upon confirming this information, Zhang Shi's expression softened, her eyes curving with intrigue. Sister-in-law, if Ruoming has encountered Miss Su, he has fallen hopelessly in love at first sight. For the past few days, he has been weeping and pleading by my side. Just moments ago, he threw quite a tantrum, even declaring that if he is not permitted to court Miss Su, he would rather castrate himself. Zhang, with a beseeching gaze, looked at Li and quietly inquired, "That young lady's presence in your household is no different than in mine. If Ruoming were to marry her, I, as her mother-in-law, would certainly not treat her poorly and would ensure her future is secure. What do you think, sister-in-law? Had it not been for Ruoming's recent indiscretion, she would not have come to disturb you at such a late hour. She fears that if she delays any longer, Miss Su might report her to the Regent. Though the second branch of the Xiao family thrives, it still relies on the first branch to navigate the court smoothly." Li furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before responding, "Sister-in-law, it is not that I oppose this. It is simply beyond my immediate authority to decide. If Ruoming has an eye for one of the maidens in the household, I would have no objections to him taking her. However, Miss Su Yuyao is the sister of Yan Savior, and her consent must be sought." The light in Zhang's eyes dimmed instantly. If that young lady were willing, there would be no need for her to come here at such an hour. She had hoped that Li could take charge, but alas, that was not to be. "Sister-in-law, it is indeed too late. I surmise that Miss Yuyao has already retired for the night. Perhaps you could return tomorrow and inquire directly whether she is willing. If this comes to fruition, I shall serve as a witness." "Very well." Zhang rose, saying, "You should rest early, sister-in-law. I shall not intrude further." Li Nuda, watching Zhang depart. As she observed Zhang's retreating figure, Wang Mama remarked, "Madam, are you not concerned about Miss Su and the Regent? Perhaps it would be prudent to consent to this matter." Li traced the rim of her teacup thoughtfully and replied, "This is not a decision I can make unilaterally. However, should they meet tomorrow, I will certainly encourage this arrangement." Meanwhile, as Zhang arrived at the Jinyu courtyard, Xiao Jingyan was also making his way to Xiao Ruoming's quarters with his attendants. Ruoming was leisurely perched on a chair, singing a tune. Upon hearing the door open, he assumed it was his mother returning and eagerly jumped down to greet her. However, to his surprise, it was Xiao Jingyan who stood before him. At the sight of his elder brother, he paused momentarily, then respectfully bowed. "Elder brother, what brings you here?" As he spoke, his mind wandered back to the recent incident involving his forceful pursuit of Su Yuyao. His brother rarely visited him, and now he wondered if he had come to chastise him for the disgraceful act. Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. After all, his brother, the esteemed Regent, had never been one to pursue the company of women. It was unlikely he would come to address a mere girl. Without acknowledging Ruoming's presence, Xiao Jingyan walked straight into the room and took a seat, saying, "I have heard that you committed a significant act at the gate of the residence this evening. I came to see for myself." Ruoming was taken aback, realizing that his misdeed had come to his brother's attention. He raised an eyebrow and, with a cheeky grin, replied, "I must admit, I am rather ashamed. Elder brother, if you know of my other interests, it is simply that I have an affinity for beauties. After catching a glimpse of the enchanting Miss Su at the Plum Blossom Banquet, I found myself utterly captivated, unable to extricate her image from my thoughts. Her absence has left a yearning ache within me. I have approached her with the utmost courtesy, expressing my desire to take her as a concubine. Yet she remains woefully unappreciative of my intentions. Last night, I fortuitously encountered her at the entrance, and in a moment of weakness, Shawarwaming boldly laid bare his feelings. He could hardly believe that his cousin would punish him for the sake of a woman. He raised his hand to touch his nose, stating, "I had no intention of alarming you, dear elder brother. I have already sent my mother to plead with Annie for her support in presenting Miss Su to me. Now that you are here, I shall personally request your assistance in this matter, and I shall be eternally grateful." Xiao Jingyan smirked, his fingers elegantly defined, rapping rhythmically upon the table. "You are enamored with a beauty, and could not contain yourself." Each word was pronounced with deliberate clarity and resonant authority. The smile on Shawarwaming's lips gradually faded, as he sensed that those seemingly mundane words spoken by Xiao Jingyan bore an unsettling weight. A sudden realization struck him. Xiao Jingyan cared deeply for that woman. His eyelids fluttered multiple times, and his heart raced faster. Instinctively, he clenched his fingertips into his palm, using the pain to steady his tumultuous thoughts. He could endure a scolding or even a beating if it came to that. However, in the next moment, he heard Xiao Jingyan's cold snort as he rose to his feet. "You remain as you were, without any progress." Shawarwaming nodded awkwardly, offering a strained smile. "You speak the truth, brother. I lack your remarkable talents and am merely drifting through life." As he observed Xiao Jingyan take a step forward, a considerable weight lifted from his heart. He had assumed this encounter was nearing its conclusion, only to be met with Xiao Jingyan's parting words. "Since you have made no strides, I shall lend you my assistance. If you cannot control yourself for a beauty, let us see how you fare without her." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Qingzhou exchanged a knowing glance with the guard beside him, who swiftly drew a short dagger from his waist. Shawarwaming froze momentarily, suddenly comprehending the implications of Xiao Jingyan's earlier words, and he gasped in alarm, "Brother, I am your cousin. You cannot treat me this way." The guard's blade descended swiftly, splattering white liquid across the corners of the room. Chapter 39. Obediently open your mouth. From this moment onward, Shawarwaming existed as a man, yet not entirely so. After attending to him, Xiao Jingyan returned to the estate, making his way directly to Furong Courtyard. As he passed through the covered walkway, he encountered Madame Zhang, who had just exited from Jinyu Courtyard. Xiao Jingyan said nothing and merely acknowledged her with a nod as she curtsied, allowing their paths to cross without further engagement. The night deepened, and the mist clinging to the plum tree in the courtyard began to condense, preparing for the frost that would grace the morning. The glass lanterns beneath the corridor emitted a gentle glow, swaying delicately in the night breeze. Furong Courtyard was ablaze with light. Upon Xiao Jingyan's entrance, Su Yuyao had already awakened. The flush on her cheeks had subsided, and her demeanor appeared much clearer. Upon noticing his arrival, Shuali promptly rose to greet him. "Your Highness." Xiao Jingyan passed her by, taking a seat by the bedside to scrutinize Su Yuyao. "How do you fare? Feeling better?" She recalled the bite mark left on her shoulder and, filled with indignation, was reluctant to respond. However, acknowledging that he had summoned a physician to aid her, she merely nodded. At that moment, a maid entered, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup and presenting it before her. Su Yuyao gazed skeptically at the dark concoction, her brows furrowing in apprehension. Xiao Jingyan observed her every expression, then spoke, his lips parting slightly. "Shall I feed you?" He took the medicine from the maid, stirring it with a spoon, one gentle motion at a time. Su Yuyao was adamant against his assistance, swiftly reaching for the bowl. "I can manage on my own." With that, she tilted her head back and gulped down the entire bowl of the bitter concoction, which was nearly unbearable to swallow. The physician from the Liu family had claimed that if she consumed it 3 times consecutively, the lingering effects of the aphrodisiac within her would be entirely eradicated. At this moment, Su Yuyao felt a wave of nausea rising within her. Shuali, feeling sympathetic towards her lady, hurried to the table to retrieve a plate of candied fruits. However, before she could present it to Su Yuyao, she witnessed the Regent Prince reaching out to pluck a piece of candied fruit from the plate. offering it to Su Yuyao's lips. Xueli froze momentarily, uncertain whether to continue extending the plate. As the candied fruit drew near her delicate lips, Su Yuyao was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she leaned back, raising her hand to accept the treat from Xiao Jingyan herself. Your Highness, I can do it myself. Yet Xiao Jingyan was resolute, forcefully pressing her arm down with one hand while bringing the candied fruit closer to her mouth with the other. Obediently, open your mouth. His voice was steady, yet it left no room for contradiction. Su Yuyao's gaze fell, her attention fixating on the candied fruit he held. Her long lashes, dark as crow feathers, fluttering imperceptibly. With the lingering bitterness still tormenting her palate, she had no choice but to breathe deeply and part her lips, allowing the sweet morsel to enter. Once she had consumed the medicine and the candied fruit, he finally rose from the bedside. I shall arrange for a few more maids to attend to you, and ensure that your clothing and meals are attended to with greater care. There are many ill-intentioned individuals outside. Henceforth, do not leave the estate unless absolutely necessary. Should you require anything, simply instruct my servants to procure it. Do not concern yourself with expenses. Your comfort within the estate is what matters most. Su Yuyao madn't no objection. Even if she had wished to, it would have been futile. As Xiao Jingyan was about to depart, he instructed Xueli, take good care of your lady. If any further mishaps occur, I shall hold you accountable. Xueli readily acquiesced. It was only after the sound of Xiao Jingyan's footsteps faded into silence that Su Yuyao and Xueli dared to exhale audibly. Half an hour later, a group of maidservants arrived at Ferrand Courtyard. Xueli counted 10 in total since their entrance. They had diligently engaged in their tasks without a moment's respite. Accompanying the maids were several young attendants, each cradling a luminous pearl in their hands. What is the purpose of this? Xueli inquired, puzzled. The leading attendant replied, the prince is concerned that Miss Su may encounter further troubles, so he has instructed us to embed these pearls in the four corners of the courtyard. Consequently, the courtyard will be as bright as day at night, facilitating Miss Su's movements. The following day, Lady Li, fully dressed, awaited the arrival of Xiao Ruoming's mother to discuss the matter of taking Su Yuyao as a concubine. However, as she waited throughout the morning, no one appeared. Why the sudden delay after last night's urgency? Lady Li casually remarked. Granny Wang, after serving a cup of tea, said, this old servant shall inquire immediately. Lady Li remained silent, her acquiescence evident. Soon, the hurried messenger returned, her complexion somewhat pale. Did you find out? What has happened? Granny Wang asked, astonished. The maid gasped for breath and bowed, stating, Madam, young Master Ruoming. He has been castrated. What? Lady Li exclaimed, her hands trembling uncontrollably as she held the teacup, which then shattered upon the floor. Even Granny Wang, who was massaging Lady Li's shoulders, halted in her actions, entirely focused on the maid standing before them. They all questioned whether they had misheard. The maid nodded, breathless from her haste, confirming. Indeed, I inquired, and the people from a second house stated that young Master Ruoming has been castrated. I even verified it several times. Who did this? Just last night, everything was fine. Zhang visited to discuss taking Su Yuyao as a concubine for Xiao Ruoming. How could such a thing transpire overnight? The maid lowered her head, hesitant to speak. Speak quickly. Who is responsible? Granny Wang demanded coldly. Regardless of Xiao Ruoming's shortcomings, he was still a member of the Xiao family. The Xiao family was the foremost clan of the Great Zhou, and with Xiao Jingyan as the current regent, who would dare to harm a member of the Xiao family? It is. The maid stammered. Who is it? Speak up. It was the prince. Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall grew icy. Granny Wang trembled and reiterated, What nonsense are you spouting? How could you implicate the prince? Do you wish for your life to be forfeit? Beware, or you may find yourself sold away. Upon hearing this, the young maid immediately fell to her knees, trembling as she implored, I do not dare. The individuals from the second residence indeed claimed that it was the prince who had ordered the castration of young Master Ruoming. Lady Li instinctively tightened her grip on the armrest of her chair, straightened her posture, and inquired, Why? Why would Yandere do such a thing to Ruoming? He is but his cousin. She could not bring herself to believe that Xiao Jingyan would inflict such cruelty upon Xiao Ruoming. At that moment, Xiao Muyu stormed in with fervor. "Mother, have you heard about Ruoming brother's predicament? It was that wretched Su Yuyao. She seduced our elder brother, compelling him to castrate Ruoming. We must expel her from the residence at once. I have long warned you that she is nothing but a calamity, and if we allow her to remain, she will surely bring chaos to our household." "Is it truly Yandere who has done this?" Lady Li pressed, her voice tinged with disbelief. "Yes, mother. I learned of this early on and went to visit Ruoming brother just now." Upon receiving confirmation, Lady Li struck the armrest with force, her countenance darkening. She had long heard the whispers regarding Su Yuyao and Yandere, yet she never imagined he would go so far as to harm his own cousin for her sake. This was utterly outrageous. Xiao Muyu added, "Mother, it was that little harlot Su Yuyao who ensnared elder brother. I do not know what sort of sorcery she employed, but she has been luring him to Furong courtyard of late, and even persuaded him to castrate Ruoming brother. You are unaware that just days ago, while you were at Dalan Temple offering incense, Su Yuyao attempted to leave the residence, only for elder brother to carry her back through the gates. Many servants witnessed this. She is clearly employing the tactics of feigned retreat to ensnare him, and yet elder brother remains oblivious." Lady Li, overcome with rage, rose abruptly and made her way to Qingzhou courtyard. The attendants, Qi and Ba, stationed by the study's entrance, recognized her furious demeanor and understood her purpose for visiting Qingzhou courtyard. They hastily bowed, intending to inform the prince, when a sound of Lady Li pushing the door open interrupted them. "Is it you who ordered this?" Xiao Jingyan, seated at his desk poring over official documents, looked up with an unruffled expression and readily admitted, "It is." "Why would you treat him thus? He is your cousin. Do you not value brotherly affection at all?" Lady Li paused, then pressed on, "Is this all for Su Yuyao? Indeed, he has wronged Yuyao, and this is the punishment I have deemed appropriate. Brothers are like limbs. No matter how indebted you feel to Su Yuyao, you cannot treat your own brother in this manner. I shall seek a suitable marriage for you in the coming days. As for Su Yuyao, if she cannot be expelled, then let us hasten her marriage. Mother, there is no need for such concern. I have resolved to marry Yuyao on an auspicious date after the new year. You intend to take her as a concubine? It is against the rules to admit a concubine without a legitimate wife. Furthermore, given Su Yuyao's status, she is unworthy even of that position. Well, have I ever claimed I would take her as a concubine?" Lady Li's pupils dilated as she gazed at her son, who spoke to her with such calmness, feeling an unsettling strangeness. After a brief moment of stunned silence, she regained her composure and tremulously pointed at him. You cannot be considering marrying her as your legitimate wife? That is utterly unacceptable. The matriarch of the Shao family must hail from a distinguished lineage, embodying grace, virtue, and exceptional talent. Su Yuyao? She possesses none of these qualities. Typically, marriages among noble families serve merely to fortify their own status. Yet our Shao family has long been the preeminent clan for a century, with our son already holding the powerful position of regent in the Great Zhou dynasty. We have no need to rely on matrimonial alliances to secure our family's honor and standing. Moreover, were it not for Yuyao's brother, our son might have long since lost his life. Does the mother truly value her son's life less than the position of the matriarch of the Shao family? It is already a divine favor to have her brought to the regent's residence for care, if that is deemed insufficient. A generous dowry could be prepared for her, and a suitable, noble suitor found. There is no need for a personal marriage. A noble son? Which noble son can be trusted more than one's own? Our son's mind is resolute. There is no need for further discourse from a mother. Lady Li, with no options left, turned and departed. Chapter 40. He pleaded with her not to ignore him as soon as Lady Li returned. She overturned all the tea utensils on the table. How foolish I was to think him steady and responsible. Now, for the sake of a woman, he has committed such absurdity. He is now the regent, holding not only the fate of our Shao family, but indeed the entire Zhou in his hands. If he can act so recklessly for this woman, who knows how far he might spiral out of control in the future? I fear it may lead to turmoil in the court and unrest in our household. Old Madame Wang hurried to console her, saying, "Madam, this is not the prince's fault. He has never been interested in women and thus knows nothing of their wiles. It is undoubtedly Su Yuyao's deliberate seduction. Perhaps it would be best to deal with her discreetly. A glimmer of malice flashed in old Madame Wang's eyes. Among the highborn, those who perish unjustly are never in short supply. If everything were laid bare for all to see, how could one maintain their position as the matriarch without some cunning? That won't do, Lady Li said, knitting her brows. She has, after all, done us a kindness. While I do not wish for her to marry into our household, I certainly do not wish for her life to be taken. Moreover, Yandere is infatuated with her. If he learns that I have harmed Su Yuyao, he will surely harbor resentment towards me, leading to a rift between mother and son. Lady Li's head throbbed painfully as she paced, contemplating her next course of action. Suddenly, her gaze faltered, and she asked old Madame Wang, "Have the portraits of the noble young ladies been completed by the artist? Since Yandere refuses to meet these ladies in person, we can present him with the portraits and let him choose. I cannot believe that among so many gentle and graceful noble women, he would find none to his liking." Lady Li believed that Xiao Jingyan was so easily seduced by Su Yuyao primarily because he was not yet married and had not experienced the intimate relations between men and women. If he were what a dignified and virtuous wife to care for him, he would surely not be swayed by a mere pretty face devoid of substance. As for Su Yuyao, she must be swiftly matched with someone else. The day before, the old servant had inquired with the artist and learned that only 2 portraits remained to be completed. They should be finished by now. The old servant would send someone to check on their progress. Lady Li's expression gradually relaxed. Once the portraits are returned, send them directly to Qingzhou, allowing Yandere to select carefully. Understood. Su Yuyao had been consuming medicinal soup for 2 consecutive days. Coincidentally, during this time, every time she was due to take her medicine, Xiao Jingyan would arrive punctually, watching her drink it all before presenting her with a candied fruit. 2 days later, the effects of the aphrodisiac within her were finally eradicated. On the 3rd day, at the hour of the chun, Su Yuyao had just finished breakfast and sat in a round chair, pondering her means of departure, when Xiuli burst in, joyfully holding a letter. "Miss, a letter. Young Master Lin has written again." She lowered her voice to avoid being overheard, yet her tone brimmed with uncontainable excitement. She had witnessed her lady's budding romance with young Master Lin and hoped more than anyone that they would marry, sharing a harmonious life together until old age. A few days prior, Lin Qingyuan had sent a letter to Su Yuyao requesting a meeting outside the residence. However, several days had passed without a reply, prompting him to send another letter in his urgency. Since the day he witnessed Su Yuyao kiss the Regent, he has wandered in a daze, unable to believe that she would willingly engage in such an act. After all, their bond had been nurtured since childhood, and just prior, Su Yuyao had accepted the hairpin he had gifted her. He was convinced that it was the Regent who had coerced her. Su Yuyao gazed at the letter in Xiuli's hand, yet she could not summon any joy within her heart. "Dear girl, do open it and see," Xiuli urged, thrusting the letter into Su Yuyao's hands. It was only then that Su Yuyao, with a sense of rigidity, began to unfold the envelope. Chapter 41. Will you accept this, Prince? The letter was lengthy, written on fine paper, its elegant and powerful script somewhat blurred by Lin Qingyuan's tears. Su Yuyao gazed at the characters, as if she could perceive the anguish and helplessness Lin Qingyuan felt while composing the missive. She read each word meticulously, every single character striking her heart like a heavy hammer. The lines were imbued with sincere emotion. He professed his unwavering belief in her, asserting that no matter the circumstances, he was certain she would never betray their bond. Should anything transpire, it would undoubtedly be through her coercion and despair. He repeatedly emphasized in his letter that all of this was his fault. Had he acted sooner to rescue her from the Regent's residence, she would not have endured such humiliation. He was filled with remorse, overwhelmed by guilt and compassion for her. In his letter, Lin Qingyan implored her not to disregard him. Regardless of the trials she faced within the Regent's estate, he cared not. He only wished for her to continue depending on him, to grant him the opportunity to love and protect her. Ultimately, he solemnly vowed that his love for her would never waver. Should she desire it, he would disregard all formalities and marry her at once. He would even relinquish his current position, choosing instead to wander the world with her. longing only for their eternal companionship. The letter spanned 3 pages, and Su Yuyao contemplated it for a considerable time. Shuli occasionally peeked over, visibly moved by the conclusion. Miss, it seems that young Master Lin is in a dire state. He is deeply concerned for you and filled with regret for not safeguarding you. Perhaps we should seek an opportunity to meet him. Su Yuyao fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. All right. She truly could not bear to part with Lin Qingyuan. He was the most trusted and relied upon person in her life, aside from her own brother. As the New Year's Eve approached, the court was overwhelmed with affairs. Since Su Yuyao had completely rid herself of the aphrodisiac, Xiao Jingyan rarely visited the residence, spending most of his time in the palace assisting the young emperor with official documents. Even upon returning home, he was met with an unending array of confidential letters awaiting his response. One day, he returned to the estate just as dusk was falling. Upon entering his study and catching his breath, he was met by Baxi, who entered to report. My lord, this afternoon, Granny Wang from Jingyuan sent over a batch of portraits. They're in the side hall. Would you like to have a look? Without raising his head, he reached for the confidential letter on the table. Baxi, aware that this was not a favorable matter, took a deep breath and continued, tremblingly. They are portraits of noble young ladies. Granny Wang mentioned that the lady would like you to choose one. Whichever you favor, you may take as your bride. She also said that any of these noble ladies would surpass Miss Su. After uttering these words, an eerie tension enveloped the study. Baxi felt as though his head was in jeopardy. He dared not breathe, anxiously awaiting Xiao Jingyan's next command. At the doorway, Qixi awkwardly retracted her neck, minimizing her presence. Xiao Jingyan's gaze lingered for a moment, lifting his eyes as he leaned back against the chair, a fierce intensity gleaming in his eyes. After a brief silence, a cold voice suddenly echoed through the study. Burn them! Burn them all! Ba Shi, not daring to linger, promptly exited. Upon returning to the side hall, he instructed the maidservants to throw all the portraits into the courtyard, piling them into a heap, and set them ablaze with torches. In the dead of night, Xiao Jingyan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. Visions of Su Yuyao's exquisite, obedient visage and her delicate, willow-like figure frequently flooded his mind. Finally, he rose, donned his robe, and stepped outside. Your Highness, where are you headed at this late hour? Queried Qixi, who was stationed at the door, immediately following him. No need to accompany me. Qixi hesitated, her foot faltering mid-step. The winter night was still bitterly cold, with only the sound of the wind breaking the silence. The two maidservants at Furong Courtyard were nearly overwhelmed by sleep, their eyelids heavy, when Xiao Jingyan's sudden appearance startled them awake. Their eyes widened, and they hastily knelt to pay their respects. Silence. He gestured before quietly entering Su Yuyao's chamber. Before the bed, Su Yuyao lay peacefully, seemingly lost in a sweet dream. Her form was entirely enveloped by the quilt, revealing only her delicate head, resembling a finely crafted porcelain doll. Her dark hair cascaded like a waterfall over the pillow, gently swaying with her soft breaths. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silver sheen upon her face, enhancing her already fair complexion to a rosy glow, reminiscent of a ripe peach, exuding an alluring radiance. He stood there, gazing at her sleeping countenance, as if time itself had paused in that moment. Uncertain how long he had been lost in her beauty, his heart brimmed with deep affection for her. At last, he perched on the edge of the bed, lifting his hand to gently caress her face. Perhaps sensing something, Su Yao slightly furrowed her brows, her eyelids fluttering, but too drowsy to fully awaken. She merely brushed her cheek with her hand and turned away to drift back into sleep. A few strands of hair fell across her face, and Xiao Jingyan tenderly tucked them behind her ear with his fingertips before leaning down to kiss her rosy lips. His movements were gentle as he enveloped her delicate mouth, savoring her sweetness. Unbeknownst to her, Su Yuyao slipped back into dreams. In this dream, a man grasped her waist and held her nape, fervently kissing her lips. Suddenly, a sharp sting jolted her senses, and she opened her eyes in alarm. The sight before her startled her. It was no dream. There was truly someone pressing against her lips. Who are you? What are you doing in my room at this hour? The remnants of sleep vanished. and she sat up abruptly, clutching the quilt as she retreated to the far side of the bed. The man stood with his back to the window, obscuring his features from her view. "If you do not leave, I shall call for help." Xiao Jingyan furrowed his brows, staring intently at her. Such light sleep warrants a visit to the physician tomorrow for some calming medicine. Hearing his voice, Su Yuyao became more alert. "Your Highness? What brings you here at such a late hour?" "I missed you, so I came to see you." As he spoke, he moved to the table to light a candle. Returning to her bedside, he extended his hand, attempting to draw her into his embrace. Su Yuyao instinctively recoiled. "Your Highness, there are boundaries between men and women. You should leave at once. If this matter were to spread, I would have no face left to meet anyone." She urged him to depart, her tone carrying an undertone of negotiation and pleading. The man cleared his throat softly and resumed his seat at the edge of the bed. "You must be aware of my feelings for you," he stated. He pressed his lips together, finding himself for the first time expressing his affections to a woman. Though he was formidable on the battlefield and adept in the political arena, he possessed little experience with women. "Would you be willing to accept me?" Chapter 42. Reluctantly yielding to his kiss, Su Yuyao's anxious hands clutched the quilt tightly, concealing her bosom. Was he inquiring her opinion? Yet, she could not shake the feeling that he was merely putting on an act. Did she truly believe that if she expressed her reluctance, he would relent? Biting her lip, she inhaled deeply and spoke. "I implore you, Your Highness, to spare a humble woman like myself. I hail from a lowly background and possess no remarkable talents. I am utterly unworthy of your affection. There are countless noble and talented women in the realm who would willingly offer themselves to you. Why then, do you fixate on me? Moreover, I have long been betrothed to another, a childhood friend with whom I have exchanged promises. I beseech you, Your Highness, to show mercy and allow us to be united." Regardless of his demeanor, Su Yuyao poured forth the words she had long suppressed. The room fell into a profound silence. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. "Lin Qingyuan, do you truly believe he can protect you? He is but a mere martial champion, and his current position as deputy commander in the imperial city is a mere reward from me. With a single word, I could see him descend from a celebrated hero to a wretched prisoner despised by all. Yao, I have never uttered such words to any woman, nor shall I in the future. I have resolved to marry you after the new year, allowing you to rightfully become my first wife, Xiao Jingyan." He reached out, intending to draw her into his embrace. Yet, Su Yuyao recoiled as if faced with a plague, retreating further away. "Your Highness, please do not act impulsively. Marriage is a serious matter, not a child's play. It requires mutual consent. I assure you, I am truly unworthy of such an esteemed match." At this juncture, Xiao Jingyan felt a surge of anger. Each person he encountered defied him. Was it so impossible for him to desire a woman? When he had no interest, they relentlessly pushed women upon him. Yet now that he sought one, they conjured excuses to reject him. Was he merely a figurehead as the regent? If they were all unwilling, then he would seize what he desired. He had never been a benevolent man. He would take what he wanted. His calm facade morphed into something fearsome. Leaning forward, he grasped Su Yuyao's arm, pulling her forcefully into his embrace, rendering her utterly captive. Raising his hand, he seized her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Yao, I ask you once more, will you accept me?" Su Yuyao could distinctly sense that he was on the brink of madness, the grip of his arms tightening to the point where she feared her bones might fracture. Tears welled in her clear eyes, and her breath quickened. "Your Highness," cough, she managed to choke out, desperately clutching at his hand. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson, as if ignited by a smoldering flame, ready to erupt at any moment. Su Yuyao closed her eyes, finally making a decision she was loath to embrace. "I am willing." The fire in Xiao Jingyan's gaze dimmed slightly, and his grip loosened. "You truly are willing?" "Yes," Su Yuyao replied softly, meeting his gaze. Xiao Jingyan curled the corners of his lips. At that moment, Xueli, who was asleep in the side room, heard a commotion. She rose, donned her outer garment, and upon noticing the candlelight in Su Yuyao's chamber, pushed the door open without hesitation. "Miss, what is the matter?" she inquired, stepping into the room, only to find Xiao Jingyan embracing her mistress. "Get out!" Xiao Jingyan barked coldly. Xueli trembled in fear, her words caught in her throat, rendering her speechless. Observing her mistress gesturing for her to leave, she cautiously retreated. Xiao Jingyan released Su Yuyao, his fingers caressing her lips, his gaze fixated on her delicate features. Su Yuyao suppressed the overwhelming urge to flee, her slender, fair fingers clutching the hem of his garment, her breath quivering as she masked her distaste, her large, glistening eyes pleading with him. Your Highness, it is quite improper for an unmarried man and woman to share the same chamber at such a late hour. Perhaps we should. Xiao Jingyan grasped her meaning without difficulty. She merely wished to expel him, regardless of whether her sentiments were genuine or feigned. Receiving her verbal acquiescence tonight was indeed a significant step forward. Tilting his head, he gazed at her luscious, kiss-swollen lips and leaned in for another kiss. Su Yuyao's fingers stiffened as they grasped his robe, reluctantly responding to his advances. After an indeterminate duration of kissing, he finally withdrew from her lips. Rising, he declared, Yao Yao, once the new year has passed, I shall request the auspices of the astronomers to select an auspicious date for our union. At that time, I shall formally claim you as my wife. She nodded reluctantly. Xiao Jingyan studied her countenance for a moment longer before turning to leave. It was not until his tall, slender figure vanished from her sight that Su Yuyao exhaled a long sigh of relief. Her palms were slick with cold sweat, and her previously tense body instantly relaxed. After a while, she re-entered the chamber. Miss, she exclaimed, rushing over and leaning against the edge of the bed, concerned for her mistress. Are you all right? Upon seeing her swollen lips, tears welled up in her eyes. How could the prince be so domineering? The following day, the sun hung high, filtering through thin clouds and piercing the biting cold wind, casting its warmth upon the faces of people. Unlike the glaring summer sun, it resembled a mother's gentle touch, dispelling the chill and enveloping one in comfort. Xiao Muyu meticulously adorned herself, donning her favorite green dress before stepping outside. At the Lin residence, Lin Qingyuan emerged from his night shift at the palace, sword in hand, returning home like a mere shell of himself. Deputy Commander Lin, Xiao Muyu approached him with petite, delicate steps as she turned the corner. Miss Xiao, Lin Qingyuan replied, momentarily taken aback. Is there something you need? He had seen Xiao Muyu at the plum appreciation banquet, but had only exchanged glances with her, never having spoken a word. Thus, he was puzzled as to why she would seek him out. However, considering that she was the second daughter of the Regency Prince's household, a thought crossed his mind. Could something have happened to her sister Yuyao? With this notion, Lin Qingyuan's gaze softened slightly. Just as I was about to inquire whether it was Sister Yuyao who had sent her, I heard Xiao Muyu speak. Deputy Commander Lin, ever since I had the pleasure of meeting you at the plum appreciation banquet, I have been enamored with you. For these past days, you have occupied my thoughts and lingered in my heart. Xiao Muyu was indeed bold, her words unvarnished and devoid of pretense. Perhaps her status afforded her this innate confidence. As the sister of the regent, she could choose from among the finest young men of the great Zhou. Who would dare to voice dissent? As she stepped closer, intending to grasp Lin Qingyuan's hand, he retreated a step, evading her advance. Miss Xiao, I must ask you to exercise restraint. I already have someone dear to my heart, and I must kindly decline your generous sentiments. Stung by the rebuff, Xiao Muyu tightened her grip on the handkerchief, gritting her teeth as she demanded, You have someone in mind? Who is it? Is she truly superior to me? Do you not know that I am the beloved sister of the current regent? Chapter 43. A lifetime commitment to you, the humble minister, aware of Miss Xiao Heir's illustrious status, felt himself unworthy to aspire to her. If Miss Xiao has no further matters to attend to, I kindly request your departure. Lin Qingyuan stated, bowing respectfully, ready to leave. In a state of urgency, Xiao Muyu attempted to entice him further, having practiced martial arts for many years. Master Lin has recently achieved the rank of champion. I trust you are deeply concerned about your future. However, Master Lin must understand that mere martial prowess is insufficient for securing a stable position in the court or wielding influence therein. The current young emperor is my nephew, and the regent is my elder brother. Should Master Lin choose to marry me, your exceptional skills would undoubtedly be utilized to their fullest in service to the court. The dual pursuit of fame and fortune is a dream cherished by every official. Are you an exception, Master Lin? Lin Xingyan instinctively tightened his grip on the sword. And in response to Xiao Muyu's seduction, he merely replied, I have my own plans, and there is no need for Miss Xiao to concern herself. He turned to leave the alley and approached the entrance of the estate. At that moment, Su Yuyao and Xueli emerged from another alleyway. Brother Qingyuan. The familiar call sent a tremor through Lin Qingyuan's heart. Sister Yuyao? His beloved sister had arrived. He quickly turned around, and upon confirming her presence, his face brightened with life. Sister Yuyao. He hurried towards her, reaching out to ruffle her hair, as he usually did. Su Yuyao felt atado ocurred, instinctively tilting her head to the side. What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Qingyuan asked with a gentle smile. Su Yuyao lowered her head, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Do not cry, my dear sister. Lin Qingyuan, at a loss, rolled up his sleeves to wipe her tears. This tender moment was witnessed from a distance by Xiao Muyu, who seethed with jealousy. So, Master Lin's affection lies with her. That wretch, after seducing my brother, she now seeks to ensnare Master Lin. My lady, I shall confront him at once and reveal her true nature, declared Yuyao, a maidservant beside Xiao Muyu, baring her teeth in indignation. Observing that her mistress made no move to stop her, she boldly approached. Master Lin, Yuyao emerged from the alley, pointing accusingly at Su Yuyao. Do not be deceived by her. She currently resides in the Regent's mansion, intent on climbing the social ladder by ensnaring the prince. And now she seeks your aid. This woman is truly cunning. Xueli, upon hearing Yuyao's slander against her lady, immediately stood up to defend Su Yuyao, regardless of who was behind it. Do not speak recklessly. Our lady is not that kind of person. She and Master Lin have grown up together, sharing mutual affection, and she is certainly not the scheming woman you portray. Moreover, she has not entangled herself with the Regent. If you wish for us to leave the Regent's mansion, take that matter up with him. We would gladly depart. Yuyao paused before continuing. It is she who has seduced the prince. She devised a scheme to ensure you remain in the mansion. Noting Su Yuyao's distressed expression and the escalating tension between Xueli and Yuyao, Lin Qingyuan swiftly intervened. Miss Yuyao, I kindly ask you to temper your words. I have just clarified the situation with your daughter and hope you will refrain from further entanglement. In the distance, Xiao Muyu observed Lin Qingyuan's unwavering defense of Su Yuyao, and her heart swelled with jealousy and resentment. With a stamp of her foot, she emerged from the alley, sneering. Show mercy with your words? Are you afraid of being spoken of for your past deeds? She seduced my elder brother in the mansion, ensnaring him completely. He even went so far as to castrate his own cousin for her. Perhaps she has already pledged herself to him. Upon hearing the phrase, pledge herself, Lin Qingyuan felt a sudden constriction in his heart, and his body tensed involuntarily. Memories of witnessing her perched on the Regent's lap, kissing him, struck him like a thunderclap. The previously serene and handsome countenance darkened instantly, his eyes flashing with intense jealousy and hatred. He clenched his jaw, striving to suppress his emotions and maintain an impassive expression, yet his words betrayed his simmering fury. Miss Xiao, refrain from uttering such slanderous words. How can a young lady of your standing speak so shamelessly before marriage? If this were to spread, who would dare to marry you? He declared. Yuyao and I have grown up together in Qingzhou, having already made a lifelong commitment. Regardless of what transpires, my heart remains unwavering. I shall marry no one but her. I implore you, Miss Xiao, to take your leave. Xiao Muyu stomped her foot in frustration and stormed away. At that moment, Su Yuyao clenched her hands tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Had it been any other time, Xiao Muyu's words would not have caused her such sorrow, but now, with Lin Qingyuan present, she found herself at a loss for how to defend herself. She felt her words were feeble, realizing that any attempt at justification would be futile. After all, even if coerced, she had indeed had substantial contact with Xiao Jingyan. Do not pay her any mind. Who would have thought the esteemed second young lady of the Xiao family would stoop to such petty behavior? Shualikun sulat. Besides, Su Yuyao replied softly. Xiao Jingyan surpasses her in every regard. Lin Qingyuan, having gathered his earlier anger, turned to face Su Yuyao. Sister Yuyao, Lin Qingyuan, have committed myself to you for this lifetime. Regardless of your experiences within the Regent's residence, from the moment you donned my hairpin, you have been my betrothed. Brother Qingyuan, Yuyao began, but Lin Qingyuan interrupted. There is no need to explain. I understand. We all understand. After a pause, he continued, Sister Yuyao, come away from the Regent's residence. Join me here. My mother and sister would surely welcome you. I cannot leave just yet. Su Yuyao replied, tears spilling over once more. Shueli, sensing her distress, said pitifully, just a few days ago, we intended to depart. But as soon as we stepped outside, the prince chased after us, warning us not to leave again. Lin Qingyuan's gaze dimmed momentarily before reigniting with determination. But you have come out now. Why not simply remain outside? Su Yuyao wiped her tears and said, if we do not return, the prince, with his extensive reach, will undoubtedly seek us out, and it may cause trouble for you, Brother Qingyuan. Must we remain in the Regent's residence indefinitely, never to emerge? Yuyao, I fear not the implications. I could resign from my post, and we could depart from the capital, for all I desire is to be by your side. No, Yingyuan, I cannot be so selfish. You have your mother and your sister Wanru to consider. What shall become of them if we choose to leave? Your mother is of advanced age and cannot endure a long journey. Su Yuyao had already stifled her tears, her gaze resolute. Qingyuan, I will indeed leave the Regent's residence. However, we must deliberate carefully on this matter. Let us first return and reassure the prince. Once he has relaxed his vigilance, I shall seek the opportunity to depart. Very well, he replied. I shall also make arrangements for my mother and sister, and when the time comes, we shall leave together. Chapter 44. Tonight's main affair is to accompany Yuyao, while official matters are merely incidental after meeting with Lin Qingyuan and having laid all matters bare. Su Yuyao felt a considerable sense of relief. Upon returning to the Regency Prince's residence, she found herself in the mood to play with the rabbit and the parrot. As the sun rose and set, the moon soon hung delicately upon the willow branches. Having dined quite early, Su Yuyao glanced outside at the darkening sky and instructed her attendants to prepare water for her evening ablutions, intent on settling down for an early night's rest. However, just as she issued her commands, Shueli rushed in, flustered and breathless, as though pursued by a ravenous wolf. Miss, she exclaimed, halting abruptly beside Su Yuyao, her heart racing as she grasped her arm and whispered urgently, the prince has arrived. What shall we do? Su Yuyao froze momentarily, caught off guard. Just as she collected herself, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the entrance, accompanied by the chattering greetings of the maids. Instinctively, she grasped the edge of the table. Standing stiffly, as she managed to mask her tension, she stepped towards the door. Yet in the blink of an eye, Xiao Jingyan materialized within her line of sight. She pursed her lips and bowed respectfully. Your Highness, I have heard you left the residence today. What was your purpose? He queried evenly, entering and striding directly inside. Indeed, he remained cautious of her. Even her brief outing had been reported back to him by his servants. Why the silence? He settled down, his gaze fixed upon her, caught in contemplation over whether to disclose her whereabouts or conceal the truth. Su Yuyao instinctively replied, I merely went out for a stroll. There was nothing of consequence. Her attempt at subterfuge was betrayed by her hurried speech. Xiao Jingyan did not press further, instead studying her intently for a prolonged moment before gesturing towards the pastries on the table. I knew you had dined early, so I brought you a late-night snack upon my return. Do indulge, he urged. Only then did Su Yuyao notice a parcel of pastries on the table. She paused, momentarily taken aback, before meeting his expectant gaze and sheepishly approaching. In the brief span of her approach, he had unwrapped the oil paper, revealing 2 rows of exquisitely sliced pastries, cloud cakes. During her time in Qingzhou, Su Yuyao had tasted these delightful treats, which were among her favorites. He picked up a piece and brought it to her lips. Open your mouth, he instructed. For a moment, she found herself at a loss regarding his intentions. Yet the proximity of his gesture left her no choice but to comply, and she obediently parted her lips. The cake, still warm, must have been freshly acquired. Its sweetness, imbued with a fragrant rice aroma, melted in her mouth, rich and smooth like cream. enhanced by crushed peanuts that not only added a nutty fragrance, but also enriched the layers of texture. "Well, is it delicious?" he inquired. At that moment, the tension that had previously lingered dissipated, and he adopted a more approachable demeanor. His handsome features were illuminated by the flickering candlelight, and his long lashes fluttered gently, adding a touch of softness to his presence. Yuyao nodded, a look of innocence gracing her features. "It's delicious. Delightful delicacies are best savored while warm." He picked up another piece, poised to offer it to her lips. Yet, deep down, Yuyao maintained her distance. She leaned away slightly, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness. I can manage on my own. You should partake as well." Xiao Jingyan did not insist, instead placing the delicate pastry into his own mouth. It was exquisite. He felt he had never tasted such delectable confections before. "Yao, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. If I am unavailable, you may find Ba Shi, who is always stationed at Qingzhou Garden." Yuyao obediently nodded in agreement. Before long, the courtyard was filled with the sound of clattering, as if someone were moving items. Shuili approached the door, startled by the sight. "Miss Shuili, please open the door." Uncertain of what Qi Shi and Ba Shi intended, she turned back to Yuyao. Yet before she could speak, Xiao Jingyan interjected, "The affairs of the palace are intricate. I have been preoccupied with duties these past few days and have neglected Yao. Thus, upon returning home, I instructed them to bring the documents here, allowing me to manage my responsibilities while keeping Yao company." His tone was so natural, akin to that of a couple deeply in love, tender and affectionate. Yuyao was taken aback. Is the prince not resting, as the night has grown late? His elongated eyes lifted slightly at the corners, revealing a hint of mischief. "Is Yao wishing to rest with me?" Yuyao quickly denied. "No, if your highness is not weary, please attend to your duties, as they are of utmost importance." As she spoke, Qi Shi and Ba Shi entered, carrying a substantial stack of documents, along with ink, paper, and writing tools. After depositing them, they did not linger, but rather positioned themselves outside, standing guard. Xiao Jingyan turned to Yuyao, extending his hand. "Yao, come, sit upon my lap." A tremor coursed through her, and she instinctively glanced at his lap, offering a seemingly considerate refusal. "Perhaps not. It may hinder your highness in your important work." No sooner had she finished speaking than Xiao Jingyan interjected, "It will not hinder me. Tonight's priority is to keep Yao company. The official business is merely a secondary task." After a brief hesitation, Yuyao approached him. As her cool fingertips brushed against his warm palm, she instinctively flinched, wanting to withdraw her hand. However, a voice within her urged her to comply. She could not oppose him now. Only by appeasing him would she maintain the facade they had created. The light in Xiao Jingyan's eyes flickered. In the next moment, he grasped her wrist firmly. She found herself seated on his lap, nestled into his embrace. His warm hand encircled her waist, drawing them tightly together. Xiao Jingyan lowered his gaze upon the woman in his arms. She appeared frightened and anxious, her eyelashes fluttering repeatedly. Yet, she did not push him away, seemingly becoming more compliant, willing to accept him. He felt free to act as he wished. From their close proximity, he could see the fine, delicate hairs on her ears. He rolled his Adam's apple a few times, tightening his grip on her arm with a bit more force. One hand wandered to the back of her head, supporting her nape as he lifted his gaze and kissed her. This time, she did not resist, and his movements were exceedingly gentle. From her neck to her earlobe, and finally to her lips, he gradually claimed her, eyes closed, savoring this moment of bliss. Noticing her lack of opposition, he slowly ventured further down. When the silk ribbon around her waist was loosened, Yuyao could no longer contain herself. Her body stiffened, and she raised her eyes to meet his. Her voice trembling as she said, "Please, don't. What is it?" Xiao Jingyan's dark eyes looked down at her from above. She straightened her posture, clutching her almost disheveled garment, and replied, "I'm scared. I'm not ready. I don't wish to engage in such matters before marriage." As she spoke, she feigned affection, taking his hand and playfully pleading, "Will you promise me, Your Highness?" Chapter 45. Did the prince not say that we would share a chamber only after our marriage? Xiao Jingyan gently squeezed her small hand, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Very well, I promise you, we shall share a chamber on our wedding night." He was remarkably accommodating. Seizing the opportunity of his consent, she suggested, "Your Highness, may I prepare ink for you?" Xiao Jingyan glanced at the mountain of documents piled on the table before finally nodding. He allowed her to descend from his lap. She furrowed her brows as she tied the jade belt around her waist, her lowered gaze exuding a sense of cold detachment. Raising her head, she instantly transformed back into her gentle and obedient self, diligently grinding ink for him. As he reviewed official documents and responded to secret letters, she stood by, focused on her task. The room descended into tranquility. Time slipped by unnoticed. Outside, silence enveloped the surroundings. Yuyao looked up, peering through the window, noting that the moon had gradually descended, revealing only a sharp crescent. She cast another glance at Xiao Jingyan, who was engrossed in opening a secret letter, swiftly composing a response before folding it back. She parted her lips, hesitating to speak. He seemed to sense her anxiety and inquired, "What troubles you?" Yuyao bit her lip, responding softly, "It is already late. Your Highness should rest, or you may lack energy for tomorrow." Her heart raced as she awaited his response. Xiao Jingyan shifted his gaze from the table to her, asking, "Are you tired?" She nodded gently a little. Raising an eyebrow, he set aside the documents. "Shall I stay here tonight?" His tone was calm, devoid of any fluctuation. Yuyao's heart tightened, her complexion paling as she exclaimed in a fluster, "Did you not say we would not share a chamber until after our marriage?" How could he forget the words spoken just moments ago? She was genuinely frightened, fearing he might break his promise, and she felt like a fish on his chopping board, powerless to resist. After her words hung in the air, he remained silent for a while, enveloping the room in a tense stillness. Suoisani's intensified. She found Xiao Jingyan's silence more alarming than anything else. Striving to conceal her apprehension, she wrapped her arms around his neck, tilting her head slightly, tentatively asking, "Could it be that your Highness also speaks without meaning it?" Xiao Jingyan regarded her with a profound gaze for a long moment, observing her nuzzle against him like a kitten, before finally letting out a low chuckle. "When have I ever said I would share a chamber with you? Is it possible that this is all you think about?" He raised an eyebrow, silently. "If that is your desire, I am not opposed to fulfilling it." Yuyao was taken aback, her eyelashes fluttering in silence. Did he not just say he would stay here? Did he not wish to share a chamber? He had gone to great lengths to keep her in the residence. It was hard for her to believe he would not desire to share a chamber with her. Before she could respond, he raised his elegantly sculpted finger and playfully tapped her nose. "If I were to stay here, I fear you would not sleep soundly. How about this? I shall return to Qingzhou Garden." Upon hearing this, Yuyao's heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, finally found solace. She followed him, escorting him to the door. At the very moment he was about to step out the door, he abruptly turned back and planted a deep kiss upon her forehead, tender and lingering. Yuyao stood frozen in place, holding her breath, paralyzed with astonishment. "You should rest well. I shall return to visit you tomorrow," he said. Yuyao nadid, responding perfunctorily. All right. The following day, news of Xiao Jingyan burning all the portraits of noble women reached Jinyuan. Lady Li, incensed, shattered several precious porcelain pieces. The maidservants and attendants within the room were too frightened to utter sound. Lady Li, usually poised and gracious, had rarely exhibited such fury, yet in recent times, due to matters concerning Xiao Jingyan, she had already lost her temper numerous times. "Madam, since the prince is unwilling to take a wife, it may be wise to indulge his wishes for the time being, lest it damages the bond between mother and son," comforted Granny Wan. "Unwilling to take a wife?" Lady Li's chest heaved with indignation. "He is not averse to marriage. He wishes to wed that Yuyao." Lady Li pressed her fingers to her forehead, her expression exceedingly grim. She could not fathom what enchantment that woman had cast upon him. While it was true that the Xiao family did not require marriage alliances to solidify their position in court, they could not permit him to marry someone of such lowly status. She was utterly devoid of talent in the arts, possessing nothing but a pretty face. Moreover, her son had severed all ties with Roaming for her sake, which was the most intolerable reason for her to refuse Su Yuyao entry into their home. Granny Wang hastily soothed Lady Li's temper. Madam speaks wisely. That Su Yuyao appears weak and compliant, yet conceals a multitude of cunning thoughts. Since you cannot act against her due to her past kindness, it may be prudent to marry her off swiftly to sever the prince's affections. However, Lady Li's temples throbbed incessantly, her pent-up frustration having no outlet. Granny Wang's eyes twinkled with a sudden idea. Madam, I believe I have thought of a suitable match. Who is it? Speak quickly. Lady Li inquired eagerly. Not long ago, I heard that the third son of Minister Liu has reached a marriageable age and is currently seeking a matchmaker, Granny Wang explained. Though he is a son of a concubine, his father is still a high-ranking minister, a second-grade official. For Su Yuyao, as a commoner, to marry into the Liu family would be akin to a wild chicken transforming into a phoenix. Lady Liu would surely not refuse. Considering Su Yuyao's connection to our regent's family, she had previously sought to align herself with our house. Lady Li found this prospect agreeable, but soon felt a flicker of concern. She is not a servant of the household. What if she refuses? Granny Wang, however, was resolute. For her status, marrying into the Liu family would be an excellent opportunity. Should she prove ungrateful, I possess methods to ensure she reaches the bridal chamber. Upon hearing this, Lady Li felt a stirring of determination. For the sake of Yandere and the Shao family, we have no choice but to proceed. Let us summon her and hear her thoughts. If she consents, we need not take any unnecessary actions. Of course, I shall fetch her at once, Granny Wang replied. Soon enough, Granny Wang brought Su Yuyao to Furanjuan. Su Yuyao bowed respectfully and greeted, I pay my respects to the madam. Li's expression, previously shrouded in gloom, reverted to its former demeanor. Please take a seat, Yuyao. After expressing her gratitude, Su Yuyao settled herself on a chair to her left. A few days ago, I visited Daling Temple to offer my prayers and neglected to inquire about the household. I wonder how you have been faring in the residence during this time. Have the maids been remiss in their duties? If there has been any negligence, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall advocate on your behalf. Su Yuyao smiled faintly. Thank you for your concern, madam. There has been no neglect. A fleeting glimmer of indifference passed through Li's eyes. Was there truly no neglect? With Yandere enticingly advocating for you, which maid would dare to risk their life by being remiss? Yet, in an instant, her demeanor softened once more. That is good to hear. Li raised her teacup, taking a delicate sip. The reason I summoned you today is to discuss a matter of importance. Chapter 46. What is this embroidery? Su Yao slightly lowered her head and respectfully said, Please, madam, go ahead. Li sure did not beat around the bush and got straight to the point. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I expressed my intention to oversee your marriage. At that time, I also suggested that you and Yandere become sworn siblings. Now, the third young master of the Liu Taiwei's residence wishes to ally with the regent's household. What are your thoughts on this, Yuyao? Startled, Su Yuyao immediately stood up and knelt on the ground. Madam, I do not wish for this. I implore you not to marry me off to him. Seeing Su Yuyao's vehement rejection, Li Shi instinctively assumed that Su Yuyao harbored ambitions to marry Shao Jingyan and become the regent's consort. Her expression instantly turned cold. Given your status, marrying into the Taiwei's household is already a great honor. Do not covet what does not belong to you. To speak frankly, I will not permit Yandere to wed you. The mistress of the Shao family must be a refined and virtuous lady of noble birth. Su Yuyao shook her head vigorously. At that moment, a bold idea began to take root in her mind. She lifted her head, her clear gaze fixed on Li Shi, and pleaded, Madam, I do not wish to marry the prince. I only desire to be with the one I love for a lifetime. I implore you to grant me this wish and betroth me to Lord Lin Qingyuan, the deputy commander of the palace. Boom! It was as if Li Shi's mind had been struck by a hammer, ringing loudly. What did she just hear? Was she imagining things? Regaining her composure, she asked suspiciously, What did you just say? Su Yuyao pressed her lips together and firmly stated, I beseech you to grant me this wish and betroth me to Lord Lin Qingyi, with whom I have grown up. We have made a pact. I will not marry anyone but him, and he will not take another. Su Yuyao believed that if she could successfully marry Lin Qingyuan and become his wife, Shao Jingyan would have no recourse. How could a lofty regent allow his woman to be sullied? If he were to use his power against Lin Qingyuan had already stated he would resign and return home. Regardless, they could simply avoid him, couldn't they? If they could not confront him, they could certainly evade him. Li Shi snurta kulli. You claim that you share a deep bond with Lin Qingyuan. Yet why do you entice Yandere and make him so compliant to your wishes? No, I did not. Yuyao protested. I did not entice the prince. It was he who. Li Shi slammed her hand on the table. Her face contorted with rage. Nonsense. You dare say that Yandere forced you? It is well known that he has no interest in women. Why then? Is he so concerned about you? In the face of Li Shi's fury, Yuyao lowered her gaze. Who would explain the reason to her? Why wouldn't he leave her be? Moreover, it was Xiao Jingyan who had forcibly kept her in the residence. And not only that, he had sullied her reputation. Was she not allowed to speak of it? If one did not wish to be criticized, then one should not act inappropriately. Wang Momo leaned in and whispered a few words into Li Shi's ear, and she gradually calmed down. Is it the one who just became the champion in martial arts this year? So Yuyao nodded. Yes. All right. I shall acquiesce to your wishes and arrange for your marriage to him. Do not think that merely being a deputy commander before the palace is insufficient. If it means removing such a troublesome woman from Yandere's side, even if she aspires to wed the Grand Minister of the current dynasty, we shall find a way to facilitate that union. Noticing Su Yueying's continued silence, as if she had something to articulate, the spirit of Lady Li reignited. Are you still dissatisfied? Su Yueying bit her lower lip and replied, No, it is just that I have one more request for you to consider. What is it? The preparations for my marriage must be conducted discreetly. I cannot allow the prince to find out, for I fear he may intervene if he learns of it. Su Yueying candidly expressed. Lady Li pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. I shall give the necessary instructions prior to the arrival of the bridal sedan. All arrangements will be made quietly. The items for the wedding will be procured solely by a few trusted maidservants from my courtyard. You need only await your marriage with ease. As for the dowry, I assure you, you shall not be at a disadvantage. Thank you, my lady. Upon returning to Furong courtyard, Xueli chattered excitedly, her spirits high. With the support of Xiao Jingyan's mother in this unfamiliar manner, the prospect of a young lady marrying young Master Lin seemed all but assured. My lady, should we inform young Master Lin about the discreet preparations for the wedding? Su Yueying's joyful demeanor softened into a thoughtful expression. Yes, we certainly must. She bit her lip and suggested, to maintain secrecy and prevent any unforeseen complications. I shall refrain from going out. Please deliver a letter to him on my behalf, in which I shall convey my sentiments to Brother Qingyan. Very well. Xueli promptly gathered ink and brush, knowing that young Master Lin would be elated upon receiving the news. Though the engagement could not be publicly proclaimed, it was indeed a significant event in Su Yueying's life, filling her heart with delight. Once Xueli departed to deliver the letter, Su Yueying selected a piece of silk adorned with celestial patterns from her sewing box and a variety of colorful threads to begin embroidering a pair of mandarin ducks. Just as she completed one of the ducks, Xiao Jingyan strode through the door. What are you doing? In nothing in her flustered state, Su Yueying accidentally pricked her finger. Vivid droplets of blood rushed forth from the wound. Are you so frightened of me? I'm not a beast. Xiao Jingyan swiftly approached her, pinching her finger to stem the flow of blood, and quickly retrieved a piece of gauze from the table to wrap it around her injury. Thank you, Your Highness. Su Yueying lowered her head. Her cotton jacket of lake green enveloped her, with a fur collar framing her face partially, rendering her akin to a startled little rabbit. Utterly pitiful. Behold, Xiao Jingyan gave her a tender glance and embraced her. I heard from the servants that your mother summoned you to Jinyu courtyard today. His lips brushed against her ear, and the warmth of his breath lingered on her neck, causing a ticklish sensation. Su Yueying leaned away slightly, furrowing her brow as she replied softly, Yes. What was the purpose of the summons? The lady summoned me to inquire about my relationship with the prince, questioning whether I truly wished to wed him. She remarked that marrying into the regent's household would necessitate adherence to its customs, where nothing could be done whimsically and all matters should prioritize the dignity of the royal family. Thus, does this imply that my mother has consented to your union? Xiao Jingyan's brows slightly unfurled. Indeed, she has agreed. A faint smile played on Xiao Jingyan's lips. He would not presume that his mother would so readily acquiesce to his desire to marry her. However, since she expressed it thus, he had no intention of exposing the truth. If she could successfully enter the household, then all other matters could be overlooked. As his gaze wandered, it fell upon the handkerchief she had half embroidered on the table. He reached out to take it and inquired, "What have you embroidered?" Chapter 47. Yao. Profess your love for me. Declare how dearly you cherish me. The embroidered handkerchief featuring mandarin ducks was deftly extracted from his fingertips by Yuyao, her heart racing again, betraying a flicker of panic that she quickly suppressed. With a composed demeanor, she gazed down at the handkerchief as though it were a cherished treasure she had safeguarded for an eternity. Subsequently, she spoke in a voice that was both delicate and alluring. "Is it not true that the prince intends to marry me after the new year? I have prepared some festive items in advance for myself." A gentle smile graced Xiao Jingyan's lips, his previously cold gaze softened by warmth. He affectionately brushed his fingers against the tip of her nose, scrutinizing her features with earnestness. Yao, do you truly place such importance on our union?" A myriad of disdain flickered in Su Yuyao's heart, yet she adhered to a steadfast principle, to soothe him and eliminate any trace of doubt from his mind. Tilting her head, she met his gaze. "I would hate to see the prince unhappy. I wish for you to have no reservations. Truly, you are quite challenging to please." Xiao Jingyan chuckled lightly, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, pulling her closer into his embrace. It felt as if he were dreaming. Since that night she had consented to accept him. She had indeed changed significantly, as though she had genuinely embraced their bond. What of Lin Qingyuan? He provocatively mentioned, knowing well her deep-rooted connection with him, having grown up together. Could she truly forget him so swiftly? His penetrating gaze sought any hint of deceit in her eyes. So Yuyao boast momentarily. Forget? How could that be possible? They were to marry and grow old together. This was merely a performance for the time being. Noticing her hesitation, Xiao Jingyan reached out, tilting her chin to force her to meet his gaze. Yao, can you truly not forget him? Pushing his hand away from her chin, she nestled closer into his chest, wrapping her arms around his back. Why must you always unearth my wounds? Tears welled in her eyes, dampening the fabric of his robe. If I were to claim that I had completely forgotten him, would you believe it? She raised her tear-streaked eyes to him, seeking his response. Naturally, he would not. She pressed her lips together, entirely unsurprised by his answer. Will the prince grant me my freedom to be with him? Xiao Jingyan's dark eyes instantly darkened with fury as he pronounced her name with deliberate emphasis. Su Yuyao? Su Yuyao anticipated his reaction, hastily dabbing at the tears at the corners of her eyes as she met his gaze. There is no need for the prince to be angered. You wield immense power. Not only can you have any woman you desire, but seizing the realm is also within your grasp. I have reflected on my position. I am but an ordinary commoner, and to receive the prince's favor is a blessing beyond my wildest dreams. You cannot compel me to marry Lin Qingyuan, so why should I endure this torment? Seeking my own discontent? As she spoke, she buried her head in his chest, feigning the tender affection of a loving couple, and implored, "Please, grant me a little more time, and I shall certainly forget him." With heartfelt sincerity, even Xiao Jingyan found it difficult to discern the truth in her words. However, as he listened to her discourse and felt her warmth enveloping him, the anger etched on his face gradually dissipated. He raised his hand to caress her tresses, letting them entwine around his fingertips. "Very well, I shall grant you this," he conceded. Yet his tone shifted, imbued with a somewhat obscure and ominous undertone. Yao, remember every word you utter in my presence. Should I ever discover that you have deceived me, do not blame me for disregarding the bond we share. Su Yuyao felt a flutter in her eyelids and nuzzled closer into his embrace, burying her face against his chest to mask her inner turmoil. There was still time to regret. And thus, I add this, he concluded. Su Yuyao's hands tightened around the fabric of his robe, her mind racing with reproachful thoughts directed at him. Was there truly time to turn back? Would he truly release her if she chose to retract her words? Rest assured, my lord, I speak with utmost sincerity, she replied, suppressing the tempest of anxiety within her. Pleased with her response, He smiled silently. Gently tucking her hair behind her ear, he placed his hand on her lower back, gliding over the exquisite contours of her figure. In the next moment, he seized her waist, turning her to straddle his lap. "My lord." Before she could articulate her next thought, her lips were captured by his. MMM. She was compelled to tilt her head back, succumbing to his fervent advances. Each kiss left her feeling weak, as though she might unravel entirely. Observing how her body softened in his embrace, he loosened his grip just enough to entice her to speak. "Yao, declare your love for me. Profess how deeply you cherish me." With trembling eyelashes, Yuyao instinctively tightened her fingers around him, whispering in acquiescence, I love you dearly." The moment her soft, dulcet tones faded, his lips descended upon hers once more, with increasing fervor. It was only when she was nearly breathless from his ardor that he reluctantly withdrew, bestowing a gentle peck upon her cheek. "Your lips are truly sweet." In the Jingyu courtyard, Madame Wang stood beside Lady Li, massaging her shoulders. "Madam, the items required for Miss Su's marriage to Lord Lin are nearly prepared. When shall we set the wedding date?" Lady Li reclined in her chair, smoothing the freshly applied rouge on her lips, exuding an air of contentment. Recently, her greatest concern had been the matter of Xiao Jingyan and Su Yuyao. Now that all the wedding arrangements were in order and the necessary items ready, they merely awaited the selection of a propitious date to escort her to the Lin residence. The thought of this little vixen soon being extricated from their regent's household lifted her spirits considerably. Recently, Yandere has been at home. It is not an opportune time for marriage, Lady Li mused, briefly furrowing her brows before relaxing them again. With the new year approaching, Yandere would soon be preoccupied with affairs in distant lands. It would be prudent to wait until after the festivities, sending her off in Yandere's absence, thus allowing for greater peace of mind. Indeed, as soon as they finished speaking, Xiao Muyu rushed in hastily. "Mother," she called out playfully as she approached Li Shi. Since childhood, she had been indulged by Li Shi, which had fostered her somewhat headstrong and willful demeanor. "Look at how hurried you are. You are already on the verge of adulthood. It is time for you to exhibit a more composed and dignified manner, lest no young gentleman dares to seek your hand in marriage," Li Shi patiently advised. "Humph, does even my mother think that no one would wish to marry me?" Xiao Muyu exclaimed, tossing her sleeve in irritation and turning away. Li Shi chuckled softly. "Who has upset our young lady this time? Speak to your mother, and I shall advocate on your behalf." Only then did Xiao Muyu turn back, pouting. Who else could it be but Lin Qingyuan? Chapter 48. It is precisely her, the vixen who can only enchant men. Lin Qingyuan? Li Shi's expression momentarily faltered, her demeanor turning serious. "How has Lin Qingyuan offended you?" Xiao Muyu grasped Li Shi's hand, pleading earnestly, "Mother, please help me." Li Shi, puzzled, inquired what has happened. Xiao Muyu bit her lip, inhaling deeply, and declared, "Mother, I have feelings for Lin Qingyuan. Could you possibly arrange for me to marry him? If you intervene, he would certainly not dare to refuse." Boom! Li Shi felt as though she had been struck on the head, a wave of dizziness washing over her. You like Lin Qingyuan?" Li Shi stared herself, her gaze critical, her countenance somewhat grim. At this juncture, Xiao Muyu no longer hesitated and confessed directly, "Yes, I do like Lin Qingyuan. Ever since I laid eyes on him at the Plum Appreciation Banquet, I have been infatuated. I confess my feelings to him, but that wretched Su Yuyao sabotaged it. Were it not for Su Yuyao, Lin Qingyuan would surely have reciprocated." A glint of coldness flashed in Li Shi's eyes as she slammed her hand down in agitation. "No, why not, mother?" Xiao Muyu replied defiantly, her face set in stubbornness. "His status does not befit you. You are the daughter of the esteemed regent, a position of great honor that a mere low-ranking official like him cannot possibly match." "I do not care," she retorted. "Mother, I love him for who he is. He is handsome and skilled in martial arts, having won the title of the top martial scholar. Presently, he serves as the deputy commander at the forefront, which is no insignificant position. If you believe his rank is too low, you could appeal to my brother for a promotion, and that would resolve the matter." Li Shi's face shifted between shades of white and green with anger. Had he not been enamored with another, she would undoubtedly have consented to Xiao Muyu's wishes. Now, With Lin Qingyuan's affections directed towards Su Yuyao, there was no way she would acquiesce to Xiao Muyu's request. Mu Igriku. You might as well give up on the notion of marrying Lin Qingyuan. I will find you a husband who is equally commendable in every aspect. No, I will marry Lin Qingyuan. In this lifetime, I will accept no one else. Why must you be so obstinate? He loves Su Yuyao. Marrying a man who does not love you will never bring you happiness. Mu Yu, heed your mother's advice. I would never wish you harm. Xiao Mu Igriku, undeterred, stamped her foot and shouted, I do not believe you. I will marry him. As the esteemed sister of the regent, adept in all manners of art and culture, how can I possibly be inferior to a country bumpkin? Li Shi shook her head. Loving someone has never been about status. When gentle persuasion proved futile, Li Shi's expression grew increasingly frigid. I will absolutely not agree to this matter. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Fuming, Xiao Muyu stormed out. Li Shi pressed her fingers against her throbbing temples, exasperated. What a calamity! Why are my children so troublesome? Outside Jinyu courtyard, Xiao Muyu kicked a nearby plum tree in frustration. It's all that wretched Su Yuyao's fault. Were it not for her, young Master Lin would have consented to marry me. Indeed, my lady, we must teach that wretched woman a lesson, making her comprehend who truly reigns over the regent's residence. Xiao Muyu clenched her teeth, a fierce glint in her eyes. Yes. Does young Master Lin not fancy that vile Su Yuyao? Then I shall ruin her. Gulme, accompany me to the Lotus Pavilion. A cold light flashed in Xiao Muyu's eyes, and she added, let's summon a few more people to join us. Very well, my lady. Within the Lotus Pavilion, Su Yuyao continued to embroider the unfinished pair of mandarin ducks on a silk handkerchief. Miss, your embroidery skills are truly remarkable. Look, these mandarin ducks are so lifelike. They seem real, she remarked warmly, her brow adorned with a smile. If you like, I shall embroider one for you when you wed. Oh, how delightful! To receive a piece crafted by you. Shueli would consider herself extraordinarily fortunate. As the two conversed, cacophony erupted from the courtyard. Where is Su Yuyao? Come forth at once. Second miss, please wait. I shall inform her immediately, a maid replied. Inform her? The maid beside Xiao Muyu. You err, retorted with arrogance. What a grand display. Does she truly believe herself to be the mistress of the regent's residence? Is the master's order? The maid attempted to justify. His Highness commanded us to serve Miss Yuyao well. I dare not defy his instructions. Upon hearing this, Xiao Muyu's expression twisted further in disdain. What merit does that wretched Su Yuyao possess? Beyond her beautiful visage, what else is there? Why is it that one and all are enamored by her? Even my brother, who has never shown interest in women, is utterly captivated by her. If she does not receive a lesson today, she may forget her own name. My lady, it is the second miss. It seems the visitor bears ill intentions. Shueli rushed back after peering out the door. Just then, Yuyao kicked the door open, and with an arrogant demeanor, Xiao Muyu strode across the threshold. Is it not customary to pay respects upon encountering the second miss? Yuyao proclaimed haughtily. Su Yuyao immediately rose, offering a slight bow as she greeted. I pay my respects to the second Mississippi. Is this what you call paying respects? Yuyao cast a disdainful glance at Su Yuyao. Have you become so accustomed to residing in the manner that you truly consider the regent's residence your own home? Shueli fronat indignan. What is wrong with my lady's manner of greeting? Do not nitpick unnecessarily. Even before the prince and the lady, our young lady's manner of greeting is beyond reproach. What right do you, a mere maid of the second miss, have to speak so? You must kneel to pay your respects. The second miss is the beloved sister of the late empress and the current regent. Such a noble status demands your submission. Yuyao proclaimed with arrogance. By what right? Our lady is the adopted sister of the regent. This was stated by the lady herself. Dueli besilent su a admonishet. Casting a glance at Shueli before slowly kneeling. She did not wish to provoke trouble now. As long as she could successfully marry Lin Qingyuan, she was willing to endure any humiliation. My lady, Shueli stamped her foot in exasperation and reluctantly knelt down as well. The commoner Su Yuyao respectfully presented herself before the second Mississippi Xiao Muyu, casting her gaze down from her elevated position. Looked at the woman kneeling before her with evident jealousy and disdain. She stepped forward and, without a moment's hesitation, delivered a sharp slap across Su Yuyao's face. The force of the blow caught Su Yuyao off guard, leaving her head ringing and her cheek marked by a distinct handprint. What are you doing? The girl has already knelt before you. How can you strike her? Shuali questioned Xiao Muyu with concern in her voice. Xiao Muyu, with a haughty expression and a sharp tone, retorted, I strike at women like her, who merely know how to beguile men. Chapter 49. He dared not touch her hand. Fearing her pain after a considerable moment, Su Yuyao finally regained her composure. She looked up and met the venomous gaze of Xiao Muyu. Miss, you have misunderstood me. Misunderstood you? I witnessed it with my own eyes. You claim I have misunderstood? While you flirt with my elder brother, you also entangle yourself with Lord Lin, playing both men against each other. If you do not receive a lesson, you will not comprehend your own insignificance. As she spoke, Xiao Muyu's eyes fell upon the embroidered handkerchief resting on the table. She strode over and picked it up. Oh, which man is this intended for? Su Yuyao's heart tightened. That was meant for her upcoming wedding. Before she could utter a word, Xiao Muyu sneered derisively and threw the handkerchief harshly to the ground, raising her foot to stamp upon it. Such filth should not be allowed to corrupt decent men. In a flurry of anxiety, Su Yuyao reached down to retrieve the handkerchief. Just as her fingers brushed its surface, Xiao Muyu suddenly stomped down on her hand. Su Yuyao winced in pain, unable to suppress a soft groan. Umph. Let us see how you seduce men with a broken hand. With a triumphant smile, Xiao Muyu pressed down harder. Su Yuyao gritted her teeth, enduring the agony, attempting to withdraw her hand from beneath Xiao Muyu's foot. Miss, please lift your foot. Shuali hurriedly stepped forward to prevent Xiao Muyu from continuing her assault on Su Yuyao's fingers. Drag this wretched girl out. Yes. Yuyao promptly summoned the individuals waiting outside to remove Shuali to the courtyard. Miss, do you not fear the prince's wrath for such humiliation? Su Yuyao, unable to free her hand, invoked the name of Xiao Jingyan as her safeguard. At the mention of his name, Xiao Muyu paused momentarily, but quickly regained her arrogant demeanor. Umph, you are merely a beguiling wild girl, while I am his true sister. My brother will always stand by my side. Bring someone, hold her down, and we shall see whose side he is truly on. With that, she applied even greater pressure beneath her foot. Meanwhile, as Xiao Jingyan entered the estate, he was met by a maid from Furong Courtyard rushing towards him. Your Highness, there's trouble. The second miss is assaulting Miss Su. Su Yuyao lay immobilized beneath Xiao Muyu's followers, her hands bloodied and bruised from the relentless pressure. She curled on the ground, crying out, the stark red of her blood staining her pristine sleeves. Witnessing the vivid pool of blood and Su Yuyao's mangled hands, Xiao Muyu grew increasingly exhilarated, almost frenzied in her continued assault. She chanted, wretched girl, with hands so ruined, which man would dare claim you? I vow you shall never find a good man in your lifetime. Ha ha ha. As her laughter echoed maniacally, the courtyard was suddenly filled with a flurry of anxious voices. We pay our respects to the prince. Your Highness, please save the young lady. Upon seeing Xiao Jingyan, Shuali felt as if she had encountered a savior, crying out in desperation. Xiao Jingyan cast a fleeting glance at her, not pausing in his stride. Before Xiao Muyu could react, a figure clad in a crescent-white brocade robe swiftly entered the room. As Xiao Jingyan entered the room, he was met with the distressing sight of Su Yuyao being restrained by two matrons, her hands brutally trampled beneath Xiao Muyu's feet, blood oozing profusely. His eyes turned crimson, and his brows furrowed deeply as he strode forward, delivering a swift kick that sent Xiao Muyu sprawling away. While the attendants Qixi and Baxi swiftly dispatched the matrons holding Su Yuyao, she collapsed to the ground, seemingly devoid of life. Summon the physician. Quickly, summon the physician. Qixi urgently instructed the guards behind her. Ignoring the blood-soaked floor, Xiao Jingyan bent down, carefully lifting the woman into his arms. A fragrant pine scent rushed into Su Yuyao's nostrils, and though she yearned to embrace him, her arms lacked the strength to do so. Yuyao, I am here. There is no need to fear, he reassured her softly, turning to lay her upon the resting couch bathed in afternoon light. Leaning in close, he tenderly comforted her. As the figure before her grew increasingly blurred, her eyelids gradually succumbed to heaviness, and she fainted away. Rising, Xiao Jingyan's cold visage darkened once more, his eyes swirling with a tempest of emotions, causing the atmosphere within the room to plummet to a frigid silence. Gritting his teeth, he declared Xiao Muyu, "I have endured your provocations for far too long." The icy intensity of his demeanor sent Xiao Muyu retreating in fear. Previously, Xiao Jingyan had addressed her with a measure of detachment, but never with such a sinister edge. Steeling herself, she whispered reassurances to calm her racing heart. Although her brother was ruthless and unyielding, she was nonetheless his biological sister, and he could not possibly harm her for the sake of an outsider. With this thought anchoring her, Xiao Muyu steadied herself and boldly countered, "Brother, do not be deceived by this vile woman. She covets your power while simultaneously entangling herself with Lord Lin Qingyuan." Xiao Jingyan's fury reached its zenith. At that moment, the physician from the Liu household hurriedly arrived, carrying a medical kit. "Your Highness." The pent-up anger within Xiao Jingyan was abruptly interrupted as he turned, cutting off the physician's greeting. "Attend to her at once." Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, the physician approached the small couch to examine Su Yuyao's injuries. "How is she?" Xiao Jingyan inquired anxiously. The physician furrowed his brow and replied respectfully, "Your Highness, Miss Su's hand is severely injured. The second phalanx of her pinky is fractured. Complete recovery will necessitate setting the bone. Then do it swiftly. However, I cannot manage the procedure alone. Perhaps Your Highness could summon the court physician for assistance?" Before Xiao Jingyan could respond, Qixi promptly ordered the guards, "Find someone fleet-footed to hurry to the palace and fetch the court physician." While the guards went to summon the physician tended to Su Yuyao's wounds, cleaning the blood from her skin and applying a coagulant powder. Her eyelids were tightly shut, her face pale and devoid of color. As the powder made contact with her wounds, she instinctively convulsed, her brows knitting together in pain. Witnessing her agony, Xiao Jingyan's heart trembled. He longed to hold her hand to offer solace, but, upon extending his own, recoiled at the sight of her mangled hand, fearful of causing her further pain. Finally, he bent down and tenderly placed a kiss between her brows. Then, leaning close to her ear, he gently murmured, "Yao Yao. Bear with it for a moment. This prince will always be by your side to protect you, ensuring that no harm befalls you." Before long, the imperial physician arrived, accompanied by several doctors. Upon hearing that someone at the regent's residence had severed a finger, the chief physician wasted no time and hurried over with the subordinates. Without waiting for their formal greetings, Xiao Jingyan spoke urgently. "Hurry and treat her. It is imperative that you restore her completely, leaving no trace of a scar." Chapter 50. Let Yao Yao experience what she has endured. Half an hour had elapsed. The imperial physicians had finally succeeded in realigning Su Yuyao's fractured finger bones. They collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Throughout the procedure, the regent had remained unwaveringly present, a testament to the significance he placed on this woman. The physicians dared not make a single misstep, exercising the utmost caution with every needle, and at last, their task was complete. "Your Excellency, the young lady's finger bones have been successfully set, and the wounds have been properly treated," the head physician respectfully reported. "For injuries to bones and muscles, 100 days of recovery is required. Given the severity of her injuries, she will need several months of care." Xiao Jingyan gazed down at the young lady's hands, his brow furrowed in concern. What precautions must be taken during her recovery? Until her wounds are fully healed, she must avoid water and refrain from any movement. Came the response, "Will there be any scarring?" Xiao Jingyan pondered, aware that a woman's hands are akin to her second visage. Any blemish could cause Su Yuyao to suffer from feelings of inadequacy in the future. The minister shall provide a remedy. If applied daily according to the prescription, it should prevent scarring. Should your excellency remain apprehensive, you may grind East Pearl into powder and concoct a healing ointment. This will ensure no scars will remain. East Pearl, a rare and precious gem, was not native to the Great Zhou. The only two known specimens have been tributed by the Khitan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingyan commanded Qixi to act immediately. As dusk descended, snowflakes began to drift down, adding an air of desolation to the already frigid winter evening. However, the regent's residence was ablaze with light. For those within, It was undoubtedly a night fraught with tension. Xiao Muyu, accompanied by those heading to the Furong courtyard, faced the consequences, lined up in the courtyard to receive punishment. Where is Xiao Muyu? Bring her forth. Xiao Jingyan's voice was laden with darkness. In short order, amidst the pushing and shoving of maids and servants, Xiao Muyu emerged, tearfully protesting. Brother, I have done no wrong. Su Yuyao is nothing but a vixen. I must punish her to rid her of her beguiling intentions. Xiao Jingyan's expression hardened. She is my woman. By what right do you seek to punish her? You are merely a pawn in her game. Xiao Mu Igreku retorted angredi. She entices young Master Lin while ensnaring you, brother. You are being manipulated. Xiao Jingyan's countenance darkened further, his voice strained and fierce. Bring forth what Yao has endured, and let her experience it too. At his command, several matrons seized Xiao Muyu's arms, forcing her to kneel on the ground. Those present in the courtyard understood that the prince sought to stand up for Miss Su, and none who had wronged her would face a favorable fate. No one dared to intercede on Xiao Muyu's behalf, despite her status as the second daughter of the Xiao household. Brother, you truly intend to champion that wretched woman and punish your own sister? Xiao Jingyan ignored her pleas. The matron, witnessing this, spoke softly. Second miss, you have overstepped. With that, she raised her foot and pressed it down upon Xiao Muyu's hand. Yandere, how can you treat your sister in such a manner? She is your own flesh and blood, your true sister. Under the support of Wang Mama, Li hurriedly arrived, her heart racing. Upon witnessing a maid trampling on Xiao Muyu's hand, she immediately shouted, Stop! Release her! However, the maid only obeyed Xiao Jingyan's commands and dared not halt without his order. She continued to mercilessly grind Xiao Muyu's hand beneath her foot. Even if Muyu has erred, such a harsh punishment is unwarranted. A few scoldings would suffice. A few scoldings would suffice. The mother should know how severely Yao has been tormented. Her fingers are broken, and if you crush your sister's fingers further, will Su Yuyao's fingers miraculously heal? Li's breath quickened with rage. Xiao Jingyan's eyes, like pools of ink, radiated a chilling light. Does the mother truly believe that one can evade consequences for their misdeeds? Even a royal must face justice. And she, a mere noblewoman of the Wang family. Just days ago, you had Ruoming castrated, and now you inflict such punishment on a maid, maiming your own sister's hands. Are you not afraid of the world's scorn? Let them scorn, Xiao Jingyan retorted with a sudden cold laugh. I care not. If I cannot protect my own woman, that is what would truly invite ridicule. You have lost your mind. You are insane. Li's chest heaved with indignation. If you are unwell, return to summon the physician. Wang Mama supported Li and quietly implored Xiao Jingyan. Your Highness, the madam is advanced in years. It would be wise not to provoke her further. Moreover, the second miss is your own sister. If she is left maimed, how will she ever marry? Perhaps it will be best to spare her this time. Xiao Jingyan cast her a glance. This is her own doing. Did she consider the plight of others when she harmed them? It is precisely because she is my sister that I have acted thus. Had it been anyone else, they would deserve 100 deaths. Li clutched her chest and pointed at Xiao Jingyan. You have gone mad. You are utterly bewitched by a woman. Xiao Jingyan breathed steadily, his voice cold. Let it be known, Su Yuyao is my woman, the one I shall protect for all my days. If you wish to prevent further misfortune to your kin, then tend to them properly. In the deepening night, the snow lay lightly upon the blue bricks, while the remnants of candles flickered, casting a trembling shadow on the window drapes. When Su Yuyao awoke, Shuli was dozing at the edge of the bed, still half asleep. Thirsty, she attempted to rise to fetch water, but the moment her hands pressed against the bed, she was seized by excruciating pain. Instinctively, she furrowed her brows and cried out in agony. Hearing her voice, Shuli opened her eyes. Miss, you are awake. Immediately, she widened her eyes and supported Su Yuyao. Do not move. Your hand is severely injured, and the physician has advised against any movement. Su Yuyao lay back down, moistening her parched lips. Shueli, please fetch me some water. Of course, I shall get it right away. Be cautious, miss. Do not disturb your injury. After drinking, her dry lips were somewhat soothed. Su Yuyao, lying in bed, began to inquire about the events that transpired during her unconsciousness. She recalled the moment when Xiao Muyu was stepping on her hand, And it was then that Xiao Jingyan entered and rescued her. He carried her to the bed, and shortly thereafter, she lost consciousness, unable to remember anything further. My lady, you are unaware of the news. The prince has avenged us. At this point, a glimmer of pride flickered in Xueli's eyes. This can be considered a small consolation amidst our misfortunes. How did he take revenge? Yuyao inquired. The prince rendered the second Mrs. Hand useless and punished those servants who trespassed into our courtyard. Even the madam's pleas on behalf of the second miss were in vain. Surely, no one in the residence will dare to bully you again. A sudden bolt of electricity surged down Su Yuyao's spine. He was indeed so protective of her. Not long ago, he had castrated Xiao Ruoming for her sake, and now he had crippled his own sister's hand. Such ruthless and unyielding methods, indeed. Chapter 51. Do you need me to stay with you? As Su Yuyao felt a wave of relief, an undercurrent of fear began to stir within her. If he could treat others in such a manner, what would prevent him from responding similarly should he discover her treachery and deceit? Her head drooped, her already pale visage devoid of color, and she instinctively curled her fingers to grip the quilt tightly. Do not move. A man clad in a purple brocade robe appeared at the door, his brow furrowed as he strode purposefully into the room. Your hand is injured. The physician has advised against unnecessary movement. Su Yuyao looked up at him in astonishment. Cocooned within the quilt, only her small hands, meticulously wrapped in white gauze, were visible. The severity of her injuries rendered her face even smaller, with only her almond-shaped eyes flickering, portraying an innocent and pitiable demeanor. Upon seeing Xiao Jingyan, Xueli immediately rose and bowed. Your Highness. His cold, piercing gaze swept over her, as if the tenderness he had just exhibited was merely an illusion. In a deep, commanding tone, he reprimanded her. Leave at once. If you cannot even care for your own master, then your hands need not remain intact for another occasion. Xueli trembled in fright, complying with a stammer before exiting the room. Xiao Jingyan approached the bedside and took a seat. Su Yuyao, unable to move, regarded him with eyes that reflected an array of emotions. Thank you for saving me, Your Highness. Her gratitude was sincere, but she had been tormented by Xiao Muyu. It was fortunate that Xiao Jingyan had intervened. Had he not arrived in time, she shuddered to think of the torment she might have endured. Xiao Jingyan furrowed his brow and chuckled lightly. I have grown weary of hearing the word thank you. Perhaps you should offer something of tangible value as gratitude instead. As he spoke, he raised his head, squinting as he admired the graceful outline of her figure beneath the quilt. Your Highness, on my hand, what are you thinking? I'm not that beastly. After saying this, Xiao Jingyan opened his palm, revealing a small jade-green porcelain jar nestled within. Here, allow me to apply the medicine. He placed 2 soft cushions behind her, helping her to sit up and lean against them. With utmost care, he lifted her hand, gently unwrapping the white gauze. Your Highness, your status is exalted. Such trivial matters should be handled by Xueli. Su Yuyao attempted to withdraw her hand, but he firmly restrained her. Do not move. His voice was soft but left no room for dissent. As he applied the ointment, his movements were gentle, as though he feared causing her pain. The ointment was pure white, thick in texture, and felt cool against her wound, providing no discomfort at all. This is a healing balm made from East Pearl, known to promote wound healing and prevent scarring. East Pearl? For a fleeting moment, Su Yuyao thought she had misheard. Although she had never seen an East Pearl, she had read descriptions of it in illustrated books. It was a treasure of immense value, formed only under specific aquatic conditions, requiring the convergence of time and place to manifest. Saying it was priceless would be an understatement. Your Highness, this is far too precious. Xiao Jingyan lowered his gaze, meticulously applying medicine to her wound, his lips gently closing. You are my woman, and anything of value is worth it, especially since Muyu has inflicted such harm upon you. Your Highness, I have heard that you punished the second young lady and the servants. Su Yuyao inquired. Muyu deserves her fate, yet those servants were merely following their master's orders, and some did not even lay a hand on her. Punishing them all seems rather excessive. Xiao Jingyan's actions of applying the medicine remained unaffected by the conversation. His tone was casual, as if the lives of others bore no relevance to him. I simply wish to instill fear in them. This way, no one will dare to bully my Yao Yao again. Is this to serve as a warning? Why is it that he, in his efforts to protect her, instills such fear within her? Su Yuyao's hand trembled involuntarily, her eyelashes quivering uncontrollably from fright. His unchanging expression and his calm words filled her with trepidation. For some time, he had deceived her, coaxed her, all to lower her guard, allowing her to prepare for the opportunity to marry into the Lin family. Yet, if she were to marry there one day, would he forgive her if he discovered her deceit? Xiao Jingyan furrowed his brow and raised his head, his gaze locking onto her terrified eyes. What's wrong? Are you afraid? He raised a hand to pinch her delicate cheek, chuckling softly. As long as you behave, I shall protect you well. No one will dare bully you again. Su Yuyao's fingers suddenly stiffened. She instinctively shrank her head back, refusing to let him touch her face again. All done, he declared, closing the lid and placing it on the small table beside the bed. Yuyao must remember to apply this ointment 3 times a day. If I am not here, let the servants assist you, and do not delay. Su Yuyao nadid, agreeing. Your Highness, I am feeling a bit tired and wish to sleep for a while. The corners of Xiao Jingyan's eyes lifted slightly, a hint of mischief dancing across his face. Do you require my company to sleep? A flicker of panic flashed in Su Yuyao's eyes as she shook her head repeatedly, insisting that it was unnecessary. Your Highness, you have already delayed much time on my account. If this continues, I fear the court officials will scold me. Xiao Jingyan did not press her further, for their time together stretched ahead. He rose, adjusted his robes, and departed. Shortly after his exit, Su Yuyao fell into a deep slumber once more. As dawn approached, she found herself in a multitude of dreams. In one, her brother was there, busy throughout the day. They shared a dinner, laughing and playfully teasing one another, just as they used to. In her dreams, she felt a profound sense of peace. Then, she dreamed of Lin Qingyan amidst the blossoming canola flowers, where butterflies danced and bees busily flitted about. Lin Qingyuan picked a perfectly blooming canola flower and tucked it into her hair. The sun shone warmly, and the breeze was sweet. Suddenly, the dream shifted abruptly. Before her eyes appeared the scene of her wedding to Lin Qingyuan. The streets were adorned with colorful lanterns, and the sounds of gongs and drums filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. She was adorned in a resplendent crimson wedding gown, gracefully seated within an opulently decorated red bridal palanquin. Lin Qingyan, draped in an elegant white brocade robe, rode a magnificent and imposing white steed, exuding an air of gallantry as he led the procession, guiding her toward their new abode. In that moment, her heart brimmed with elation, for the long-held aspirations of many years were on the cusp of fruition. However, just as the couple was about to partake in the solemn vow of matrimony, an unforeseen event transpired. An intruder burst into the hall, seizing her and carrying her away. Panic engulfed her. She struggled desperately, striking the assailant's shoulder and exerting all her strength to claw at him, imploring him to release her. Yet, regardless of her fervent efforts, it was as futile as a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. She felt as if she were firmly affixed to the intruder's shoulder, unable to break free. Fear surged within her like a relentless tide, swiftly submerging her. Her breathing quickened, and her heart raced with increasing intensity. Chapter 52. Are you not asleep? Do you wish to engage in something else? Shueli. Su Yuyao abruptly opened her eyes, sitting up with her fingers tightly gripping the quilt. Her entire body was soaked in cold sweat, and a fine sheen of perspiration adorned her forehead, while disheveled strands of hair clung to her face. Hearing the call, heavy footsteps approached. In but a breath, the man appeared before her. What is the matter? Xiao Jingyan arrived at her bedside, raising his hand in a bid to embrace her for comfort. Yet, she instinctively recoiled, attempting to evade his touch. His outstretched arms hung motionless in the air, his lips twitching slightly, his dark eyes fixed upon her. Having slept for a brief while, her complexion had regained some color, her cheeks flushed with a faint hue. However, she had yet to fulfill her promise of accepting him. Fear still gripped her heart, and deep within, she continued to reject him. With a sharp intake of breath, Su Yao hastily withdrew her thoughts from the dream, only then realizing the agonizing pain in her hand, as if the flesh were being torn apart. Xiao Jingyan's gaze fell to her hand, where pristine bandages were stained with a hint of crimson. He immediately lowered his suspended hand, taking hers gently and admonishing, "Careful now. You've hurt the wound again." As he deftly unwrapped the bandage and tended to her injury, Yuyao watched his fluid motions. Lowering her head to explain, "I just had a nightmare." This served as an explanation for her earlier avoidance of him. Qingzhou hung his head in silence, his expression unreadable, yet his hands did not falter in their task. Yuyao's heart raced with anxiety. Could he possibly be angry? Only after securing the final knot did he lift his head, drawing nearer to her face. She averted her gaze, her eyelashes fluttering like delicate butterfly wings, casting a small shadow upon her visage. Holding her breath, she braced herself for his fervent advances. Yet in the next instant, he gently tucked the stray hair that clung to her face behind her ear and enveloped her in his arms. "What nightmare did you encounter?" His voice lacked the coldness she had anticipated. Feeling the chill of his robe, she pressed her lips together, her heart pounding like a drum, hesitant to reveal the dream of her marriage to Lin Qingyuan. "I dreamt that the second young lady stepped on my hand and slapped my face. I was terrified." Utterly frightened, Qingyan tightened his embrace further, securing her to him, one hand caressing her face, soothingly murmuring, "It's all right now. With me here, no one shall dare to bully you again." Unable to suppress her sobs, tears streamed down her cheeks, her entire being curling up like a cat that had suffered great indignities. "Do not cry. If you continue, your eyes will swell." His fingertips brushed against the tear at the corner of her eye, gently wiping it away. Yuyao buried her face in his embrace, responding with a heavy sigh. After a moment, feeling the anger dissipate from within him, she withdrew her head from his chest. "Didn't the prince leave? Why has he returned?" The woman gazed at him with misty eyes, posing her question. "Qingyan, I worry for you. Thus I had Qixi bring the official documents over, attending to my duties while keeping vigil by your side." Yuyao, "My lord, you have not rested all night. You shall lack energy during the day. It would be wise to return and rest while the dawn has yet to break." Qingyan chuckled softly, acknowledging her words, yet he raised his gaze, peering through the window at the sky outside. If he were to return to Qingzhou, he might not even arrive before the sun rises. Instead, he gently tousled her hair, his voice low and laced with a hint of desire. "I shall stay here and accompany you for a while." "Huh?" Before she could voice her refusal, his arms slipped around her neck, lifting her effortlessly and laying her down gently on the bed. He drew the curtains. "My lord, we are not yet wed. This is inappropriate, and besides, my hand is still injured." Yuyao's voice edged with urgency, although they had shared some intimate moments. The boundaries had remained firmly drawn around embraces and kisses. Until he formally marries her, she was resolute in her decision to leave this place. However, Qingyan appeared unfazed by her hesitations. A subtle smile graced his lips as he spoke in a soft, magnetic tone that seemed to penetrate the very soul. "I have promised you, and I shall honor that. Thus, I will share this bed with you and hold you close as you sleep." Hearing this, Yuyao merely let out a soft huff, choosing not to refuse further. She understood that if she continued to rebuff him, he might grow suspicious of her intentions. After all, with his keen intellect, discerning her unease would not pose much of a challenge. Noticing her silence, Qingyan refrained from further conversation. He had not shed his robes, simply turned slightly towards her, allowing his arm to rest gently upon her. Then, he yawned widely, appearing somewhat fatigued, before peacefully closing his eyes. In that moment, the cold arrogance that typically adorned Qingyan's features had vanished, replaced by a tender and languid expression. His sleeping visage radiated an unusual tranquility, akin to an ordinary husband cradling his wife, blending in seamlessly with the simplicity of marital intimacy. Yet, Yuyao found herself unable to sleep. She studied his serene face closely, his brows like silken worms, nose resembling a delicate gallbladder, lips as if stained with rouge. His beauty was nothing short of enchanting. Yet, once those eyes opened, their icy gaze could chill one to the bone. "Not asleep yet?" He suddenly opened his eyes, his voice rich and deep. "Are you perhaps inclined to engage in something else?" Yuyao startled, her body stiffening further. She quickly lowered her eyelids, swallowed hard, and murmured, "I shall sleep now." She shut her eyes tightly. Xiao Jingyan raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to her, lowering his head to affectionately kiss her cheek. Uncertain of when she had drifted into slumber, or how long she had slept, Yuyao awoke to find the world outside brilliantly illuminated. She turned her head and noticed that there was no trace of Xiao Jingyan on the bed. Just as she was about to call for Xueli, the latter walked in. "Miss, you are awake," she exclaimed, hastily placing the basin down and coming over to lift the curtain. "Where's the prince? Has he left?" Xueli nodded, explaining that at the hour of evening, someone from the palace had come to report certain matters to the prince, after which he hurriedly returned to the palace. Yuyao glanced out the window and nodded in acknowledgement. Xueli bit her lower lip, her expression laced with concern. "Miss, the prince did not impose upon you last night, did he?" Yuyao understood that Xueli was worried about her being forced into intimacy with the prince. She offered a gentle smile and replied, "No, he did not touch me." Relieved, Xueli inquired further, "Miss, is your hand feeling any better? Is it still very painful?" Yuyao lowered her gaze to her hand, which was wrapped in bandages, and shook her head. "I do not feel any pain." Her eyes then wandered to the small couch beside the bed, where a bottle of jade green Dongzhu Shengji ointment rested peacefully. She mused to herself, "Indeed, it is of the finest quality." Setting aside Xiao Jingyan's insistence on keeping her in the manor and compelling her to marry him, one could say he treated her rather well. However, she could never marry him. Her lifelong dream was to wed her brother Qingyuan. Lin Qingyuan was the one with whom she wished to grow old together. Chapter 53. Preparations for marriage in the blink of an eye. 2 days had swiftly passed. During this period, Xiao Jingyan remained ensconced in the palace, engrossed in affairs of state, having not returned to the residence since he departed that fateful morning. Yuyao found solace in this, for it liberated her from the necessity of feigned cheerfulness and obsequiousness, sparing her the effort of ingratiating herself to him. On this day, the sun shone radiantly, dispelling the gloom of the previous days. After partaking in lunch, she leisurely strolled into the courtyard, accompanied by Xueli, basking in the rare warmth of winter sun. The wound on her hand had begun to scab, yet to prevent any further injury, she had refrained from undertaking any tasks, allowing Xueli to tend to her every need. Though there were no plum trees within the Furong courtyard, a few branches of plum blossoms outside the wall seemed unwilling to remain in solitude, valiantly stretching over the wall to present their vivid crimson hues to the inhabitants of Furong courtyard. The plum blossoms stood out strikingly against the icy backdrop of winter, bravely defying the chill, merely to infuse a touch of vitality into the frigid world. Upon seeing these plum blossoms, Yuyao felt an immediate sense of clarity and joy. She stepped forward, yearning to admire the breathtaking beauty that triumphed over snow and frost. However, in just a moment, a gatekeeper approached to report, "Miss Su, Granny Wang from Jinyuan is at the entrance, saying she has matters to discuss with you." Ever since Xiao Muyu had harmed Yuyao, Xiao Jingyan had commanded his servants to restrict entry, instructing them to promptly report any visitors. Granny Wang? She was affiliated with the Li family. Could it be that, following Xiao Jingyan's punishment of Xiao Muyu, the Li family intended to advocate for their daughter? Or perhaps they no longer planned to assist her in marrying Lin Qingyuan? A flurry of thoughts raced through Yuyao's mind. Regardless, she needed to ascertain the truth. If the Li family withdrew their support, she would have to devise her own strategies. "Please allow Granny Wang to enter," she instructed. Shortly thereafter, Granny Wang entered the room. "Miss Su, the madam wishes to see you regarding a pressing matter. Please accompany me to Jinyuan." "Do you know what this concerns?" Yuyao inquired, hoping to glean some insight and prepare herself accordingly. Yet, Granny Wang, a seasoned confidant of the Li family, remained tight-lipped. "I am merely a servant, and am unaware of the reasons for the madam's summons. It would be best for you to tidy yourself and accompany me." Yuyao nodded silently. "Very well, please wait a moment." Upon arriving at Jinyuan, Yuyao followed Granny Wang inside. Upon seeing Madame Li, she immediately bowed and greeted, "Greetings, madam." Madame Li's expression was as cold as water, her gaze devoid of warmth as she regarded Yuyao. Resentful of the turmoil caused by Su Yuyao that had led Xiao Jingyan to take action against his own siblings, Madame Li's disdain for her had only deepened. Nevertheless, having held the position of matriarch for many years, she was acutely aware of her objectives. Once Su Yuyao was wed, all the issues that plague her would be resolved. Now that both Su Yuyao and Lin Qingyuan had consented to their union, why not seize the opportunity to facilitate this arrangement? Upon reflecting on this, she furrowed her brows and spoke. If Ming is unable to become a true man because of you, and Muyu has been harmed due to your actions, causing turmoil within the regent's residence, I have no intention of keeping you any longer. All the items necessary for the marriage have been prepared. You should get ready to wed in the coming days. Su Yuwing was momentarily taken aback. What did it mean that she had brought chaos to the regent's residence? She had done nothing wrong. She was the true victim. Both Xiao Ruoming and Xiao Muyu had brought this upon themselves. Had it not been for their nefarious intentions, how could they have faced such humiliation? Nevertheless, it was not the appropriate time for a dispute, since Madame Li was still willing to facilitate her marriage with Lin Qingyuan. She chose to remain silent. With her head bowed, she obediently replied, "All right." Just as she agreed, a thought struck her, and she suddenly raised her head to ask, "Madam, what if the prince learns of this? I fear he might intervene." In the next moment, she heard Madame Li respond, "You need not worry about that. News from the palace indicates that Yandere will be away on official business for the next few days. Once he leaves, we shall arrange for your marriage." Su Yuwing's breath quickened. Her blood surged with excitement. She was truly going to marry brother Qingyuan. This was no dream, no mere illusion. Despite her efforts to conceal her emotions, tears of joy welled in her eyes. "Thank you, madam, for your kindness." Following this, Madame Li's tone grew more urgent. "Do not become overly confident. Remember, do not let Yandere suspect anything unusual." Su Yuwing nodded. "I understand. You may leave now." Madame Li waved her hand, signaling for Su Yuwing to depart. Elated beyond measure, Su Yuwing felt an unprecedented lightness in her heart. As she made her way, the sky appeared to be exceptionally clear, and every plant and tree seemed to celebrate her joy. The world felt serene and harmonious. Upon returning to Furong Courtyard, Xueli rushed over to embrace her. "Miss, did Madam give you a hard time?" Su Yuwing stifled a laugh, playfully intending to tease Xueli. "Indeed, Madam said that Xiao Ruoming and Xiao Muyu were ruined because of me, and thus she seeks revenge, ordering me to copy NZ 100 times within 3 days." "What?" Xueli exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. "Your hand is not even healed. How can you write?" "I believe Madam simply does not wish for your hand to recover." Furrowing her brow in frustration, she continued, "Miss, you must remain calm. During your recovery, it is essential to avoid worry. I will take care of the copying. Even if I have to forego food and sleep, I will finish it." Seeing Xueli's adorable demeanor, Su Yuwing could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. "Miss," Xueli was astonished by Su Yuwing's reaction. "I was just teasing you," Su Yuwing said, suppressing her laughter while maintaining a smile, and softly added, "Madam mentioned that the prince will be away on official business for a few days, allowing me the opportunity to marry during his absence, to wed brother Qingyuan." "Really?" Xueli exclaimed, bouncing with joy upon hearing the news. "At last, we can leave this wretched prince's residence." Heaven knows what kind of harrowing days they endured within the royal mansion. Indeed, it was the lady herself who said so. Su Yuan settled into the circle chair, a warm smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "The lady is also keen for me to leave the regent's residence. She rejoices at the thought of my marriage." Xueli nodded, gazing at the radiant smile of her young mistress, feeling as though they had returned to those carefree days in Qingzhou, filled with joy and laughter. It had truly been a long time since she had seen her mistress jesting like this. In the next moment, Xueli's attention was suddenly drawn to Su Yuan's hand, wrapped in bandages. Concern washed over her once more. "But, my lady, your hand is not healed properly." Su Yuan blinked and casually replied, "There is no other choice, is there? If I delay marriage any longer, it may lead to unforeseen complications." Chapter 54, The Last Embrace. At 5:15 in the evening, Xiao Jingyan returned from the palace. On his way back, he made a special visit to a renowned pastry shop in the capital to purchase 2 packets of osmanthus cake. Upon arriving home, he He handed one packet to Qingzhou, instructing him to promptly deliver it to Furong Courtyard, while he took the other to Jinyu Courtyard. Since punishing Xiao Muyu, which displeased Lady Li, Xiao Jingyan had refrained from visiting for several days. What? Are you still thinking of this old skeleton? Lady Li's expression remained rather grim. You are my mother. Naturally, I think of you. Xiao Jingyan replied as he offered her the packet of pastries. Your favorite osmanthus cake, freshly made. Please enjoy it while it's warm. Wang Mama accepted the pastries and placed them on the table before Lady Li. She stole a glance, her demeanor softening slightly. Speak your mind, she said, for she understood her son well enough. If he were not seeking something, he would not have come to her first. Xiao Jingyan took a seat, and a servant immediately presented him with tea. After taking a sip, he said, Mother, I must leave the capital for a few days starting tomorrow. I hope you can oversee matters at home in my absence. Lady Li replied, Of course, I must take care of everything. You refuse to marry. Yet all household affairs still fall to me, your old mother. Xiao Jingyan's expression stiffened. After a brief silence, he reassured her, Rest assured. I have promised that I will marry Yuyao after the new year. At that time, she will manage the household, allowing you to rest. Oomph. Lady Li furrowed her brow upon hearing this. She comes from a humble background. What capability does she possess to manage our Grand Regent's residence? Whatever she can manage, let it be, as long as it brings her comfort. Xiao Jingyan spoke with a calm demeanor, his tone steady. In my absence, I kindly ask you not to make things difficult for Yuyao. And, he paused slightly before continuing, please keep an eye on your daughter, ensuring she does not act recklessly. Lady Li's fury was nearly overwhelming, and just then he added, Mother, the day is waning, and I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he stood up and departed. Lady Li slammed her hand on the table in frustration. He is resolutely set on that Su Yuyao. Beside her, Wang Mama lowered her head, offering consolation. Madam, do not let your anger consume you. Be mindful of your health. After all, Su Yuyao is to be married soon. Once she is wed, the prince will surely let go of his affections. Wang Mama believed that the prince could not possibly take another man's wife. Lady Li found some sense in her words, gradually calming down. She would never allow Su Yuyao to enter the regent's residence, even before marriage. She had already stirred chaos within its walls. Who knew what would happen if she were to be wed in? Having left Jinyu Courtyard, Xiao Jingyan chose not to retrace his steps, but instead took a shortcut through the corridor, arriving at Furong Courtyard. As fate would have it, Xiao Yunk was present. Today, the teacher had taken a break, granting the princes and princesses a day off as well. So Xiao Yunk had returned to the residence. After paying her respects to Lady Li, she hurriedly made her way to Furong Courtyard to chat with Su Yuyao. At this moment, she was pulling Su Yuyao to enjoy the pastries recently delivered by Qingzhou. Sister Yuyao, my elder brother is truly kind to you. He even bought you pastries. My sister Muyu and I are his biological sisters, yet he has never treated us to such delights. Xiao Yunk exclaimed while savoring a piece of osmanthus cake. Yunk, do not overthink it. Perhaps it is because the second miss injured my hand, and the prince felt guilty, which prompted him to send these pastries, Su Yuyao explained. TSK, TSK, TSK. Xiao Yunk pouted, but I heard from the servants that brother even punished Ruoming and Muyu for your sake. They even said, Xiao Muyu paused and playfully made a face. They said brother has promised to marry you after the new year, and you will go from being a sister to a sister-in-law. Su Yuyao neither confirmed nor denied this. Her mind was consumed with the joy of her impending marriage to Lin Qingyuan. Although Xiao Yunk was her only friend in the regent's mansion and treated her well, she could not disclose the secret of marrying Xiao Jingyan to her. Despite feeling a twinge of guilt, the matter was of utmost importance. She could not afford to be careless and would have to apologize to Yunk only after the marriage was truly realized. With her gaze lowered for a moment, she caught sight of a small white rabbit on the ground. The adorable little creature was munching on hay with great enthusiasm. She approached and lifted the cage. Yunk, I truly apologize, but I can no longer take care of this little rabbit. Please take it with you today. What is the matter? Don't you like it? Xiao Yunk asked in surprise. If you find it too smelly to keep in your room, you could just place it in the yard. Su Yuyao found an excuse. The doctor said my constitution is weak and unsuitable for raising small animals. In winter, It is manageable since they shed less fur for warmth. But come spring, it is their molting season, and they will shed profusely, which could easily lead to coughing. Upon finishing her explanation, Yuyao covered her mouth and pretended to cough twice. Oh, is that so? Then your health is more important. I will take it away when I leave. Xiao Yunque replied. Xiao Jingyan stood outside the door, listening intently to their conversation. It was not until Shuili stepped out to fetch water and nearly bumped into him while lifting the curtain that she discovered the eavesdropper. She quickly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Your Highness." The two inside the room heard the sound and promptly looked up to the door. Xiao Jingyan stepped over the threshold and entered the room. Xiao Yunque immediately rose to her feet, approached him, and cheerfully said, "Brother, you have come." Xiao Jingyan's gaze paused briefly, sweeping over the rabbit cage on the ground before settling on Yuyao. "Brother, do have some cake. It's still warm," she urged. Xiao Jingyan merely cast a detached glance at her, his tone cold. "It is late. You should return home." Xiao Yunque's smile gradually faded, and she awkwardly replied, "All right then." She picked up the rabbit cage, waved discreetly at Yuyao, and departed. Now, only Xiao Jingyan and Yuyao remained in the room. "Which doctor has claimed that you're unfit to raise small animals?" His deep, dark eyes fixated on her, as if seeking any trace of deceit upon her face. Yuyao felt her heart involuntarily quicken its pace. She understood that she could not conceal the truth from him. It would be wiser to confess that she had just lied. With that thought in mind, Yuyao stepped forward and wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her face against his chest. Her body trembled slightly, and her voice, both delicate and soft, evoked an instinctive desire to protect her. "Your Highness, I have just told a lie." "Oh." Xiao Jingyan allowed her to embrace him, his gaze lowered, concealing all emotions within his eyes. "Do tell." Yuyao suppressed the tension within her, striving to maintain her composure. "The physician did not explicitly state that I am unfit to raise small animals. That was merely an excuse I concocted. Soon after the new year, Your Highness will marry me, and I trust that before long, I shall conceive your offspring. It is not advisable for expectant mothers to keep small animals, and my actions are solely for the safety of the child within me." Chapter 55. Wait for me to return. Xiao Jingyan gazed at the woman in his arms, who clung to him like a needy kitten. After a moment, he wrapped his arms around her, yet the darkness in his eyes remained unmitigated, his voice low and indifferent. It is rare for Yao to consider things so thoroughly. Yuyao felt a flicker of relief, but it was swiftly snatched away as he continued. "Have you ever lied to me?" Her heart dropped. Had he discovered her secret? She froze, her lashes trembling, her crimson lips parting and closing. "Am I particularly detestable to the prince in this state? It matters not. Speak as you wish, but do not lie to me." Xiao Jingyan narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on a corner of the table. "If I ever uncover that you have deceived me, you are aware of the consequences." With a heavy heart, Yuyao nodded, sensing that the matter was settled for now. She extricated herself from his embrace. "Your Highness, thank you for the osmanthus cake you bought. I truly enjoyed it." Xiao Jingyan withdrew his cold gaze and settled into a nearby chair. Noticing her hands, which were wrapped in bandages, he inquired, "Are your hands feeling better?" Yuyao nodded. "Much better now. They have scabbed over, and it is thanks to the pearl ointment you gifted me that they healed so quickly." Listening to her gentle and melodious voice, he felt the weariness of the past few days fade away. He extended his hand towards her. "Yao, come here and sit on my lap." Yuyao posed momentarily. She truly wished to avoid such intimate contact. After wrestling with her thoughts for a long while, she finally approached him. As she neared, he leaned forward and drew her into his embrace. Seated upon his lap, she made every effort to relax her body, not wanting him to sense her tension. The lady had advised her that he would be leaving soon, and her task was to appease him until then. He wrapped his arms around her waist, still sensing a hint of stiffness. "What are you thinking?" he asked casually. Snapping back to reality, Yuyao encircled his neck with her arms and softly replied, "Nothing much. Just wondering if you are tired since you have not returned to the residence these past few days." Her implication was clear. She wished for him to rest and not linger on her. "I am indeed fatigued, but upon seeing you, much of that weariness dissipates," he confessed. As Su Yuyao pondered her next words, he interjected, Yao Yao, I will be leaving the capital for a few days and may miss the New Year's Eve fireworks with you. Would it be acceptable for me to arrange a belated celebration upon my return? Leaving the capital? He truly intended to depart. How splendid! Suppressing her excitement, Su Yuyao raised her eyes to meet his, maintaining her composure. When will you leave? Xiao Jingyan leaned slightly closer, his lips brushing against her ear, his voice a low murmur filled with intimacy. I shall depart tomorrow morning. Will you miss me? Su Yuyao bit her lip and nodded. Your silence suggests otherwise. I do not believe you. Su Yuyao understood his meaning. She lifted her gaze, her crimson lips poised to bestow a fleeting kiss upon his cheek. However, just as she leaned in, he tilted his head and inclined his body, catching her unawares as her lips met his. Startled, she instinctively retracted her neck, but he would not permit her to withdraw so easily. In the next moment, he grasped her chin, compelling her to tilt her head back, fervently claiming her lips. Each movement was imbued with an overwhelming possessiveness. He pried open her mouth, exploring every corner with an insatiable fervor, leaving marks upon her neck and earlobes. His heavy breathing echoed conspicuously within the quiet room. Yao Yao, he murmured, gently nibbling on her earlobe. Wait for me. Once this matter is settled, I will have the astrologers select an auspicious date for our union. So obedient, he remarked, rising to lift her effortlessly in his arms. Your Highness. Su Yuyao realized he intended to carry her to the bed, yet fearing his continued encroachment, she struggled to rise. Do not move, he commanded, tightening his embrace. I am weary. Stay with me tonight. This bed is too small. You should return to Qingzhou for a good night's rest. I shall not. With you by my side, I find solace. As he spoke, Xiao Jingyan gently placed Su Yuyao on the bed and removed her shoes and socks. She instinctively shifted further away. Though he had promised her they would not share a chamber before marriage, she feared he might succumb to temptation. Why keep such distance from me? He queried, casting a glance in her direction as he climbed onto the bed, drawing her closer. The wall is cold. Do not remain so near. On the bed, gazing at the petite and obedient woman in his arms, Xiao Jingyan once again captured her lips, fervently kissing her until her senses dulled. The following morning, he rose to dress, and she awoke. Once attired, he turned to glance at the woman still nestled in bed. Noticing her wide-eyed gaze fixed upon him, he approached and sat at the bedside. Are you leaving, Your Highness? Su Yuyao's voice carried a hint of nasal timbre. She had not rested well throughout the night, only managing a shallow sleep as dawn approached. Xiao Jingyan tenderly caressed her cheek, his touch gentle and deliberate. If I do not leave now, I shall be late. He swallowed hard, bending down to lightly press his lips against hers. Yao Yao, sleep a little longer and wait patiently for my return. If there is an urgent matter, seek out Ba Shi at Qingzhou. All right, I understand, Su Yuyao replied obediently. With a reluctant tousle of her hair, Xiao Jingyan rose to depart. Once he was gone, Su Yuyao sprang from the bed. Her previous composure evaporated, her spirits soaring like a bird dancing among the branches. She summoned Shuili to assist her in dressing before eagerly seeking out Lady Li, her heart racing with anticipation to leave the Regency Prince's residence and marry Lin Qingyuan. In Jinyuan, Su Yuyao encountered Lady Li, who had just risen and was preparing for the day. Greetings, madam, she said with a respectful bow. Su Yuyao respectfully curtsied to Madame Li and, with a sense of urgency, inquired, the prince departed this morning. Might the lady arrange for me to wed today? Madame Li pondered for a moment before responding slowly. Today may not be the most opportune time. Yandere has just left the capital, and should he return unexpectedly, it could lead to complications. He will require at least 4 days to be away. To be on the safe side, I believe it would be wiser to postpone the wedding until tomorrow. After a full day has passed, he should have traveled a considerable distance, making it rather difficult for him to return hastily. Hearing Madame Li's words, Su Yuyao furrowed her brows, her expression troubled as she remarked, but tomorrow is New Year's Eve. In the Great Zhou, it is customary for no one to marry on this day, as all are preoccupied with preparations for the new year. Moreover, according to tradition, New Year's Eve is a time for family reunions, making a wedding seem somewhat inappropriate. However, Madame Li remained unfazed, taking a delicate sip from her teacup before asserting, "This poses no hindrance. Moreover, given the current circumstances, we must act pragmatically. I believe this day presents itself as an ideal opportunity for your union." Su Yuyao hesitated briefly, but ultimately nodded in agreement, stating, "I shall defer to your arrangements." My lady. Chapter 56, The Regent. Is he truly intending to seize a bride? Lady Li dispatched someone to the Lin residence to convey the message, instructing Lin Qingzhou to prepare for the wedding festivities the following day. On this day, the regent's residence unveiled the celebratory decorations that had been secretly prepared, adorning the premises with an air of festivity. Crimson silk draped elegantly, and red lanterns adorned both the interior and exterior of the estate. After all, a member of the regent's household was to be wed, and a display of grandeur was essential. Baxi, stationed at Qingzhou Garden, was taken aback by the commotion emanating from the residence. He had not heard of any impending nuptials. Grabbing a young servant tasked with hanging lanterns, he inquired, "What is happening here?" The servant, recognizing Baxi as a guard, immediately bowed respectfully and replied, "Sir Baxi, are you not aware? There is a joyous occasion tomorrow, and we have only just learned of it ourselves." "A joyous occasion? Whose is it?" Baxi pressed. "It is said that Miss Su Yuyao is to be married tomorrow." The servant responded, lowering his head even further. The servants had long been privy to the regent's affections for Su Yuyao, and they were also aware that Xiao Jingyan intended to marry her after the new year. Yet today, Lady Li had instructed them to hang crimson silk and lanterns, preparing to send Su Yuyao off to wed. Being mere lowly servants, none dared to voice their inquiries. They simply obeyed their master's commands. Both Xiao Jingyan and Lady Li were their superiors. What utter nonsense! Baxi's pupils narrowed as he seized the young man's collar. Is Miss Su not under the regent's protection? How could she possibly marry another? The servant trembled in fear, his legs quaking. "I dare not lie, Sir Baxi. If you do not believe me, you may inquire further." Baxi forcefully pushed him away, releasing his grip. The young man stumbled to the ground. "What shall we do now, my lord?" one of Baxi's fellow guards asked. "Let's investigate," he declared, striding out of Qingzhou Garden toward the direction of Furong Courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, he beheld an old woman followed by several maidservants, who bore a brown tray adorned with a vibrant red wedding gown and a phoenix crown, along with other festive paraphernalia, cheerfully entering the courtyard. Inside, the old woman approached Su Yuyao and said with a smile, "Miss Su, this is sent by the lady for you to try on. If it is not fit, we can have the embroiderers make adjustments tonight." Su Yuyao responded with a smile, "Thank you. Please convey my gratitude to the lady." Baxi, watching from outside, was utterly astonished. Miss Su appeared quite pleased. Could it be that she was willing to marry? Recently, the prince's fondness and care for her had been evident to them all, and Miss Su had shown unwavering obedience to him. The prince's transformation was palpable. The once aloof and distant regent had learned to show concern for others. How could it be that the moment the prince departed the capital, Miss Su was to marry another? Was it possible that her affections had been feigned all along? Baxi's thoughts spiraled into unsettling speculation, causing a shiver to run down his spine. What shall we do? Should we inform the prince? He withdrew his gaze from Furong Courtyard and turned back, contemplating his next move. You, hasten immediately to Runin, and be sure to inform the prince of Miss Yuyao's impending nuptials tomorrow. As the prince's guard, he cannot turn a blind eye to matters of concern to his lord. As Baxi walked, he silently repeated in his heart, "Miss Yuyao, forgive me." In the late hours of the night, within the grand residence of the regent in the capital, red silk banners hung high, creating a lively atmosphere. Outside, in Runin, the atmosphere within the government hall was somber, reminiscent of an ice cellar. Xiao Jingyan sat high at the head, listening to the reports from local officials. "Jingyan, what do you suggest we do?" Yin Rongji, seated at the first position on the right, rested his elbow on the table, propping his chin with one hand, gazing lazily at Xiao Jingyan while leisurely twisting a walnut with the other hand. After a prolonged silence, as the officials grew increasingly anxious, Xiao Jingyan finally spoke in a calm tone. "Ambush near the tavern. Once someone approaches the bait, immediately net them and bring them to the Dali Temple for rigorous interrogation. We must unearth the remnants of the rebellion and eradicate them completely. Understood. Just as the officials responded, a guard rushed in, breathless. Your Highness, there has been a significant incident. Qi, recognizing his own guard, swiftly approached and inquired, what has happened? The guard, panting heavily, finally managed to convey Miss Yuyao. It is Miss Yuyao. She is to be wed tomorrow. Miss Yuyao is marrying? This is madness. The prince is still in Runan. Whom is she marrying? Today. The residence is adorned with red silk lanterns, and a lady of the house has even sent celebratory attire to Miss Su. The officials present were left in utter confusion. Miss Yuyao is marrying? Who is she that warrants such attention from the prince? Her marriage has prompted a guard to travel such a distance to inform him. Is this an invitation for the prince to partake in the wedding feast? Though they were distant from the capital, the local officials were well aware of the regent's notorious indifference to matters of romance. Yin Rongji, equally astonished, recognized Xiao Jingyan's feelings for Su Yuyao and ceased his leisurely walnut twisting, sitting up to observe the unfolding drama. Upon hearing the guard's report, Xiao Jingyan abruptly stood, his countenance darkening to the utmost degree, his brow furrowing deeply. His already cold gaze grew even more foreboding, exuding an icy aura. Even his voice quivered in the air, striking the eardrums of those present. Return to the capital at once. Qi, not daring to delay, hastily arranged for swift horses. Xiao Jingyan strode towards the door, the chill emanating from him causing the officials to instinctively hunch their shoulders and bow their heads in trepidation. Seeing this, Yin Rongji quickly rose and called out in the direction of his departure. Jingyan, the traitors have not yet been apprehended. How can you leave so abruptly? There remains a multitude of matters awaiting your attention. As he spoke, Xiao Jingyan, already at the threshold, turned back and left a single remark. Proceed as discussed. The rest is for you to handle. Yin Rongji. He stood there, mouth agape, unable to utter a single sound for an extended moment. Upon witnessing Xiao Jingyan's departure, the officials present hastily approached Yun Rong. Lord Yun is the regent prince. Is he set to abduct a bride? Yun Rong, regaining his composure, cleared his throat and replied, the affairs of the regent prince are not for us to discuss. Gulme, let's deliberate in detail on the matters of arrangement. Chapter 57. Marriage the following day on New Year's Eve. Before dawn, the streets and alleys of the capital were already adorned with colorful decorations. Every household had hung up red lanterns, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. In Furong Courtyard, Su Yuyao sat before a bronze mirror, as the matchmaker gently twisted threads to shape her face, intermittently uttering auspicious phrases. A twist on the left brings forth a noble son. A twist on the right yields a delicate daughter, with 3 twists steady. May the lady bear children. As the ritual concluded, the matchmaker proclaimed, may the bride, with this face shaping, become even more beautiful, and may love between husband and wife last forever. Dressed in a resplendent red wedding gown, adorned with a red hairpin, golden ribbons, and jeweled bracelets, Su Yuyao appeared even more captivating than usual. After a meticulous makeup session, her brows resembled distant mountains shrouded in mist, her eyes like autumn waters brimming with emotion, while her lips, touched with vermilion, added to her allure, and her smile bloomed like a flower basking in the sun. Her graceful figure exuded an enchanting charm and delicate demeanor. Shuali swept her gaze over the table and noticed a pair of intertwined lotus gold hairpins lying quietly in the makeup box. She suddenly inquired, Miss, what shall we do with that gold hairpin? Upon hearing this, Su Yuyao's gaze shifted to the box. That particular gold hairpin had been a gift from Xiao Jingyan, and since that day, she had not worn it again. Since she was to depart and distance herself from him, it was only fitting that his belongings no longer accompany her. Take it out and leave it on the table, she instructed. Shuali complied, retrieving the dusty, intertwined lotus gold hairpin and placing it on the table. Soon, her previously tense expression transformed into a smile as she cheerfully remarked, Miss, you're finally going to marry Master Lin as you wished. I wish you and Master Lin a harmonious union and everlasting love. Su Yuyao responded with a calm smile. Li Shi lifted the curtain and entered from outside. Today you will have your wish fulfilled. From now on, live well in the Lin residence, tending to your husband and raising your children. If there is nothing urgent, do not return to the Regency Prince's residence. Should any matter arise, simply send a maid to report back. Yes, Su Yuyao replied respectfully, concealing her joy within. In her heart, she was elated. Today, she would leave the Regency Prince's residence. And in the future, she would never set foot here again. Since you are marrying into the Regency Prince's family, the dowry is, of course, indispensable. In the courtyard, there are boxes upon boxes of jewelry, precious fabrics. Even if Lin Qingyuan resigns from his official position, this dowry will ensure that you both will never suffer from want. Li Shi said with satisfaction. Once Su Yuyao is married off, what awaits her is a life of peace and comfort. This meager dowry is nothing compared to what we have in the Regency Prince's residence. Su Yuyao did not desire such an extravagant dowry from Li Shi. She was already content with the prospect of marrying Lin Qingyuan smoothly. She rose, bowed, and expressed, "Thank you, madam. This dowry is truly excessive, and I feel unworthy of it. We cannot lose face for the Regency Prince's residence, and besides, you have already shown kindness to the Regency Prince's household. This can be considered a form of gratitude," Li Shi sighed. "As long as you remember your words, settle down in the Lin residence, and avoid provoking those you ought not to, all will be well." Yes. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the courtyard, and shortly after, Xiao Muyu dashed in, disregarding the maid's attempts to stop her, crying, "Mother, are you truly going to marry that wretched girl to Lord Lin?" Xiao Muyu's eyes widened in disbelief, her hands tightly bound in gauze. However, upon hearing that Su Yuyao was to marry Lin Qingyuan, she disregarded all objections and rushed towards Furong Courtyard. "What are you doing here?" Li Xin kidat bizibli irka. "Were you not instructed to remain in your quarters and recover?" In an instant, a frigid glare was cast upon the maidservant behind Xiao Muyu. "How could you neglect your mistress?" The maid, frightened, shrank back, lowering her head and softly explaining, I tried to stop her, but before she could finish, Xiao Muyu impatiently interjected, "Mother, I beseech you to allow me to marry Lord Lin. Why do you consent to Su Yuyao's union with him? Have you lost your senses? Instead of aiding your own daughter, you choose to assist a stranger. Muyu, return to your room. I will explain everything later," Li Shi said, grasping her arm and attempting to soothe her. But Xiao Muyu, as if possessed, would not pause for Li Shi's reassurances. She wrenched her arm free and shouted, "I refuse to listen. She must not marry Lord Lin. Mother, you must command that her wedding be halted. Alternatively, permit me to take her place. Yes, mother, I implore you. Let me marry in the stead of that wretched girl." Li Shi, observing her daughter on the brink of madness, coldly commanded the maidservant, "Why are you not hastening to escort the young lady back?" The maid, not daring to delay, promptly stepped forward to grasp Xiao Muyu's arm, attempting to lead her away. Just then, another maid rushed in, exclaiming, "Miss, the bridal procession has arrived at the gate." Li Shi turned to Xueli and the matchmaker, instructing, "Assist Miss Su out." "Yes." They both replied in unison. "Miss, let us proceed," Xueli said, placing a red veil over Su Yuyao's head and guiding her outside. "Do not leave." Seeing Su Yuyao moving towards the exit, Xiao Muyu forcefully yanked away, breaking free from the maidservant's grasp. She turned to Li Shi, shouting, "Mother, have you gone mad? Am I not your own flesh and blood?" This declaration ignited Li Shi's fury completely. In a shocking moment, a resounding slap struck Xiao Muyu's face. "You insolent child! Someone, drag her back and make her reflect upon her actions. She shall not be released until she shows remorse." At that moment, several maidservants entered, lifting Xiao Muyu and carrying her away from Furong Courtyard. As this commotion subsided, Li Shi closed her eyes to regain her composure and declared, "Escort Miss Su to her wedding." Outside, a throng of people gathered, buzzing with excitement. Many commoners, having learned of the noble wedding at the regent's residence, set aside their tasks and surged towards the venue. It is customary for affluent families to distribute wealth to the onlookers for good fortune during such joyous occasions. Given the regent's illustrious status, the generosity displayed would undoubtedly surpass that of other noble households. At the entrance, the crowd swelled, everyone straining on their toes, craning their necks in eager anticipation of the bride's emergence. Lin Qingyan stood beside the bridal sedan, tall and upright, resembling a steadfast pine tree, unyielding and resolute. He was adorned in a resplendent crimson wedding attire, which accentuated his handsome features and dignified demeanor. From time to time, he cast eager glances toward the grand entrance of the royal mansion, fervently yearning for his beloved sister Yuyao to emerge. Marrying Su Yuyao had been his lifelong dream, and today he would finally see it fulfilled. Henceforth, he vowed to cherish her and provide her with a warm and loving home. At last, she is coming. The bride has appeared. The matchmaker, beaming with joy, peeked out from the mansion, clutching her handkerchief. Upon catching sight of that familiar silhouette, Lin Qingyuan's body tensed, and he felt an unexpected shyness wash over him. Beside him, Lin Wanru nudged his arm, playfully urging, "Brother, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and welcome your bride home." Chapter 58. Has Yuyao truly forgotten how you pledged yourself to me? The streets were filled with an air of jubilation. As it was New Year's Eve, the capital resonated with the sounds of drums and firecrackers, accompanied by lion dances and lively performances. At the auspicious hour of the Yu time, Su Yuyao and Lin Qingyuan were to hold their wedding ceremony. As the final moments of the Shun time approached, Lin Qingyuan rode a splendid white steed at the forefront of the wedding procession, with the bridal sedan chair following closely behind, accompanied by a lively drum troupe. The entire procession stretched for miles, adorned in vibrant red, with several grand carriages of dowry bringing up the rear, leisurely making their way towards the Lin residence. On the third floor of a tavern opposite the Lin residence, a tall man dressed in a red robe stood by the window, observing the scene. "Your Highness, must we truly proceed with this?" Qixi glanced at the festive wedding procession outside, letting out a sigh. Miss Su may indeed harbor deep feelings for Lord Lin. Even if your Highness were to reclaim her, her heart would not belong to you. Forcing her to remain by your side would not bring happiness. Furthermore, such an act of abduction is unbecoming of a gentleman. If it were to occur, there would surely be numerous memorials in the court condemning your Highness. Although the Emperor listens to you and cannot take punitive measures, the implications would be unfavorable. Strong-arming a spouse is hardly an honorable act. It would be wiser to advise your Highness to relent. There are countless flowers in the world. Qixi understood the prince's intentions and empathized with him. After all, the prince had shunned romantic pursuits for many years, and it seemed cruel that he should find someone he cherished only to discover she belonged to another. Yet, a forcibly obtained love is seldom sweet. Your Highness, perhaps. Whose are you truly? The voice was cold and fierce. A chilling aura enveloped the space, and dark eyes fixed intently upon the figure emerging slowly from the bridal sedan chair. The jade ring on his finger twirled carelessly, and his peach blossom eyes glinted with a beguiling yet ominous allure. Qixi, feeling the oppressive atmosphere, quickly sealed his lips, refraining from uttering another word. "Let us go." The icy command caused she to tense up, following closely behind as they exited the tavern. Upon reaching the entrance of the Lin residence, Lin Qingyan dismounted gracefully, holding a red silk ribbon to welcome Su Yuyao inside. They crossed a fire basin at the entrance. The matchmaker chanted, as the bride crosses the fire basin, "May fortune and offspring abound in the coming year, honoring the in-laws without strife, and a harmonious family shall thrive." Veiled beneath a red cover, Su Yuyao, supported by Xueli, stepped over the fire basin. As she walked through the courtyard, her heart raced with excitement. She had entered the Lin family's threshold, and only the final wedding rites stood between her and becoming Lin Qingyuan's wife. Biting her lip, Su Yuyao struggled to suppress the smile that threatened to break free. Arriving at the main hall, the matchmaker glanced at the time and announced loudly, "The auspicious hour has arrived. It is time for the bride and groom to perform the wedding rites." Lin Qingyuan approached Su Yuyao and softly reassured her, "Yuyao, do not be nervous. I shall always be by your side." Su Yuyao responded with a gentle acknowledgement. Then resounded a loud voice, "Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the high hall." The couple, before the matchmaker could utter the words of mutual bowing, a throng of armored soldiers brandishing sharp swords surrounded the courtyard, and the air was filled with the terrified cries of guests and the clamor of unrest. "What is happening? What have we done?" Some guests inquired. Today is clearly the day of Lord Lin's wedding. Why are there so many soldiers? The dark mass of soldiers offered no explanation, immediately subduing everyone within the courtyard. Any utterance would meet with merciless slaughter. Yuyao, shrouded beneath her red veil, could still sense the oppressive atmosphere surrounding her. What is wrong? What has transpired? Lin Qingyan gently patted her hand, offering reassurance. Do not worry. Everything is well with your husband here. He was cautious in the realm of officials, wary of any fault that could be seized upon. He had no concern about entanglements with the law. His rival, the Regent, had left the capital on official business and should have long arrived in Runan, making it impossible for him to return in such a short time. With this thought, Lin Qingyuan's anxious heart gradually eased. However, Yuyao's heart continued to race inexplicably, a foreboding sensation emerging in her mind. The surroundings were eerily silent. What should have been a day of joyous celebration was now devoid of laughter. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, growing ever closer. The soldiers, clad in armor, parted to make way, and a man in a crimson brocade robe emerged, illuminated by the flickering torches, his presence looming over the gathering like a mountain. He strode forward step by step towards the hall. His visage, originally ethereal and beautiful, was now marred by a gaze as cold as ice. A faint smile played on his lips, yet it was a smile that chilled one to the bone. His long, pale fingers toyed with the jade ring adorning his hand, his keen interest fixated on the couple poised to wed. His voice was languid and casual, devoid of immediate anger, yet it sent shivers down one's spine. Yao, is it time for the wedding? Upon hearing Xiao Jingyan's voice, Yuyao's throat constricted painfully. Fear enveloped her like an impenetrable web, ensnaring her utterly. She felt stifled, suffocated. Holding her breath, she fought to suppress her inner terror. Her crimson lips quivered, though no sound emerged. She longed to lift the veil that concealed her face. Yet she hesitated, ultimately refraining from raising her hand. She dared not look at him. After deceiving him for so long, she had only just awaited his departure from the capital to marry. Why had he returned? Was he not supposed to be gone for several days? How had he returned so swiftly? What would he do next? She could not bear to imagine. The silence around her was terrifying. Lin Qingyuan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Yuyao. Regent, today marks my wedding day. I am grateful for your presence amidst your busy schedule. Attendants, please prepare a seat for the Regent. Xiao Jingyan cast him a sidelong glance. To steal his woman and then demand that he bear witness? Was he to rub the face of the Regent in the dirt? His bony fingers lifted, pressing against Lin Qingyuan's chest, forcefully pushing him aside. Who do you think you are? When did it become your place to interject while I converse with my woman? Qingyuan, Lin Qingyuan's mother, filled with concern for her son, hurried over to support him. Are you all right? I'm fine, mother. Sui Weiing knew she could no longer evade her fate. Gritting her teeth, she raised her arm and waved, causing the red veil to fall to the ground. A stunningly beautiful woman emerged before the crowd. Your Highness, today marks the joyous occasion of my union with Lord Lin. If you're not too preoccupied, do stay and partake in the celebratory feast. If you're busy, then please take your leave to the left. I shan't see you off. Her voice was pitched high, a facade to mask her trepidation and fear. A joyeuse occasion? He scoffed lightly. Has Yao truly forgotten the promises you made to me? Chapter 59. This prince will fulfill you tonight. We shall share a bridal chamber. I had promised to wait for your return. Yet that was a commitment forged under duress. Forced by this prince? Xiao Jingyan scoffed. Since Yao claims that I have coerced you, would it not be a disservice to your words if we do not bring this to fruition? He advanced towards her, step by deliberate step. His dark, chilling gaze bore down upon her, reminiscent of a beast poised to unleash its fury. Indeed, he was a beast, albeit one whose lips curled into a sinister smile. What do you intend to do? Yuyao retreated cautiously, step by step. As they stood less than half a meter apart, Yuyao felt her footing give way, causing her to stumble slightly. Xueli hurried to support her, Mississippi. Xiao Jingyan let out a derisive snort, stepping upon the fallen crimson silk flower cord, halting before her and looking down imperiously. Yuyao, was paralyzed with fear beneath his ominous gaze. She held her breath, daring not to exhale. At that moment, Lin Qingyan, witnessing the treatment of his soon-to-be bride, could no longer endure it. He rushed forward. "Regent, today marks my wedding day. Should I err in any way, I shall personally seek your forgiveness after the ceremony. I implore you to spare me today. Begone. You lack the qualification to address this prince." Faced with Lin Qingyuan's soft-spoken appeal, Xiao Jingyan responded with unyielding hostility. Lin Qingyuan, sensing the futility of gentleness, adopted a firmer stance. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Yuyao. "Yao is my wife. Should the regent wish to harm her, he must first tread over my corpse." Xiao Jingyan casually adjusted his embroidered robe, a scornful laugh escaping his lips. "Your wife? When did she become yours? Have you performed the marriage rites? Shared a bridal chamber?" His tone was casual, yet it left no room for rebuttal. "We have already performed the rites before heaven and earth. If the prince had not intervened, the ceremony would have been complete by now. Just a step away, her sister Yuyao would have finished the vows. Alas, the ceremony remains unfulfilled," Xiao Jingyan replied, his laughter chilling. Suddenly, he raised his hand. His attendant, Qi promptly stepped forward, forcibly pulling Lin Qingyuan away from Su Yuyao. All irrelevant onlookers were swiftly cleared from the hall, leaving only Xiao Jingyan and Su Yuyao within. Xiao Jingyan approached her, each step deliberate. His gaze was akin to two icy beams, piercing through her, devoid of warmth or emotion. On this frigid New Year's Eve, the gusting winds sent shivers through the air, prompting involuntary tremors. Su Yuyao was drenched in a cold sweat, her forehead glistening as perspiration trickled down, soaking her garments, rendering them clinging and uncomfortable against her skin. Xiao Jingyan's countenance darkened ominously, his brows furrowing tightly, and his already cold eyes seemed to grow darker, as if consumed by an abyss of despair. Suddenly, he lunged forward, an overwhelming and tyrannical force crashing towards Su Yuyao's chin. "Su Yuyao," his voice reverberated through the air, imbued with an irresistible authority and fury. Those three words struck like three sharp swords, piercing directly into Su Yuyao's heart, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. "How did you bid me farewell when I departed him? Did you not promise to obediently await my return? Did you not vow to wed me after the new year? And now?" He leaned closer, almost nose to nose, gazing in her clear, slightly innocent eyes. "You have deceived me. You have persistently lied to me. Not only have you misled me, but you have also schemed to marry Lin Qingyuan in my absence." Instinctively, she shook her head, his grip on her jaw tightening painfully. Her eyelashes trembled, and a faint mist of tears welled in her eyes, their corners reddening, her nostrils flaring with each strained breath. "You feigned compliance to disarm my suspicions while secretly plotting your marriage to Lin Qingyuan. How cunning you are! That pair of embroidered mandarin ducks I saw was crafted for your union with him, wasn't it? You even tricked me into believing it was a celebratory gift for our wedding." His anger transformed into a cold sneer. "Do you hold such affection for Lin Qingyuan? Are you willing to disregard your own safety and defy my orders for him? Have you truly overlooked all the kindness I have shown you? Is your heart made of stone?" The irony was almost unbearable. He knew of her deep-rooted bond with Lin Qingyuan, believing that with enough sincerity, even a heart of stone could be softened. Thus, when she claimed to accept him, he thought she had genuinely changed, that she was gradually opening her heart to him. With this thought, a tinge of mockery surfaced in his gaze. "You wish to marry Lin Qingyuan?" Before Su Yuyao could respond, he smirked, bent down, and with a slight exertion, lifted her effortlessly over his shoulder, striding towards the door. "No! What are you doing? Xiao Jingyan, you madman, put me down. Today is my wedding day." Su Yuyao, perched upon his shoulder, jabbed her elbow fiercely into his back in a desperate attempt to compel him to release her. She had already entered the Lin household, performed the rites of heaven and earth, and was mere moments away from being acknowledged as Lin Qingyuan's wife. Just one step away. Just a tiny step. She was unwilling to accept this fate, unwilling to let her hopes be shattered. "Xiao Jingyan, you must release me. You will incur divine retribution." In a frenzy, she kicked and struggled, attempting to slide down. Yet, The man's grip tightened further, imprisoning her upon his shoulder. Divine retribution? Yuyao, remember this. You were the one who promised to accept me. Now you are the one going back on your word. I have said that as long as you are obedient, I shall not force you. But should I discover that you have deceived me, you shall bear the consequences. Yuyao froze upon his shoulder, her eyes filled with despair. I have lied to you, but if you do not confine me within your estate with ulterior motives, would I need to deceive you? At this moment, her tears flowed uncontrollably, her voice transforming into a desperate plea. Your Highness, the Regent, I beseech you, spare me. I am but a humble girl from the countryside, while you are the immensely powerful Regent. What manner of woman could you not have? Why are you so intent on holding on to me? Qingzhou tugged at the corners of his lips, his tone low and chilling. There are many virtuous women, yet none suit my taste. My heart is solely captivated by you. Nothing is more significant than what I desire. Upon hearing his voice, Yuyao felt as if death were an appealing option. After pacing in the courtyard for a few moments, Qingzhou hoisted her into his arms and carried her to a room adorned with red lanterns, crimson silk ribbons, large red double happiness characters on the door, and red paper cuttings on the walls. This was the chamber designated for her and Lin Qingyuan's wedding night. What do you intend to do with me here? Qingzhou. He kicked open the door, striding into the room with her in his grasp, and moments later, he unceremoniously tossed Yuyao onto the bed. Despite the softness of the bedding, his anger infused his actions, causing her to be thrown down with an unexpected jolt of pain throughout her body. His fingertips were icy, his joints distinct, and as he moved, his grand crimson robe slipped from his body to the floor. He approached the bed slowly, his back turned to the flickering red wedding candles, obscuring the expression in his eyes. Yet his voice was casual and gentle, akin to a lover's whisper, tender and alluring. Yao, I have told you time and again to behave yourself. He leaned closer to the bed, softly murmuring, on the eve of my departure from the capital, you promised to wait for me to marry you after the new year, to bear my child. Do you recall this? A mocking smile graced his lips. Since you are so eager, wishing to wed before the new year, I shall grant your wish. Tonight, we shall consummate our union. Chapter 60. Does it hurt? I have heard that the first time is always quite painful. No, please. I do not wish to share a wedding night with you. Tonight is for me and my brother Qingyuan. In the next moment, his jaw tightened, and his expression became fiercely menacing. The more you mention Lin Qingyuan before me today, the more I desire to eliminate him. Yuyao immediately fell silent. She could scarcely imagine the extent of madness that this deranged man might unleash upon Lin Qingyuan. Speaking of your brother Qingyuan, do you feel heartache? Reluctance? He tilted his head, gazing with keen interest at the trembling woman. Come here, he beckoned, indicating for her to approach him. If you come here and give me a kiss, I might consider sparing him. Yuyao felt a heavy weight in her chest, as if a massive stone were pressing down upon her, rendering her breathless. No, you cannot treat me this way. My brother saved your life. Qingzhou straightened up, his hawk-like eyes sweeping over Yuyao. Your brother? Jiangran. He closed his eyes briefly, drawing a deep breath. Yao, have you forgotten that when you first left the residence, you had already exhausted the favor owed to Jiangran? As the man approached, Yuyao's panic intensified. She continuously shrank back against the bed, until her back pressed against the cold wall. Her hands, still wrapped in white bandages, hugged her knees as she curled into a small ball on the bed. At this moment, there was nowhere left for her to retreat. Tears quickly gathered in her eyes. No, please. Ultimately, Yuyao could not hold back any longer and burst into tears. Almost simultaneously, there was a sound of someone jumping down from the bed, colliding with something that fell to the ground, but was quickly pulled back. Qixi stood silently at the door, his head bowed. This outcome was within his expectations. The prince had made considerable concessions recently, yet this time, Miss Su had indeed provoked him by marrying Lin Qingyuan while the prince was away. Inside the room, the sound of fabric being torn echoed, piercing through the stillness of the night. Please, no. Yuyao emitted a muffled protest, soon swallowed by the man before her. Qingzhou grasped her neck, fervently kissing her. She struggled against him, but he remained as immovable as a nail. In fact, her resistance only fueled his fervor. He forcefully pried open her lips, entwining their tongues, their bodies merging in a heated embrace, a scene both enchanting and heart-pounding. Breathless from the kiss, she bit down hard on his lip. The rich metallic taste of blood instantly filled the space between their lips. The man raised a finger to his mouth, wiping away the crimson stain. He looked down at her, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. Today, Yuyao has made me see red, so it will be quite unreasonable for me not to let her see red as well. Wouldn't it? Faced with the mad glint in his eyes, Yuyao dared not move an inch. Please, I beg you don't. Yuyao's body tensed, and she couldn't help but softly plead. Let me return to Qingzhou. I swear I shall never set foot in the capital again. Since Yuyao had professed her acceptance of this prince and vowed to bear his heirs, she ought to honor her words. As soon as the last syllable escaped his lips, the bed creaked under their weight. Within the confines of the red canopy, the tide of emotions ebbed and flowed. Time slipped away unnoticed. Xiao Jingyan wore an expression of post-pleasure satisfaction. He gazed at the crimson stain on the bedding, then turned to the pale-faced woman beside him, his heart aching. He gently brushed away the tears at the corners of her eyes, his voice softening. Does it hurt? Yuyao turned her head aside, shutting her eyes in silence. Xiao Jingyan felt no anger. Observing the traces of their passion adorning her body, he wrapped his arms around her tightly. It must hurt quite a bit. I've heard that the first time is always painful. He gently kissed her fair neck, murmuring, it will be better next time. Next time? How many times did he intend to have? Yuyao turned away completely, refusing to engage with him. Morning dawned at the Regent's residence. After finishing her morning routine, Seizure sat at the table, ready to eat. Marrying off, Yuyao had granted her a restful night. Just as she lifted her chopsticks, a flustered maid rushed in. Madam, the prince has returned. Miss Su has returned as well. What? Seisure's hand froze midair, her mind momentarily blank. Upon witnessing this, old Madame Wang scolded the maid. You insolent girl, what nonsense are you spouting? The prince has left the capital on official business and will not return for several days. Miss Su was married off yesterday. How could she possibly be back? Every word I speak is true. The prince has brought Miss Su back in his arms. They must have already arrived at Furong Courtyard. What? Old Madame Wang's pupils constricted. What on earth was happening? I do not know. I merely overheard others discussing it, claiming that the prince went to the Lin residence last night to seize the bride. Seisure's complexion turned ashen, her lips trembling with fury. I have underestimated him. Her eyes widened, fixated on the void ahead. He had gone to such lengths for a woman, resorting to abduction. This was utterly outrageous. As she pressed her forehead, she lamented, carelessness, I was far too careless. Regret washed over her. She should not have been so indecisive, with all the red silk and lanterns creating such grandeur. Had she acted more decisively and ruthlessly back then, perhaps simply sending that woman to the Lin residence in a sedan chair would have spared her from this current predicament. Now that matters had escalated to this point, it would be no easy task to remove that woman. Chapter 61. Want to seek death? In your dreams. On the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky once again. Yet this did not hinder the jubilant celebrations of the people. In the capital, the faces of the citizens were alight with smiles, exchanging warm greetings as the sounds of firecrackers echoed through the streets and alleys, with each household rejoicing in the commencement of a new year. However, the regent's residence remained shrouded in gloom, with the servants immersed in their tasks, avoiding any whispered conversations. Yuyao tilted her head, revealing a neck marked by traces of affection, her eyes devoid of life as she stared blankly at the white canopy above. The haunting memories of last night, when Xiao Jingyan had forcefully taken her, surged into her mind like a relentless tide. She fought to close her eyes, desperately wishing to expunge those images from her consciousness. But the more she resisted, the clearer they appeared before her, like an impenetrable net tightening around her. In a fit of despair, she buried her head under the covers, curling her entire body into the quilt. Yet those tormenting images continued to haunt her, seemingly intent on driving her mad. Get out! Just leave me be! She cried out in agitation, abruptly throwing off the quilt and hurling a nearby pillow across the room. The sharp sound shattered the stillness within the chamber. Su Yuyao's heart skipped a beat as her gaze followed the noise, landing on a sharp fruit knife lying quietly on the floor. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting a diamond-shaped patch of light on the ground. The knife lay nestled at the intersection of light and shadow, its blade glinting coldly, resembling a frozen bolt of lightning. Su Yuyao's fraying emotions unraveled completely as she stared at the blade like a living corpse. In an instant, she felt as if struck by a sudden revelation. Compelled by an unseen force, she stepped down, her bare feet touching the ground without a hint of chill. Ignoring the pain from her torn fingertips, she bent down and picked up the sharp knife, drawing it forcefully across her wrist. At last, I am liberated, she thought, collapsing onto the floor as crimson blood gushed forth from the wound, pooling beneath her and forming a river. Qingzhou, brother, if I cannot be your wife in this life, let us be husband and wife in the next. Before long, hurried footsteps approached, and the door curtain was lifted from the outside. Miss Su, what are you doing? A young maid exclaimed in horror upon seeing the pool of blood and the fading figure of the girl. Someone quickly. Miss Su has attempted suicide. At the sound of the cries, the maids and matrons rushed in. In their panic, one hurried to summon the house physician, another went to report to Qingzhou garden, while the rest collectively lifted the unconscious girl and placed her on the bed. Early that morning, after Xiao Jingyan carried Su Yuyao back to Furong Garden, he had gone to the palace. Indeed, several reckless ministers had submitted memorials accusing him of forcibly taking another's wife, devoid of humanity and moral integrity. Xiao Jingyan recognized that these old men were affiliated with his uncle, Jun Wulin. He had initially considered allowing them more time, but they were simply too reckless, insisting on rushing headlong into danger. In a fit of rage, Xiao Jingyan demoted several of his old associates, purging the court of their presence. After resolving matters within the palace, he hastened back to his residence. Before departing the capital, he had promised Su Yuyao that upon his return, he would take her to witness the fireworks. Today, being the first day of a new year, he had specifically instructed someone to procure an assortment of fireworks to delight her when darkness fell. However, due to the strong winds, his journey home took longer than usual. Winter days are brief and nights prolonged, and by the time Xiao Jingyan arrived at the gates of his estate, night had fully descended. A thick layer of snow blanketed the courtyard, while the fierce winds continued to rage. Upon entering the estate, he made his way directly to the Furong courtyard. As he approached its entrance, he encountered the flustered Ba Shi, who was hastily preparing to leave. Ba Shi, upon seeing his master, immediately bowed and exclaimed, "My lord, you have returned. A grave matter has arisen. Miss Su, she has attempted to take her own life." What? Xiao Jingyan's pupils constricted, his expression momentarily frozen. He inquired urgently, "How is she?" "Summon the physician at once. She is very weak." But the physician has been summoned and is currently attending to Miss Su to staunch the bleeding, Ba Shi replied. Hearing that she was still alive, Xiao Jingyan let out a faint sigh of relief. This reckless woman, did she truly wish to abandon life itself to escape his side? Such a notion was preposterous. His eyes burned crimson, dark and menacing, filled with a chilling wrath that surged within him, compelling him to stride toward the Furong courtyard. Inside, Lu Chunjian had already bandaged Su Yuyao's wounds and was preparing a tonic to replenish her vitality. As soon as Xiao Jingyan entered, everyone in the room bowed in respect. With his reddened eyes, he bypassed all present and approached the bedside, gazing upon the woman, her eyes closed and her complexion as pale as death. He was at a loss for words. Anger? Concern? What fate had befallen her? Lu Chunjian promptly addressed him, "Your Highness, Miss Su has lost a significant amount of blood and is currently in a state of unconsciousness. However, her life is not in peril. I have applied a tourniquet and prescribed restorative tonics. With time, she shall recover." Xiao Jingyan nodded and waved him away. Once the maidservants had prepared the medicine and administered it to Su Yuyao, he rose and stepped into the outer chamber. His dark eyes once again brimmed with a cold ferocity. In a chilling tone, he commanded Qi Shi, "Bring every maid and servant in the courtyard to me." Upon hearing his command, Qi Shi felt a sudden tightening in his chest, a wave of dread coursing through him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He silently feared for the maids and servants, believing they were about to face dire consequences. Outside, the howling wind roared like a ferocious beast, relentlessly battering against the doors and producing a cacophony of noise. The door curtains flapped wildly, reminiscent of a frightened child timidly knocking against the doorframe. Within the Furong courtyard, all the maidservants knelt in terror, their heads bowed low, too fearful to utter a sound. Xiao Jingyan sat motionless in the armchair, his gaze cast downward, obscuring his expression from view. His fingertips rhythmically tapped against the table, producing a resonant sound that pierced the silence of the room, rendering it particularly jarring. The atmosphere within was oppressively heavy, leaving everyone gasping for breath, as if even the air hesitated to stir. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Jingyan abruptly lifted his eyelids, his icy glare sweeping across all present like a chilling beam of light. The servants of Furong Courtyard shall receive 20 lashes for their inadequate service to their master. Should there be a repeat offense, the punishment will be death by the rod. Chapter 62. Unashamed, so speak up on the day of his grand wedding. Lin Qingyuan, resisting and obstructing Xiao Jingyan's attempt to snatch his bride, was rendered unconscious by Xiao Jingyan's subordinates. He remained in slumber for 2 full days before awakening. On the morning of the second day, upon seeing his mother, he inquired, "Mother, where is Yuyao?" With a heavy sigh, Lin's mother replied, "Yuyao has been taken back to the royal residence by the regent." Before she could offer any words of consolation, Lin Qingyan hastily rose, hurriedly dressing himself to leave. "Qingyuan, where are you going?" "Mother, I must go to the regent's residence to bring Yuyao back." His mother swiftly positioned herself in front of him, blocking his path. "Do you comprehend the nature of the regent's residence? What sort of man the regent is? It is not as simple as you propose to retrieve her. Am I to abandon Yuyao, then? She is my wife, Lin Qingyuan's bride. We have grown up together, deeply in love, and pledged our lives to one another. Did you not also accept her as your daughter-in-law? Would you truly wish to witness your daughter-in-law being taken away by another?" Lin's mother sighed once more. "Qingyuan, allow me to speak frankly. Yuyao, she was defiled by the regent on the very night of your wedding." "Mother, what are you saying?" Lin's mother furrowed her brow and continued, "It was even in your bridal chamber." A thunderous silence engulfed Lin Qingyuan as if struck by lightning. He stumbled slightly, and his mother rushed to support him. The insult of being publicly humiliated during his wedding and the violation of his bride in their bridal chamber was utterly devastating. "I understand this is difficult for you to accept, but it is as it is. You and Yuyao are fated to be apart in this lifetime. Gather yourself. Perform your duties well in the palace. With diligence, you shall ascend the ranks, and you can find any woman you desire." Although Lin's mother had always regarded Su Yuyao as a daughter-in-law and cherished her, now that she had caught the eye of the regent, there was no possibility of her entering the Lin family in the future. At this moment, her primary concern was to persuade her son. She was aware of the depth of his feelings for Su Yuyao, and this news would surely break his heart. Yet, if she did not reveal the truth, how could he ever let go? Lin Qingyuan's icy fingertips clenched tightly into a fist. He felt as if a colossal stone was pressing upon his heart, suffocating him. Anger, regret, and a myriad of emotions swirled within him. He should have rescued Yuyao from the regent's residence sooner. Or perhaps he ought not to have come to the capital at all, nor participated in the martial selection. He should have remained in Qingzhou, cherishing his beloved Yuyao for a lifetime. "My son, please sit and wash your face. Lunch will be served shortly," Lin's mother urged, attempting to guide him down. Lin Qingyan withdrew his arm from her grasp, tilting his head back to take a deep breath, pressing gently on the place where he had been struck. It still throbbed slightly. Suddenly, clarity washed over him, and he resolutely declared, "No, mother, in this lifetime I have chosen Yuyao. Regardless of what has transpired, I care not. As long as she is by my side, I would even resign from my post. The regent's oppressive use of power to forcibly seize maidens is fundamentally unjust. There exists a sense of fairness in the world. Regardless of the circumstances, my son must venture to the regent's residence to retrieve her." Lin's mother closed her eyes. How could her son be so obstinate? Even if he is in the right, what can it achieve? Power reigns supreme. The regent wields immense authority, and to condemn a life is as effortless as crushing an ant. Qingzhou, Lin's mother pressed her forehead. Are you out of your mind? Given the uproar the regent caused that day, do you truly believe you can bring her back? If you wish to rescue Miss Yuyao, this matter must be approached with caution. At this moment, we cannot allow Qingzhou to go to the regent's residence. Otherwise, in a fit of rage, the regent might imprison her without a second thought. As dusk fell, Xiao Jingyan returned from the palace. The day was devoid of wind, and the weather was splendid. The moon hung low in the treetops. In the Furong garden, the walls adorned with luminous pearls illuminated the surroundings as bright as day. Xiao Jingyan stepped into the radiant light, closing the door behind him. The room had already been lit with candles. He walked directly to the inner chamber where a young maid stood beside the bed, urging Yuyao to take her medicine. Take it away. I refuse to drink, she declared. The maid, holding the medicine bowl, was at a loss for words after having pleaded for hours. The medicine had cooled, and she had warmed it again. But Yuyao remained resolute, showing signs of waiting for death. Xiao Jingyan furrowed his brow as he approached. Leave. He took the bowl of medicine, sat down beside the bed, scooped a spoonful, and brought it to her lips. Upon seeing him, the woman turned her head away, ignoring him. His hand froze in midair, anger flashing in his eyes. Tensing his jaw, he spoke in a cold tone. Turn your head and drink the medicine. Yuyao offered no response, still turning away. Did you not hear me speaking? Xiao Jingyan, frustrated, tossed the spoon into the bowl, set it aside, and wrapped his arm around her neck, lifting her into his embrace. Xiao Jingyan, what are you doing? Yuyao protested with the little strength she had left. Yet, his grip tightened around her waist, leaving no room for resistance. Since you refuse to drink it yourself, I shall feed you myself. He raised the bowl to his lips, took a sip, and then forced her mouth open, leaning in to transfer the bitter concoction from his mouth to hers. Caught off guard, Yuyao struggled, nearly choking. The bitter liquid slid down her throat, and he repeated the process for 5 times until the bowl was empty. However, he did not intend to part from her lips so easily. Ultimately, he held her waist with one arm and pressed the back of her neck with the other, kissing her deeply. This time, he captured her lips, caressing and sucking them. Time seemed to lose its essence as they kissed, and only when she felt as though her lungs might burst did he finally withdraw. Gasping for air, she pushed him away and fell back onto the bed. You shameless wretch. Yuyao mattered in indignación. Xiao Jingyan chuckled softly, shameless indeed, which is why I dare to speak. You have known this prince for quite some time, and whatever I desire, no one can impede me. As Yuyao gazed at the man before her, who seemed to be consumed by madness, her emotions began to spiral out of control. Why? Why won't you let me die? By what right do you deprive me of my wish for death? Wish for death? He scoffed coldly. Why should you, Yuyao? Désire tout dit? You have yet to fulfill your promise to me. What right do you have to seek death? Once the pent-up fury was unleashed, his tone softened. Yet the underlying menace remained palpable. Yuyao, do not entertain thoughts of seeking death. Instead, tend to your health and await our grand wedding. Chapter 63. He is my husband. Do you think he is important? As the effects of the medication took hold, Yuyao soon fell into a deep slumber. When she awoke once more, it was midday the following day. The sun shone brightly, and the snow that had fallen in previous days began to melt, cascading from the eaves in rhythmic droplets. Occasionally, the sharp sound of icicles crashing to the ground could be heard. Yuyao's spirit had improved significantly compared to the day prior, and a hint of color returned to her pale face. However, she still felt weak and feeble, a consequence of excessive blood loss. With great effort, she propped herself up. The white curtains draped around her concealed her figure, but through the fabric, one could discern the silhouette of a woman rising. A maid entered, carrying a basin of warm water. Upon seeing the figure, she quickly set down the basin and drew back the curtain. Miss, you are awake. Would you like some water? Yuyao shook her head and attempted to get out of bed. The maid hurriedly stepped forward to assist her. Miss, you are still recovering. It will be best for you to rest in bed. Should you require anything, please instruct me. Yuyao glanced at her, recognizing her as a maid from the outer courtyard. After surveying the room and finding no sign of Xueli, she inquired, Where is Xueli? The maid respectfully replied, I have not seen Xueli. It was the prince's command for me to come and attend to you. What is the current state of Lord Lin Qingyuan's residence? The maid was about to respond with uncertainty when a man's cold, harsh voice echoed from outside as he entered. His gaze fell upon the woman seated on the bed. He cast a glance back at the maid, who promptly lowered her head and exited the room. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, just resurrected, and already inquiring about that man. Yao, does he truly hold such significance in your heart? Yuyao shot him a resentful glare. He is my husband. Do you think he is unimportant? Husband? Have you exchanged vows with him? Have you consummated your union? He scoffed. Yao, how can you call another man your husband after having shared everything with me? Do you not find that utterly ironic? He removed his cloak and strode toward her. The once obedient demeanor she had displayed was replaced by a fierce intensity in her eyes, as if filled with shards of ice. She met his gaze without flinching. Had it not been for your interference, I would have long been the rightful wife of Qingyuan. Jinjian, relinquish any hope. I shall never marry you. My previous declarations were mere fabrications. If you possess the courage, then kill me. Having her purity sullied, she felt that there was no longer any dignity left to marry Qingyuan. Death seemed the only resolution. Jinjian laughed coldly. What? No longer pretending? When we were entwined, did you not profess your love for me, expressing a desire to marry me and bear my children? Why the sudden reversal now? Have you finally revealed your true self? Yuyao, I advise you to recognize the reality of the situation. Xiao Jingyan raised an eyebrow, his icy fingertips tilting her chin. His words were sharp and ruthless. Should you dare to seek death again, I shall ensure that every servant in this courtyard, along with the Lin family, accompanies you to your grave. In the next moment, he released her chin, his brow softening as his tone shifted to a gentle cadence, as if he were a changed man. If you obediently marry me, I shall spare their lives. Keeping Lin Qingyuan and his family alive serves as a caution for your actions. I am curious to see if you would be willing to let them perish alongside you. You despicable! Why have I ever claimed otherwise? His chilling laughter echoed throughout the room. Bring in someone to attend to Miss Su. As he turned to leave, Yuyao, in a moment of desperation, straightened up. Send Xueli to care for me. Xiao Jingyan paused, contemplating the multitude of maidservants at his disposal. If she was dissatisfied with their service, they would have to be replaced. No, she is not a maid. She is my sister. Xiao Jingyan silently tugged at the corner of his lips, a sardonic smile forming. Ah, another individual to hinder you. Before long, Xueli rushed into the room, her demeanor frantic. Miss, it is such a relief to see you. Upon spotting Yuyao, she appeared as though she had found her anchor, her voice trembling. She hurried to Yuyao's side, scanning her from head to toe with a face full of concern. How are you? Did the prince force you? As she spoke, Xueli's gaze inadvertently fell upon the marks on Yuyao's neck and the slightly open neckline of her garment. The love bites stood out starkly against her fair skin. Xueli felt as though her heart was being gripped by an invisible hand, causing her immense pain, and tears flowed uncontrollably. How could the prince abduct you? How could he treat you this way? Xueli wept, filled with indignation and dissatisfaction at the prince's actions. Yuyao, seeing her distress, quickly shook her head and reassured her. I'm fine, do not worry. But where have you been these past few days? Xueli took a moment to compose herself, wiping the tears from her eyes. I was confined in the woodshed by Qixi, but they did not harm me. I was only worried about you. I could not stop thinking about you. Miss, why do you look so pale? As she spoke, Xueli's gaze fell upon the scar on Yuyao's wrist. The grotesque mark stood out starkly against her fair skin. Evoking deep sympathy, Xueli exclaimed, Miss, your wrist. What happened? To the prince. It was my own doing. Xueli caressed the scar on Yuyao's wrist, her voice breaking with emotion. How could you be so foolish? No matter what happens, you should never gamble with your own life. As she wept, she hastily wiped away her tears, her tone imbued with both compassion for Yuyao and a gentle admonition. You must not be so foolish in the future. If the young master were to know from beyond, he would surely be troubled. Upon mentioning Sufiandi, tears brimmed in Yuyao's eyes. If her brother were aware that the person she had saved was a scoundrel, could he find peace in his rest? Observing this, Xueli quickly slapped her own mouth a few times. It is my fault. I should not have brought up those who caused the young lady such sorrow. Yet Su Yuyao seemed to awaken with a jolt, her eyes closing heavily. Xueli, you are right. I should not contemplate self-harm. My brother, if he knows, would indeed feel heartache. Xueli's sobs suddenly ceased, and through her misty eyes, she gazed at her mistress, asking, "What do you intend to do next? Will you heed the regent's words and await the wedding?" Su Yuyao's gaze flickered with determination. "No, we must leave. We cannot sit idly by and await our fate." Chapter 64. Rest well. We shall continue tomorrow since the day of their grand wedding. Su Yuyao was seized back to the Duke Regent's residence, where Xiao Jingyan confined her, forbidding her from stepping outside the confines of the Furong Garden. Additionally, he bolstered the guards surrounding her. The night was deep and tranquil. The room was filled with the fragrant aroma of incense, and the flickering candlelight cast two intertwined shadows upon the wall. After a moment, the man turned over, leaving only his silhouette against the wall. The woman beneath him bore swollen lips from his fervent kisses, staring blankly at the ceiling like a soul devoid of desire. She had come to a realization. As long as she responded to his advances with the indifference of a lifeless being, he would eventually lose his fervor. These days marked the first time since their wedding night when he had forcefully taken her. She lay there, eyes closed, lips pressed tightly together, silent and compliant, allowing him to take what he wished. A sudden sharp pain at the corner of her mouth jolted her senses, eliciting a startled gasp. "What are you thinking?" he inquired, his gaze penetrating. After speaking, he tilted his head, pressing his lips against her neck. His breath quickened. Throughout the night, he called for water thrice. And by morning, when he sought to pursue her again, Su Yuyao could no longer endure it. "No, I'm still recovering, feeling rather weak." Xiao Jingyan affectionately brushed his lips against her cheek, saying, "Very well, we shall cease for today. Rest well, and we shall continue tomorrow night." Su Yuyao felt a temporary relief within her heart. Xiao Jingyan had official duties and was accustomed to rising early each day. He rolled out of bed, donned his robe, and returned to her side. Gently tucking her in, he spoke softly, "The day is still young. You may rest a while longer. I shall return to keep you company once I am finished." Su Yuyao replied, her tone devoid of emotion. As soon as he left, Xueli entered the room. "Miss, I apologize for the inconvenience." Su Yuyao now found herself trapped within the confines of the Duke Regent's residence, a veritable prison. Rather than struggle, it was wiser to take this opportunity to restore her health and await the right moment to escape once more. Even a lion has its moments of repose. As long as Xiao Jingyan did not break her legs and imprison her, there would come a day when she could flee. Xueli poured a glass of warm water and handed it to her. "Say, miss, please have some water." Su Yuyao's hands had nearly healed. She now applied the skin-regenerating ointment that Xiao Jingyan had made from eastern pearls, and the scabs on her wounds had begun to fall away, leaving only slight marks. In a few days, these traces would vanish, and her hands would once again be delicate and fair. She accepted the water from Xueli, taking a few sips to moisten her lips. "Xueli, did you manage to procure the herbal medicine I asked for the other day?" Upon seeing Xueli, Su Yuyao had instructed her to leave the residence to buy the herbal remedy to prevent conception during her intimate encounters with Xiao Jingyan. Unfortunately, she had not taken any precautionary measures following their encounter on the day of her abduction. All she could do was silently pray that she had not conceived from that one time. "After purchasing it, I placed it in my room, and I shall fetch it now to brew." "Very well." Su Yuyao nodded. In recent days, Lin Qingyuan had been in a state of disarray, neglecting his appearance, sporting an unkempt beard and exuding an air of despondency. The incident of his bride being abducted on their wedding day had become the talk of the town. Although many were intimidated by the power of the regent and dared not speak openly, those who knew Lin Qingyuan regarded him with expressions of disdain, pity, and scorn. On this day, he could no longer contain himself. He took a leave of absence and arrived at the gates of the regent's residence, determined to reclaim Su Yuyao. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingyan was in his study attending to state affairs. He swiftly perused a stack of confidential letters, responding to each with remarkable efficiency. The night's exertions had not rendered him weary. Rather, he appeared invigorated, his vigor seemingly heightened compared to before. A knock at the door announced the arrival of Qixi. "My lord, Master Lin Qingyuan seeks an audience." Xiao Jingyan paused, the ink from his pen dripping onto the parchment, dampening it. He set down the pen and waved his hand, allowing the parchment to flutter down to the ground. "Let him in." A quarter of an hour later, Lin Qingyuan stood before Xiao Jingyan, kneeling in reverence. "I, Lin Qingyuan, pay my respects to the regent." Xiao Jingyan, with an inscrutable expression, lifted his gaze to glance at the kneeling Lin Qingyuan, feigning ignorance as he inquired, "Master Lin, what brings you here in such haste?" However, Lin Qingyuan seemed oblivious to Xiao Jingyan's invitation to rise. He remained upright in his posture, head bowed, unabashedly declaring, "I earnestly beseech the regent to release Yuyao. Yuyao and I have grown up together and have long pledged ourselves to one another. I implore the regent to show mercy and refrain from seizing what belongs to another. I would be eternally grateful." A profound silence enveloped the room. A faint smirk curled at the corners of Xiao Jingyan's lips, revealing a trace of contempt as he scoffed softly, his anger intensifying. "Pledge to one another?" He slowly articulated, enunciating each word with precision, as if he intended to etch those 4 words into the very marrow of Lin Qingyuan's being. But to what effect? Who acknowledges such a claim? Have you ever exchanged vows? Faced with Xiao Jingyan's inquiry, Lin Qingyuan exhibited no signs of retreat. His mind was resolutely fixated on one singular thought. He must reclaim the woman he adored. The notion of fairness was of no concern to him. In his heart, Yuyao was the only woman he would ever acknowledge as his. "I implore the regent to show leniency. I would willingly forsake my official position, only to have Yuyao return to my side." Lin Qingyuan's voice was unwavering and resolute. Xiao Jingyan's lips curled slightly, regarding the kneeling figure before him with the air of a sovereign surveying his domain. There was no need for anger, nor for wrath. Power prevails over all. "Master Lin, I have already consummated my union with Yuyao. Do you truly intend to usurp my woman?" Lin Qingyuan clenched his fingers tightly into his palm, inhaling deeply before speaking. "Had it not been for the regent prince's abduction of Yuyao, she would have stood with me at the altar that day. In terms of precedence, it is I who should take the lead. The regent prince's actions are indeed looked down upon by society. I implore the regent prince to grant my request and allow Yao to leave the residence." The attendants, Qixi and Baxi, stood at the entrance, shrinking their necks and minimizing their presence. They were acutely aware that their master had long held a disdain for Lin Qingyuan, and it was audacious of him to confront the prince in such a manner. "Who claims that emotions follow a sequence of priority?" Xiao Jingyan raised an eyebrow, a semblance of amusement dancing in his gaze. "Since Minister Lin wishes to take Yao away, perhaps we should inquire about her own sentiments and see if she indeed desires to accompany you." Chapter 65. Preserving his life, wounding his heart upon receiving his master's command. The servant Qixi promptly turned and made his way to Furong Garden. A quarter of an hour later, Su Yuyao followed Qixi to the study in the Qingzhou garden. Prior to this moment, she was unaware of Lin Qingyuan's arrival. The instant she caught sight of him kneeling on the floor, her entire being froze in disbelief. The atmosphere in the study grew suddenly oppressive. Su Yuyao felt as if she could scarcely breathe, her heart twisted in anguish, and her complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Why had this madman summoned her brother Qingyuan? Was he intent on punishing him before her very eyes? Had he not promised her that as long as she behaved, he would ensure his safety? How could he so swiftly betray his word? "Yao, come here." Xiao Jingyan called to the dazed woman, standing in the doorway, his tone laced with a hint of sardonic amusement. Lin Qingyuan turned around and, upon seeing Su Yuyao, immediately rose, raising his hand in a gesture of entreaty. "Yuyao, come home with your brother. I will take you away from the capital." Su Yuyao remained rooted to the spot, her body weakening as she leaned against the doorframe, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Her heart raced, a tempest of confusion swirling within her. Go home with him? Leave the capital? Was that still possible for her? Moments later, cold sweat began to bead on her palms. Just as she worried that Xiao Jingyan might swiftly deal with Lin Qingyuan, she suddenly heard his icy voice from behind the imposing desk. Yao, why are you not coming over? Do you want this prince to come and carry you in?" At that moment, a trace of impatience crept into his demeanor. His gaze, cold and formidable, was fraught with jealousy and an unfathomable bitterness. Yuyao stepped over the threshold, each movement a struggle as she made her way inside. Lin Qingyuan, with reddened eyes and a face aged by pent-up frustration, took a step forward, reaching out to grasp her. Qixi and Baxi immediately intervened to restrain him. Lord Lin, please conduct yourself with dignity. Observing the unwilling woman approach him, Xiao Jingyan's expression grew increasingly sinister, resembling a chilling ice cellar in the depths of winter. Come, Yao, sit on this prince's lap. Yuyao's entire body stiffened, her spine rigid, fingers icy as they dug deep into her flesh. He leaned slightly closer, his voice a low whisper. Do you wish for me to end his life right now? Clenching her fingers, she ultimately bowed her head, inching closer to him. He watched her approach his lap with a sense of leisurely satisfaction, reveling in the power of the moment. No, Yuyao! Lin Qingyuan cried out in desperation. Yuyao dared not meet his gaze, her eyes cast down, long lashes fluttering as a crystalline tear fell from her eye. Ultimately, she found herself seated upon Xiao Jingyan's lap. He wrapped his arm around her waist, lifting a hand to gently brush away her tears. Observing the beautiful yet tense woman in his embrace with a faint smile gracing his lips, Lin Qingyuan felt as though his throat were choked with cotton, struggling to breathe. In a sudden act of desperation, he knelt before Xiao Jingyan. I beseech the regent to spare Yuyao and allow her to leave the manor. Spare Yuyao? Allow her to leave? Xiao Jingyan scoffed. Why does Lord Lin so resolutely believe that this prince has imprisoned her? The intensity of malice in his eyes grew ever more pronounced. Should you continue to defy me, I shall not show you any mercy. Yuyao felt a jolt of alarm, parting her lips to speak, yet before a word could escape, she heard the voice of Xiao Jingyan, which had softened slightly compared to before. Why not allow Yao to express her willingness to accompany you in our presence? Upon finishing his words, Xiao Jingyan tightened his grip around Yuyao's waist. Leaning closer, he gazed into her eyes, casually toying with a strand of her hair, and posed a seemingly nonchalant question. Yao, do tell, do you truly wish to leave with him? Seated upon his lap, Yuyao's entire being was tense, her heart racing anew. She raised her eyes to meet his. This man was utterly wicked. He was fully aware of her choice and her desires. Why compel her to shatter her own dreams with her own words? The atmosphere in the room plummeted to a frigid silence, causing her hair to stand on end as she bit her lip in silence. He raised his elegantly defined fingers, brushing against his lips, and with a playful tone whispered, You wouldn't want him to perish here, would you? His voice fell to a hush, audible only to the two of them. He trembled slightly, his pupils constricting in an instant. Before she could inquire further, a soft chuckle escaped him as his lips moved. Should you refuse him, I shall spare his life, ceasing to trouble him henceforth. Otherwise, I shall end his life immediately. He pinched the sensitive part of her waist, his dark gaze fixed intently upon her. So, what shall it be? Will you acquiesce? Yuyao, I am your elder brother Qingyuan. Come away with me from this place. Yuyao, accompany your brother home to Qingzhou, where we shall no longer tread in the capital, and live as an ordinary couple henceforth. Lin Qingyuan awaited Yuyao's response with bated breath. He was aware that she harbored love for him, and having vowed to grow old together, she would undoubtedly choose him. As Yuyao listened to Lin Qingyuan's words, her mind buzzed, teetering on the edge of auditory overload. She cherished Lin Qingyuan, having grown up alongside him, their bond deep and unwavering. He was the only person, besides her brother, whom she trusted completely. Having already lost her biological brother, she could not bear to lose Qingyuan as well. She could not stand by idly and watch Xiao Jingyan extinguish his life. She had witnessed Xiao Jingyan's ruthlessness, capable of inflicting harm upon his own kin, let alone someone with no ties to him. Clenching her fists, she closed her eyes to suppress the unease and terror swelling within her. For the sake of Qingyuan's life, she now had no choice but to concede to Xiao Jingyan's demands. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes. Suppressing the turmoil within, she spoke. Brother Qingyuan, I cannot leave with you. In my heart, now and forever, I have regarded you as my brother. There is nothing beyond our sibling bond, so you must leave at once. Yuyao, what are you saying? Lin Qingyuan could hardly believe his ears. Su Yuyao dug her nails deep into her flesh, using the physical pain to numb the anguish in her heart. Gritting her teeth, she feigned resolve as she declared, I say, I will not leave with you. My true affections lie with the Regent, and you, I have always regarded as my brother. No, Yuyao, that is not true. You are deceiving me. If you truly harbored no affection for me, how could you have consented to marry me? We have exchanged vows beneath the heavens and before our ancestors. We are but a step away from becoming true husband and wife. Lin Qingyuan, in a frenzy, his eyes ablaze, bellowed, It must be the Regent who has coerced you. It must be. Upon uttering these words, Su Yuyao turned her head away, unable to meet Lin Qingyuan's gaze any longer. She spoke words contrary to her heart, preserving his life, yet wounding his spirit. Ultimately, life is of paramount importance. If a person loses their life, they possess nothing at all. Chapter 66 Yao Yao. Shall we change our location one step at a time? Xiao Jingyan listened to Su Yuyao's harsh words directed at Lin Qingyuan, and he found that he was not as elated as he had imagined. She had sacrificed her own feelings to save his life, uttering words that contradicted her heart. What merit could he possibly possess, having grown up alongside her, that would compel her to go to such lengths for him? Yao Yao, though the Regent holds great power, I am unafraid. I would rather perish than be separated from you. As Su Yuyao absorbed his heartfelt declarations, her heart ached as if pierced by a blade. She could not be so selfish. He had a mother and a younger sister, a family that depended on him. We must leave. We must go quickly. With her head bowed, tears brimmed in her eyes. Upon receiving Xiao Jingyan's command, Qixi and Baxi swiftly dragged the person away. The study was devoid of others, and Su Yuyao distanced herself from him, her demeanor cold and distant. She performed a respectful bow, saying, If your Highness has no further matters, I shall take my leave. Xiao Jingyan rose, gently grasping her chin, looking down at her. The past is behind us, Yao Yao. Do not dwell on it. I will attend to my duties and come to accompany you this evening. Once Su Yuyao departed, Xiao Jingyan's expression darkened as he sat at his desk, his right hand idly caressing the teacup, lost in thought. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, his eyes cold as he addressed Qixi, speaking in a deep tone. Recently, the enemy forces from Bailiang have repeatedly invaded the borders of the Great Zhou, causing immense suffering among the border populace. Lin Qingyuan, as the martial champion and deputy commander in front of the palace, has the obligation to personally confront the battlefield and eliminate the enemy, ensuring the safety of our borders. After a brief pause, Xiao Jingyan continued, I hereby command him to depart immediately, with no delay whatsoever. He is to report to the border military camp without fail. Upon hearing this, Qixi felt a shiver run down his spine and promptly bowed in response. Understood. However, Qixi perceived clearly that the prince's actions stemmed from jealousy towards Lin Qingyuan. Now, seizing the opportunity presented by the enemy's incursions, the prince intended to expel Lin Qingyuan from the capital, dispatching him to the border military camp, which would undoubtedly subject him to a harsh environment where he might fend for himself. Your Highness, Qixi could no longer contain his curiosity and, with his head bowed, asked, Your Highness, if you wish to deal with Yandere, it would be easy to find a pretext. Why send him to the military camp? As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. He pinched himself harshly, mentally berating his own indiscretion, bracing for scolding. Contrary to his expectations, however, Xiao Jingyan did not erupt in anger. Instead, he patiently explained, You have yet to experience the complexities of such matters, so some questions may elude your understanding. I have promised Yao Yao that I shall not complicate Lin Qingyuan's situation. If misfortune were to befall him immediately after he departs, she would inevitably attribute it to me. The deputy commander has the duty to engage in battle. If he is sent to the military camp, his life or death will be his own fate. Qixi seemed to grasp the implication. His lord desired Lin Qingyuan's demise, while simultaneously wishing to absolve himself of responsibility. Indeed, having a woman involved complicates matters. Qixi shrank back, silently vowing never to marry. He preferred to devote his life to serving the prince. Xiao Jingyan was a man of his word. True to his promise, he finished his official duties ahead of time and arrived at Furong Garden to accompany Su Yuyao during dinner. As he entered the room, he found Su Yuyao lost in thought, gazing out of the window, oblivious to his presence. Xiao Jingyan raised a hand to signal Xueli to remain silent, then quietly approached her from behind, enveloping her in his arms. Leaning in, he whispered near her ear, "What captivates you so deeply?" Upon realizing who it was, Su Yuyao immediately withdrew from his embrace, her expression impassive. She turned and took a step back, bowing respectfully. He stepped forward, reaching for her hand, only to have her evade him. This was a deliberate attempt to maintain distance. Was even holding her hand out of the question? Having long occupied a position of power, how could he tolerate repeated rejections? Ignoring her reluctance, he forcefully pulled her into his embrace, securing her hands, and once again leaned close, his voice laced with desire. "Yao Yao, you belong to me. Will you open your heart to me?" Listening to his sweet nothings, feeling the weight of his breath, Su Yuyao was engulfed by a profound sense of revulsion. "Prince, the play is over. It is time to disperse." She did not struggle, instead remaining still, indifferent to his declarations and actions. Xiao Jingyan withdrew his lips from her neck and tilted his head to meet her gaze. "What do you mean by that, Yao Yao? Did you not profess your love for me before lynching Yuan? Have you forgotten your own words? Your Highness should know that I was coerced." Xiao Jingyan smirked wickedly, refusing to release her. Instead, he turned her to face him, and she instinctively raised her elbow to press against his chest, attempting to prevent further intimacy. "What do you intend to do? Let go." He tightened his grip around her waist, his other hand trailing along her curves until it halted upon encountering softness. "I wish to engage in what a husband and wife may share." Her delicate form trembled under his relentless touch. Without regard, he swept her up and placed her upon the table. His fingers tugged at the silk ribbon around her waist, and it slipped away. "Xiao Jingyan, enough. We are on the table." Despite her utmost efforts, the disparity in their strength left Su Yuyao unable to escape even a fraction. His lips brushed against her cheek, then whispered in her ear, his breath teasingly warm. "What the table? To ignite your desire, I have decided to explore new experiences with you." Su Yuyao's pupils dilated. Before she could voice her thoughts, he leaned in to claim her lips. His kiss was fierce and fervent, liberating the jealousy that had been suppressed deep within his heart. He captured her lips, prying open her teeth, exploring inch by inch. Ultimately, he pressed against her delicate form, their bodies entwined as if they were inseparable for that fleeting moment. When they finally descended from the table, Su Yuyao's legs felt weak, leaving her unable to stand steadily. Xiao Jingyan promptly supported her, realizing that Yao Yao indeed had a penchant for the novel. He raised his long fingers, gesturing towards another location, suggesting, "Shall we explore there and over there one place at a time?" Chapter 67. The Lantern Festival. Preparing to escape as dawn broke the following day, Su Yuyao awoke, her entire body aching. After Xueli entered to assist her with her morning routine, the maidservants had already set the breakfast on the table. Casting a glance at the meal laid out before her, she remarked, "I have no appetite." Clear it away. Just as Xueli was about to offer a word of persuasion, Xiao Jingyan entered the room. Noticing that the breakfast remained untouched and that Su Yuyao sat alone on the bed, lost in thought, he approached her and inquired, "What's the matter? Is the food unappetizing?" Hearing his voice, a wave of unidentifiable frustration surged within her. In the next moment, she heard him command the maidservants, "Prepare another table of dishes. Ensure that Yao Yao is satisfied." She paused for a moment, the corners of her lips curving slightly. "There's no need. I simply do not wish to eat." "What does Yao Yao wish to eat?" "I shall order it to be made," he replied, displaying a remarkable patience towards her. In his quest to secure a place in her heart, he had made numerous concessions. Despite her lack of appetite, she found herself unable to eat anything. He settled beside her, his long arm encircling her waist as he leaned closer, softly speaking, "Are you still angry with me?" Su Yuyao remained silent. Her anger was not merely a fleeting emotion. She loathed him. He had selfishly snatched her away from the wedding ceremony, shattering her dreams of marrying her beloved Qingyuan. Furthermore, he had compelled her to utter the cruel words to him in front of Qingyuan. How could she not be furious? How could she not despise him? I know you are still upset, but you must eat, he insisted, wrapping his arms around her waist and drawing her to the table. If you do not eat, you won't even have the strength to hate me. Yuyao glanced at the man beside her. He appeared more composed now, his features devoid of the previous hostility, and his words sounded somewhat more agreeable. Indeed, despite her resentment, she needed to preserve her strength for the opportunity to leave in the future. She picked up a bowl from the table, sipping a few mouthfuls of congee and consuming some of the dishes. With little to say to him, she focused on her meal until she was satisfied. Just as she set down her chopsticks and cleansed her hands, she suddenly felt herself lifted from the waist. "What are you doing, Xiao Jingyan?" Panic flashed in Su Yuyao's eyes as she began to struggle. "It's daytime. Are you not busy?" "What a daytime! Does a prince not indulge his beloved regardless of the hour? No matter how pressing other matters may be, nothing is more important than you, Yuyao. Once we are done here, I shall attend to my duties," he declared, already at the bedside, gently placing her down. With a flick of his fingers, her silk sash slipped away. In an instant, their garments lay strewn across the floor. His alluring lips brushed against her ear, and he murmured in a tone both tender and beguiling, "Yao Yao, let's have a child. The more we indulge, the greater your chances of conceiving." Su Yuyao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he entertain such an absurd notion? They were not yet married, yet he wished for her to become pregnant. She had taken the contraceptive potion after their last encounter precisely to avoid bearing his child. "No," she protested, but before she could articulate her refusal, he pressed his lips against hers, silencing any words of dissent. Half an hour later, Su Yuyao lay languidly upon the bed. Xiao Jingyan turned to embrace her, gently caressing the corners of her mouth, his gaze tender. "Yao Yao, do you remember my promise from last year? I vowed to take you to see the fireworks upon my return." With her eyes closed, Su Yuyao's lashes fluttered, yet she offered no response. She adored watching fireworks, but the thought of sharing that moment with him was unappealing. Each festive season, the vibrant display of fireworks was her greatest anticipation, a beauty reminiscent of her once-cherished dreams. With the Lantern Festival approaching, he continued, "Shall I take you to admire the lanterns and set off fireworks for you?" He lightly pinched her rosy cheek, hoping to evoke some flicker of emotion. "Ah!" Su Yuyao instinctively cried out in pain, casting him a resentful glance. "Did you hear what I said?" he inquired. She retorted with irritation, "I do not wish to go." Surprisingly, he remained unperturbed, gently turning her to face him, their eyes locking. "There's no need to refuse so early. You have a few more days to consider." He placed a delicate kiss upon her cheek. "I must attend to some matters now. If you still cannot recall, you may rest a while longer. After all, time is plentiful." Once Xiao Jingyan departed, Su Yuyao summoned Xueli, instructing her to prepare a bowl of medicinal soup. As Xueli presented the steaming concoction, Su Yuyao drank it down without hesitation. Watching her consume the bitter brew, Xueli felt a surge of concern. "Miss, this soup is excessively cold and bitter. Drinking it like this each time is detrimental to your health. The physician has warned that excessive consumption could lead to infertility. If you ever wish to have children, it may be an unfulfilled desire." At this, Su Yuyao offered a bitter smile. She was acutely aware of the harm this concoction inflicted on her body. Yet what choice did she have? She could not simply abstain from all means of prevention. The prospect of bearing a child would irrevocably shatter her life. Sensing her despair, Xueli grew increasingly anxious. Leaning closer to Su Yuyao, she glanced towards the door to ensure they were alone before whispering, "Miss, for the sake of your health, we must find an opportunity to leave this place. This soup is no remedy. Consuming it long-term is unbearable for your body." Xueli's heart ached as she witnessed her mistress's plight. Su Yuyao slowly lifted her gaze, surveying the opulently adorned chamber. Everything within the room was exquisitely lavish, yet could not disguise the turmoil and dread festering within her. Rising, she approached the window, gazing out upon the square courtyard. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows upon the stone-paved ground. The courtyard was encircled by high walls, imparting a sense of confinement and oppression. Su Yuyao genti carecit had cool abdomen. the lingering pain from their recent intimacy echoing through her, intensifying the fear and helplessness that gripped her heart. Yuli stood nearby, her brow furrowed with concern as she gazed at Yuyao. However, the Furong courtyard was heavily guarded, and the prince forbade the young lady from stepping beyond its confines, making escape an arduous task. Upon hearing Yuli's words, Yuyao felt a heavy weight settle in her heart. She understood that Yuli was right. Fleeing from this place seemed nearly impossible. Just then, a memory of what Xiao Jing had said to her that very morning flashed through her mind. During the Lantern Festival, he wished to take her to release lanterns and watch the fireworks. This notion caused her heart to race uncontrollably. To release lanterns and witness the fireworks implied stepping outside the mansion. And in a bustling, crowded place, would not that be the perfect opportunity for escape? A surge of newfound hope blossomed within her, as if she could see the dawn's light beckoning to her. Yuli, you can leave the Furong courtyard. In the coming days, gather information about the Lantern Festival outside. Investigate every intersection and shop, and upon your return, sketch a simple map so we can devise a reliable and safe escape plan. Yes, my lady, I shall set off immediately. Chapter 68. The discovery of clues with merely 2 days remaining until the Lantern Festival. At noon. Xiao Jingyan hurriedly returned from the palace, carrying a food box. Upon disembarking from the carriage, he made his way directly to the Furong courtyard. Inside, Yuli was diligently sketching the bustling layout of the Lantern Festival market from memory on a piece of paper. The two were engrossed in discussion when a chorus of greetings emanated from outside. Yuli quickly glanced out the window. Miss, the Regent King has arrived, she announced anxiously. Why is he here at this hour? Yuyao instinctively inquired. In recent days, Xiao Jingyan had visited daily, yet he had never come during daylight. His visits were confined to the early morning or evening. Why, then, had he suddenly appeared at noon? Yuli's gaze fell upon the nearly completed layout on the table, and she felt a surge of panic. What should we do, miss? She whispered urgently. What else can we do but hide it? Yuyao replied hastily, snatching the paper from the table and frantically tucking it beneath a soft pillow on a nearby daybed. As Xiao Jingyan entered, he happened to catch sight of this scene. His gaze lingered on the pillow, where a corner of the layout peeked out, and his dark eyes narrowed with intensity. Yao, he remarked, his voice steady. Yet to Yuyao, it resonated like the foreboding whisper of a demon from the depths of hell, sending chills down her spine. Yuyao instinctively stiffened. After a moment, she regained her composure and feigned nonchalance. Is your highness not occupied with official duties? What brings you here at noon? Xiao Jingyan's expression remained unfazed as he met her eyes. Since their wedding night, she had not spoken to him with such tranquility. Clearly, her tension and fear of exposure were palpable. He scrutinized her, his gaze fluctuating, affirming his suspicions. Have I interrupted you? He inquired knowingly. Yuyao stood there, momentarily dazed, then mustered her resolve. No, not at all. Did his highness come here for something in particular? Xiao Jingyan smiled, feigning ignorance, and beckoned her closer. Come here and see what delicacies I brought for you. Gradually, Yuyao's racing heart calmed, and she wiped her clammy palms against the sides of her clothing. Maintaining her earlier demeanor, she approached him. Only then did he open the food box, revealing an array of dishes, each meticulously prepared and steaming. This is oil-braised shrimp. This is steamed crab, and these are garlic oysters. At that moment, Xiao Jingyan shed his regal demeanor, embodying instead a devoted husband who cared deeply for his wife. All of this was hastily transported from the eastern coastline, exclusively for the palace. I thought of you and made a special effort to bring you some. It is exceptionally fresh. Do try it, he urged, presenting her with a pair of chopsticks. Yuyao bit her lip, accepting the chopsticks from him, and took a seat. Your highness should join me as well. Xiao Jingyan took a seat and remarked, This is something I specifically brought back for you. I have already dined in the palace. In the past, during my naval battles against the pirates, I consumed these delicacies daily and have long since lost my appetite for them. Yuyao nodded quietly as she savored her meal. Seafood should be enjoyed while hot. Consuming it cold can lead to discomfort. You are eating rather slowly, he chuckled softly, lifting a shrimp from the platter and peeling it. The shell was quite tough. necessitating its removal before eating. Yuyao merely nodded in response to his words, lost in her thoughts. Unexpectedly, after peeling the shrimp, he held it to her lips. "Your Highness, I can manage." Yuyao leaned back, declining his offer. She did not wish to feign intimacy as she had previously. At this moment, she found it truly impossible. "Come, open your mouth," he insisted, compelling her to consume the shrimp he had prepared. After eating 2 shrimp and a few other seafood items, she declared herself full. Xiaojingyan did not press her further and instructed the maidservants to clear the table, planning to reheat the food for later that evening. Suppressing a smile, Yuyao hesitated for a long while before saying, "Your Highness, I have considered your words from that day. Recently, I have been feeling quite troubled and indeed need to get some fresh air. On the Lantern Festival in 2 days, I would like to accompany you to release lanterns and watch the fireworks." Xiaojingyan lifted his gaze to her. "Have you made up your mind?" He paused, adding, "I have already arranged for the fireworks. If Yuyao is reluctant to move, I can display them at the residence for you." The thought of not leaving the Regent's residence was unbearable. How could she escape? Suddenly, she rose, exclaiming, "No need for that. I am willing to attend the Lantern Festival." In the next moment, she realized her reaction was somewhat excessive. Embarrassed, she sat back down and explained, "Mainly because the Lantern Festival allows for the release of lanterns. With my parents and brother no longer with me, I wish to release a lantern on the Lantern Festival to pray for their well-being, hoping they're doing well on the other side. Additionally, considering I have been cooped up in the residence lately, lacking enthusiasm for anything, I believe that going out and relaxing might yield unexpected results. Indeed, it would lead to unforeseen outcomes." Xiaojingyan perceived her intentions without revealing his insight. He absent-mindedly stroked the jade ring on his finger, a smirk playing on his lips. "Well, since Yuyao is willing to leave the residence for the Lantern Festival, I shall take you there the evening after tomorrow." Xiaojingyan adjusted his robe and stated, "Yuyao, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. I will return to keep you company after I finish my tasks for the evening." With that, he stood up. Before stepping away, he cast a seemingly casual glance at a piece of paper peeking out from beneath the soft pillow of the small couch. Though spring had arrived and the sun shone brightly, the chilly winds still carried frost, cutting sharply against the skin like a knife. Once the table was cleared, Shuali poured a glass of water for Yuyao. As she handed the water over, she suddenly noticed a cluster of small red spots on Yuyao's neck, startling her. Her hand trembled slightly, almost spilling the tea on Yuyao. "Ah, miss you, there are, on your neck." Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze shifted to the small expanse of Yuyao's exposed forearm. Just like her neck, it was dotted with clusters of tiny red spots. What was happening? As soon as Yuyao's words trailed off, she felt an overwhelming itch enveloping her entire body, compelling her to scratch. How intolerable the itch is. What could possibly be causing this? Chapter 69. The moment her nod came, his heart died in a fleeting instant. Yuyao felt as though an immense weight had settled upon her chest, rendering her breathless. Her breathing quickened, and it felt as though a wad of cotton had lodged itself in her throat, making each inhalation a strenuous endeavor. Her body uncontrollably tilted forward, ultimately collapsing onto the table. In distress, her fingers clutched her throat, and her mouth opened wide, yearning for fresh air, yet only heavy exhalations escaped her lips. Observing this, Shuali hastily set down her teacup and hurried to Yuyao's side. She gently stroked Yuyao's back, hoping to ease her discomfort, while calling out loudly to the maids outside the courtyard, urging them to summon the physician. The maid, sensing the urgency, dashed out without hesitation. En route, she encountered Qingzhou, who was about to leave on an errand. Noticing the flustered maid from Furong Courtyard, Qingzhou halted her and inquired about the situation. Upon learning that Yuyao was in distress, she promptly returned to Qingzhou Courtyard to inform Xiaojingyan. Xiaojingyan arrived at Furong Courtyard even before the physician. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of a woman swollen and itching uncontrollably, and he immediately strode over. He lifted her gently onto the bed, his heart racing as he grasped her hand, continuously reassuring her, Yao, I'm here, I'm here." His voice was low and soothing as he caressed her hand. examining the swelling, trembling as he asked, "What happened? How could this occur just after I left?" Yuyao, struggling to breathe, could not respond, gasping for air while occasionally scratching at the red spots on her skin. The more she scratched, the worse it became. Xiaojingyan grasped her hands to prevent her from inflicting further damage, fearing she might break the skin. Just then, the physician arrived, hurriedly carrying a medical kit. "Quickly, assess what is wrong with Yao." Upon seeing the physician, Xiaojingyan waved his hand, dismissing any need for formalities, and ordered him to attend to Yuyao immediately. Lu Chuanjiang stepped forward to examine her, then turned to ask, "Did Miss Su recently smell anything irritating or consume anything unusual?" Xueli furrowed her brow in thought and promptly nodded. "I didn't notice any peculiar smells. However, when the prince arrived, he brought shrimp and crabs, and she ate some." With that, she cautiously glanced at Xiaojingyan, only to quickly lower her gaze again. Could it be that the food brought by the prince was the cause? Lu Chuanjiang swiftly deduced the issue. "What is the matter?" Xiaojingyan stood by the bed, hands clasped behind his back, his heart aching for the suffering woman before him. "Your Highness, Miss Su has contracted wind rash. I suspect the seafood she consumed triggered this condition. Then we must treat it immediately." Xiaojingyan commanded sharply. "Yes, I shall attend to Miss Su's treatment at once." Lu Chuanjiang retrieved acupuncture supplies from the medical kit and began to administer needles to Yuyao. As the silver needles pierced her skin, the crimson spots on Yuyao's body gradually faded, and her breathing became notably more stable. Yet, she still appeared quite unwell, as if she had narrowly escaped a calamity. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Lu Chuanjiang withdrew the needles and reported to Xiaojingyan, "Your Highness, I have administered the needles to Miss Su. She is now out of grave danger. I will prepare several prescriptions shortly. If she follows the regimen and takes the medicine 3 times daily for 2 consecutive days, the rash will completely subside and her health will be restored." Additionally, shrimp and crab are considered aggravating foods. Given Miss Su's unique constitution, it is imperative that she abstains from such items to prevent a recurrence of this condition. Fortunately, the treatment was timely. Otherwise, it could have posed a serious threat to her life. Xiaojingyan nodded in acknowledgement. Chi led Lu Chuanjiang to the small hall outside to prepare the prescriptions. Xiaojingyan swiftly approached the bedside, seated himself, and embraced the frail figure before him. "Yao, this is all my fault. I should not have allowed you to consume those items, subjecting you to such suffering. Rest well for a few days. We shall forego the Lantern Festival this year. Once you recover, I will arrange a fireworks display for you at the estate." Upon hearing this, Yuyao's heart, which had just begun to calm, raced anew. After all, she had finally encountered a rare opportunity to escape, having meticulously planned her route with Xueli. How could she allow such a hard-earned chance to slip away? At this moment, despite the lingering red spots, the itching sensation had significantly diminished thanks to Lu Chuanjiang's treatment, and her breathing was now unobstructed. Suppressing her emotions, she extricated herself from his embrace, leaning against the soft pillow at the head of the bed. Her voice, though weak, was resolute. "Mr. Lu mentioned that I merely have a mild case of rubella, and with 2 days of medication, I shall be fine. Moreover, the Lantern Festival occurs only once a year, and it was a premeditated plan. It would be best not to cancel it. I have been in the capital for several months now, and I have yet to experience the festive atmosphere of the city. I wish to go out and witness it." He smiled slightly, lowering his gaze. As he caressed her delicate, fair fingers, his eyes flickered with uncertainty. "Yao, are you truly certain about attending the Lantern Festival the day after tomorrow?" He asked again, hoping she might offer a different response. Perhaps he should never have harbored any hopes. At the moment she nodded, his heart sank. Tenderly, he brushed his fingers against the corner of her lips. As she instinctively sought to evade his touch, she quelled her inner protests, allowing him to caress her as before, appearing obedient and docile. With a slight swallow, he casually remarked, "It is a relief to see you well. I have official matters to attend to, and shall return to keep you company later." Rising, he coldly instructed Xueli, "Take good care of your young lady," before turning to leave. After a day of rest, Yuyao found that not a single red spot remained. Her rubella had entirely vanished. On this evening of the Lantern Festival, The time she had chosen to flee from the regent's estate had arrived. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, as the moment drew near, her heart grew increasingly anxious. She sat upon the couch, surveying the entirety of the room. Her heart raced like a drum, pounding fiercely within her chest. She repeatedly contemplated her escape route and the peculiar circumstances she might encounter along the way, striving to ensure a smooth departure from the capital that very night. Yuyao discreetly tucked the silver notes and other vital yet lightweight possessions into her inner pocket, avoiding the gaze of others, and softly reassured her, "My lady, do not fret. We shall leave this place tonight." Yuyao nodded, inquiring, "Is everything prepared?" Yuyao promptly replied, "All is ready. I have arranged for a dozen outfits identical to the one you will wear tonight, and I have hired several women of similar stature to you. At the onset of our escape, those women will appear around the prince to confuse his vision, allowing us to swiftly navigate the pre-planned route and exit the city before curfew, thereby securing our permanent freedom from this place." Yuyao inclined her head. "Please inspect everything once more. It is imperative that no oversight occurs." She understood well the daunting challenge of fleeing beneath the watchful eyes of Qingzhou. Yet, there was no alternative. Confined within the courtyard on ordinary days, she could not venture beyond the confines of Ferong Garden. This lantern festival, however, afforded her the rare opportunity to leave both the garden and the estate. The venue would undoubtedly be teeming with people, presenting the perfect moment for her escape. "Yuyao, we must seize this opportunity tonight and escape the capital forever." Chapter 70. Escape from the Lantern Festival. A few hours swiftly elapsed, and soon it was the hour of you. Yuyao retrieved a deep green, narrow-sleeved fleece dress from the wardrobe, a choice that would not draw excessive attention in the night, allowing her to evade prying eyes. She then applied a subtle touch of makeup on Yuyao and fashioned her hair into a simple bun, rendering her appearance both elegant and natural. At 1:15, Qingzhou arrived at Ferong Courtyard. He was taken aback by the striking transformation of the woman before him. Her attire starkly differed from her usual style. Previously, she favored wide-sleeve garments, but today she donned a fitted sleeve, transitioning from plain hues to a darker shade. It was evident she had invested considerable thought into her departure from him. He gazed at her intently, his fingertips brushing against her dress. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Yao, this color does not suit you. Perhaps you should change." He was offering her an opportunity. Unaware of the subtlety in his demeanor, she smiled, a rare sight in recent days, and replied, "I specially commissioned this dress from a tailor for the Lantern Festival. I find the color quite pleasing. I was once a girl, but now I am a woman. My role has evolved, and naturally, my attire must reflect that." As she spoke, she glanced at his brocade robe, seeking further justification to persuade him. Indeed, she found her argument. The prince had once favored dark robes, yet today he had adopted a new style, adorned in moon white. "I believe we share a certain harmony. Deep green pairs beautifully with white, creating a gentle and elegant ambience. Surely, your highness has noticed?" Qingzhou offered a faint smile, fully aware of the underlying intention of her words, yet he chose to let it slide. "Very well, if she wished to wear it, let her wear it. Time was fleeting. Shall we proceed?" he suggested. The Lantern Festival in the capital was indeed a bustling spectacle. As they alighted from the carriage, the myriad of colorful lanterns dazzled their eyes. Truly, it was a scene of fiery trees and silver flowers illuminating the night, adorned in red, rejoicing amidst the joyous clamor. Walking along Juke Avenue, they were greeted by the sight of a candle dragon holding a pearl, exhaling flames that rendered the heavens pale, as if daylight had been reborn. Yuyao blinked vigorously, choosing to avert her gaze from the spectacle. Instead, she scanned the archways on either side of the road, mentally recalling the layout sketched by Yuyao, striving to match it to her surroundings. "Come, let me show you over there." Qingzhou extended his hand, stating, "It is crowded and chaotic. I shall hold your hand to prevent you from getting lost." She lifted her gaze to him, and to conceal any hint of her thoughts, she placed her hand into his palm. "Did you not wish to release lanterns, Yao? Let us go over there. There are bridges and water, perfect for releasing lanterns." By the riverside, the water rippled gently, lanterns casting reflections that danced upon the surface. On the bridge and the banks, crowds of all ages gathered, each eager to purchase a lantern, inscribing wishes to send into the river, allowing them to drift away with the current. So Yuyao approached the stole selling lanterns, spending 201 to acquire a lotus-shaped river lantern. She inscribed her longing for her deceased brother and her aspirations for the future, releasing it into the water. Will you not release a lantern as well? Su Yuyao rose to her feet, only to find Xiao Jingyan gazing intently at her. She casually inquired, "This prince does not believe in supernatural beings and has no need to beseech them. Whatever I desire, I shall procure for myself." Observing Xiao Jingyan's resolute demeanor, Su Yuyao pressed her lips together, choosing to refrain from further discussion. After all, they would never meet again, and there was no need to squander words on someone irrelevant. After releasing the river lanterns, the two strolled aimlessly. Although it appeared casual, Su Yuyao was acutely aware of her surroundings, ever ready to escape. Xueli followed quietly behind her, feeling the festive atmosphere of the Lantern Festival, yet it failed to resonate within her heart. At that moment, her emotions mirrored Su Yuyao's, both of them tense and exhilarated. Their meticulously arranged plan was about to unfold, and with each step, their hearts raced in tandem. Xueli vigilantly scanned the vicinity, detecting no anomalies. Only a handful of women she had previously hired discreetly trailed not far behind. Continuing eastward along Zhuke Street, they passed stalls adorned with masks of fierce deities, where an elderly man boisterously chanted, with cinnabar to the eyes and peach wood to carve the form. Wearing the mask of the divine, the spirits shall take a detour. Accompanied by his chanting, several children donned rabbit lantern masks, frolicking and chasing one another, their laughter echoing as shadows of Wang Zhaojun emerged and danced upon the screens, swirling into the winds of the frontier. Lost in thought as she beheld the masked stall, Su Yuyao recognized that this was the opportune moment to flee. She exchanged a glance with Xueli, preparing to advance, when suddenly she felt a force at her waist. Startled, she feared her intentions had been discerned. Looking down, she saw Xiao Jingyan's hand playfully tugging at her slender waist. "Do you fancy the rabbit lanterns? I shall buy you one," he remarked, momentarily taken aback. She quickly shook her head and suggested, "Let's explore that way." She pointed toward the partially obscured masked stall, veiled by the bustling crowd ahead. They maneuvered through the throng until they reached the stall. Su Yuyao nonchalantly donned a mask of a fierce judge and twirled before Xiao Jingyan. He chuckled softly. "I did not expect you to have an affinity for such things. Choose one for yourself and try it on." Amused by her playfulness, Xiao Jingyan lowered his gaze to select a mask. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Su Yuyao swiftly turned to Xueli and slipped into the throng of people. Among the multitude, she quickly vanished from sight. Next, Xueli sent a signal, and a dozen women of similar stature and attire approached from distance. Following their prearranged route, they navigated through the crowd and arrived at a shop selling jade pendants and bags. This establishment had two entrances, the front facing the bustling Lantern Festival, and the back opening into a narrow alleyway. The shopkeeper, an elderly man, had already been compensated by Xueli. They ran without hesitation, not daring to linger, and finally emerged from the back door of the jade shop into the narrow alley after a quarter of an hour. Only when they entered the secluded alley, devoid of onlookers, did they allow themselves a moment to catch their breath. Xueli glanced up at the sky, panting heavily, and said, "Miss, it is now the hour of high. We have but a quarter of an hour before the curfew." Su Yuyao, bending at the waist with her hands resting on her knees, took a deep breath and replied, "We must hasten our pace and leave the city before the curfew." Chapter 71. Yao Yao, you are far too mischievous, playing hide-and-seek with me? At the Lantern Festival, Qixi noticed that Su Yuyao had suddenly vanished, and his previously relaxed demeanor instantly shifted to one of concern. He swiftly began to search through the crowd, his gaze locking onto a woman whose attire closely resembled that of Miss Su. He hurried over to investigate, only to find that the face before him was entirely unfamiliar. Upon looking up, he was startled to see over a dozen women, all dressed like Su Yuyao, weaving through the throngs of people. In that instant, he realized that Miss Su had indeed escaped, and these were merely her distractions. "Your Highness," he dashed back to Xiao Jingyan, lowering his head like a child who had erred, and timidly murmured, "Miss Su has disappeared. Should we mobilize all the hidden guards nearby?" Xiao Jing diverted his gaze from the stall he had been observing, taking in the sight of the indistinct figures of numerous women resembling Su Yuyao moving about in the flickering lantern light. He shook his head, a smirk playing on his lips. "This clever young lady has truly gone to great lengths to elude me. There is no need for haste." With a leisurely manner, Xiao Jing selected a mask adorned with green fangs and affixed it to his face. Just as Qi Shi stood bewildered, uncertain of his master's intentions, he was suddenly met with the chilling command of Xiao Jing. "Let us proceed to the city gate." Meanwhile, Su Yuyao and Shueli sprinted through the narrow alleyway, finally arriving at the city gate after what felt like an eternity. Upon seeing the expansive entrance, they exchanged relieved glances, finally able to catch their breath. The hour was drawing close to curfew, and the number of people entering and exiting the gate had dwindled significantly, with only a few stragglers remaining. "Miss, the curfew is imminent. We must hurry and leave," Shueli urged, pointing toward a modest gray-green carriage waiting just outside the gate. "Let us rest once we are aboard." Through the open gates, Su Yuyao spotted the carriage, its understated elegance a beacon of hope. Freedom was tantalizingly close, merely 200 meters away. She inhaled deeply, her heart racing with exhilaration. "Let us go quickly," just as she lifted her foot to move forward. A sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed behind them. It was not just one person, but a throng of individuals. In the stillness of the night, the sound was unmistakably clear. Suddenly, a blinding light surged towards them, growing ever closer. Su Yuyao's heart constricted with dread as an ominous premonition crept over her. "Shueli, we must hurry," she shouted urgently, sprinting towards the gate. However, their pace could not match that of the advancing torches. When they were less than 100 meters from the gate, a line of guards holding torches blocked their path out of the city. The flames danced fiercely in the cold night air, illuminating the surroundings as if it were day. Su Yuyao clenched her fists, frozen in place, while Shueli approached her, clutching her arm, trembling with fear. The pitch-black sky loomed like a curtain, and the circle of guards encircled her completely. Before long, a melodious sound of carriage wheels rolling over the ground echoed from the corner behind, resembling a haunting melody leading to the depths of hell. In a breath, a luxurious and imposing carriage came into view. Upon recognizing the familiar vehicle, Su Yuyao felt her fingertips dig into her flesh, her heart racing to her throat. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the howling of the cold northern wind swirling in her ears. The guards before her immediately parted to create a path, and the carriage halted before her. Clad in a moon-white brocade robe and adorned with a mask depicting a green visage with sharp fangs, his expression remained concealed, save for a pair of chilling eyes that instinctively sent shivers down her spine. Su Yao's pupils constricted sharply, her breath momentarily halted, her complexion paling to a ghostly hue. She managed to retreat a few steps, instinctively grasping the hand of Shueli for support. Yet in the next moment, she heard his feigned, gentle voice. "Yao Yao, why are you so mischievous, playing hide-and-seek with this king?" Su Yuyao's body stiffened, an icy dread coursing from her head to her toes. Her throat felt as though it were stuffed with cotton, rendering her speechless. He descended from the carriage, caressing the jade ring on his finger, advancing towards her step by step. Su Yuyao could not help but tremble, her legs instinctively quaking as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. However, he approached her leisurely, closing the distance. "Yao Yao, do you find this mask I have chosen appealing? I specially brought it to show you." His voice, laced with amusement, sounded to Su Yuyao like the sinister whisper of a demon from the underworld. Before she could respond, he continued, "Since you enjoy playing hide and seek so much, why not indulge in it a little longer?" He raised his hand to dismiss the surrounding hidden guards, a smirk playing on his lips. "You have a quarter of an hour, Yao Yao. Feel free to hide, but after a quarter of an hour, I shall begin my search, and if I find you, there will be consequences." His tone was neither hurried nor slow, yet the chill in Su Yuyao's body intensified. Her teeth chattered, and she remained utterly speechless. "What's the matter, Yao Yao? Are you unwilling?" He lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the trembling woman before him, a cold smile gracing his lips. If you do not hide soon, I shall take that as your forfeit. Yuyao involuntarily shuddered. She stood up, quivering, glanced at him, then grasped Shuli's arm and turned to flee towards the city gate. Given the opportunity he presented, she felt compelled to try. What if she could escape? As the carriage at the gate noticed its employer emerging, it rushed forward to take them away, and with a crack of the whip, it sped into the distance. Xiao Jingyan watched the receding silhouette of the carriage, a shadow slowly clouding his gaze. After all, it was merely a quarter of an hour. Even if he granted them a day, they would not escape his watchful eyes. Inside the carriage, the earlier scene left Yuyao and Shuli still shaken, their hearts pounding furiously. Shuli pulled back the curtain to glance towards the city gate. "Miss, do you think we can truly escape? Regardless, we must attempt it." Suppressing the terror within, she quickly searched for a means of escape in her mind. She understood that riding in the carriage would not take them far. In merely a quarter of an hour, how far can a carriage travel, no matter how swift its pace? To evade capture, one must explore alternative avenues and not remain in the carriage, resigned to fate. "Shueli, we must disembark." "Huh?" Shueli exclaimed in alarm. "Miss, are you intending to surrender? If we disembark now, we shall have no chance of escape." Though she recognized that the likelihood of fleeing at this moment was slim, remaining inside the carriage would render them utterly trapped. She was resolute in her belief that one should never relinquish hope until the very last moment. Yuyao lifted the curtain to survey the surroundings. There lay a relay station and an equestrian establishment, as well as a bustling marketplace, which during the day would undoubtedly be vibrant with life. "Stop the carriage. Let's halt here." Chapter 72. Shall we just stay in the carriage this time? In the presence of Xiao Jingyan, she boarded the carriage at the city gate, knowing that the only way to evade capture in such a short span of time was to act unexpectedly. The most perilous places often turn out to be the safest. She resolved to create a temporal gap between herself and Xiao Jingyan's pursuit. While he traced the carriage's path, she would hire another carriage from the post station to flee down a different route. This was the most ingenious escape plan Yuyao could devise within the limited time available. Upon hearing sounds from within the carriage, the coachman quickly reined in the horses, bringing the carriage to a halt. Yuyao and Shuli promptly disembarked, settled their fare, and instructed the coachman to continue swiftly towards another city gate, just as before. However, he underestimated Xiao Jingyan's ability to strategize and his command over his resources. Yuyao and Shuli hurried to a nearby horse and carriage shop, where they approached the shopkeeper directly, requesting to rent a carriage. A quarter of an hour had passed. Qingzhou did not hesitate to command his guards to rush out of the city in pursuit of the carriage that Yuyao had just boarded. Yet, Xiao Jingyan appeared remarkably composed, sauntering out of the city gate as if entirely detached from the unfolding events. Once outside, he casually surveyed the surrounding buildings before making his way directly towards the horse and carriage shop. Qingzhou, observing this, felt a pang of confusion. He hastened to catch up with Xiao Jingyan, inquiring, "Your Highness, Miss Su has just fled in a carriage. Why have you come here?" Xiao Jingyan remained silent, continuing his unhurried stride toward the shop. Not far away, the flickering torches danced in the darkness, their light casting an erratic glow in Xiao Jingyan's eyes, reminiscent of a beast lying in wait for the opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, Yuyao and Shuli had completed their payment and boarded the carriage, awaiting the driver to set them off. At that moment, Qingzhou, walking beside Xiao Jingyan, suddenly heard his directive: "Go inside and inquire if anyone has come by in the last quarter hour." Without delay, Qingzhou complied and swiftly entered the horse and carriage shop. Inside, as Yuyao awaited departure, the familiar voice from outside sent a tremor through her body. Her hair standing on end, her complexion turned as pale as parchment, devoid of color. Why? How could her meticulously crafted escape plan be so effortlessly unraveled by him? She trembled uncontrollably, her back pressed tightly against the carriage wall, her palms slick with cold sweat. Shuli grasped her hand, their fingers intertwined, a shared anchor against the rising tide of fear. She longed to cry, to laugh bitterly, Her emotions teetered on the brink of collapse, having struggled for so long, only to be ensnared once more by the relentless grip of despair. Gritting her teeth, she endeavored to stifle the tremors of fear coursing through her. She feared that even the slightest quiver might betray her presence to him outside the carriage. However, she overheard him instructing Qingzhou to interrogate at the shop, and deep within her heart, she realized that this time it was over, though she still clung to the last thread of hope. Xiao Jingyan paced away from the carriage. Moments later, Qingzhou emerged to report. Due to the distance, Yuyao could not discern what they were saying. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, yet her heart raced violently, as if it might leap from her throat. Unable to hear anything, she wished to see if they had departed. Cautiously, she lifted her trembling fingers, intending to discreetly lift the curtain of the carriage window, but was suddenly met by a chilling gust of wind. Her heart skipped a beat, and her entire body froze, pupils constricting as if ensnared by a spell. Outside the window, Xiao Jingyan smirked, his gaze fixed upon her with a semblance of amusement. Yao, I have found you. Ah! Yuyao gasped, instinctively covering the curtain of the window with her hand, closing her eyes and retreating as far inside as possible. Yet in the next moment, a cold, powerful hand grasped her wrist, yanking her from the doorway of the carriage. The strength of that hand was astonishing, as if it could crush her bones. Yuyao felt as though her wrists were clamped in an iron vice, utterly unable to escape. Her body was involuntarily dragged by that immense force, pulled into his embrace from the carriage entrance. I have given you a chance. Your inability to escape is your own issue. At this moment, the dust settled. Compared to the fear she felt while fleeing earlier, only anger and unwillingness filled Yuyao's eyes. Why could he not let her go, haunting her relentlessly? She was so close to fleeing this place and achieving freedom. Her eyes reddened as she struggled to free herself from his grasp. His gaze was chillingly sinister as he held her tightly, striding towards the opulently adorned carriage parked at the intersection ahead. Approaching the carriage, the guards parted the curtain, and he unceremoniously tossed her inside. Though the interior of the carriage was lavish and the floor covered with soft cushions, Yuyao was caught off guard by the sudden throw, which left her aching. Shuli followed closely behind, calling out. Before she could reach the carriage, the guards blocked her way. Xiao Jingyan stepped onto the carriage. Simultaneously, the sound of tearing fabric echoed. Before Yuyao could utter a word to protest, he collapsed upon her, enveloping her in an icy wrath, pressing his lips heavily against hers. The carriage was spacious enough to accommodate him comfortably as he lay down. Yuyao was pinned against the cushion, frowning, her hands pressed above her head, devoid of any strength to resist. He forcefully pried her lips apart, kissing deeply. Only when the air in her lungs was nearly depleted did he rise, loosening his belt, shedding his outer robe, and removing his inner garments. Yao, I once said that we would change places each time. This time, shall we do so in the carriage? The tension that had held Yuyao's mind taut suddenly snapped. No, you cannot do this. Please, spare me. Yuyao hastily seized the garments strewn about the floor to shield her modesty as he undressed. It is my excessive indulgence that has led to your unruly behavior, catering to your every whim and allowing you to escape time and again. You must relinquish this notion henceforth. With that, he deftly snatched away the fabric concealing her chest and leaned in closer. Yuyao felt a sharp pain beneath her, instinctively biting down on his shoulder. He did not express anger, but turned to glance at the clear, blood-stained bite mark on his shoulder, his voice tinged with tenderness. Very well. I have left my mark upon you, and now you have left yours upon me. This shall serve as our bond, a testament that in this lifetime, no one shall dare separate us. Chapter 73. Xiao Jingyan. You madman, you cannot treat me this way. The carriage raced along, finally halting at the entrance of the Regency Prince's mansion. Qingzhou lifted the curtain, and Xiao Jingyan swung Yuyao into his arms, leaping down from the carriage. Yuyao, having been tormented, felt her entire body rendered nearly numb, her legs devoid of strength, languishing helplessly in his embrace. She allowed him to carry her. Upon disembarking, Xiao Jingyan uttered not a single word, simply cradling her as he strode into the mansion, heading towards Furong Courtyard. Inside Furong Courtyard, servants knelt in a sea of silence, as still as a stagnant pool. Xiao Jingyan kicked open the door with a dark expression, crossing the threshold into the bedroom, where he unceremoniously threw Su Yuyao onto the bed. The impact sent pain radiating from her bones through her limbs. Bring her chains. From this moment forth, she is not to step outside this chamber. At this command, Su Yuyao fought against the pain of her fall, sitting up from the bed in a daze. A chain lay quietly on the azure tiles. She curled in on herself, suddenly looking up at Xiao Jingyan, who stood at the foot of her bed. Xiao Jingyan, you madman, you cannot treat me this way. I am a person, not your slave. Before she could finish, 3 matrons entered, pinning her down and swiftly fastening the chain around her ankle. Fear and fury engulfed her, her emotions fracturing anew as she tugged desperately at the iron chain. In moments, a circle of crimson marks appeared around her fair ankle. Xiao Jingyan approached her, observing her emotional unraveling, and with an air of indifference remarked, Yao, who compelled you to escape time and again? Mistakes warrant punishment, and it is my fault for indulging you too much, allowing you to become increasingly reckless and unrestrained. Since you disdain the honor and dignity I offer, then remain here and do not venture anywhere else. Su Yao's pupils constricted, a veil of grievance shimmering in her eyes. Xiao Jingyan, I hate you. You will face retribution in due time. He leaned closer, gripping her chin, his fingertips lifting the fabric of her attire to point at her heart. Su Yao, I have no need for your heart. Hate me as you wish. As long as your body remains with me in this lifetime, that is sufficient. As for retribution, I have already faced it. The heart that cannot be possessed is my true punishment. Su Yao's expression hardened. Shaking her head continuously, tears cascaded down her cheeks. When firmness proved ineffective, she resorted to softness. Crawling in front of Xiao Jingyan, she grasped his sleeve, lifting her head as her tones softened to one of near supplication. Xiao Jingyan, I will no longer attempt to escape. I promise to remain in Furong Courtyard, not stepping outside, even a single step. Please have someone remove this chain, will you? Furong Courtyard, though stifling, was still larger than this chamber. Moreover, if she were bound by chains, even her desire to flee would be thwarted. Yao, save your breath. Xiao Jingyan gazed at her intently, his eyes chillingly resolute. In the past, whatever you said, I believed. Yet, have you ever spoken a single truth to me? How many times have you deceived me? Do you truly believe I would trust you again? I shall consult the Imperial Astronomical Bureau to determine an auspicious date for our wedding. You will remain here, patiently awaiting our union. Su Yuyao, feigning strength, suddenly collapsed, her complexion turning ashen. The news of Xiao Jingyan's extensive mobilization of guards to search for Su Yuyao during the Lantern Festival and his subsequent confinement of her in the Furong Garden reached Li's ears. Li was nearly overcome with rage. She cast aside her teacup and made her way directly to the Qingzhou garden. Upon entering the study, she confronted Xiao Jingyan directly. I hear you summoned numerous guards to the city gates last night, all to retrieve that girl. Su Yuyao? Xiao Jingyan did not respond directly, his silence serving as an acknowledgement. If you have no other matters, I have my own affairs to attend to, he stated coldly. Li's eyelids twitched with indignation, yet she restrained her fury and spoke with forced patience. If she were willing to be with you, I would not oppose her becoming your concubine. Yet, her repeated attempts to flee indicate her unwillingness to be with you. Do you not comprehend this? Why must you persist in capturing her again and again? What is it about her that captivates you? With your high status and power, you could have any woman you desire. Why pursue this futile obsession? Heed my words. Release her before she jeopardizes your promising future. Xiao Jingyan did not lift his gaze, continuing to write responses to confidential letters. Previously, when his mother covertly assisted Su Yuyao in escaping during his absence from the capital, he had chosen not to confront her, and she ought to temper her actions. He set down his pen, shifting the completed letter aside to allow the ink to dry. Then, he picked up another unopened letter, tearing it open as he spoke. From now on, you need not concern yourself with my affairs, mother. Li froze, her expression turning a shade of deep anger. What? Have you become so emboldened that you no longer listen to your mother? I warn you, If you remain obstinate, the entire Xiao family shall suffer the consequences. Xiao Jingyan paused his writing, slowly raising his head, his voice frigid. Ah, I almost forgot to inform you. I have already instructed the Imperial Astronomical Bureau to select an auspicious date for my marriage to Yuyao. In the coming days, our wedding date will be determined. If you find yourself with idle time, perhaps you could assist in preparing for the wedding. Once Yuyao enters the household, you will no longer need to toil over the mundane affairs of the estate. You, Li seethed, turning sharply to exit the study. Furong Garden. After Xiao Jingyan's departure, Su Yuyao, consumed by rage, fiercely tugged at the iron chain binding her. Her ankles were left bloodied from strain. The crimson droplets staining the bed and blankets, a stark and vivid contrast. After what felt like an eternity of struggle, compounded by a sleepless night, she eventually curled up in the corner of the bed, succumbing to exhaustion, resembling a cat that had endured much suffering. The overwhelming sense of despair and profound helplessness clung to her mind like a haunting spell, refusing to dissipate. You will never escape my grasp. In life, you are mine. In death, you shall be my ghost. Curled in the corner of her bed, a small figure is currently ensnared by a nightmare. Her entire body trembles, her brow furrowed, and her thick lashes quiver like raven feathers. Although she is without a blanket, her body feels as if it has been doused in water, damp and chilled. In her dream, images unfold that she has never dared to envision in reality. A large black python slithers toward her, flicking its tongue, while she brandishes a stick in an attempt to fend it off. Yet it remains undeterred, inching closer with its elongated neck. Sensing the peril, panic overwhelms her, and she turns to flee. However, the serpent's speed far exceeds her own, and before she can take more than a few steps, it catches up to her. It then coils around her, tightly binding her within its serpentine form. The despair and oppression of being confined and enveloped in fear wash over her like a tidal wave, battering her fragile nerves. She struggles with all her might, only to find that her efforts result in an even tighter grip. It feels as though her waist may snap in two. Somehow, the dream shifts again. She finds herself ascending a staircase when her right foot gives way, and she steps into empty air. The sensation of weightlessness causes her heart to momentarily halt within her chest. Her leg jerks violently, and a sharp pain at her ankle jolts her awake, forcing her to open her eyes wide. Chapter 74. Refusal to act. Yun Rongji, weary from his journey back to the capital from Runan, hastened directly to Xiao Jingyan's study upon dismounting. He tossed a list onto the desk and sank heavily into the nearby chair, exhaling a sigh of relief. All the traders from Runan have been apprehended and are being escorted to the capital. They will arrive shortly for your personal interrogation. As he spoke, he rubbed his slightly aching shoulders. Xiao Jingyan nodded, picking up the list to glance at the names inscribed upon it. You have worked hard this time. Yun Rongji waved his hand dismissively, crossing his legs and leisurely beginning to crack a walnut in his hands. What hardship is there? They are merely minor characters. Xiao Jingyan cast him a sidelong glance. You should curb this lazy habit of yours. Once we eradicate the conspirators lurking in the capital, you may find it difficult to locate suitable individuals to take over the roles, and your burdens will only increase. Currently, Yun Rongji served in the Dali Temple. Although the workload was considerable, he always managed to carve out time for leisure. Once the individuals attempting to seize power on behalf of the Third Prince were eliminated, numerous significant positions within the court would inevitably become vacant. For those beneath him to assume these roles immediately would not be a simple matter. Thus, during this transitional period, he would still be needed to assist with various affairs. Do not focus solely on me. What is happening on your end? Yun Rongji paused, his walnut cracking, carelessly tossing it aside, and resembling a languid cat, sprawled across the desk, stretching his body closer to Xiao Jingyan. With his eyes narrowed slightly, he regarded Xiao Jingyan with a smirk. I have heard that you have captured and confined a certain young lady. Xiao Jingyan turned his expressionless gaze toward Yun Rongji. His voice icy. Remove the person you have placed in my residence. At this, Yun Rongji recoiled as if struck by lightning, his face breaking into an exaggerated smile as he hastily waved his hands. No, absolutely not. That is not the case at all. As he spoke, he straightened up, adopting a serious demeanor to explain, "I would never dare to place spies in your household, but rumors have already circulated outside. It was easy enough to uncover." Xiao Jingyan chose to disregard him, focusing instead on the list of traitors. Yun Rongji observed him, noting that he showed no signs of anger, which somewhat eased his own anxiety. He then gently urged, "Not to criticize you, but if you have feelings for a young lady, you should not treat her in such a manner. When one loves, one ought to be gentle and not resort to such harsh confinement. Although she may have caused you heartache and anger in the past, as a man, you should exhibit greater magnanimity. You ought to devise ways to win her over. Most girls are susceptible to sweet words. If you continue to approach her with force, it will only breed resentment, and in time, her heart may become irrevocably wounded. At that point, no matter how much you may regret your actions, it is likely she will find it difficult." Before Yin Rongji could finish his thought, Xiao Jingyan interrupted from across the desk. "I see you have become idle again. Have you?" Yin Rongji suddenly felt a chilling breeze sweep past him, causing the atmosphere pressure within the room to drop significantly, making him shiver involuntarily. As he lifted his eyelids to glance at the man on the brink of fury, his tone softened immediately. "No, not at all. I just returned and have yet to report to the Dali Temple. I will withdraw for now." After Yun Rongji departed, Xiao Jingyan neatly folded the list of traitors and tucked it beneath a stack of documents, rising to exit the study. At this moment, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, and dusk began to envelop the surroundings. Xiao Jingyan left Qingzhou Garden and headed directly towards Furong Courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard and ascending the steps, he encountered a maid emerging with a tray of food. The dishes appeared untouched. He inquired, "Has she not eaten?" The maid shook her head. "No, she hasn't tea. The food has been heated and cooled repeatedly, yet Miss Su has not taken a single bite." His brow furrowed as he pushed aside the curtain and strode into the inner chamber. Candles had already been lit in the room, and Su Yuyao was curled up beneath the quilt, the flickering candlelight casting a soft glow on her porcelain-like face, rendering her small and pitiful. She lay with her eyes closed, showing no signs of life even as he entered with heavy footsteps. At this moment, her emotions seemed to have stabilized, as if she had accepted the punishment for her failed escape. "I heard you haven't eaten all day. Aren't you hungry?" he asked, his brow knitted in concern. She did not respond, nor did she open her eyes. Xiao Jingyan approached the bed, gazing intently at her, his brow twitching and his expression darkening slightly. Just a few days prior, she had threatened to take her own life, and now she was resorting to a hunger strike. She continued to keep her eyes closed, as if she had not heard him at all. However, the slight trembling of her eyelashes and her uneven breathing betrayed her act of feigning sleep. His cold, piercing gaze deepened with frustration as he abruptly pulled back the quilt and lifted her up. "Su Yuyao, do not test the limits of my patience." Slowly, she opened her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips as she replied unhurriedly, "Xiao Jingyan, if you have the capability, then go ahead and kill me." A surge of rage swelled within his chest as he gripped her chin, his expression contorted with anger. "Do you think I would hesitate?" Su Yuyao did not struggle. Instead, she held her head high, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Observing her unyielding demeanor, he tightened his grip. Coughing, she gasped for air, breaking the silence, prompting him to regain his composure. He cast her back onto the bed forcefully, the iron chains clanging with her movement. "I will ask you once more. Will you eat or not?" Overwhelmed by her gloomy disposition, she had no desire to eat whatsoever. Noticing her silence, he loosened his belt, removed his outer robe, climbed onto the bed, and leaned down over her. "Ah!" She shrieked in panic. With a swift motion, he exerted pressure with his hand, tearing apart the thin garment she wore beneath. "What do you think you're doing?" she exclaimed, striking at him with her hands, resisting fiercely while her feet kicked against him, the iron chains clattering in response. Disregarding her resistance, he pinned her down, his hands twisting her arms above her head. "Will you eat or not? If you refuse once, you will have to think carefully before you speak again. What's wrong? Do you still not wish to eat?" He pushed her legs apart, and having faced a refusal once, he decided it was time to proceed. Chapter 75. Patiently awaiting our wedding as his lips were about to descend upon hers, Yuyao ultimately subdued the tumultuous rage within her and softened. I will eat. She conceded. She chose nourishment over defiance. He tilted his head, his rough fingertips gently crushing a tear that had formed at the corner of her eye. This is how you should behave. I'll let you off this time. He rose, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. Remember, Yao, resistance is futile. I possess 100 ways to compel your submission. I want Shiwali to accompany me. She shifted her body, propped herself up with the quilt, and met his gaze directly, articulating her demand. Since being seized and brought back from the carriage in the previous night, she had not seen Shiwali, and she harbored fears that Xiao Jingyan might enact harm upon her. Xiao Jingyan's expression was inscrutable. He retrieved the garments that had been prepared in advance from the bedside and presented them to her. Put this on, eat first. Tomorrow morning, I shall summon Shiwali. Yuyao accepted the clothes from his hand, but as she was about to lift the quilt, she noticed he had not left, causing her to cover herself once more. Although they had shared intimate moments, they had been coerced by Xiao Jingyan. At this moment, being required to dress in front of him filled her with embarrassment. Please, step aside, she implored, gripping the fabric tightly, her knuckles turning pale. Xiao Jingyan smirked. Which part of you has not been seen by me? Hearing this, Yuyao felt a pang of irony. She lowered her head, neither changing her attire nor responding to him. To her surprise, he did not linger any longer. After observing her for a brief moment, he stood and exited the bedroom. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Jingyan re-entered. Soon after, several maidservants entered, carrying freshly prepared dishes, and began to set the table. Come and eat, he casually commanded, taking a seat at the table. Yuyao descended from the bed and walked numbly towards the table, the iron chain around her ankle clinking with her movements. Xiao Jingyan's gaze fixated on the chain he had specially commissioned from the blacksmith, his eyes betraying a hint of obscurity. He then called out towards the entrance. Qingzhou, who had been waiting at the door, immediately entered upon hearing his master's summons, lowering his head in deference, deliberately avoiding the sight of the disheveled woman within the room. Your Highness, what is your command? Xiao Jingyan frowned and instructed. Fetch a jar of high-quality ointment that aids in wound healing. Yes, Your Highness, Qingzhou acknowledged and departed. The table was laden with an exquisite array of dishes, their enticing aromas wafting through the air, making one's mouth water. Each dish was one of Yuyao's favorites, meticulously prepared to perfection. Yet at this moment, confronted with such a sumptuous feast, Yuyao felt no inclination to partake. Once the maidservants had efficiently arranged the meal, they quietly withdrew, leaving only Yuyao and Xiao Jingyan seated across from one another. Xiao Jingyan regarded Yuyao softly, saying, "This is drunken immortal duck, a new dish just introduced by the drunken immortal pavilion. Its flavor is exquisite. Knowing your fondness for duck, I specifically instructed my servants to procure it. Do savor it while it's still warm." As he spoke, he picked up a slice of duck breast and placed it into Yuyao's bowl. Yuyao glanced at the duck breast, but found herself lacking in appetite. She picked up her chopsticks and casually selected a few bites of the light side dishes, then drank a small bowl of porridge before setting down her utensils, declaring herself full. Upon noticing this, Xiao Jingyan also set down his chopsticks, refocusing his gaze on the woman sitting beside him, who appeared somewhat dazed. Feeling his penetrating stare, Yuyao felt a chill run down her spine. Seeing that he had finished eating, she attempted to rise and return to her bed. As she passed by him, he subtly raised his hand, and she found herself unexpectedly falling into his embrace. She immediately struggled to rise, but the strength of his grip on her wrist tightened, encircling her slender waist and rendering her unable to move. "What are you doing? Let me go," she exclaimed. He pressed her waist closer to him, his lips near her ear as he whispered, "There's a piece of good news that I almost forgot to share with you. I have already instructed the Imperial Astronomical Bureau to select an auspicious date. I initially thought it would take at least 2 or 3 days, but it turned out to be quite swift. The 25th of February is an excellent day, and our wedding is set for that date. With less than a month and a half to prepare, I am determined to make our marriage a grand affair. What do you say, Yao? Are you pleased?" With that, he raised his hand, playfully twirling a strand of her hair around his finger. Su Yuyao's expression froze. I do not wish to. I have already said I do not want to marry you. She continued to struggle, the sound of the iron chain clanking loudly. His reaction seemed unfazed, his cold eyes darkening with a chilling intensity, yet his voice remained surprisingly calm. Yao, this matter is beyond your control. I advise you to obediently await our wedding. You are a pervert, a madman. Xiao Jingyan let out a scoff, restraining her flailing hands and rising to throw her onto the bed. I never claimed I was not a pervert or a madman. Whatever I desire, be it an object or a person, I will go to great lengths to obtain. After all this time spent together, has Yuyao not discerned what kind of person I am? Su Yuyao lay on the bed, looking up at him. Your wife will not consent to this marriage. It is a union you alone desire. She had long realized that Lady Li would never agree to Xiao Jingyan marrying a girl of such humble origins, especially one from the countryside. And what of it? He replied, sitting at the edge of the bed. Su Yuyao recoiled as if seeing a ghost, maintaining a safe distance from him. My marriage is not subject to anyone's interference. The one I choose is not for others to reject. I am the master of this regent's residence. After the last incident of the abduction, do you still not understand? At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the chamber. Your Highness, the ointment has arrived. Xiao Jingyan did not allow the servant to enter. Instead, he rose and stepped outside to retrieve the ointment himself. Do you require me to apply the medicine for you? He inquired. Su Yuyao turned her head away, silently refusing him. Since you do not wish for my presence, allow the maidservant to attend to you. He placed the ointment upon the small table beside the bed, rising as he flicked his sleeves. With his back turned to the light, his expression was shrouded in shadows, rendering his emotions indiscernible. He spoke. Yao, it was never my intention to bind you with this. Had you not persistently sought to escape, I would have never resorted to such measures to confine you. There remains less than a month and a half. Remain here patiently for our wedding. After the ceremony, I shall personally remove these chains from you. Otherwise, your knowledge of my methods is well established. Chapter 76. How dare you arrange the mistress of the regent's palace? On the following morning, as promised by Xiao Jingyan, Xueli returned to Furong Courtyard just as dawn began to break. Upon entering, she found her young mistress curled up in the quilt, prompting her to rush over. Given her understanding of Xiao Jingyan, she knew that if the young lady managed to escape under his watchful gaze without facing any consequences, it would not align with the ruthless reputation of the regent. My lady, she approached the bedside, observing the slight tremors of the figure beneath the covers, and gently patted the quilt. The drowsy Su Yueying, upon hearing Xueli's voice, lifted the quilt to reveal her head. Xueli, you're back. Xueli nodded eagerly. Yes, my lady, I have returned. The sight of Xueli was the most joyous event for Su Yueying over the past few days. She turned to sit up, but the chain tethered to her ankle rattled ominously. What is this? Xueli, hearing the noise, lifted the quilt to discover a chain, as thick as a finger, secured to Su Yueying's right ankle, with the other end still unseen. Tears welled in her eyes as she felt a surge of anguish. How could he treat you this way? Xueli could hardly fathom that Xiao Jingyan would confine her mistress with chains, reducing her to the status of livestock. I will go speak to the prince and demand your release, she declared, rising in anger to leave. Su Yueying grasped her arm firmly. It's futile, do not go. If he becomes enraged and harms you, I would be left without a confidant. My lady, Xueli could no longer contain her tears. This is too unjust for you. I cannot bear to see it. Su Yueying shook her head and, taking Xueli's hand, asked, Are you all right? Have I mistreated you these past 2 days? No, no one has mistreated me. It's just the same as before. They have merely locked me away. Su Yueying felt a sense of relief wash over her. Xueli's gaze fell once more on the young lady's ankle, where the skin encircled by the chain had been worn raw, seeping with blood, an alarming sight. My lady, let me apply some medicine. Suyui Nadith, indicating the jar of ointment left by Xiao Jingyan. The medicine is over there. Xueli carefully took the ointment and began to tend to Su Yueying's wounds. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingyan had spent the entire day interrogating the traitors captured by Yun Rongji at the Ministry of Justice. Exhausted, he returned home just as dusk was settling in. As was his routine, he headed straight for Furong Courtyard, eager to see Su Yueying at the earliest opportunity. However, upon his arrival, before he could step into the inner chambers, he was met with a cacophony of vehement shouts from outside the courtyard. I just saw my brother enter. Step aside. You pack of lapdogs. I demand to see my brother. It was the voice of Xiao Muyu. Your Highness. Qixi, standing behind Xiao Jingyan, cast a hesitant glance at him. Xiao Jingyan raised his hand, gesturing for Xiao Muyu to enter. Brother, why have you dispatched Lin Qingyuan to the border? Sending him to the front lines? Xiao Muyu questioned, her voice strained. Going to the border for battle could cost lives. Her hands were still in a state of recovery, marred with scars, scabs adorning them, swollen and resembling the paw of a bear. An unsightly sight indeed. What does that concern you? Xiao Jingyan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze plunging into the abyss. I. Xiao Muyu stammered, her eyes flickering, and finally mustering the courage to confess, he is the one I love, the man I intend to marry in this lifetime. Boom! A surge of unnamed fury erupted from the depths of Xiao Jingyan. His sharp eyes glimmered like a blade drawn from a frozen pool, chilling to the core. What is it about Lin Qingyuan that captivates everyone? Why does everyone wish to marry him? Xiao Muyu seemed oblivious to Xiao Jingyan's emotional turmoil, continuing unabated, brother. Lin Qingyuan was led astray by Su Yuyao. Otherwise, he would never marry her. You yourself believe they are ill-matched, which is why you thwarted their union. She stepped forward, grasping the sleeve of Xiao Jingyan's robe, pleading, brother, I implore you, recall Lin Qingyuan from the border. If anything were to happen to him, I would be left a widow. Second miss, please cease your words. Qixi interjected at an opportune moment. No, I must speak. Xiao Muyu disregarded the warning, continuing, brother, that Su Yuyao is truly a seductress. She repeatedly rebuffs you merely to garner your attention. It is a tactic of retreat to advance. She is using Lin Qingyuan. Their feigned marriage is but a ruse to lure you back from Runan, to ensnare you. The fury on Xiao Jingyan's face reached its zenith as he clenched his fists tightly. After a moment, he opened his palm and raised his hand, delivering a sharp slap across Xiao Muyu's face. The force was so great that she spun several times before collapsing to the ground. Impudence. The matriarch of the Regent's residence is not someone you can slander. Xiao Muyu lay on the ground, her head buzzing for a long while before she regained her senses. She covered her cheek, tears streaming down as she gazed in disbelief at Xiao Jingyan. Brother, she is unworthy of being the matriarch of the Regent's residence. You are truly bewitched by her. Look at my hands. I am your own sister. Xiao Jingyan's expression was as cold as ice, his demeanor unyielding. Drag her away and confine her. Xiao Muyu struggled. No, you will regret this. Within the room, on the bed, Su Yuyao, upon hearing Xiao Muyu mention Lin Qingyuan, the border, and the front lines, felt her muddled thoughts plunge deeply into despair. Tears shimmered in her eyes, her icy fingertips clenching the quilt tightly. Shueli, did you hear what they just said? Shueli's heart contracted, unsure of how to respond. She understood that her young mistress was currently in a fragile emotional state, easily thrown into turmoil, and all she wished for was to allow her to rest peacefully, free from any disturbances. Although she harbored concerns that young Master Lin might lose his life in the battles at the frontier, what could they possibly do? At present, the young lady was shackled by iron chains, her body and spirit enduring immense torment. How could she possibly spare a thought for others? Shuli bit her lower lip, steeling herself, and spoke. Miss, it seems the second miss is creating a commotion outside, having been expelled by the prince. The wind is too strong. I cannot discern their words clearly. Do not dwell on it too much. The most important thing is to take care of your own well-being. Yet, Su Yuyao appeared as if she had lost her soul, grasping Shuli's hand. But I believe I heard the name Qingyan, along with mentions of the frontier and the front lines. Chapter 77. Xiao Yunkai discovers Su Yuyao's imprisonment as the heavy door curtain was lifted. The sound of steady footsteps approached from afar. Su Yuyao's eyes glistened with tears, and the tips of her fingers whitened as they gripped the quilt with excessive force. Before Xiao Jingyan could utter a word, she anxiously inquired, "Where have you taken Lin Qingyuan?" Xiao Jingyan approached the bedside. Observing her trembling form, he sat down. wishing to embrace her, but she forcefully pushed him away. He let out a self-deprecating scoff. You are to be wed to me, yet your thoughts linger on another man. Where shall I place my dignity, Yuyao? Unable to contain her emotions, Yuyao roared, Xiao Jingyan. Did you not promise that if I cooperated with you to reject Lin Qingyuan, you would never trouble him again? How can you go back on your word? Are you even human? You have dispatched him to the battlefield, intending for him to perish. Haven to you? The man instinctively clenched his fists, his gaze chilling as ice. In Yuyao's eyes, he had become a despicable villain. He abruptly rose, looking down upon her. Is it not easier for me to have him killed than to squash an ant? Why go through such elaborate measures? To be fair, his jealousy of Lin Qingyuan had driven him to madness. He wished for his demise, hoping he would never again cross his path. Yet, he understood that if Lin Qingyuan were to die, Yuyao would inevitably believe he was responsible, sealing his fate of never winning her heart, while Lin Qingyuan would effortlessly occupy her affections. In an effort to rid himself of Lin Qingyuan's presence, to vent his overwhelming jealousy, and to justify his actions in Yuyao's eyes, he had sent him to the front lines. Whether Lin Qingyuan lived or died was left to fate. Breathing heavily, filled with rage, Yuyao gritted her teeth. Xiao Jingyan, no matter how you justify it, you are avenging a personal grudge. Avenge a personal grudge? He lifted his head. Scoffing coldly, Yuyao, do not say that I have not harmed him. Even if I did, what would it matter? He stood with hands clasped behind his back, resembling a deity who governs human fate. As the Regent, second only to the Emperor, who possesses the authority to deny me the life of a mere individual. Yuyao trembled violently, seizing a pillow from the bed and hurling it at Xiao Jingyan. He did not flinch. The pillow struck his chest and fell to the floor. Xiao Jingyan, I publicly rejected him in front of you. Why can you not let him go? Why? He narrowed his eyes, a chill emanating from his dark gaze. Leaning closer to her, his icy fingertips grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Yet his voice remained calm, devoid of aggression, as if the weight of his high position bore down upon her. Yao, remember this. He is a court official. As the deputy commander, it is his duty to fight on the front lines during wartime. This is the price he must pay for the salary he receives from the court. His life is not in your hands or mine, but in his own. With that, he abruptly released her. Upon seeing him turn away, Yuyao, disregarding the pain in her jaw, desperately attempted to grasp his sleeve. However, as she moved, the clanking of the iron chains resonated loudly. Xiao Jingyan, he is merely my childhood friend. You would do well to refrain from seeking personal vengeance. This matter concerns only us. Do not involve unrelated individuals. Unrelated? He paused, his back to her, curling his lips in a faint laugh. To protect him, she was willing to utter any words. At the second quarter of the evening, Xiao Yunke returned from the palace. With the Grand Tutor on leave the next day, she too was granted a holiday. Eager to return home and spend time with Yuyao, she hastily made her way back. Yet, upon reaching the entrance of Furong Courtyard, she was halted. I am the third young lady of the Regent's palace. How can I be barred from entering Furong Courtyard? What on earth has transpired? The last time she visited, there were not so many guards. It felt as if they were guarding a prisoner. The guards maintained a respectful demeanor, bowing to Yuyao as they spoke apologies. Third young lady, this is the Lord's command. No one may enter Furong Courtyard without his permission. Xiao Yunke pouted, twirling a strand of hair around her finger, and inquired, what is going on? Has something happened? We are only responsible for guarding. We know nothing more, replied the guard. Xiao Yunke paused and asked, is Sister Yuyao inside? Surely, you can tell me that. After contemplating for a moment, the guard nodded. Severely monitored? Are you treating Sister Yuyao like a prisoner? This cannot be allowed. Let me in to see her. Should anything occur, I will take full responsibility, and you shall not be implicated. With wide eyes, Xiao Yunke moved to enter. Third young lady, you must not. Two guards blocked her path. This is the Lord's order. If you wish to enter, you must first consult him. Otherwise, we would not dare to let you in, not even if the madam were to arrive. I shall ask my brother what is happening. Xiao Yunke declared angrily as she headed towards Qingzhou garden. Brother, I must see you, she yelled as she walked in, only to be stopped by Chi-Chi and Baxi at the steps. Third young lady, please wait a moment. I shall report to the Lord immediately. Chi entered the study and soon returned. Third young lady, the Lord requests your presence. Upon entering the study, Chi and Baxi exchanged glances, sighing softly and muttering, "Fortunately, the Lord has only 2 sisters. If there were more, he would surely be driven to distraction." Inside the study, silence reigned. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. What was the commotion? Xiao Jingyan did not look up, continuing with his official duties. Although his little sister was also raised in luxury, she was not as overbearing, heartless, or filled with jealousy as Xiao Muyu. Thus, Xiao Jingyan held no dislike for her. As Xiao Yunkai entered, she felt a twinge of trepidation at the sight of her brother, who was meticulously attending to his affairs with an expressionless demeanor. Although they were siblings, the elder brother had long been stationed at the frontier, leading troops into battle and seldom returning home. It was not until the external foes were nearly vanquished and the emperor and empress had passed away, leaving an 8-year-old nephew vulnerable to the covert and overt power struggles of several royal uncles, that he returned to the capital to restore order. The age gap between them was considerable. In Xiao Yunkai's memory, her brother had always been a stern, humorless, and profoundly inscrutable man. However, for the sake of her sister Yuyao, she mustered the courage to inquire, "Brother, why have you confined Sister Yuyao to the Furong courtyard, forbidding anyone from entering?" Xiao Jingyan exhibited no emotional response to Xiao Yunkai's words, continuing to hold his pen as he composed a letter. After a lengthy pause, having seamlessly completed his secret correspondence, he finally spoke, "I am doing this to protect her. Have you forgotten what your second sister did to her?" Xiao Yunkai was momentarily taken aback before she nodded in understanding. Yet, she could not shake off a peculiar sensation that lingered uneasily within her. "May I go in to play with Sister Yuyao for a while?" Chapter 78. I can help you leave. Xiao Jingyan set down his pen and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke, "Go, but do not linger too long." His prompt agreement was influenced by the fact that Xiao Yunka was the only friend of Su Yuyao in the regent's residence. Su Yuyao had been confined in Furong Courtyard, and he had discerned her emotional instability. He feared she might reach a breaking point. If she had a friend to converse with, it might alleviate her inner turmoil and ease her taut emotions. Upon receiving permission, a radiant smile illuminated Xiao Yunka's face. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Xiao Jingyan and then dashed away like a joyful little bird. In her hand, she clutched a bamboo dragonfly, a gift she had specially prepared for Su Yuyao. She scampered through the garden of the regent's residence, heading straight for Furong Courtyard. "Yuyao sister, come out quickly. Let us play with the bamboo dragonfly together, shall we?" Her melodious and cheerful voice resonated like divine music in the tranquil courtyard. She was lively and carefree, akin to a butterfly gracefully flitting about. Inside the room, Xueli, hearing the calls from outside, felt a stir in her heart and quickly lifted the curtain to peek out. Xiao Yunka stood in the courtyard, beaming and waving at her, the exquisite bamboo dragonfly in her hand. "Xueli, hurry and let Yuyao sister come out. Look, the moonlight tonight is splendid, and the luminous pearl in your courtyard is shining brightly. We can play with the bamboo dragonfly in this lovely light." Observing Xiao Yunka's excitement, Xueli felt a tinge of bitterness. How she wished to allow the young lady to join in the fun. However, with the chains binding her, how could she possibly emerge? Xueli's throat felt as though it were choked by something, rendering her speechless. "What are you dawdling for? Where is Yuyao's sister? Quickly, call her out." Xiao Yunka exclaimed in surprise. Xueli swallowed hard, unable to refrain from wiping away a tear with her sleeve. "Third miss, our young lady, she cannot come out." Xiao Yunka was momentarily taken aback and swiftly ascended the steps. "What? Why can't she come out?" Without waiting for Xueli's response, she lifted the curtain and rushed inside. Yuyao's sister, Yuyao's sister." Finding no one in the main hall, she hurried toward the inner chamber. Upon entering, she saw someone lying on the bed and quickly approached. "Yuyao's sister, why are you lying down so early? Are you unwell?" At this moment, her emotions had gradually settled, no longer as agitated as when Xiao Jingyan had been present. Upon noticing her entrance, Su Yuyao slowly opened her eyes and shifted her body. The slightest movement of her leg caused the chains to clank loudly. "What is that sound? Are you hiding something fun under the blanket? Xiao Yunke inquired as she lifted the covers. Su Yuyao had no time to stop her, and the blanket was pulled aside. Xiao Yunke froze for several seconds at the sight before her. What? What is this? She pointed at the iron chains around Su Yuyao's ankle and asked, Is it, brother? A profound silence enveloped the room. How could your brother treat you this way? Xiao Yunkai's eyes widened in disbelief, her face contorted with anger, her fury igniting like a powder keg, surging up to her head. She clenched her fists tightly, her whole body trembling with rage. The guards stationed at the gate to prevent anyone from entering were claimed to be there for your protection. Yet what does this behavior signify? Xiao Yunkai's voice, sharp with indignation, expressed her confusion over her brother's actions. He consistently professed his intention to protect Su Yueying, yet his actions left her baffled. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, her brow furrowed. No, I must confront my brother and demand an explanation for his treatment of you. Yunkai, please do not waste your efforts. Su Yueying interjected, extending her hand to stop her. It is futile. Xiao Yunkai's expression was one of incredulity. How could this be acceptable? You are a living being, not a slave. How can you be bound in such a manner? Moreover, he sought an auspicious date for your union through the Astronomical Bureau. If he truly wishes to marry you, why subject you to this? In a sudden moment of realization, she grasped Su Yueying's hand tightly. Do you not wish to wed him? Su Yueying hesitated. What does it matter? In my current state, I am but a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. I understand now. If you were willing to marry him, he would not confine you. It must be that he is coercing you into submission. Xiao Yunkai had always regarded her brother as exceedingly noble, unique in demeanor, and emotionally detached. She was acutely aware of his decisiveness and ruthless methods, noting his disinterest in women, despite the multitude who admired him. Yet, upon hearing of his intention to marry Su Yueying, her perception shattered. Initially, she had believed Su Yueying was willing, as many women would covet the chance to marry such an exceptional man. However, witnessing Su Yueying's imprisonment, she recognized that the reality was far more complex. Xiao Yunkai grasped Su Yueying's hand firmly, her expression grave. Sister Yueying, marriage should be a union of mutual affection. Forcibly joining two individuals only leads to suffering. You are my friend, and I cannot bear to see you endure a lifetime of anguish. If you truly do not wish to marry my brother, I shall do everything in my power to assist you in escaping this place. I have attempted to flee several times, but each time I was caught and brought back. Su Yueying sighed helplessly, lowering her gaze to the cold iron chain binding her ankle. The chain glimmered ominously in the dim light, seemingly mocking her futile hopes. With this shackle, the prospect of escape seemed even more daunting. Beside her, Xiao Yunkai observed Su Yueying with a pang of sorrow in her heart. She pressed her lips together and gently patted the back of her hand, offering comfort. Do not worry, I'll find a way. Please bear with me for a while longer. Allow me the time to retrieve that item from the palace. And I assure you it will enable you to break free from these iron chains and safely depart from this place. Su Yuyao nodded, though with a hint of skepticism. Chapter 79. As night fell and the weather warmed, gentle raindrops began to descend from the sky. They softly pattered against the few clusters of bamboo in the northwest corner of the Furong Garden, creating a soothing sound. On the bed, Xiao Jingyan embraced Su Yuyao from behind, the iron chains around his ankles clinking rhythmically, as if cheering for him. After numerous encounters, he was acutely aware of Su Yuyao's most sensitive spots. Sucking on her earlobe, his heavy breaths lingered around her neck, leaving her feeling utterly disassembled. As he turned to press down upon her once more, she struggled to push him away, yet he held her firmly, his strong fingers weaving through hers. Forcibly intertwining their fingers and pressing them against the soft pillow, with his entire body close to hers. His lustrous eyes gleamed with a teasing glint as he looked at her. His lips brushed against the corner of her mouth as he whispered, Yao Yao. You have called Lin Qingyuan brother so many times. I too wish to hear you call me brother. Call me Yenge. Su Yuyao turned her head away, ignoring his request, pretending not to hear him. The term brother was not something to be uttered lightly. She called Lin Qingyuan brother out of trust and a form of affection. But what had he done to her? After their several attempts to escape, their relationship could no longer return to its former state. She could no longer feign compliance as she had before. He had forcibly taken her from the wedding ceremony, against her will, and shattered her hopes repeatedly as she attempted to flee. Every event that had transpired replayed in her mind like frames of film. In her heart, he had become a source of disdain. At that moment, she loathed him fiercely. "What's wrong? Did you not hear me call you?" he murmured, lowering his head to nibble at her lips, attempting to provoke her into speaking with the pain. Yuyao closed her eyes, gritting her teeth, refusing to utter a single word. His gaze flickered as he silently chuckled, leaning down once more. His lips glided from her cheek to the tender flesh of her face, finally resting near her ear, where he softly uttered, "Since Yuyao does not wish to call me now, she may do so whenever she feels inclined, and at that moment, I shall cease." Having long occupied a high position, he had always regarded the tender words exchanged between men and women with disdain. He cherished her, but never resorted to sweet nothings. He purchased her favorite rouge from the most renowned cosmetics shop in the capital, and even when returning late at night, he would take the detour to buy her pastries from her favorite shop. Concerned for her solitude, he bought a talking parrot from the market to amuse her. He even arranged for fresh seafood to be delivered from the coast to the palace, ensuring she could partake in the delicacies. He believed these gestures expressed his affection, that through these acts, she would come to accept him and perhaps love him in return. Yet, in the end, she desperately fled from him, treating him as if he were a living embodiment of death, evading and distancing herself from him. Until today, when she once again uttered the name Lin Qingzhou, a torrent of jealousy surged within her. Despite her current predicament, she remained wistful for her former lover. The memory of her adoring gaze and her unguarded laughter, which emanated from the depths of her heart, pierced his soul with a profound ache. In the stillness of the night, the anguish of unrequited love was magnified. Her repeated calls of brother Qingzhou crashed into his mind like a tempest, increasingly grating on his senses at that moment. Throughout the night, no matter how he struggled, she maintained her silence, her lips pressed tightly together, refraining from uttering even a single word of affection. As the hour of the tiger drew to a close, Xiao Jingyan rose, donned his brocade robe, fastened his sash, and departed. The instant he left, Xueli entered, bringing a cup of warm water and offering it to her. "Miss, have a sip to soothe your throat." Yuyao found herself utterly drained, her arms barely able to support her as she attempted to rise, only to sink back down again. Xueli frowned, hastily setting down the cup and rushing to assist her. "Is the prince even human? His vitality surpasses that of a bull. You have truly endured a terrible ordeal." Propped against a soft pillow, Yuyao managed to sit up slightly and accepted the tea from Xueli, taking a cautious sip. "Xueli, is the herbal remedy for avoiding pregnancy prepared?" Her greatest fear was conceiving Xiao Jingyan's child, an eventuality she desperately wished to avoid. Xueli nodded promptly. "It is ready. I noticed the prince stayed here and began brewing the medicine in the middle of the night. It is currently simmering on the stove. If you wish to drink it, I can fetch it for you." Yuyao gave a faint nod. Before long, a bowl of dark, steaming herbal concoction was brought to her. As she leaned closer to the bowl, the intense bitterness assaulted her senses, causing her to cough. Xueli quickly took the bowl from her hands and set it on the table, gently patting her back to ease her discomfort. "Miss, perhaps you should not drink it. I am worried. Should I forego it and await pregnancy instead?" Yuyao's coughing subsided, her eyelashes fluttering downwards. "Xueli, do you think that if I do not drink this medicine, I might soon become pregnant?" Xueli turned her head, lifting her sleeve to discreetly wipe away the tears from her eyes. Turning back, she suppressed the lump in her throat and replied softly, "I do not know." A sardonic smile flickered across Yuyao's face as she grasped the bowl of medicine, inhaling deeply before gulping it down in large swigs. Observing her finish the concoction, Xueli quickly selected a piece of candied fruit from the tray and offered it to her. Having endured a restless night, after consuming the bitter brew, Yuyao lay down once more, succumbing to a deep slumber. She slept soundly until midday when Xiao Jingyan returned from the palace. Upon arriving at Furong Garden and finding her still lying in bed with her eyes closed, he inquired of Xueli, "Has she had her breakfast?" Xueli respectfully replied, "No." Immediately informed the kitchen to send up a meal. He settled beside her, bending down to tousle her hair, speaking with a blend of affection and gentle reproach. "My little darling, what hour is it? Why are you still in bed? If you do not eat soon, you shall surely starve." Su Yuyao stirred awake from his tender ministrations. Having just awakened from her slumber, her consciousness still in a state of disarray, she felt a sharp pang of discomfort in her abdomen, as if an invisible hand were mercilessly tugging at her lower belly. "What is it? Are you unwell?" Xiao Jingyan inquired with concern, noticing her pallid complexion. Unable to articulate her distress, the pain in her abdomen intensified, and soon beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, her brows furrowing in agony. "What is it, Yao Yao? Tell this prince where hurts." As Xiao Jingyan lifted the covers, intending to cradle her in his arms to provide solace, he was met with a startling sight, a pool of crimson blood staining the bedding beneath her. His expression turned ashen in an instant, a flicker of panic flashing in his sharp gaze. His lips trembled as he commanded, "Call for the physician. Quickly summon the physician." Chapter 80. "What are you doing?" Xiao Jingyan. Xueli stood by, trembling in shock at the scene before her. Everything had seemed perfectly fine before sleep, yet upon waking, this was the state of affairs? She hurriedly rushed to the doorway, instructing a nimble maid to summon Lu Chunjing. Xiao Jingyan held the woman in his arms tightly, cradling her as one would an infant, handling her with utmost care. Even the bloodstains on his robe were of no concern to him. In a moment of silence, a flicker of realization dawned upon him. "Yao Yao, I am sorry, I should not have." Regret washed over Xiao Jingyan as he lamented the events of the previous night, believing that the intensity and duration of their union had overwhelmed her, leading to her current state. Lu Chunjing, well aware of the esteemed position Miss Su held in the heart of the regent, wasted no time upon receiving the news. He hurriedly arrived, medical kit in hand, and upon seeing Xiao Jingyan, offered a respectful bow. It was only then that Xiao Jingyan gently laid Su Yuyao down, allowing Lu Chunjing to examine her pulse. After carefully checking, Lu Chunjing furrowed his brow. "What is it? What has happened to Yao Yao?" Standing upright, Lu Chunjing replied, "Miss Su is not gravely ill. This pulse indicates the arrival of her monthly cycle." "Her monthly cycle has arrived?" Xueli silently counted the days in her mind. The last occurrence had been on December 21st, and today was January 19th. A gap of 3 to 5 days between cycles is quite normal. "Your Highness, Miss Su has a naturally frail constitution, and her body tends to be cold. Recently, she must have consumed considerable amounts of cold substances, which has resulted in severe lower abdominal pain during her cycle. I will prescribe a few remedies to invigorate her energy, promote blood circulation, and alleviate pain." Xiao Jingyan's gaze fell upon the curled-up figure on the bed. His fingers tightening gradually, his jaw clenching. He began to piece together the implications. Her monthly cycle, cold substances. His voice turned cold and his eyes darkened. At that moment, the chamber was steeped in silence. Lu Chunjing, lacking a directive, dared not to write a prescription. Ultimately, Xiao Jingyan lowered his eyelids, relaxing his grip and caressing his fingertips. After a brief pause, he commanded Lu Chunjing in a frigid tone, "Prepare the prescription and brew the medicine." Only then did Lu Chunjing, trembling with trepidation, begin to write the prescription. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingyan's piercing gaze fixated upon Xueli. "Speak. What cold substances has she consumed?" An uncontrollable rage caused Xueli to flinch involuntarily. Her head bowed. She murmured, I did not use anything." Xiao Jingyan's eyes blazed with a furious resentment as he ordered Qixi, "Investigate. Find out immediately." Before long, Qixi returned, carrying a bowl of medicinal dregs. "Your Highness, I have found this bowl of dregs, which Mr. Lu has just examined. This is the residue from the avoidance medicine." Indeed, it confirmed his suspicions. She had secretly consumed the avoidance remedy behind his back. Xiao Jingyan's facial features hardened, his expression inscrutable, as he gazed at Su Yuyao, who was curled up in pain on the bed. Did she truly wish to deny him the joy of fatherhood? The entire Furong garden lay in silence, interrupted only by the sounds of servants busily preparing medicine. Xiao Jingyan yearned to unleash his pent-up anger at her, but upon witnessing her suffering, he ultimately restrained himself, gradually suppressing his ire. Finally, he commanded, "From now on, such harmful substances are forbidden within Furong garden." Though filled with indignation, his concern for her lingered. He did not return immediately to Qingzhou, but chose to remain by her side, even if he could do little. The sight of her gradually alleviating pain as she took her medicine brought him solace. When Xiao Jingyan departed the bedroom, the hour was nearly 3 o'clock. "Your Highness," Lu Chunjian called out upon seeing him, promptly falling in step beside him. Xiao Jingyan halted, aware that Lu had something to convey, and turned to inquire, "What is it?" Lu Chunjian lowered his head, biting his lip to muster courage, and respectfully stated, "Your Highness, there is an old adage. Cold arises from the feet, and illness comes from the cold. I just observed that Miss Su has a chain of iron bound to her ankle. Iron is inherently cold, and with the current chilly weather, coupled with her own susceptibility to cold, if she continues to wear that chain, it may ultimately prove detrimental to her health." Xiao Jingyan stood with his hands clasped behind him in the courtyard of Furong Garden, his gaze fixated on the window ledge of the bedroom. "Are you suggesting that I should remove the iron chain from her ankle and bind it to her wrist instead?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chunjian involuntarily gasped. That was not his intention at all. He was subtly implying that the chain should be taken away altogether. Over the past days, he had discerned that the prince had feelings for Miss Su. If she remained bound by the iron chain, her heart would grow cold, and no amount of warmth could reignite it. Indeed, the thoughts of those in high positions were beyond the grasp of someone like him. "No, Your Highness, I did not mean." His heart raced, nearly reaching his throat. Fortunately, before he could further flounder for words, Xiao Jingyan interjected, "Enough, you may leave." As someone from the palace arrived with a message that the Empress Dowager wished to discuss matters with him, Xiao Jingyan did not return to Qingzhou, but went directly to the palace. By the time he returned, it was already late in the evening. Within the bedroom of Furong Garden, Xueli was attending to Su Yuyao as she drank her medicine. Upon entering, Xiao Jingyan took a seat, observing the scene before him. Only after Su Yuyao had consumed a full bowl of medicinal broth did he gesture for Xueli to exit. Rising, he approached the bedside and leaned down, tilting his head to gaze at Su Yuyao, his tone considerably softer than before. "Yao Yao, does your stomach still ache?" Su Yuyao regarded the man before her, who oscillated between being a wolf and a dog, her eyes flickering with emotion. Her expression remained neutral, yet her lips parted slightly. "It no longer hurts." As she finished speaking, he swiftly shed his ornate robe, leaving only a pristine undergarment, and climbed in a bed beside her. As his arms encircled her waist, Su Yuyao instinctively furrowed her brow. "Xiao Jingyan, what are you doing?" "I'm still on my monthly cycle," he retorted, quick as a flash. "Does that mean it is acceptable once you're no longer?" He gently enveloped her in his embrace, pressing her body closely against his chest. With one elbow propped up, he let his eyelashes rest as he gazed at her, assuring her, "Rest assured, even in my eccentricity, I have not descended to such depths. You are currently menstruating, and I shall not share a chamber with you. You heard the physician's words. Your body is cold, and you have consumed an excess of chilled substances. My warmth can provide you solace and aid in your recovery." She bit her lip, choosing silence, aware that her refusal held little weight in his eyes. Resigned, she turned onto her side, closing her eyes. Chapter 81. Yao Yao, I desire you. For the past 3 or 4 days, Xiao Jingyan spent his time either at the palace or in the bedroom with her. He even had a stack of confidential documents brought to Furong Courtyard. During the day, he managed state affairs here, and at night, he kept his promise, simply holding her as she slept, refraining from any further intimacy during her menstrual period. As the days passed, Su Yuyao's cycle concluded. On the 5th day, Xiao Jingyan returned home late in the evening. Su Yuyao was already resting in bed. He removed his outer robe, donning only a loose white inner garment, and quietly slipped under the covers, wrapping his arm around her waist from behind. Despite his gentle movements, Su Yuyao stirred awake. With her eyes still closed, she instinctively shifted slightly, attempting to escape his embrace. He did not release her, instead moving closer, his lips brushing against her ear, where he could feel the fine hairs quivering with his breath. In a husky voice laced with yearning, he murmured, "Yao Yao, I desire you." As his words lingered in the air, he turned the woman, who lay on her side, onto her back. Bathed in the dim light, he grasped the back of her neck and leaned down to kiss her lips, enveloping them entirely, his touch gentle yet insistent. He yearned for more, pressing against her lips, his tongue seeking to part her teeth and delve deeper. Overwhelmed by his desire, he tightened his grip on her neck, pulling her firmly against his chest. She instinctively placed her hand against his chest, her red lips parting slightly as she exhaled. "Let me go." "No, Yao Yao, it has been several days. I desire you." He rasped, his warm fingertips kneading the flesh at her nape, almost pleadingly. Indeed, Yuyao detected a hint of supplication in his voice. A fleeting thought of this notion crossed her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. After all, he was the powerful minister who wielded life and death over the entire Great Zhou. His demeanor was cold, his methods ruthless, instilling fear in others. To the world, he was an exalted figure, imperious and untouchable. How could he possibly lower himself to beg anyone? As she momentarily lost her composure, he tightened his embrace once more, leaning down to claim her again. Just as his lips were about to meet hers, in a flurry of panic, she found an excuse. "I don't feel well." "Not feeling well?" He immediately halted, concern etching his features. "What is wrong? Should I summon the physician to examine you?" She extricated herself from his embrace, her gaze downcast, avoiding his eyes. "It's just a slight ache in my abdomen, nothing serious. I believe it's due to lack of rest lately." He understood her rejection, a silent smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "If you're still unwell by morning, we shall have the palace physician come and take a look." After speaking, he emerged from the covers, rummaging through his robe on the small table until he retrieved what he sought before returning to the bed. Yuyao disregarded him, continuing to lie on her side with her eyes closed, feigning sleep. He slipped under the covers, his hand gliding along the contours of her body. Yuyao furrowed her brow and abruptly opened her eyes. "I told you I'm not feeling well." Her voice was laced with irritation, her tone decidedly unwelcoming. However, Xiao Jingyan paid no heed to her words, engrossed in his own pursuits until his large hand grasped her ankle. Just as Yuyao, in her vexation, intended to kick him, a sudden crisp sound pierced the air. She focused her gaze and noticed that the iron chains binding her feet had been undone. His unexpected action left Yuyao momentarily stunned, her initial resistance ceasing in an instant. She lifted her head, looking at him in confusion. Yet in the next moment, his voice shattered the silence like a stone cast into a placid lake. "You will no longer require these restraints. You may roam freely within the Furong courtyard. After our grand wedding, the entire Regent's residence will be open to you. Yao Yao, as long as you abandon thoughts of escape, I shall no longer need to assign anyone to watch over you." His words, though delivered in a calm manner, conveyed a meaning that was unmistakably clear. Yuyao remained in a daze for quite some time. What prompted this change? Suddenly unfastening her chains, did he intend to restrain her again? He lay on his side, propping himself up on his elbow, raising an eyebrow and regarding her with a bemused smile. "I wouldn't mind reapplying the restraints." "No, Yuyao hostility yictiv. That is unnecessary." Although she was still confined to the Furong courtyard, it was far better than being trapped in her chamber. At least she could step outside to bask in the sunlight and breathe in fresh air. The following day, as dawn broke, Xiao Jingyan rose from bed. At that time, Yuyao had yet to awaken. He quietly donned his robes and departed for the palace. By the time Yuyao opened her eyes, a court physician was waiting at the door, stating that the regent had sent him to examine Miss Su. Yuyao did not refuse, extending her delicate wrist for the physician to take her pulse. At this point, she had nothing to conceal and was untroubled by what the physician might discover. After diagnosing her, the physician prepared a prescription and returned to the palace, hurrying to report to the regent. In the grand hall, he bowed to Xiao Jingyan, respectfully stating, "Regent, I have returned after examining Miss Su." Xiao Jingyan, who had been intently reviewing the documents in his hands, lifted his head, his deep-set eyes fixed on the physician. "What did you find?" The physician lowered his head and replied, Miss Su's health is no longer in serious jeopardy. However, her pulse is thin and tense, indicating a stagnation of liver qi. If this persists, it may transform into fire and harm yin, leading to a deficiency of yin blood. Xiao Jingyan furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, in your experience, what would be the appropriate treatment? I believe this condition primarily arises from emotional distress, the physician responded. On one hand, it is essential to rely on medication to regulate the body. On the other hand, and of even greater significance, is the need to soothe the liver and facilitate the flow of qi, allowing Miss Su to experience a sense of ease and joy. Once her emotional state improves, her health will naturally follow suit. Ease and joy. Xiao Jingyan savored these words in his mind. After the imperial physician departed, Xiao Jingyan instructed Qixi, send someone back to the manor to relay a message, instructing Baxi and the others to retrieve the fireworks from the storeroom and warm them by the stove. This evening, I shall present them to Yuyao. Yes, your highness. Upon receiving the command, Qixi exited the grand hall and promptly arranged for the task to be undertaken. Chapter 82. This was crafted by my own hands. Its significance is different, remarkably swifter than anticipated. Xiao Jingyan's pace in reviewing the memorials within the palace today was noticeably more efficient than before. By the third hour past noon, he had departed the imperial palace. Recalling the morning's advice from the imperial physician, who suggested that in order for Yao's health to improve, her spirits must be lifted and joy restored, he took a detour in his carriage to visit the most esteemed jewelry shop, silk and fabric store, rouge shop, and pastry shop in the capital. There, he meticulously selected an array of exquisite ornaments, fashionable silks, high-quality cosmetics, and her favorite pastries, filling an entire carriage with his thoughtful purchases. As he swayed back to his residence, he was greeted by the sight of several large boxes filled with prepared fireworks in the outer courtyard upon stepping through the gates of the Regent's palace. He instructed the guards to carry everything inside, placing them in the courtyard to await the evening's display, which would serve as a delightful surprise for Su Yuyao. In the meantime, a palace servant delivered a message. The Lantern Festival had concluded, and the third prince of Xueji Kingdom, Xueyu, along with his sister Xueyuan, would visit the regent's palace at the hour of Yu to bid farewell to the regent. Xiao Jingyan promptly nodded in agreement. After meeting with the envoy from Xueji Kingdom at the hour of Yu, the dusk would provide the perfect backdrop for the fireworks display for Su Yuyao, ensuring no time would be wasted. He gestured towards a large box of pastries on the table, instructing, send these delicacies to Furong Courtyard and have Yuyao come to the outer courtyard at the hour of Su. After a brief pause, he added, let us first visit Qingzhou Garden. As the hour of Yu arrived, Xueyu and his sister Xueyuan arrived punctually at the entrance of the regent's palace. A young servant made his way to Qingzhou Garden to report. Lord Qixi, the third prince of Xueji Kingdom, Xueyu, and Princess Xueyuan have arrived. Qixi gently knocked on the door to inform Xiao Jingyan. In a calm tone, Xiao Jingyan replied, please have them wait in the front hall of the inner courtyard. I will join them shortly after concluding my duties. Upon receiving permission, the young servant rushed to the palace gate to welcome the royal siblings into the estate. Xueyuan was brimming with excitement upon arriving at the regent's palace, for she would finally see her longed-for brother, Yin, once more. As they entered the outer courtyard, they were greeted by several boxes of fireworks and firecrackers. With a radiant smile, she instinctively tugged at Xueyu's sleeve and exclaimed, brother, look, I told you Yin Gij has affection for me. Knowing I would be visiting, he specially purchased such a multitude of fireworks for me to enjoy. While the world spoke of the regent of Dezhou as being indifferent and lacking in desires, she believed him to possess a certain romantic flair. Hearing rumors of the regent having forcibly taken a commoner woman a few days prior, Xueyu had initially feared for his sister as prospects. However, witnessing the regent's attentiveness now eased his concerns. As the servant led the way, he observed the enthusiastic interaction between the siblings as they marveled at the surprises prepared by the regent for Miss Su, leaving him utterly bewildered. And these? Xueyuan tugged on Xueyu's arm, glancing at the nearby boxes. Brother, look at these exquisite ornaments and fine silks. Surely, they must be farewell gifts from Yin Gij for me. The bustling servants nearby exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. Farewell gifts for her. Clearly, these are intended for Miss Su. However, due to her status, no one dared to speak openly. When Brother Yin rejected me last time, I thought he truly had no feelings for me. Little did I realize that he was aware of my impending return to the Snowy Mist Kingdom and had gone to great lengths to make me happy. As Shui Yuan spoke, a blush involuntarily crept onto her cheeks. Shui Yu also smiled, saying, if the princess could marry the regent of the Great Zhou, she would be truly fortunate. Not long ago, our father and mother sent a message via carrier pigeon, stating that if the princess could find her own happiness, they would bestow upon her a prosperous city as a dowry. The servant guiding them to the regent's residence turned back and called out, Third Prince, Princess, please follow me this way. Before long, the servant led them to the inner courtyard's front hall. Xiao Jingyan arrived approximately 15 minutes later after finishing his official duties. Upon seeing him, Shui Yuan immediately rushed forward, linking her arm with his. Brother Yin, I know you spoke harshly last time for the sake of pride. Now that you know I am leaving, you cannot bear to part with me, which is why you set aside your pride to prepare such a grand gift. I truly appreciate it. Thank you. Xiao Jingyan was taken aback by this sudden display and instinctively pushed her away. He pondered over Shui Yuan's words. What gift? When did I give her a gift? Just as she was about to elaborate, Shui Yu pulled her aside and softly reprimanded her. Impertinent! You did not even pay your respects upon meeting the regent. Only then did Shui Yuan hurriedly bow. Regent, I wish you well. The current emperor of the Great Zhou is still young, and state affairs are all managed by the regent. He is indeed the master of the Great Zhou people. Although the prince and princess of the Snowy Mist Kingdom hold noble status, they must still show him the utmost respect. Shui Yu also clasped his hands respectfully and said, Regent, the Lantern Festival has passed. Today, I have brought the princess to bid you farewell. We have been treated with great hospitality by the emperor and the regent during our time in the Great Zhou. Our father and mother dearly miss us and have commanded us to return to the Snowy Mist Kingdom shortly. He continued, Furthermore, my sister has long admired you, and it is for you that she traveled such a great distance to the Great Zhou. If you are agreeable, I shall report to our father and mother upon our return, urging them to arrange a marriage between us. Meanwhile, Su Yuyao had finished her preparations and made her way toward the Qingzhou garden at 1/4 the hour of the rooster. Without Xiao Jingyan's command, she could not casually enter the Furong courtyard. Thus, to spend more time outside, she took a longer route leading to the Qingzhou garden. This path conveniently passed by the front hall of the inner courtyard. Coincidentally, as she approached the entrance, she noticed a graceful figure dressed in a light blue garment, draped in a cloud-patterned cloak, standing before Xiao Jingyan. Her voice was clear and melodious, akin to a babbling brook. Brother Yin, this is a pouch I embroidered myself, filled with herbs to soothe the mind and alleviate fatigue. You are burdened with many affairs. I hope this pouch will help refresh you and ease your weariness. Su Yuyao was momentarily taken aback. The woman inside had her back to the entrance, preventing her from seeing her face. However, that voice sounded somewhat familiar. After a moment of contemplation, is it that the voice of the woman I secretly glimpsed while searching for the little white rabbit in the bamboo grove? It turns out that this woman is none other than the princess of the Snowy Dawn Kingdom. Xiao Jingyan did not even spare her a glance. He simply declined. No need. The Great Zhou is never short of exceptionally skilled embroiderers or highly proficient physicians. Instantly, Shui Yuan's expression darkened. She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. For she was the princess of the Snowy Dawn Kingdom, a figure of noble status who seldom engaged in such labor herself. This pair of mandarin duck pouches was something she had painstakingly sewn over the course of a month. She pressed her lips together and explained, I stitched this with my own hands. It holds a different significance. Chapter 83. This king only wishes to grow old with you. Do you not realize? There is nothing amiss. Xiao Jingyan raised his head, gazing at her for a few seconds. Moreover, as a man of stature, he had no need for the trinkets that ladies often cherished. Shui Yuan clutched her purse tightly, her fingertips turning pale without her awareness. Brother Yin, princess. He interrupted her, his voice frigid, leaving no room for leniency. This king has never shared any personal rapport with the princess, and he would prefer to never hear such intimate terms again. His ink-black eyes glinted with a cold light, and at the moment their gazes met, Shui Yuan involuntarily shivered. As per usual, his demeanor towards her remained unchanged. In fact, she could sense animosity emanating from his gaze. Does the regent not favor my royal sister? The third prince of Shuiji state, Shuiyu, also paled instantly. What are the gifts in the outer courtyard? Were they not meant for the royal sister from the regent? The gifts in the outer courtyard? For his royal sister? Xiao Jingyan finally comprehended what Shui Yuan had referred to earlier. It turned out they had mistaken the gifts he intended for Yuyao as farewell gifts for Shui Yuan. Before he could speak, Qi Shi, with her quick tongue, interjected, "Your highnesses have misunderstood. Those are not meant for you, but for Miss Su." Misu? Is she the commoner Su Yueying, rumored to have been forcefully brought back by the regent? Shui Yuan scoffed at the notion. Su Yueying was merely a common girl. While she was a princess of Shuiji state, of noble status, she could not fathom the regent preferring a wild girl over someone of her stature and beauty. Just as she was about to voice her indignation, Shuiyu restrained her. "Regent, ever since you rescued my royal sister, she has been infatuated with you. In terms of status, my sister is not lacking. In terms of beauty, she is exceptional. You remain unmarried. Why not grant her a chance? This king already has someone dear to my heart. Third prince, have you not heard during your prolonged stay in Qingzhou that I have consulted with the Astronomical Bureau and have set a date for my wedding on the 25th of next month?" Shuiyu felt a lump in his throat. He had indeed heard, but he thought it was merely a fleeting whim of the regent. For a family like the regent's, which had stood for centuries, it was only fitting to seek a match of equal standing. His royal sister's noble birth was unparalleled among the elite daughters of Qingzhou. Who could compare? Brother. Shui Yuan tugged at Shuiyu's sleeve, her eyes brimming with tears. Shuiyu had always pampered his royal sister. He fidgeted with his fingers hidden in his sleeve and raised his head, saying, "Regent, a few days ago, our father and mother sent a message via carrier pigeon. If my sister could marry the one she loves, a prosperous city would be bestowed as her dowry. You are a general, a minister of great authority, and this would be a deal where you gain a wealthy city of Shuiji state without shedding a drop of blood. Is it not a lucrative bargain? Furthermore, even if you have someone you cherish, you could still take her as a concubine, if you were reluctant. Elevating her to a secondary wife is not out of the question. My royal sister is not the type to harbor jealousy. In the ancient aristocracy, which man did not possess several wives and concubines? The current regent of the Great Zhou holds a status comparable to that of the emperor. Thus, having a few secondary wives or concubines is of little consequence. As long as the primary wife is his royal sister, it suffices to uphold the dignity of the Snow Jixin kingdom." Xiao Jingyan's gaze was cold and detached, sweeping past Shuiyu's face and settling on the jade ring in his hand, his tone indifferent. "If this prince desires something, I will procure it myself, without the need for a woman's dowry, instead of scheming matters of state and family for me. The third prince would do better to seek a suitable match for your royal sister." Xiao Jingyan lifted the tea before him, the rising steam enveloping his frosty countenance. Shuiyu felt a knot tightening in his chest. Since the regent harbored no affection for the royal sister, they would no longer linger, and he took his leave. He turned to Shui Yuan and said, "Let us depart." Shui Yuan bit her lip tightly, wishing to voice her thoughts, but was pulled along by Shuiyu. At the entrance, Su Yao noticed their impending exit and immediately feigned ignorance, lifting her head in preparation to pass by them. Unfortunately, a passing servant bowed deeply, respectfully addressing her, "Miss Su." Upon seeing the individual before her, Shui Yuan's complexion grew even more pallid. The woman was clad in a red peony-patterned silk gown, her hands delicate, skin as smooth as cream, with graceful features and enchanting eyes. Even she, a lofty princess, felt a sense of inferiority in comparison. Witnessing the regent's rejection only added to her humiliation, and she felt as though she had lost all face as a princess. Suppressing her resentment and jealousy, she clenched her purse and stormed out of the regent's residence. In the main hall, Xiao Jingyan gazed outside. Noticing Su Yuyao preparing to leave, he called out, "Why do you not come over when you see this prince?" Indeed, her visit to the Qingzhou Yuan was intended to meet Xiao Jingyan. Su Yuyao hesitated for a moment, then turned back towards the main hall. As she approached him, he pulled her into his embrace, his large hand gripping her slender waist, while the other caressed her lips. "Are you jealous?" Yuyao scoffed coldly. No. How could she possibly feel jealousy? He was not her beloved. Even if countless women offered themselves to him, she would not feel envious. In fact, she would applaud such a scenario, for it would grant her peace and freedom from his grasp. Xiao Jingyan scrutinized her eyes, searching for even the slightest hint of contradiction in her words. He wished for her to be jealous or angry, yet found no trace of such emotions. Realizing she spoke her true feelings, a sharp pain pierced his heart. Lowering his gaze, he traced her lips with his finger and grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Then do you wish this prince to agree to her?" He was well aware of her answer, yet could not restrain himself from asking. "The princess of the Snow Jixin Kingdom is of noble birth and exceptional beauty. Should the prince take her as his wife, it would benefit both you and the great Zhou immensely. I certainly hope the prince consents to her." Previously, Xiao Jingyan had blamed her for deceiving him, yet now, upon hearing her unguarded truth, he found himself wishing she would continue to mislead him. If she were to enter, would you be willing to become a concubine? A secondary wife, a woman forever relegated to the shadows, treated as a mere plaything? Yuyao's eyelashes trembled slightly before she replied calmly, "It makes no difference to me. Is the position of the regent's consort something she desires? Whether a wife or a concubine, she is merely a toy for others to manipulate at will." Yuyao. His emotions surged, his gaze sharp and cold, emanating a chilling aura. "What I desire is you. What I love is you. I wish to share my life only with you. Do you not understand this?" Chapter 84. What you mistake for love is merely possessive obsession. Do you like me? Do you love me? Yuyao seemed to hear the greatest joke in the world. She freed herself from his embrace. "Xiao Jingyan, do you truly understand the essence of liking and loving?" His breath quivered. The depths of his eyes churned with a tempest more tumultuous than before. He felt as if his heart were being torn asunder, the pain unbearable. He certainly comprehended what it meant to like and to love. He had invested so much thought and done so many things for her that he had never done for anyone else. Could she truly remain oblivious to it all? This is not love, nor is it affection. It is nothing but a selfish, possessive obsession. Yuyao raised her gaze, meeting his eyes directly. Love is selfless. It entails considering the other person, respecting their wishes and choices, and genuinely wishing for their happiness. And you? You merely seek to satisfy your own desires, controlling and limiting me, viewing me as your possession to manipulate at will. Ask yourself, how can such behavior be deemed love? It is undeniably a form of selfish possession. Xiao Jingyan's fists tightened, his nails digging deep into his palms as he struggled to suppress the fury that threatened to erupt from within. Why did he restrict and control her? Was it not because she persistently attempted to flee from his side? If she could remain steadfastly by him, free from thoughts of escape, would he confine her so? Is it wrong to love someone and desire to share a lifetime with her? No, he was not at fault. Love is inherently selfish. He simply did not wish to lose her, nor did he want her to leave him. Confronted with her cold, indifferent gaze, devoid of any affection for him, he could no longer restrain himself. He stepped forward, grasping her chin and pushing her against the table. "Yao, I was not part of your life before. You may not have feelings for me, but please be fair. Do not disregard the kindness I've shown you now, nor trample it beneath your feet." He swallowed hard, fighting back the anguish within. Observing her face redden under his grip, he yearned to kiss her, to devour her entirely. Yet, for reasons unknown, as he gazed at her for a prolonged moment and met her look of disgust, he instinctively released his hold. She seized the opportunity to breathe deeply, gasping for fresh air. "Leave?" After Yuyao departed, the room fell into an eerie silence, the very air seemingly frozen. Xiao Jingyan felt suffocated by the oppressive atmosphere, as if weighed down by a heavy mountain, nearly rendering him breathless. Unable to endure the stifling environment any longer, he rose and exited the main hall. In the courtyard, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a sound akin to the mournful cries of a night owl, evoking a profound sense of desolation. He wandered aimlessly, unwittingly finding himself at a pavilion within the courtyard. As dusk enveloped the surroundings, The remnants of the setting sun painted the lake's surface in a brilliant golden hue, as if adorning the waters with a luxurious veil of shimmering gold. The waves sparkled, creating an enchanting spectacle. Xiao Jingyan stood quietly in the pavilion, leaning against a stone pillar, his head slightly bowed, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. His tall and slender figure contrasted with the solitude and melancholy that enveloped his demeanor. At that moment, a young servant hurriedly approached, seemingly with something to report. Seeing this, Qingzhou promptly descended the steps to intercept him. "What is it?" she inquired. The servant, upon noticing Qingzhou, quickly bowed in respect and replied, "My lady, it is nearly the hour of the dog. We may request the prince to prepare for the fireworks." Upon hearing this, Qingzhou glanced at her master within the pavilion, only to find Xiao Jingyan standing there, motionless, as if he were oblivious to their conversation. After a moment of hesitation, she softly said, "Understood, you may go." Having spent the longest time by the prince's side, Qingzhou understood him best. In the past, he would remain composed regardless of his circumstances. However, now, he stood alone here, consumed by sorrow due to Miss Su. It was undeniable that while the prince sometimes acted passionately, he had indeed fallen for Miss Su. Yet, the two were currently worlds apart, one desperately seeking to flee, while the other exhausted every means to retain her. Qingzhou sighed, ascending the steps once more. "Your Highness," she stated, bowing respectfully. Xiao Jingyan continued to gaze at the lake, remaining silent. Qingzhou raised her head slightly to observe him and added, "It is time. The fireworks should commence." Still, there was no response from the prince. Unable to contain herself, she took a small step forward and gently urged, "Your Highness, perhaps you might try to comfort Miss Su? I have heard that women cannot resist sweet words from men. Miss Su has a gentle disposition, and if you could coax her a little, she would surely reconsider." Qingzhou braced herself for potential reprimand, yet to her astonishment, the prince did not scold her. Instead, he heeded her words and rose to leave, following her to Furong Garden. Upon entering, Xiao Jingyan found Yuyao standing by the window, lost in thought as she gazed at the tall, surrounding walls, unaware of his presence. Shuli intended to bow, but was halted. He approached her directly, wrapping his arms around her waist, his palm resting on her abdomen as he followed her line of sight outside. "What captures your attention?" he inquired, sensing her body tense, as if she wished to escape his embrace. He tightened his hold slightly, preventing her departure while ensuring he did not cause her pain. Leaning down, he rested his chin on her shoulder, his lips brushing close to her ear. In a low, husky voice, he murmured softly, striving to suppress any potential surge of her resistance, "Yuyao, do not be angry." She remained rigid, silent, her gaze still fixed beyond the window. Her gaze wandered aimlessly, and she herself was unaware of what she was observing. He recognized that at this moment, she was not as resistant to him. He nuzzled her cheek gently and then soothed her, saying, "I was at fault earlier. I should not have raised my voice at you. I promise it will not happen again. Will you forgive me this time?" Yuyao's eyes flickered with a hint of change. Sensing her shifting demeanor, he seized the opportunity to say, "I mentioned some time ago that I would take you to see the fireworks. The servants have made the preparations, and now that the sky has darkened, let us go." Before she could decline, he wrapped his arms around her and led her outside. The fireworks were resplendent, dancing like ethereal sprites against the darkened sky. "Do you like it?" he asked, holding her close to his chest. "Fireworks are fleeting, merely a moment of beauty. Yet, though they may vanish, my feelings for you remain eternal." He affectionately tousled her hair and added, "If you enjoy this, I shall instruct the servants to keep fireworks in the storeroom for you, so that whenever you wish to see them, they may be set off at your leisure." Chapter 85. The scheme of the Spring Dragon Festival. After witnessing the fireworks, that night, Xiao Jingyan took refuge in the Furong courtyard. Throughout the night, the bed was never still. His thin lips caressed her own, devouring every sound of her resistance. This time, his kiss was not as forceful as before. Rather, it was tender and deeply affectionate. Amidst their intimate whispers, she heard him murmur softly in her ear, "Yuyao, stay by my side with peace of mind. Do not think of leaving. I shall protect you and treat you well. In this lifetime, I desire only to be with you, one soul, one heart. I promise you. Aside from you, There shall be no other woman by my side. His tone bore a hint of both insistence and entreaty. Su Yuyao listened silently, offering no reply. The following day, Song Wanru visited the regent's residence once more. Although the news of the regent's impending marriage had spread throughout the capital, Song Wanru still came before the wedding, and everyone in the household was well aware of her intentions. Upon seeing her, the matriarchally exchanged a few casual pleasantries before dismissing her to spend time with Xiao Muyu. In the Kaidai pavilion, Xiao Muyu had been in a foul mood for days, and the servants moved about with great caution, ever fearful of incurring her wrath. When Song Wanru arrived, Xiao Muyu was in the midst of a furious outburst, berating a maid for making too much noise while walking. Song Wanru paused at the door. Observing the tense atmosphere within, rather than retreating, she boldly stepped inside. Sister Muyu, why such a temper? Xiao Muyu shot a glare at the kneeling maid and retorted angrily. Is it not because of this clumsy girl? She has annoyed me to no end. Approaching, Song Wanru offered comfort. Do not be upset. Look, I have brought you something delightful. With that, she revealed a small jar from behind her. Xiao Muyu's eyes lit up, suppressing her ire as she cast a disdainful glance at the maid, barking, "Get out, quickly! You are nothing but an eyesore." The maid, as if granted amnesty, hastily scrambled to her feet and fled. Once the maid had departed, Xiao Muyu eagerly rushed forward, her gaze fixed on the porcelain jar in Song Wanru's hands. Sister Wanru, what marvelous treasure is this? Song Wanru, skilled in her craft, had previously gifted her a homemade lip balm that exceeded anything available in the market, earning her deep admiration. This is a lip balm I made myself, she said, pointing to her lips. See, I used it today. Do you think it looks lovely? Xiao Muyu gazed in astonishment at Song Wanru's rosy, lustrous lips. Sister Wanru, you are truly remarkable. You always manage to create such beautiful items for the boudoir. This is a gift for you, Song Wanru said, extending the small jar to Xiao Muyu. I dried and ground a variety of flower petals to concoct this. As soon as it was ready, I thought of you and rushed to deliver it. Xiao Muyu joyfully accepted the jar. Thank you, Sister Wanru. She hurried to the vanity, opened the small jar, and took out a piece to try. Indeed, the colors are vibrant, and the luster is remarkable, surpassing anything she has previously encountered. Xiao Muyu felt elated as she examined herself in the copper mirror from various angles. Sister Wanru, I truly adore you. If you could become my sister-in-law, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. In an instant, her gaze dimmed. However, her brother was utterly oblivious. He insisted on marrying that wretched Su Yuyao as his sister-in-law. The flames of rage ignited within Xiao Muyu's heart, blazing fiercely. Her brother was ensnared by Su Yuyao's despicable demeanor. They had not even wed, yet were already cohabiting. The mere thought knitted her brows tightly together, her face radiating fury and disdain. Cohabiting? Song Wanru was evidently taken aback by this revelation, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Xiao Muyu. Indeed, aside from visiting the palace, her brother spent nearly all his time in Furong Courtyard. How could they not be living together? The more Xiao Muyu spoke, the angrier she became, her voice unconsciously rising an octave. Upon hearing this, the depths of Song Wanru's eyes gradually darkened, yet her countenance displayed little emotional fluctuation, her tone remaining composed, albeit tinged with bitterness. It was not uncommon for noble scions to have concubines before marriage. It was hardly surprising that the regent had taken a woman's virtue prior to their nuptials. Song Wanru paused, letting out a sigh. I genuinely like your brother and wish to marry him, but he does not reciprocate my feelings, and their wedding date is already set. Xiao Muyu was instantly consumed by indignation. So what if the date was set? After all, she had not yet entered the family. Until that day arrived, nothing was definitive. What were your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Song Wanru felt a surge of joy. She had been slightly bent over, but now straightened up as if electrified, leaning in to listen intently. This visit was intended to gauge Xiao Muyu's sentiments. She understood well that within this estate, Xiao Muyu and the Li family were the most opposed to Su Yuyao's entrance. Li, being older and shrewd, had not gained any advantage earlier, and now all her hopes rested on Xiao Muyu. The Spring Dragon Festival was approaching, and each year, the the Shao family hosted a grand banquet attended by the entire clan. She had heard that this year, her brother intended to invite that vile woman as well. And not only that, he wanted her to learn the ropes during the feast, claiming it would better prepare her for managing the household once she married in. Xiao Muyu's voice brimmed with profound dissatisfaction and ire. What right did that country bumpkin have to govern their vast regent's estate? What qualifications did she possess? However, perhaps this could be an opportunity for us. Xiao Muyu shifted her tone and continued, "At that time, I shall extend an invitation to you as my intimate friend to attend the banquet." She leaned close to Song Wanro's ear and whispered the subsequent plan. "Is this feasible?" Song Wanro remarked, a hint of anxiety tugging at the corners of her lips. "Your royal brother cannot tolerate any insubordination. What if? What if he becomes enraged?" A fierce glint flickered in Xiao Muyu's eyes. Her expression contorted, and her voice dripped with venom. "The die is cast. No matter how unwilling he may be, he will not wed her." She grasped Song Wanro's hand and inquired, "Sister Wanro, you need only affirm your willingness." Song Wanro met Xiao Muyu's gaze, their eyes locking, and nodded resolutely. "I am willing." Xiao Muyu's lips curled into a smile as she lifted a cup from the table, pouring 2 glasses of floral wine. "Sister Wanro, let us toast to our anticipated success." Chapter 86. The Spring Dragon Feast soon. The day of the Spring Dragon Festival arrived. The morning sun bathed the regent's residence in a lively glow. Relatives from the Shao family's collateral branches streamed into the estate to celebrate the festival. Yuyao, who had no desire to marry Shao Jingyan and was particularly unwilling to involve herself in his family affairs, found herself compelled to agree, considering this was one of the few opportunities she had to leave the confines of Furong Courtyard. At the hour of Chun, the time when the dragon emerges from the mist, all the relatives of the Shao family arrived punctually at the regent's residence. Under the guidance of Lady Li, they proceeded to the ancestral hall to offer incense and pray for blessings. As Yuyao had not yet entered the door, she naturally did not accompany them to the ancestral hall. After finishing her breakfast and changing into a sky blue garment, the freshness and elegance of the attire complemented her fair skin, enhancing her gentle allure. Once she was properly arranged, Yuyao made her way to the main hall. Upon her arrival, the ritual of offering and praying had concluded, and the guest had returned to the main hall. The men retreated to the side rooms to savor tea and engage in casual conversation, while the women gathered in the main hall, rolling up their sleeves and tying on aprons, busily preparing various types of noodles. According to the traditional customs of the Great Zhou, on the day of the Spring Dragon, people were to consume an abundance of noodle dishes bearing the character for dragon, in hopes of a prosperous and auspicious new year. Consequently, many women surrounded the dough board, skillfully rolling out skins and crafting symbolic dishes such as dragon ears, dragon scales, and dragon whiskers. The entire main hall was filled with the fragrant aroma of flour and the sounds of laughter, creating a joyful and harmonious atmosphere. Yuyao, having arrived not long ago and finding no interest in participating in the noodle making, wandered outside the courtyard for a stroll. Before she could take more than a few steps, she heard someone call her name. Yuyao. Turning around, she saw Xiao Muyu accompanied by Song Wanru. A few people were scattered about the courtyard, either seated or standing and chatting. Although she initially intended to ignore them, they seemed determined to approach her, hastening to her side. "Miss Su, we meet again," spoke Song Wanru first. While Yuyao harbored no animosity towards her, her association with Xiao Muyu raised her guard. Yuyao smiled and replied, "Indeed. I must thank Miss Song for the fragrant oil you sent me last time. Please, no need for formality. It was merely something I concocted for fun. Alas, I was in such a rush this time that I did not bring any. If you liked it, I can certainly bring you another jar next time." Yuyao smiled gently. "I appreciate it, but there is no need to trouble yourself." "Not a trouble at all," replied Xiao Muyu, stepping forward and unexpectedly displaying a poised demeanor. "Yuyao, I may have wronged you in the past, but since my brother has deemed you the future princess consort, you shall henceforth be my sister-in-law. I shall certainly be more mindful of my behavior moving forward." Her demeanor exuded an air of innocence. "You hail from a small town in Qingzhou, and within the grand families of the capital, particularly those like the Regency Prince's Mansion, There exist numerous rules that you still need to learn. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. I hope you can be a wise and supportive sister-in-law to your elder brother, managing the household adeptly, allowing him to flourish in the court without any concerns. As soon as she finished speaking, she gracefully stepped aside. A maid approached, holding a tray adorned with a gilded wine jug and 3 wine cups. Another maid lifted the jug and filled each cup to the brim. Today, we shall resolve any misunderstandings here and now, she proclaimed, raising her cup and drinking deeply. Song Wanru followed suit, lifting her own cup and downing its contents. Su Yuyao felt a twinge of unease. She understood Xiao Muyu's temperament somewhat, given her previous intensity. How could she suddenly be so forgiving? There must be something amiss. Xueli, standing nearby, tugged at her sleeve as a timely reminder. What? Are you afraid I poison the wine? Xiao Muyu retorted. Now that you are my brother's beloved, why would I risk my life to harm you? Su Yao parted her lips slightly. I am not adept at holding my liquor and cannot drink much. I shall merely sip. Xiao Muyu did not press further. Su Yuyao lifted her cup, taking a symbolic sip. Upon witnessing her drink, Xiao Muyu exchanged a knowing glance with Song Wanru. The concoction they had procured was potent. Even a single drop would take effect within a quarter of an hour. Only through a harmonious union could the drug's effect be entirely neutralized. Soon, Xiao Muyu and Song Wanru concocted an excuse to depart. Su Yao hurried to the corner by the lotus pond, as the cacophony of voices faded into the distance. She leaned down and discreetly expelled the small sip of wine into the pond. Miss, are you all right? Shuli inquired, gently patting her back to assist her in cleansing her mouth. Once she had expelled all remnants, Su Yao straightened up. I am fine. I could not ascertain if the wine was tainted, so I dared not drink. Just as they concluded their conversation and were about to leave, a maid rushed in. Xueli, the lady requires your assistance. You must go to the main hall immediately. At that moment, Su Yuyao comprehended fully. The wine must have been laced with a narcotic, and this maid's arrival was to usher Xueli away, facilitating their nefarious scheme. Miss this. Xueli sensed something was amiss. She glanced at Su Yuyao and was about to suggest that the maid escort her back when she noticed Su Yuyao gesturing for her to go. Go ahead. I am fine, Su Yuyao signaled, prompting Xueli to follow the maid. As she departed, she glanced back multiple times, clearly worried for her mistress. After Xueli left, Su Yuyao did not make her exit. Instead, she sat upon a stone bench by the lotus pond, resting her head upon her hand, feigning a state of drowsiness. Before long, another maid approached. Are you Miss Su? She asked gently. I have seen you before. What has happened to you? Are you feeling unwell? The young maid inquired. Yet Su Yuyao did not raise her head nor respond. The maid continued. Allow me to assist you to the adjoining chamber for a brief respite. It is tranquil there, free from disturbances. You may re-emerge when it is time for lunch. With that, the maid guided Su Yuyao towards a room opposite the lotus pond. Su Yuyao kept her head bowed, leaning against the maid as she took tentative steps into the chamber. The maid gently helped her onto the couch. Speaking with a tone of respect, Miss Su, please rest here while I attend to my duties. With that, Su Yuyao heard the sound of the door closing behind her. Instantly, she opened her eyes, rose from the couch, and hurried to the door. Through the crack, she observed the maid who had assisted her conversing with another maid about the very chamber she occupied before they parted ways. Noticing that the coast was clear, Su Yuyao swiftly opened the door and stealthily slipped out, seeking refuge in a concealed corner. Chapter 87. Brother Yan, please take me. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingyan had completed his affairs and returned from the palace. Upon his entrance, everyone rose to offer their respectful greetings. Though Xiao Jingyan was younger than them, his esteemed position as the regent of the great Zhou granted him unparalleled authority, and the entire Xiao family depended on him for their comfortable and prosperous lives. He nodded in acknowledgement and respectfully bowed to the head of the room, calling out, Mother. Li Shi displayed no sign of discontent towards Xiao Jingyan in front of everyone, her expression exuding perfection. Yandere has returned. The spring dragon feast is about to commence. Please take your seat. Xiao Jingyan settled into the most prominent position on the left. As he sat down, he scanned the crowd, but did not see Su Yuyao among them. He turned to Qixi behind him and inquired, Where is she? Qingzhou paused momentarily, realizing the prince was inquiring about Miss Su. He promptly responded, Your Highness, please wait. I shall find out. Soon, Qingzhou returned. Your Highness, I just inquired. And Miss Su has been assisted by a maid to the private room by the lotus pond. She seems to have forgotten the time while resting. Should I fetch her? Xiao Jingyan waved his hand dismissively. No need. Allow her to rest for a while. I shall go to her personally later. At this moment, his uncles and aunts were exchanging pleasantries, advising him to take care of his health even amidst his busy duties. He politely engaged with them, preparing to rise when he noticed Song Wanru gracefully approaching. Your Highness, she spoke shyly, exuding a delicate charm. Xiao Jingyan looked up at her, his pitch-black eyes revealing no emotion. Miss Song, today is the family banquet of the Xiao clan. What brings you here? Song Wanru bit her lip. Dressed in a peach-pink gown adorned with pearls and edged with golden silk, she resembled a splendid painting of spring. Even Xiao Jingyan's gaze flickered at her beauty, a temptation most men would find hard to resist. She stepped closer, drawing near to him. Xiao Jingyan observed her coy demeanor, and a wave of distaste surged within him. In response, Your Highness, it was my sister Muyu who invited me. Just then, Xiao Muyu approached with a smile. Brother, I asked Wanru's sister to come. She is my dearest friend, and I wanted her to witness the spring dragon feast hosted by our regent's residence. After explaining, Xiao Muyu turned to Qingzhou. Qingzhou, I have been studying martial arts recently and have compiled a comprehensive guide on various techniques. Since you are free at the moment, why not come and help me determine which one I should practice? You wish to learn martial arts? Xiao Jingyan responded as if he had heard the most amusing joke in the world. Xiao Muyu nodded. Indeed, I may not grasp the more complex styles, but simple techniques for self-defense I could certainly manage. She glanced at Qingzhou. Please help me select one. Qingzhou looked somewhat troubled, glancing at Xiao Jingyan. Go ahead. Xiao Jingyan was well aware that his sister was merely caught in a momentary whim, incapable of persisting in any endeavor for more than 3 days. Allowing Qingzhou to assist her in selecting something was merely a gesture of courtesy. Why are you still here? Xiao Jingyan asked impatiently, noticing Song Wanru still standing in his presence. Song Wanru's heart trembled. She instinctively tightened her grip on the handkerchief in her hand, a futile attempt to stave off her growing trepidation towards Xiao Jingyan. Your Highness, though I harbor feelings for you, I am fully cognizant of your impending marriage. Therefore, I shall no longer entertain any improper thoughts. Today, I raise a toast to you, wishing you and Miss Su a harmonious union and a long life together. She signaled to the maid behind Xiao Jingyan, who promptly poured wine for him. At that moment, Lady Li, with a gentle demeanor, remarked, Your Honor, Wanru has been under my care since childhood. She is upright, pure-hearted, and kind. I had initially intended to facilitate your union, but knowing you have someone in your heart, I would not wish to be the one to thwart your romance. In this lifetime, you and Wanru may be fated yet unbound. Perhaps it is best to regard her as a sister. Having spent many years in the inner chambers, Lady Li was not oblivious to Song Wanru's subtle intentions. However, she was willing to assist her. If Song Wanru could successfully win over Xiao Jingyan and prevent him from marrying that wild girl, Su Yueying, she would welcome the outcome. Upon hearing his mother's words, Xiao Jingyan glanced at Song Wanru before his gaze shifted to the wine glass beside him. A vague sense of unease crept over him. Deciding to play along, he drank from the cup, eager to discern their intentions. As he consumed the wine, a barely perceptible smile flickered in Song Wanru's eyes. Returning to her seat, she nibbled on a few dragon ears before seizing an opportunity to depart. Once the maid assisted Xiao Jingyan to his private quarters, Song Wanru sought out Xiao Muyu. Avoiding Qingzhou, Xiao Muyu quietly inquired, Did it succeed? Song Wanru nodded. The prince is already in the back courtyard room. Then go quickly. Xiao Muyu exclaimed joyfully, grasping Song Wanru's hand. Sister Wanru, this time you must seize the opportunity to win back my brother. You are the most suitable candidate in my and my mother's eyes to be the regent's consort. Song Wanru nodded earnestly. I shall take my leave now. Before long, she arrived at the back courtyard room. After scanning the area to ensure no one was around, she instructed her personal maid, guard this place well. No one is to disturb the private matters between the prince and me. With that, she opened the door and carefully closed it behind her. Inside the room, Xiao Jingyan lay on the bed, eyes closed, feigning sleep. Song Wanru glanced at him before beginning to untie the red silk ribbon at her side. Brother Yin, I have come. I have adored you since childhood, and my greatest wish in this life is to marry you. Yet you remain indifferent and insist on marrying that wild girl, Su Yueying. What does she possess that surpasses me, save for a beguiling visage? Were it not for my lack of options, I would not resort to such desperate measures. Brother Yin, once we have consummated our union, I shall devote my life to serving you. Come now, Brother Yin, take me. As soon as these words escaped her lips, Xiao Jingyan opened his eyes. He rose from the couch with a deliberate slowness. Song Wanru. His voice was low and menacing, radiating a sense of detachment and coldness, his crimson gaze seething with fury. Startled by his thunderous call, Song Wanru, still in the midst of disrobing, glanced up toward the bed. The figure upon the couch began to rise, advancing toward her step by measured step, and in that moment, her legs suddenly gave way beneath her, causing her to collapse heavily to the ground. Your Highness, you. Chapter 88. Su Yuyao had long since shared a bed with the prince. Was she not ashamed? Song Wanru gazed incredulously at the man before her, who exhibited no signs of physiological desire. How could this be possible? The aphrodisiac was the most potent, procured by her mother from a renowned physician to ensnare her father. It had never failed her mother. This was something she had secretly taken from her mother. How could it not work on the regent? This was inconceivable. Surprised, are you? Xiao Jingyan's gaze was as piercing as a sword in a frigid pool, chilling to the bone. Your Highness, it is not as you think. I simply admire you too deeply, which is why. Song Wanru attempted to grasp the hem of Xiao Jingyan's robe, but upon meeting the disdain in his eyes, her hand lingered in the air, hesitant to advance even an inch. Xiao Jingyan looked down upon her from a towering height. Has Miss Song's mind gone awry? Have you forgotten the words you just uttered before so many witnesses? Would you like me to summon them back to jog your memory? No. Song Wanru bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. Your Highness, allow me to serve you. I'm willing to be your concubine. Just keep me by your side, she pleaded. Xiao Jingyan felt that even a single glance at her was sullied. He turned his gaze away, resolutely declaring, Miss Song, you should abandon your delusions. I shall never desire you in this lifetime. By debasing yourself in this manner, you only provoke my disgust. Moreover, as a noble lady of a prominent family, to use an aphrodisiac in the regent's residence is a disgrace to the Song family. He bypassed Song Wanru, intending to summon Qingzhou for assistance. If your Highness finds me shameful, what of Su Yuyao? Is she not ashamed as well? Song Wanru rose, clenching the fabric of her attire. She has already shared a bed with you. Does that not bring her shame? Xiao Jingyan turned back, his gaze heavy as it swept across Song Wanru's face. He enunciated each word with deliberate severity. What did you just say? I said, Su Yuyao can sleep with you without being married. Why can't I? She retorted. If my sleeping with you is disgraceful, then what of her? A resounding slap echoed as her words were abruptly cut short. One side of her face immediately flushed and swelled, becoming as puffy as a loaf of bread. Song Wanru was momentarily stunned, and only after a sharp sting registered on her face did she raise her hand to shield it. After a moment, she glanced out the window at the sky and burst into laughter. Ha! Your Highness, do you not love Su Yuyao? If she were to be entangled with another man, I wonder if you would still marry her? A sudden sense of foreboding surged within Xiao Jingyan. He had not seen Su Yuyao since his return. Qingzhou had mentioned she was in the side chamber by the lotus pond. Could it be that? What have you done to her? He demanded, his icy demeanor barely contained, suddenly flaring in his gaze. Didn't he, Your Highness, already suspect? Song Wanru tilted her head back, laughing heartily. Vile woman, let me make myself clear. If anything happens to Yao Yao, I will ensure that all 180 souls in your household accompany her to the grave. With that, he stormed out like the wind. He could scarcely bear to envision his beloved being ruthlessly violated by another man. A profound sense of hatred and regret consumed him. Had those who secretly watched over and protected her perished? He should not have ventured to the palace today. He ought to have remained by her side, thus shielding her from the treachery of others. At long last, Qingzhou managed to extricate himself from Xiao Muyu and made his way to the rear courtyard, where he chanced upon Xiao Jing Yin emerging from a chamber, his expression dark and foreboding. "Your Highness," he called out, "keep a close watch on that wretched creature inside." Upon hearing the command, Qingzhou hesitated for a brief moment before responding immediately. Meanwhile, Yuyao concealed herself in a corner, silently awaiting the machinations of those who sought to harm her. Before long, several young servants hurriedly escorted a man, whose complexion was flushed and breath-labored, towards her. As they supported him, they whispered, "Just endure a little longer, and soon you shall be in the company of a stunning beauty, akin to a celestial maiden. This is indeed your fortunate moment." The leading servant flung open the door and thrust the man inside. "Go on, make the most of this final opportunity." These servants were all in the employ of Xiao Muyu, fully aware that should the Regent Prince witness this scene, the man would undoubtedly face a gruesome fate. Yuyao clenched her teeth, her hands balled into fists. "Xiao Muyu, you have already harmed my sister and destroyed my hands. Now you seek to ruin my purity. This is utterly intolerable." Just as she grappled with her next course of action, Xiao Muyu approached with her maid, Yuyao. "How is it? Is everything arranged?" Xiao Muyu inquired, stroking her cherished crimson nails. Yuyao, with a venomous glint in her eyes, reassured her, "Rest assured, second miss. All is prepared. Both individuals have been drugged and are likely in a state of ecstasy at this very moment." "And what Miss Wanro?" "Miss Wanro has also successfully entered the prince's chamber. I dare say they have consummated their union by now." A sinister smile crept across Xiao Muyu's face as she commanded, "Excellent. Hurry and summon the others. Let's catch them in the act." "Yes," Yuyao replied, turning to depart. Xiao Muyu muttered to herself, "Yuyao, you insolent wretch, do you think the gates of the Regent Prince's mansion are open to just anyone? While you flirt with young Master Lin and seduce my brother, you dare to aspire to become the Regent Princess. You are dreaming." With a derisive snort, she turned to leave the chamber. At that moment, Yuyao stepped out from her hiding place. Startled by her sudden appearance, Xiao Muyu froze, raising a trembling finger to point at her. "You, why are you not inside?" With a calm smile, Yuyao replied, "Why should I be inside?" Stunned, Xiao Muyu seized her arm, attempting to drag her back into the chamber. "Go in. You must go in." As the two struggled, the hidden guards assigned to observe and protect Yuyao exchanged glances. "What should we do? Should we intervene? On one side is Miss Su, and on the other is the second miss. Whom should we assist? We are loyal to the prince, who has entrusted us with the task of monitoring and protecting Miss Su. Now that she is embroiled in a scuffle, it is our duty to safeguard her. Should anything unfortunate befall her, the consequences would be dire for us. Very well. Let us descend swiftly to aid Miss Su." With a rush of wind and the sound of fabric brushing against the air, the two shadow guards descended from the wall in an instant. Amidst the struggle, Xiao Muyu caught sight of them and could not help but smirk. "You two, hurry and escort her to the chamber." The two shadow guards remained motionless. "Pronto, I command you, and you dare defy me?" The shadow guards turned their gaze towards Yuyao. "Miss Su, do you require our assistance?" Chapter 89. Self-inflicted misery. "What nonsense are you two saying?" Xiao Muyu exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. They had actually disregarded her status as the second young lady, opting instead to assist an outsider. In her fury, she yanked Yuyao more forcefully towards the side room, and by now, they had tussled down to the steps. Yuyao, frail in constitution, stumbled as she was pulled and turned to the hidden guards, saying, "Quickly, help me push her into the room." Upon hearing this, the two hidden guards promptly advanced. "We apologize, second young lady, but we must obey the prince's orders to protect Miss Su. You two wretched servants." Despite her strength, Xiao Muyu was no match for the two guards of the Regent's estate. In just a moment, she was shoved into the side room. With a thud, she fell heavily onto the floor. As she endured the pain in her legs and began to rise, Yuyao had already closed the door behind her. Her gaze swept over the lock, and she secured it. From within, Xiao Muyu's frantic banging on the door was accompanied by her curses. "Yuyao, you vile wretch, open the door at once. Otherwise, when I get out, you'll pay for this." Yuyao tugged at the lock, ignoring her taunts, and descended the steps. Soon after, Sounds of tearing garments filled the air, accompanied by cries and curses from a woman and the lewd laughter of men. The cacophony was unbearable, and the scene was utterly disgraceful. "Thank you," Yuyao said to the two hidden guards at the bottom of the steps. "No need for thanks. It is our duty. We're just relieved that Miss Su is well," the guards replied with modest smiles. Yuyao had not intended to provoke trouble, but Xiaomuyu's repeated transgressions had grown increasingly outrageous. Now one could say she was reaping what she had sown. Just as Yuyao was about to seek out Shueli, the latter hurried towards her. "Miss, how are you? Are you all right?" Shueli asked with a worried expression. "Madam didn't even call for me. That maid led me around the estate. I sensed something was amiss and ran back. I'm fine." Yuyao cast a glance at the side room, where the instigator had attempted to confine her to ruin her reputation. Now, she was enjoying the consequences of her own machinations inside. "Let us go back to the Furon courtyard, Shueli." The two turned to leave when they heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. The hidden guards immediately bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Your Highness." Xiao Jing Yin strode forward, his aura heavy with tension and his expression grim. Yuyao turned to him, offering a slight bow as a gesture of respect. Seeing her standing there unharmed, the weight on his heart lifted. Before she could rise, he swiftly pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. "Thank goodness you're safe." Yuyao met his gaze momentarily before averting her eyes. At that moment, the side room was filled with swirling incense, emanating from the intricately carved golden incense burner, reminiscent of a celestial mountain upon the sea. The woman inside has relinquished her struggle, fully immersing herself in the experience, liberating her desires with abandon. At the height of passion, the sound of her ecstatic cries resonates through the air. "What is that noise?" Xiao Jingyan inquires. The two guards, feeling guilty, lower their heads. "Go open the door and see." Upon hearing the command, they dare not delay, promptly ascending the steps to unlock and push open the door. As the door creaks open, a scene unfolds before their eyes. Though Xiao Jingyan remains at the foot of the steps, he can clearly perceive a man and a woman entwined upon the bed opposite the door. Even after the door swings wide, they remain lost in their fervor. Xiao Jingyan immediately grips Yuyao's neck, forcefully burying her face against his chest. Who is this reckless individual, daring to engage in such debauchery in broad daylight? His gaze darkens further, his voice turning frigid. The man is unfamiliar to him, while the woman, lying below, has her hair disheveled, obscuring her features. However, upon noticing the scars on her hand, he is struck with shock. Who else could it be but his sister, Xiaomuyu? Xiao Jingyan entrusts Yuyao to Shueli for care and strides up the steps. As he approaches the doorway, a rich fragrance assaults his senses. Frowning, he commands coldly, "Quickly, separate them." He then gestures toward the golden, intricately carved censer still emitting smoke on the table. "And that thing, throw it out." The nearby maids and servants spring into action. Once the censer is discarded and the lingering scent dissipates, Xiaomuyu gradually regains consciousness. At this moment, she is wrapped in a blanket by the maids, her modesty preserved. Upon awakening, she glances at the man beside her and then down at herself, her nerves unraveling completely. She closes her eyes, clutching her head. All the schemes she had concocted against Yuyao flood her mind like a tidal wave. After a moment, she opens her eyes and scans the room, not spotting Yuyao, her gaze shifting to the doorway. "Brother, it was her. She pushed me in here. You must teach her a lesson." Xiao Jingyan turns to glance at the hidden guards flanking the door. What on earth transpired? The guards step forward and relay their observations and findings to Xiao Jingyan. After listening to their account, his face darkens as he steps forward and delivers a sharp slap to Xiaomuyu's face. "What a disgrace. Brother, I am a victim." "Enough." Xiao Jingyan interrupts her, his lips tightening, his eyes shadowed. "Had you not harbored such malicious intent, how could you have ended up in this predicament? This is all your own doing. You have brought shame upon the Regent's residence. As a brother to you, it has come to this, so you shall marry him." Hearing this, Xiaomuyu feels as though struck by a thunderbolt. "No, this cannot be. Brother, do you know what sort of person he is? How could I possibly marry him?" The man was meticulously selected by her servants from among a throng of beggars. Not only was he twice her age, but he also possessed a mouth full of yellowed teeth and a face marred by pockmarks. How could she, the legitimate daughter of the regent's household, ever consider marrying such an aged wretch? You are well aware he is not a worthy individual. So why did you not reflect on this when causing harm to others? Xiao Jingyan, now filled with indignation, could scarcely bear to look at her and turned to leave. At that moment, Li arrived hastily upon receiving a message. The instant Xiao Muyu laid eyes on Li, tears welled up in her gaze. She grasped Li's arm and implored, "Mother, I beseech you, do not force me to marry him. I do not wish to wed him Yuan. Muyu is your own sister. She is still young, albeit momentarily foolish, and has erred. She has learned her lesson. You cannot truly allow her to marry such a despicable man." Chapter 90. Xiao Yunke aims to assist Su Yuyao's departure, still so young. Xiao Jingyan fixed his gaze on Lady Li, his jaw clenched. "Mother, do you truly believe she is still that little child in open crotch pants? Shouldn't she be held accountable for her actions?" Lady Li gritted her teeth. "After all, Xiao Muyu is her own daughter. Yandere, your sister has already left. Now, I have only Muyu and Yunke remaining. I cannot bear to see either of them come to harm." Xiao Jingyan remained silent for a moment. "Mother, Muyu has tarnished the reputation of the regent's residence. She is also your daughter. You must decide for yourself. If she cannot marry him, then let us see which man would be willing to take her, and let her marry swiftly." With that, Xiao Jingyan turned and descended the steps, leading Su Yuyao directly back to the Furong courtyard. Accompanying them was the house physician, Lu Chunjiang. Following Xiao Jingyan's instructions, Lu Chunjiang examined Su Yuyao's pulse. "How is it?" Xiao Jingyan inquired anxiously, having not awaited Lu Chunjiang's report. The shadow guard had mentioned that Su Yuyao had consumed Xiao Muyu's drink. Although she had expelled it, there was uncertainty regarding any residual drugs. He was uneasy and had arranged for Lu Chunjiang to accompany them back to Furong Courtyard. "Your Highness, the pulse indicates that there are no lingering effects of aphrodisiac within Miss Su's system. You may rest easy," Lu Chunjiang reported. Xiao Jingyan nodded and waved Lu Chunjiang off. Once the physician departed, he sat on the edge of the bed, pulling Su Yuyao into his embrace. His fingertips were icy, and his body trembled slightly. Recalling what Song Wanru had said in the side chamber filled him with dread. He truly feared for Yuyao's safety and could not bear to imagine how he would cope if such a day were to come. Xiao Jingyan caressed her back, his cheek brushing against her soft hair. "Yao Yao, do not be afraid. Such a thing shall never occur again." In comforting her, he seemed to be reassuring himself as well. Su Yuyao fluttered her eyelashes, remaining silent. After a brief pause, he released her and gazed into her eyes. "These days have been tumultuous. After some time, once we are wed, I shall take you away on a vacation to relax your mind. Just bear with it for another 20 days, Yao Yao." He concluded with a tender kiss on her forehead. After noon, Xiao Jingyan personally visited the Song residence, causing a stir among its inhabitants. Particularly, Song Wanru's father, Song Qingzhou, was in a state of panic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. When the regent's close guard, Qi Shi, returned Song Wanru and disclosed her misdeeds, Song Qingzhou had reprimanded her severely. Now, with the regent himself present, he stood in the center of the main hall, his palms slick with sweat. As a veteran court official, he was all too aware of Xiao Jingyan's methods. As he pondered how to respond, Xiao Jingyan spoke. "Lord Song, I trust you are aware of the purpose of my visit?" "Why, yes, I understand. I am aware," Song Qingzhou stammered, his legs trembling. "Song Wanru, as the legitimate daughter of the Song family, has engaged in such scandalous conduct at the Regent Prince's residence. Fortunately, neither I nor my soon-to-be bride have suffered any harm. Otherwise, I would ensure the entire Song family pays for it." Song Qingzhou's face flushed crimson, and he fell to his knees, expressing his gratitude for the Regent Prince's leniency. He vowed to strictly discipline his daughter to prevent her from causing further trouble. Xiao Jingyan, with an impassive expression, cast a dark gaze upon Song Qingzhou and coldly remarked, "Lord Song, since Wanru has already succumbed to youthful infatuation, even if you forcibly confine her in your residence, her heart will remain unanchored." Though his words were somewhat ambiguous, Song Qingzhou grasped their meaning. Bowing deeply, he respectfully assured, "Rest assured, Your Highness, my family has a cousin of suitable age seeking a spouse. I shall promptly arrange for my daughter's marriage. alleviating any concerns you may have. Song Qingzhou understood that the ruthless regent prince's tolerance towards him was a rare concession, and he must hasten to marry off the troublesome Song Wanru to preserve the integrity of the Song family. Meanwhile, due to Xiao Muyu's disgrace, Li Shi hurriedly sought a suitor from the prominent families in the capital. Many families, upon learning of Xiao Muyu's jealousy, poor character, and her tarnished reputation, declined the match. However, a few noble families, eager to align themselves with the regent prince's household, expressed willingness to marry Xiao Muyu. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Li Shi selected the Pei family, a well-established lineage in the capital, albeit not quite on par with the regent prince's household. Nonetheless, they thrived with numerous offspring. The Pei family had 3 legitimate sons, 2 of whom were already married, leaving only the eldest son, Pei Yin, still unwed at the age of 28. Outside, Pei Yin was known for his handsome demeanor and charming character, yet he had not taken a bride. Whispers circulated about him. Some suggested he harbored violent tendencies, while others speculated about his preferences. When Li Shi met with Madame Pei, she inquired about such matters, to which Madame Pei replied that Pei Yin had yet to meet a woman he favored until he beheld a portrait of Xiao Muyu, prompting his willingness to marry. Hearing this, Li Shi thought of her second daughter and could not help but smile. In the capital, Xiao Muyu was indeed strikingly beautiful. Were it not for her blemished reputation, securing a match with the Pei family would have been improbable. In this light, the Pei family seemed to benefit from the arrangement. Although Pei Yin was somewhat older, Li Shi considered that as the eldest son of the Pei family, he would inherit his family's legacy and become the head of the Pei household. Thus her daughter, Miyu, would rightfully assume the role of mistress there. With such thoughts in mind, Li Shi consented to the marriage. On the eve of the wedding, a grand feast was held at the regent prince's residence. Xiao Yunke returned and, upon hearing the servants recount recent events, grasped Yuyao's hand, unable to let go for a long time. Sister Yuyao, I am so relieved to see you unharmed. Otherwise, my heart would be utterly shattered. As she spoke, the corners of her eyes began to redden, and tears brimmed in her gaze. Within this regent's residence, only Xiao Yunke regarded her as a true friend, and Su Yuyao gradually opened her heart to her. I am indeed fine, and besides, the second miss is to be wed tomorrow. She will no longer torment me. Xiao Yunke nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. In the next moment, a thought of her brother crossed her mind. Having only grieved for you, there is something of utmost importance I must convey, dismissing those around them. Xiao Yunke inquired, Sister Yuyao, do you still harbor no feelings for my brother? Su Yuyao fell silent. Noticing her lack of response, Xiao Yunke already discerned the answer. She glanced around, leaned closer to Su Yuyao's ear, in a voice only they could hear said last time, I mentioned retrieving something from the palace to assist you in escaping this regent's residence. Today, I have brought that very item. Chapter 91. Is this my little aunt? Xiao Muyu's wedding day was set for the 8th day of the 2nd month. Today marked the eve of that day, the 7th of February. As the 2nd month commenced, the weather had noticeably warmed. The ice at the eaves began to melt gently, and a brisk eastern wind had already sliced through the semi-frozen lake, where tender yellow icicles adorned the willow branches, shattering into a melodious sound reminiscent of spring in the breeze. The regent's manor was bustling with activity, a scene of lively commotion. Having completed his official duties, Xiao Jing-yin stepped into the courtyard, exchanging a few pleasantries when he suddenly heard a high-pitched shout from the entrance. The emperor has arrived. As the sound faded, the young emperor dashed into the courtyard of the regent's manor. The crowd, not daring to show any disrespect, immediately knelt. We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Although the young emperor was merely 9 years old, the dignity of the throne must not be compromised, and everyone bowed deeply. Xiao Jing-yin lowered his gaze and clasped his hands in greeting. Before he could perform the formalities, the young Emperor Jun Mo Li stepped forward to grasp his arm. Uncle, no need for such formalities. All the ministers may rise. Today is a joyous banquet, and there is no need to stand on ceremony. Thank you, Your Majesty. The crowd responded as they rose. Your Majesty, how could you leave the palace without permission? Xiao Jing-yin pulled Jun Mo Li aside, his jaw set and expression grave. There are dangers outside the palace. We must return at once. The emperor was still very young, and several of his uncles eyed the throne with greed. Should they exploit the emperor's absence to create turmoil, the hard-won stability of the court could be shattered once more. The young emperor, however, wore a knowing smile. Uncle, rest assured, all the guards accompanying me today are the most skilled warriors, and I will be cautious. Besides, my second aunt is getting married tomorrow, and today's grand banquet demands my attendance for a celebratory toast. Xiao Jingyan's expression fluctuated. Then drink your toast quickly and leave. No, I have another matter to attend to, the young emperor replied, his eyes sparkling with mischief. What other matter? I wish to meet my little aunt. Absolutely not. Return to the palace at once. Xiao Jingyan's tone left no room for negotiation. Seeing his uncle's resolute demeanor, Jun Mo Li prepared to employ his signature act of petulance. If you do not allow me to see my little aunt, then I shall not leave. I will stay here and wait for someone with ill intentions to come and harm me. Fuming, Xiao Jingyan tossed his robe and was about to call for someone to escort the emperor back to the palace when he heard the emperor plead. Uncle, I have heard that my little aunt is exceptionally beautiful, with delicate brows and radiant teeth, far surpassing many noble ladies of the capital. Please, just let me see her. I promise, after one glance, I will return immediately. Uncle, I am earnestly beseeching you. Please grant my request. Gazing at the pitiful child, Xiao Jingyan pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. This is settled then. Upon meeting her, you must return to the palace immediately. Yes, yes. I will heed my uncle's words. The two proceeded towards the Farong courtyard. After walking for approximately 15 minutes, they finally arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. As soon as the guard at the entrance caught sight of the prince, adorned in a resplendent golden dragon robe and accompanied by an exceptionally poised young child, he immediately surmised their identities. He promptly exclaimed, I pay my respects to your majesty and to the prince. This call echoed into the room. Shuli quickly leaned out to peer through the window, observing the two figures drawing nearer to the door, and hurriedly turned to exclaim, Miss, third miss, it is the prince. And it seems the emperor has also arrived. At that moment, Xiao Yunkai was about to unveil the items she had pilfered from the palace. But in her fright, she quickly tucked them back into her sleeve. Just as she concealed them, and before she could gather her thoughts, Xiao Jingyan and the emperor entered. Before anyone could bow in greeting, the young emperor's eyes widened as he darted past Xiao Yunkai and rushed towards Yuyao. Is this my little aunt? Little aunt? Upon hearing those words, Shuli instinctively furrowed her brow. Yuyao stiffened, glancing at Xiao Jingyan. His expression remained unchanged, as calm as ever, as he stated, Yao Yao, this is the emperor. He has come to attend the wedding and has taken the opportunity to meet you. Yuyao immediately knelt in respect. This humble girl, Yuyao, pays her respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Little aunt, please rise swiftly. There is no need for such formalities, the young emperor urged, extending his hand to assist Yuyao. She lowered her head, correcting him. Your majesty, I am yet to be wed to the prince. So it would be best not to address me as little aunt. The emperor was taken aback, looking up at Xiao Jingyan. Thankfully, in the next moment, Xiao Jingyan spoke. There is nothing inappropriate in calling her little aunt. Yao Yao, I have consulted with the astrologers, and the auspicious date for our wedding is set for the 25th of this month. In merely a fortnight, the court and beyond will be aware of my intention to marry. Regardless, we shall proceed with the wedding ceremony as scheduled. Moreover, your majesty holds a prestigious position, and referring to you as little aunt is merely a gesture of closeness that you should not reject. The room fell silent for a few seconds. To alleviate the awkwardness, Xiao Yunkai swiftly approached the emperor and remarked, What do you think, your majesty? Is little aunt not beautiful? Her tone was somewhat playful. After all, Xiao Yunkai, being the emperor's little aunt, had spent considerable time in the palace, was only a few years older than the emperor, and frequently encountered him. Thus harboring no fear, the emperor nodded with a smile. Indeed, little aunt is even more beautiful than I had imagined. No wonder my little uncle would risk ridicule from the world to reclaim her on her wedding night. He pressed his lips together, withholding some of his thoughts lest he face his uncle's wrath. All right, you have seen enough. Hurry back to the palace. Xiao Jingyan said sternly. No, I still have unfinished business, the young emperor retorted. Are you saying that this little rascal's words do not hold weight? Xiao Jingyan's piercing gaze bore down upon him, akin to a mountain pressing overhead. He opened his mouth, about to instruct Qixi to escort the emperor back to the palace, when he heard the emperor speak again. As the emperor of the Great Zhou, upon meeting my little aunt for the first time, how could I not present a gift of greeting? Before anyone could react, Jun Moli spoke in a deep voice, convey my decree. Su Yuyao is dignified and virtuous, possessing a pure character. Therefore, I bestow upon her a grand residence on Wutong Street, with 3 entrances and exits, alongside a generous gift of 1,000 taels of gold, 500 bolts of cloud-patterned silk, and 10 pairs of jade rui. After pausing momentarily, his gaze dimmed slightly. Furthermore, in honor of her brother, Su Jiangqi, for his contributions to the Great Zhou, I posthumously confer upon him the title of National Protector General, revered by the citizens of Great Zhou for generations to come. Upon the issuance of this decree, Su Yuyao stood in stunned silence. Her brother had been posthumously elevated to the rank of National Protector General. Xiao Yunke nudged Su Yuyao, urging, Sister Yuyao, quickly express your gratitude. Regaining her composure, with tears glistening in her eyes, she immediately knelt down, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty. Jun Moli replied, Please rise, dear aunt. The gift of meeting is from me, and the elevation of Su Jiangqi to National Protector General is at the behest of your uncle. I merely acted as a facilitator. Chapter 92. The desire to separate. As the conversation drew to a close, Jun Moli rose to his feet, declaring, I shall not intrude upon your sisterly reunion any longer. When you have the time, he gestured towards Xiao Yunke, suggesting that she accompany her aunt to the palace for leisure. Immediately, Xiao Yunke stood upright, responding, as you command. Once Jun Moli departed with Xiao Jingyan, Xiao Yunke collapsed onto a chair, exhaling a lengthy sigh of relief. She had feared her clandestine actions had been uncovered. Regaining her composure, she turned her gaze towards Su Yuyao, who was brimming with tears, her emotions profoundly tangled. Xiao Yunke promptly rose to console her. Sister Yuyao, do not be disheartened. From her sleeve, she produced a small brocade box. Look, I have pilfered a treasure for you from the palace. What is this? Su Yuyao inquired, wiping the remnants of tears from her eyes as she examined the box. Last time I mentioned helping you escape from the Regent's residence. This is the means to do so. Xiao Yunke opened the brocade box to reveal a small brown pill resting within. This is called the turtle breath pill. I persuaded the princess to procure it from the Empress Dowager's treasury. It is a tribute from the western regions. Once ingested, it will induce a state resembling death, rendering one breathless, akin to a lifeless body. The effect will last for 3 days, after which the individual will awaken. In essence, it is akin to a death-simulating potion. As Xiao Yunke spoke, Su Yuyao instinctively ceased her tears, a surge of excitement igniting within her. If she were to consume this pill and feign death, she could evade Xiao Jingyan's grasp forever. Yet, a shadow of concern crept over her thoughts regarding Xiao Yunke. She recalled that the pill had been stolen from the Empress Dowager's treasury. What if they were discovered? Anxious, she voiced her worries to Xiao Yunke, who smiled reassuringly. Do not fret. This turtle breath pill is of little value in the Empress Dowager's eyes. She has likely forgotten its existence. Who among us would feign death without cause? Moreover, her voice faltered for a moment. Even if we were found out, the Empress Dowager would not impose severe consequences upon us. At most, we would receive a light reprimand. Su Yuyao nodded in agreement. Thank you, Yunke. You have done so much for me, and I have nothing to repay you. Xiao Yunke placed the brocade box on the table, then linked her arm through Su Yuyao's, resting her cheek against her friend's arm. Sister Yuyao, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I felt an inexplicable affinity. As we have spent time together, my conviction has only deepened. I consider you my closest friend. I desire your happiness and wish to see you smile, for when you do, you radiate warmth like a little sun. However, you seldom smile. At first, I was delighted to hear that my brother intended to marry you. It seemed a wonderful turn of events for my dear friend to become my sister-in-law. But Xiao Yunke paused, her expression shifting. Yet, You are unwilling. Her smile was tinged with bitterness. Sister Yuyao, whether you believe it or not, I know that my brother truly loves you. He has never been so attentive to any woman before. You are the first. Perhaps his way of loving is somewhat extreme. During this brief time she has spent in the residence, each return has granted her the longest moments with Su Yuyao. Yet, Su Yuyao grows increasingly sullen, escaping time and again, until finally, my brother locked her in the Furong courtyard. With both of them reaching such a point, how can one speak of love? How can love even blossom? What Xiao Yunkong did not only aided Su Yuyao, but also her own brother. Though she had not experienced romance herself, she had gleaned much from the illustrated books. Some things, the tighter you grasp them, the more easily they slip away. If the two could create some distance, view each other through a different lens, and reconsider their feelings with a new mindset, perhaps they would perceive something altogether different. If they still could not come together, it would merely attest to their fated separation. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Su Yuyao fell silent for a moment, her gaze fixed upon the brocade box on the table. Sister Yunkong, when is the best time to take this medicine? Xiao Yunkong released Su Yuyao's arm and replied, there is no clear instruction on that. However, it cannot be taken openly, as that would arouse my brother's suspicions. Su Yuyao nadith. Then I shall contemplate how to ensure that the prince remains unsuspecting while I safely escape. Xiao Yunkong nodded solemnly, once again wrapping her arm around Su Yuyao's with great reluctance. Sister Yuyao, when you have devised your plans, do let me know so that I may send someone to assist you. Also, I truly shall miss you. Once you reach your new place and settle into a peaceful life, do write to me, so I know you are well. As the words left her lips, Xiao Yunkong reconsidered. For safety's sake, perhaps it would be best not to send any letters, as her brother's influence was far-reaching, and it would be unwise to reveal any clues. Su Yuyao's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. She lifted Xiao Yunkong, embracing her tightly. Thank you, Yunkong. Her eyes were streaked with tears. I have little to repay you with, but I shall have Shiwali bring dishes from the chef at the Zue Xian Lu and some newly brewed fruit wine. We shall not return until we are drunk tonight. Very well. Su Yuyao carefully picked up the brocade box and placed it in the innermost compartment of the wardrobe. She instructed Shiwali to fetch the dishes and wine from the inner courtyard. Today, a grand feast was held to celebrate Xiao Muyu's marriage, and the residence was naturally filled with exquisite delicacies. A quarter of an hour later, Shiwali returned with a variety of fine wines and dishes. Miss, this is plum wine, a type of fruit wine, sweet and sour, refreshing and not intoxicating. It is the best choice for young ladies, Shiwali introduced. This explanation was a verbatim recount of what the kitchen chef had said when she fetched the wine. All right, Sister Yunkong, let's drink this. With that, she took the wine jug and poured a cup for each. Su Yuyao rarely drank. In the past, she had wanted to taste the wine when she saw her brother drinking, but he would gently tap her hand to deter her from indulging. Why, dear girl, do you indulge in the drinking habits typically associated with boys? Alcohol is a substance that harms the body, yet my brother continues to revel in it. Although he does not consume much each time, he returns home daily after work to enjoy a small drink alongside his meal. He claims that just a sip can alleviate the fatigue of the day. Presently, Su Yuyao finds herself torn between joy and sorrow, as both emotions intertwine within her. She and Xiao Yunka continue to drink, their cheeks flushed with color. Observing this, Shiwali hastily interjects, Third miss, it would be wise to cease drinking. Further indulgence will lead to inebriation. The two of them, in high spirits, engage in a game of finger-guessing. Upon completing his official duties and entertaining guests in the front courtyard, Xiao Jing'an enters and is immediately taken aback by the sight of the two drinking, his expression darkening. Chapter 93. Drunk and taking the initiative, what is happening? The two inebriated individuals paid him no heed, continuing to toast and drink. Upon seeing Xiao Jing'an enter, Xiao Yunka even waved for him to join their revelry. Observing this, Shiwali quickly bowed and explained, the young lady met with the third miss, and they were enjoying their conversation, so I brought out food and drink. I couldn't dissuade them, and inadvertently they drank too much. This is unacceptable. Hurry and find someone to escort Yunka home. As Xiao Jing'an spoke, he approached Su Yuyao. Shi called over several maidservants, who assisted Xiao Yunka outside. No, I want to leave, Sister Yuyao. I want to drink more. Continue drinking. Su Yuyao's head felt heavy. Her gaze began to blur, and ultimately, her body could not withstand it, collapsing onto the table. Go prepare a hangover remedy. After issuing his orders, Xiao Jingyan crouched down and lifted her effortlessly into his arms. Young ladies should not indulge in drinking like men. She must be suffering now. Su Yao, feeling impatient, struggled to lift her eyelids. Her cheeks flushed, glancing at the man carrying her. You are Xiao Jingyan. In her hazy state, she seemed to glimpse the face she found exceedingly detestable. Although that visage was favored by the heavens, a perfect work of divine artistry, it was still a face she could not abide. He was her nightmare. Somehow summoning strength from within, she suddenly wrested herself from his grasp, swaying unsteadily as she stood. You're drunk. Hurry and lie down. Xiao Jingyan's voice was laced with both reproach and concern. Noticing her wobbling legs, he instinctively reached out to steady her. None of your business. She forcefully pushed him away. Perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, she turned unsteadily, pointing at him. I detest you. What did you say? Her words were slurred, and Xiao Jingyan could not discern her meaning. He stepped closer, only to hear her declare, I want to leave this place. To a location you could never find. This time, her words were crystal clear. Xiao Jingyan's previously pleasant demeanor darkened instantaneously, his expression falling. A surge of anger simmered within his dark eyes. His jaw tightened, thin lips pressed together. As he swallowed hard, his voice low and menacing. Leave this place? We are to be wed soon. You will soon become the mistress of this manor. Where do you think you can go? Leaning closer, disregarding her wishes, he forcibly lifted her and strode toward the bed. So, Yao, I tell you, you will never escape my grasp in this lifetime. As the effects of the alcohol intensified, rendering her increasingly drowsy and warm, she squirmed in his arms, her cheek brushing against his arm, yearning to break free. I must leave this place, forever leave this place. Witnessing her restless demeanor, Xiao Jingyan could not help but lean in, claiming her. Silencing her would prevent her from uttering such